Suddenly, the entire populace found themselves selected by a mysterious game, thrust into an alternate realm to assume the role of chieftains, fostering civilizations and engaging in a grand contest among myriad races. In this extraordinary world, the primal struggle of the survival of the fittest coexists with magical powers never before witnessed on Blue Star, presenting boundless possibilities. Chapter 1: Above the Stars. A few wisps of white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky, while the golden sun cast its warm rays, and a gentle breeze caressed the cheek, bringing with it a refreshing sensation and the fragrant aroma of freshly cut grass. The clamor of the city vanished entirely in this serene and harmonious setting. Logically, one would presume that modern individuals would yearn for such a vast expanse of pristine nature, free from the haze of pollution, yet, at this moment, Xiang Xing's mind seemed to falter, leaving only a profound sense of shock. It is undeniably beautiful here, but I should be in the classroom at Hanhai University. A minute prior, time rewound. Xiang Xinghe vividly recalled being immersed in a tedious university English class, stealthily revealing his palmistry skills to the class beauty. As he held her delicate hand, engrossed in analysis, their conversation blossomed, their gazes entwined, and sparks ignited, when suddenly a blinding flash enveloped him, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Even more alarming was the disappearance of the class beauty, his classmates, and his teacher. In their stead stood a group of primitive individuals clad in animal skins, brandishing sharp wooden clubs, fervently surrounding him and shouting excitedly. This surreal tableau activated Xiang Xing's brain's self-preservation mechanism, leaving him in a state of stupor. Among them, 5 particularly robust figures stood out in his memory. They were the tribe's hunters, the mightiest warriors. The one who had previously wept was the most muscular of them all, his physique resembling granite, known among his kin as Shirtu. Now, they found themselves in a vast canyon, each face etched with exhaustion and concern. The children, affected by the atmosphere, nestled anxiously in their mother's arms, casting wary glances at Xiang Xinghe. Simultaneously, a panel materialized before him. Unnamed tribe chieftain, Xiang Xinghe. Population, 51. City zone, none. Wonder zone, none. Achievements, none. Heritage, none. Military strength, 20 for reference only. Technological value, 5 growth rate, 0. Cultural value, 6 growth rate, 0. Public opinion, 70 somewhat dissatisfied. Full value, 100 below 60 may incite rebellion. National fortune, 1 barely surviving. Event, pursued by cannibals. You and your subjects are being hunted by a band of cannibals. Please find a way to escape. Difficulty, normal. Event completion reward, increased favorability from tribesmen. Public opinion, 20 silver. Treasure chest 1. Event failure penalty, public opinion 10. Starting off with a depleted gathering point while being hunted, and with several tribesmen captured by the enemy. This is the opening of a hard mode. Suddenly, the entire populace found themselves chosen by a mysterious game, thrust into an alternate realm where they became chieftains, tasked with developing civilizations and engaging in a fierce contest among myriad races. Here, not only did the primal struggle for survival reign, but also extraordinary powers previously unknown to Blue Star manifested, presenting boundless possibilities. Chapter 1: Above the Stars. The azure sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, as the golden sun cast its warm rays, and a gentle breeze caressed the cheeks, bringing a refreshing touch and the scent of fresh grass. The clamor of the city had completely vanished in this place. Everything radiated tranquility and harmony. Logically, one would think that modern individuals would yearn for such an expansive, unpolluted natural environment. Yet at this moment, Xiang Xinghe was rendered speechless, his mind in a state of shock. This place is stunning, but I should be in a classroom at Hanhai University. A minute earlier, Xiang Xinghe recalled being engrossed in a tedious college English class, secretly reading the palm of the class beauty. As he held her delicate hand, meticulously analyzing her fate lines, they had exchanged joyful banter, their gazes intertwined, sparks igniting, when a flash of white light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself here. What was more terrifying was the absence of the class beauty, his classmates, and even his teacher. In their stead stood a group of primitive individuals clad in animal skins, wielding sharp wooden sticks, fervently shouting something at him. This surreal spectacle triggered Xiang Xing's brain's self-preservation mechanism, leaving him in a state of stupor. Among them were 5 relatively robust figures, whom he recognized as the tribe's hunters, the mightiest warriors. The one who had wept most profusely was the most muscular, his body akin to granite, and the tribesmen referred to him as Shirtu. They now stood in a vast canyon, each face etched with fatigue and concerned children, affected by the atmosphere, nestled anxiously in their mother's arms, casting uneasy glances at Xiang Xinghe. At that moment, a panel appeared before him. Unnamed tribe chieftain, Xiang Xinghe. Population, 51. City zone, none. Wonder zone, none. Achievements, none. Heritage, none. Military strength, 20 for reference only. Technology value, 5 growth rate, 0. Cultural value, 6 growth rate, 0. Public sentiment, 70, somewhat dissatisfied. Maximum value, 100 below 60, may lead to rebellion. National fortune, 1, barely surviving. Event, pursued by cannibals. You and your subjects are being hunted by a cannibal squad. Please find a way to escape. Difficulty, normal. Completion reward, increased goodwill among tribesmen. Public sentiment, 20 silver. Treasure chest, 1. Failure penalty, public sentiment, 10. The starting point has already been lost, and I am being pursued. Several tribesmen have even been captured by the enemy. This is the beginning of a hard mode. Chapter 2. Pursuit. Xiang Xinghe let out a wry smile, beginning to contemplate a strategy. That moment, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached him accompanied by a youth of about 14 or 15 years. After clearing his throat twice, the old man spoke. Cough, cough, chieftain. This child has returned to deliver news. Perhaps he can shed light on the circumstances at the time. This elder was the tribe's high priest, holding the highest rank in the tribe aside from Xiang Xinghe himself. The young man he brought was named Feng, one of the rear guards of their kin, the others having been captured while he had miraculously escaped back. Xiang Xinghe nodded slightly, gazing intently at the youth, and inquired, "Please recount the situation regarding the enemy, as well as the location of your encounter." The youth felt as though his very soul was being scrutinized by the chieftain's kind yet authoritative gaze. He immediately replied, "Chieftain, we followed your orders to hold the rear and actively engage the enemy. After searching, we finally intercepted them at Stone Mountain. There were 20 of them, all bearing ghastly visages, their roars as ferocious as tigers. They wielded long spears, drenched in a blood-red hue. A mere scratch from their weapons felt akin to having flesh torn away. Despite our desperate struggle, during which we managed to slay 3 foes, we were ultimately defeated. Uncle Ashu and the others were taken captive, and sensing the dire situation, I hastily returned to deliver the news, hoping to prepare everyone. Regardless, I acknowledge I have fled from the battlefield. Please, chieftain, impose a punishment upon me." His words were both logical and earnest, even voluntarily requesting punishment, a rarity among most primitive individuals who often struggled to articulate their thoughts. This piqued Xiang Xinghe's interest in the youth before him. Information about the young man surfaced in his mind. Amidst the tangled underbrush, a group of primitive warriors armed with wooden spears hurried forward. PFF. Xiang Xinghe occasionally spat out leaves that had found their way into his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although there were stones clearing the path ahead, his progress remained exceedingly arduous. With his somewhat frail physique, each few steps left him breathless in contrast. The other primitives moved with ease, merely breathing a little harder, accustomed as they were to such a pace during their daily hunts. This is exhausting. If we continue at this rate, I shall collapse before we even reach our destination. I must devise a means to reduce our speed. To maintain the chieftain's authority, Xiang Xinghe refrained from directly suggesting they rest. Instead, he called out to the group, "We are now quite close to the enemy. Let us proceed more cautiously. Little Feng, please verify once more that our direction is correct." The group slowed their pace, nodding in admiration. Truly, the chieftain is thorough in his considerations. He will undoubtedly lead us to victory. Little Feng, fully obedient to Xiang Xinghe's command, swiftly glanced around before approaching him and stated, "Chieftain, we have not strayed. See that white mountain ahead? It is there, across from it, that we engage the enemy." Xiang Xinghe turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Xiaofeng, and in the distance, he beheld a mountain entirely cloaked in pristine white. The mountain appeared to be composed of white stones, devoid of any trees, and from their current position, it would take approximately 10 more minutes to reach. Were there fragments of rock atop the mountain? Indeed, the summit was strewn with numerous white stones, both large and small. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words and observing the animal skin garments wrapped around the waists of the others, a preliminary plan began to form in Xiang Xinghe's mind. He smiled and addressed the group. "Let us proceed. If they have not departed, we should be able to rescue our kin swiftly." The others, seeing Xiang Xinghe's smile, couldn't help but chuckle foolishly, their anxiety somewhat alleviated despite not understanding what had brought joy to their leader. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the mountain, having encountered no signs of the enemy along the way. The white stone mountain sparkled brilliantly under the sun, scattered with peculiar, irregular fragments of varying sizes. The surrounding area was starkly barren, devoid of any plant life. Not even a blade of grass, making it stand out amidst the encircling forest. However, at that moment, Xiang Xinghe had no time to ponder the reasons, for he had already spotted a plume of black smoke rising from the opposite side of the mountain. The cannibal tribe had not retreated but audaciously set about cooking in the very spot where they had just engaged in battle. And as cannibals, their choice of sustenance was. Xiang Xinghe recoiled from the thought. The group was consumed with fury. Shida's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes wide open, wishing nothing more than to reduce those savages to ashes. Xiang Xinghe growled, "Everyone, calm yourselves, the enemy outnumbers us, and our kin remain in their grasp. To defeat them, we cannot rely solely on brute force. We must first ascend the mountain to assess the situation. One is to utter a sound. Only by catching them off guard do we stand a chance of overcoming them. Do you understand?" His commanding gaze swept over the group, instilling a sense of reverence within them. Though their anger persisted, it had diminished considerably. The mountain was not particularly high, yet it was steep. Under Xiaofeng's guidance, they took another 5 minutes to reach the summit. The peak was relatively flat, and Xiang Xinghe cautiously peered down in the distance. Near the foot of the mountain, a group of robust cannibals sprawled haphazardly, seemingly sated and resting. Further afield, male tribesmen were tightly bound to a large tree, their heads bowed, oblivious to their fates. They were indeed the captured members of Xiang Xinghe's tribe. Among the dozen or so cannibals, a large bonfire blazed, a wooden stick skewering a bloodied piece of flesh, the limbs having been torn away, leaving only the torso, piecing together the scattered animal skins and bones on the ground. Xiang Xinghe painfully deduced the grim reality. The fire was roasting a human. Strangely, he felt little fear. Instead, a surge of primal fury compelled him to annihilate them all. This was a visceral aversion, an instinctual hatred towards those who would consume their own kind, let alone when the victims were his own people. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Xinghe turned to face the crowd, only to see Feng with tears streaming down her face. Suppressing her sobs as she spoke, "Chieftain, Uncle Ashu and the others have been bound to the trees, while Uncle Yang and Uncle Jin are nowhere to be found. They..." Xiang Xinghe patted the shoulder of the young Feng, gritting his teeth and uttering 2 words. "Seek vengeance." He then commanded everyone to remove their beast skin garments. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Xiang Xinghe picked up a sharp stone from the ground and cut a piece of his beast skin, roughly the size of a book, from his attire. He then drilled small holes on either side of the leather piece and proceeded to carve out 2 long strips of leather, threading them through the holes to secure them firmly. Completed. Although it appeared exceedingly rudimentary, Xiang Xinghe had successfully crafted this ancient weapon of destruction, a sling. The voice of the intelligent core resonated soon after. As Xiang Xinghe gazed at the bare individuals around him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are primitive people truly this formidable? I find myself feeling slightly inferior in comparison." Shirtu and the others, possessing far superior manual dexterity, quickly replicated the sling, and it appeared even sturdier and more durable. Clearing his throat a few times, Xiang Xinghe praised, "Ahem, well done." Shirtu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Chieftain, we are all set. Let us act swiftly. If we launch stones from the mountain with the slings, we shall surely crush their skulls." Xiang Xinghe shook his head, saying, "Not so fast. Everyone, gather fist-sized round stones and pile them at the locations where you will stand. This will enable us to throw them more swiftly. The chieftain is wise." The crowd suddenly understood, scattering to search for stones. 10 minutes later, each person stood before a substantial pile of round stones, with Shida's pile being the largest, resembling a small hillock. The savage tribe at the foot of the mountain remained oblivious, soundly asleep, entirely unaware that danger was stealthily approaching. The tribespeople gazed at Xiang Xinghe with eager eyes, their slings poised for action. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Xinghe shouted, "Now, strike them down, roar, smash them." The pent-up fury of the tribespeople erupted at last, sending the stones raining down upon the mountain below. Bang, bang, bang. Having just indulged in a sumptuous lunch, the captain of the cannibal squad was enjoying a deep slumber, still savoring the rich, fatty flavors in his dreams. The taste of the 2-legged sheep was delightful, albeit too ferocious. They had slain 2 of my subordinates. How infuriating. Once I awaken, I shall devour them all. The flavor of the female 2-legged sheep is truly exquisite. Yet, a series of dull thuds disrupted his pleasant dreams. Before he could fully awaken, he heard the agonizing screams of his comrades, akin to that of pigs being slaughtered. Ah! Fully jolted awake, he opened his eyes wide. only to see a black stone hurtling towards him from above. With no time to rise, he awkwardly lunged to the side. Thud! A deep crater formed where he had just been standing, sending shivers down the captain's spine. It was only then that he had the presence of mind to survey his surroundings, where he saw his warriors suffering heavy casualties. 2 individuals were struck at their vital points, dying instantly, their heads splitting open like watermelons. Others, too, were either dead or grievously injured, some collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, blood frothing at their lips, while others clutched their grotesquely twisted arms, wailing in agony. The remaining survivors scurried about like headless flies. To make matters worse, the rain of stones continued to fall relentlessly, showing no signs of abating, but rather increasing in speed and accuracy. Had the deities descended in wrath? He raised his gaze skyward and beheld several figures atop the mountain, brandishing a peculiar beast hide. Each time they released it, a stone was hurled into the air, only to descend precisely upon the very spot he occupied, wreaking havoc and costing him several valiant warriors. Damn it, it's those feeble creatures. I shall devour you all. The cannibal tribe leader was taken aback that such fragile prey dared to launch an assault against him, and he bellowed. It is the weak ones atop the mountain hurling stones. Charge at them. Slay them. The great devourer shall grant us strength. His simplistic mind led him to believe he would forever remain powerful, oblivious to the fact that the roles of hunter and prey had now reversed. The scattered cannibals, hearing their leader's command, finally found resolve and surged toward the mountain. Why aren't you running? Are you out of your mind? Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but feel elated. That group of cannibals had already suffered heavy losses after several rounds of projectiles, and he had feared they might flee and return to inform others, necessitating a further retreat. However, Xiang Xinghe did not anticipate that these cannibals would be so foolish as to charge up the mountain. Smash them hard. Let them all perish here today? Yes, Chief. Chapter 4. Inspiration. After flinging several handfuls of stones, Xiang Xinghe felt his arms begin to tire, yet the stones and others remained invigorated, seemingly possessing boundless energy. Notably, one named Song threw with remarkable precision, as if it were an innate talent. Each pouch contained only 3 stones, and at least one would invariably strike the enemy, causing several cannibals to suffer grievous injuries. Such prowess. I recall he previously concealed his abilities as a blank slate. Xiang Xinghe hastily summoned the information, only to discover that Song's valor had undergone a transformation, now boasting an additional skill in bravery. The formation was thrown into disarray, and no one noticed that the remaining 3 cannibals were nearly scaling the mountain's peak. Xiang Xinghe realized that this emaciated cannibal's intent was to disrupt their formation, creating an opportunity for the others to ascend. Anxiously, he shouted, "Do not panic, Song, Xiaofeng. You and I will handle this lone cannibal atop the mountain. The rest of you return to your positions and keep watch below. Take down anyone who approaches. But Chief, your safety. It's fine. The 3 of us can't possibly lose to him. We might as well surrender outright. Follow my orders." The others finally ceased their actions, turning to return to the mountain's edge to maintain vigilance, leaving only Xiang Xinghe, Xiaofeng, and Song to confront the solitary cannibal at the summit. The gaunt cannibal, realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, immediately erupted in a fit of rage, baring his discolored teeth and emitting a guttural cry as he lunged towards the back of the stone's head. Xiang Xinghe, unfamiliar with the use of a spear, brandished it like a club and swept it forcefully towards the emaciated cannibal. The latter instinctively leaped aside to dodge, but was soon met with a gust of wind grazing the back of his head, prompting him to duck. The spear, cutting through the air with a whoosh, narrowly missed the cannibal, inflicting no harm. Just as the cannibal let out a sigh of relief, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively sidestepped with remarkable speed. A spear silently sliced past his waist, tearing through flesh and drawing forth a spurt of blood. With a startled cry, the cannibal swiftly retreated, clutching his side and glaring back in anger. To his dismay, he had nearly been struck down by what he considered mere prey. What a disgrace! It turned out to be a spear thrust executed by Xiaofeng, who had seized the opportunity. Unfortunately, the cannibal's agility and an uncanny sense of danger allowed him to evade the silent assault. Was it a heightened perception of peril? Did he possess extraordinary abilities, or was it merely an instinct honed through years of combat? Though Xiang Xinghe pondered these questions, now was not the time for contemplation. Shaking his head, he resolved to swiftly eliminate the cannibal. With Stone and the others already engaged in battle with the remaining cannibals, he felt a pressing urgency to provide guidance. From their earlier skirmish, Xiang Xinghe noted that Song's proficiency with the spear was akin to his own. Both were merely flailing about without much force, while Xiaofeng wielded it with remarkable skill. After a moment of deliberation, he made a decisive plan. Song, abandon the spear and switch to the sling. Xiaofeng and I will surround him and create an opening for you. Understood, Chief. Song responded without hesitation, discarding his spear and retrieving his sling. The gaunt cannibal, unable to comprehend their exchange, was puzzled as to why one of his prey would relinquish his weapon. Did he seek to surrender? Yet Xiang Xinghe provided him little time for contemplation, taking a deep breath before thrusting the spear fiercely towards the cannibal. The latter let out a loud roar and jumped back, his speed noticeably diminished compared to before. Without uttering a word, Xiaofeng aimed for the spot where the cannibal would land, who, in midair, strained to twist his body to evade the strike. However, before he could catch his breath, a stone the size of a fist struck him squarely on the head, sending him crashing to the ground, convulsing and unable to rise again. Well done, Song, Xiang Xinghe exclaimed as he approached the fallen cannibal, spear in hand. The voice of the intelligent core then sounded, Event. First kill, first human killed by your own hands in this world reward. Tribal prestige 10 bronze level treasure chest 1. The cannibal lay on his back, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his fragile neck exposed before Xiang Xinghe. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could end this life, marking his inaugural act of murder in this world, hardening his heart and enabling him to adapt to this brutal realm of survival of the fittest. Furthermore, this cannibal was a villain who had slain his own kin, and with the system's rewards at stake, there seemed to be no justification for sparing him. Yet, the spear lingered at the cannibal's throat for an extended moment, still not descending. Xiang Xinghe turned away. Xiaofeng, finish him off, yes, Chief. Hardly had the words left his lips when the sound of blood gushing from the veins echoed, and a few drops of crimson splattered onto Xiang Xinghe's neck. Target eliminated, event has ceased. Without glancing back, Xiang Xinghe gently wiped away the blood and sighed. Let me retain a touch of stubbornness, he mused. Chapter 5. Breakthrough, Silver-ranked warrior. The cries of battle echoed incessantly at the mountain's summit, where the fight involving Shirtu and the others had reached a fever pitch. Scattered upon the precipice lay several mangled corpses of the cannibal tribe, who had perished without ever reaching the top. Only one cannibal had managed to ascend, and now found himself besieged. Xiang Xinghe had assumed that being at a height advantage, coupled with their numerical superiority, would allow them to easily vanquish all adversaries. However, he was taken aback by the emergence of this lone foe. The remaining cannibal's physique was truly surprising. He stood half a head taller than Shirtu, his muscles rivaling those of Schwarzenegger, glistening with an oily sheen under the sun, exuding explosive power. Instead of the common spear, he wielded a weapon akin to a mace, a thick wooden club studded with various sharp bones. Slightly shorter than a spear, yet each swing radiated immense force, sending shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, he bore several wounds, and having just scaled the mountain, he was gasping for breath, his movements slightly sluggish, which allowed the tribe members to escape unscathed from his mighty blows. 2 of the tribe members attempted a frontal assault, only to have their spears shattered by the mace, their bodies sent crashing to the ground. The cannibal captain raised his weapon once more, preparing to strike down fiercely. In a moment of desperation, Shirtu seized a nearby corpse, lifting it overhead and hurling it at the cannibal captain. Bang! Shirtu positioned himself protectively in front of the fallen tribesman at the last moment. The corpse was instantly reduced to a mangled mass, grotesquely contorted like a rag, as the bone spikes on the mace embedded themselves into flesh, with bits of gore splattering in all directions. Should such a strike land on a living being, it would result in immediate incapacitation. The force of the impact buckled Shitta's legs, causing him to stagger back several steps as he gritted his teeth and urged, "Run!" The 2 on the ground hastily retreated. Thud. Just as Shirtu intended to discard the corpse and fall back, he was kicked away and tumbled to the ground, coughing for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Damn it! We must develop new weapons upon our return. Xiang Xinghe had not anticipated being overwhelmed by a primitive weapon. While the mace lacked technical finesse, it proved far more effective in combat than a wooden spear. If only they had a shield or something similar, this battle would have been considerably easier. Alas, they possessed nothing but a few spears and some slings. As his mind raced, Xiang Xinghe suddenly recalled the pack wolf strategy. Everyone disperse. Avoid direct confrontation. Harass him. Jab and retreat to bleed him out. Song, you attack from a distance with the slings, but be careful not to hit your own. The hairless tribesman shouted from the sidelines, drawing his attention. Yes, Chief. The tribe members immediately spread out, encircling the cannibal captain, forming a wide circle of about 5 meters in radius, crouching and weaving about while shouting to distract him. The cannibal captain suddenly felt the weight of pressure multiply, as foes seemed to emerge from all directions. The 360-degree surround sound left him in a state of agitation. His eyes could perceive only the immediate scene before him, while the area behind remained imperceptible. Shrouded in an unsettling sense of vulnerability that exposed him to potential threats, he paced back and forth, his gaze enveloped entirely by adversaries who occasionally taunted him, yet when he sought to retaliate, they swiftly withdrew. Such frustration was maddening. With a furious roar, the leader of the cannibal tribe could no longer contain himself. He resolved to eliminate the one who danced most gleefully before him. However, just as he halted his spinning and charged forth, he felt sharp stings at his shoulder, waist, and backside, indicating he had been attacked from behind. Instantly, he abandoned his target and swung back, but he struck nothing but air. For those who had assaulted him had retreated beyond the perimeter, and when he turned to confront the one he intended to strike, that individual had also seized the opportunity to retreat to safety. After a brief scuffle, he found himself still encircled, albeit with a slight change in their positions. The cannibal leader felt as though these foes were akin to flies, unreachable when struck, yet incessantly bothersome, leaving him seething with anger. Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but smile. The strategy was proving effective. In his fury, the cannibal leader caught sight of Xiang Xinghe, whose expression seemed to mock him, solidifying his resolve to eliminate him. Xiang Xinghe's smile instantly froze, yet drawing from past experiences, he remained vigilant. Upon noticing the cannibal leader's gaze upon him, he promptly crouched, concealing himself behind his kin, evading the leader's scrutiny, and then maneuvered stealthily among the crowd. The cannibal leader, intent on eliminating the one issuing commands, found himself losing sight of his target and sighed in resignation, charging towards the fiercest warrior, Stone. If he could not slay the commander, then he would annihilate the most warrior-like of the prey. Delivering a crushing blow to their morale with this determination, the cannibal leader ceased his aimless flailing and lunged fiercely at Stone, undeterred by the forest of spears that grazed his body, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Stone, realizing the cannibal leader was barreling towards him, recalled the recent blow that had sent him flying, and a surge of battle spirit surged within him. He no longer retreated. Instead, he stood his ground, bending slightly, his spear poised for action. Observing that this piece of prey had not fled, the cannibal leader grinned wickedly, raising his spiked club to deliver a devastating blow. "Stone, move!" cried his fellow tribesmen. Though Stone was the strongest warrior of their clan, he still fell short compared to the cannibal leader. Yet, Stone resolutely remained in place, tuning out all distractions, his eyes locked onto the cannibal leader and the club he brandished. With a fierce roar, after a fleeting silence, Stone unleashed his strike. The spear shot forth with tremendous force. Thud! The club missed its mark, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. The cannibal leader's grin faltered at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, a gaping wound appeared in his neck, blood gushing forth. The cannibal leader stared in disbelief at Stone. Xiang Xinghe was profoundly astonished. He had witnessed, in a fleeting moment prior, the speed of Shirtu suddenly escalate, deftly evading the assault of a wolf-fang mace, only to have another spear swiftly pierce the neck of the cannibal tribe's captain. Congratulations! Your tribe has produced a silver-tier warrior, elevating the martial potential of all tribal citizens to silver. Requirements for potential enhancement. 1. Civilization must yield citizens that surpass existing potential. 2. Culture, skills, energy, environment, and physical constitution of citizens must meet corresponding standards. As he summoned Shita's panel, Xiang Xinghe was astonished to discover that Shita's martial prowess had indeed risen. Now rated at silver 1 star. Remarkably, he had achieved a breakthrough amidst battle. Xiang Xinghe could not help but smile with joy. Shita's advancement significantly bolstered the tribe's combat strength and elevated the ceiling of martial potential, implying that the emergence of more silver-tier warriors would become increasingly feasible. The enhancement of Shita's combat capability was evident to Xiang Xinghe, who estimated that the post-breakthrough strength was double that of before, a considerable increase. Indeed, if several silver warriors could be found within the tribe, the previous need for stealthy ambushes would be rendered unnecessary. They could simply charge forward unimpeded. The faint struggle interrupted the jubilant cheers of the crowd, prompting Xiang Xinghe to turn his gaze. To his surprise, he observed that the cannibal tribe's captain had not perished. Despite blood continually gushing from his neck, his vitality remained remarkably robust, enveloped in a faint red glow that steadily mended his wounds. The bleeding was slowing considerably. It dawned on Xiang Xinghe that the captain's injuries were rapidly scabbing over, which explained his endurance amidst such an onslaught. This world was indeed wondrous, possessing capabilities that could be deemed surreal compared to Earth. Chapter 6. Silver-tier treasure chest. Observing the life-threatening wound of the cannibal captain being incessantly repaired, along with his formidable physique, Xiang Xinghe relinquished the notion of capturing him for further study and commanded, "Administer aid to him." "Yes, chief," came the reply. The cannibal chief glared fiercely at the onlookers, struggling to rise and continue the fight. Shirtu approached him, thrusting a spear into his eye socket. At long last, the cannibal chief met his demise. After inquiring among the group, it became evident that none had seen any floating screens. They only noted the chief's sudden stupor followed by a series of shifting expressions. It appeared they were unable to perceive the panel and treasure chest, which accounted for their bewilderment towards him. Henceforth, it would be prudent to wait for a moment of solitude before opening treasure chests, as he certainly wished to avoid any whispers of madness regarding the chief and his tribe. Rubbing his nose, Xiang Xinghe cleverly remarked, "I was merely contemplating the future of our tribe. Through my calculations, I am convinced that we shall emerge as the mightiest tribe upon this land, with our people spread across the wilderness, and all our foes bowing before us. Roar, splendid. The chief is sagacious. We shall undoubtedly become the strongest tribe. We shall ensure our bellies are always full." It seemed something peculiar had crept into the conversation. Although Xiang Xinghe desired to experiment further with other functions, the timing was inconvenient, and there were pressing matters to attend to. Thus, he resolved to reserve those explorations for a more opportune moment. With a light cough, he remarked, "Hurry and wrap yourselves in the hides, lest the insects burrow into places they ought not." It was only then that the others realized their own nakedness, the small snakes hanging limply, reminiscent of a primitive tribe's beauty contest. Previously, when they had fashioned slings from the hides, they had merely cut off a few strands. Although the remaining hides were somewhat shorter, they still managed to cover their modesty. At this point, the tribe had developed a sense of shame, and in the heat of battle, they had not paid attention to their state of undress. Now, they suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily wrapped the hides around themselves. Xiang Xinghe's attire from the modern world had also vanished, leaving him clad in a similar hide. Once dressed, he addressed the still excited clansmen, saying, "Quickly lower Ashu and the others." Stone, smacking his forehead in realization, exclaimed, "I almost forgot. I'm on it." He hurriedly dashed down the mountain, his robust form resembling a bear descending, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiang Xinghe then instructed the other tribesmen to gather the red spears used by the cannibal tribe. As he grasped one, he discovered it was made of wood, yet the vivid crimson hue piqued his curiosity. The spear's surface was smooth, and its tip remarkably sharp. Testing it lightly on his hand, he felt an immediate and excruciating pain shoot through him, rendering his arm nearly numb, causing the spear to slip from his grasp. The other tribesmen rushed over to assist him, anxiously asking, "Chief, are you all right?" After a moment's respite, Xiang Xinghe managed to respond, "I am fine. No need to worry. Just gather these red spears and hand them over to the high priest for safekeeping. The material is quite peculiar." Once he had fully recovered, Xiang Xinghe led the other tribesmen down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Stone had already released the 4 bound tribesmen, who were now wailing, "Chief, woe is me, you must come see. Ashu and the others cannot be awakened." Having just descended from the mountain, still catching his breath, Xiang Xinghe heard Stone's lamentations. He approached and gave Stone a swift kick to the rear, exclaiming irritably, "What are you howling about, you big man? Step aside and let me see." Crouching down to inspect, he observed that the unconscious tribesmen were covered in wounds, clearly having endured significant torment. Fortunately, none of the injuries appeared fatal. They seemed to have merely lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. Upon checking their status, he was astonished to discover that all 4 were warriors, each possessing a valor rating of bronze 7 stars or higher, with Ashu's valor astonishingly reaching bronze 9 stars, comparable to Stone's original rating. Moreover, one of them possessed a skill named Battle Roar. Valor, bronze 9 stars, skill, Battle Roar, intimidates enemies with a fierce shout, bolstering the courage of oneself and allies. These were indeed impressive warriors, and Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but smile with delight, though their physical condition left him somewhat concerned. The physical conditions of these clansmen reveal severe injuries, unconsciousness, blood loss, dehydration. Chapter 7. Wonders. Observing the parched lips of these clansmen, Xinghe Yun commanded, "They are far too weak now. Any movement may exacerbate their injuries. Sure to take a few individuals to search for nearby water." "Yes, chief, I shall proceed immediately," replied Shirtu. "Xiao Hu, Xiao Yun, accompany me." The rest should stay here to protect the chief. After issuing his orders, Shi led the two into the forest in search of a water source. Xinghe Yun continued issuing commands. Xiao Song, gather 10 clansmen to collect the bodies here. Find a suitable place to bury the remains of our fallen comrades, and ensure to inter the bodies of the cannibal tribesmen as well. Be cautious of the blood scent attracting wild beasts. Understood. Xiao promptly took 10 clansmen to seek an appropriate burial site for the remains of their kin. The remaining members tended to the injured, ready to report any developments to him. I will take a look around, he declared. With that, the group became busy, and Xinghe Yun made his way toward the White Stone Mountain. He had sensed something peculiar about this mountain earlier. The surrounding area was a dense forest teeming with trees, yet this mountain's vicinity was barren, the ground hard and unyielding, evidently due to some underlying cause. Upon reaching the foot of White Stone Mountain, Xinghe Yun picked up several fragments of stone and examined them closely. The stones here were not smooth and rounded. Instead, they bore distinct edges, composed of numerous small crystalline particles, predominantly white and slightly translucent. Reminiscent of crystal, when struck together, the edges of the stones shattered, sending shards flying. They resembled crystals, yet lacked significant hardness. What could they be? Xinghe Yun looked up and surveyed his surroundings, noticing that beyond White Stone Mountain lay a range of undulating hills, which divided the forest. These hills were lush and vibrant, contrasted starkly by the desolation of White Stone Mountain, which was merely a stretch of white stone. Just then, he spotted a wild goat emerging from the mountains. It boldly approached the base of White Stone Mountain without pausing, sensing no threat from Xinghe Yun. Xinghe Yun remained still, continuing to observe. The goat, reassured by the absence of danger, began to ascend the slopes of White Stone Mountain with agility, seemingly at ease, and began to lick the rough stone, emitting contented bleats. Was the goat licking the stone? Curious, Xinghe Yun took a tentative lick of the stone in his hand, and a salty, bitter flavor instantly flooded his mouth, causing his eyes to brighten with realization. This was salt. The entirety of White Stone Mountain was composed of salt. Simultaneously, a voice from his intellect resonated in his ears. Without hesitation, Xinghe Yun decided to establish the tribe's settlement here. The temperature had dropped slightly compared to before, leading him to deduce that it was now afternoon. By observing the position of the sun and the conventions of the earth, he determined the cardinal directions and called over Xiao Feng, who was caring for the clansmen, gesturing as he spoke. Xiao Feng, there is a matter of great importance that requires your attention. Venture forth to investigate the surrounding environment. To the north lies a range of mountains, but let us set that aside for now. We have arrived from the eastern side. The others, including Shi, have journeyed southward in search of water. Thus, you shall head westward to explore, meticulously recording the terrain, flora, fauna, and any potential water sources along the way. There is no need to wander too far. It is imperative that you return before sunset. This endeavor is crucial for the survival of our tribe, so please approach it with utmost seriousness. Xiao Feng, regarded as one of the more astute individuals among the primitive folk, quickly grasped the meaning of Xinghe's words and respectfully replied, "Certainly, chieftain, I shall not disappoint your expectations." With a smile, Xinghe patted Xiao Feng on the shoulder and encouraged, "I have faith in you." Xiao Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if afraid they might spill, and he hurriedly turned toward the forest, exclaiming, "I am off, chieftain." Xinghe nodded in approval. At this moment, there remained approximately 3 to 4 hours before sunset, allowing Xiao Feng ample time to scout several miles and, combined with the information gathered by Shi and the others, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the surrounding environment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xinghe called for Xiao Song, instructing, "Pause your current tasks and summon our tribespeople from the valley. Inform them that we have triumphed over the enemy and that I have decided to establish our new settlement here, which will benefit our tribe." Xiao Song responded affirmatively, "Yes, chieftain." Although unaware of the specific advantages this would bring to the tribe, he trusted that the chieftain's words were never misguided. He promptly darted into the forest, retracing his steps toward the valley. Feeling elated, Xinghe approached those engaged in digging, eager to lend a hand. Lacking tools such as hoes and shovels, the tribespeople could only use their long spears to pierce the ground, loosening the soil before extracting it by hand. They then repeated the process, layer by layer, which proved quite laborious, yet thanks to the tribespeople's efficiency, they soon managed to excavate a considerable pit. Determined to introduce tools like hoes to the tribe to enhance their work efficiency and alleviate their toil, Xinghe realized that for now, he could only contribute sweat alongside them. However, when he expressed his desire to assist, the tribespeople vehemently opposed, insisting he rest. Though deeply moved, They believed it paramount to preserve the chieftain's strength after their complete annihilation of the cannibalistic faction. Reluctantly, Xiang Xinghe withdrew, redirecting his attention to the injured tribespeople in a state of unconsciousness. Confirming through the interface that their conditions had not worsened, he offered a few words of reassurance to those responsible for their care. Once all arrangements were made, Xiang Xinghe found solace beneath a nearby tree, adopting a comfortable position. He plucked a blade of grass and opened the interface of the intelligent device, intrigued by the remaining functions. Finally having the time to explore them. Chapter 8. Chat channel. Xiang Xinghe first accessed the leader's attributes, and information appeared before him. All are drawn here by this strange intelligent device. Mutual assistance is the true path. Moreover, this is a salt mine, yet its purity remains uncertain. However, considering the challenges we all face, let us regard this as an opportunity to forge a friendship. The price is set at 95 kilograms, and it cannot be less. Should this be agreeable, I shall send you a request for exchange. Xiang Xinghe glanced at the message, pondered for a moment, then took out the salt he had just collected. Crushing it in his hands, he lifted it to his eyes, observing the crystalline, transparent granules that resembled the coarse salt he had encountered on Blue Star. After tasting a sample, he found it dissolved entirely in his mouth, leaving almost no gritty residue. After brushing off the remaining salt grains from his hands, Xiang Xinghe replied, "This salt is produced from a wonder, and the purity of the ore is undoubtedly high. Ground and sifted, it yields coarse salt. I possess a silver treasure chest, and we both know that the bronze treasure chest is not as difficult to obtain as one might think. The fixed price is 60 kilograms. If a trade can be made, let it be so. I am left with only a final fragment of national fortune and cannot respond further, so there is no need for haggling. If you are willing to trade, simply send the exchange request. If not, let it go, and perhaps we may collaborate again in the future without straining our amicable relations." After sending the message, Xiang Xinghe waited a considerable time without a reply. Just as he began to suspect that Chen Zhua intended to withdraw, a blue light illuminated before him. Chapter 9. The transaction within the blue light appeared an ethereal balance scale, one side holding a box adorned with intricate bronze patterns, tilting downwards, while the other side remained empty, elevated high. Xiang Xinghe possessed a wonder. If others were to learn of it, the likelihood of being attacked was substantial. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against sending any further messages. It was better to maintain silence. The tribe was ill-equipped to weather any turbulence at present, and safety must take precedence until they had grown stronger. Shutting off the regional channel, Xiang Xinghe approached the tree once more to assess the condition of the 4 unconscious tribesmen. Their injuries had worsened, and they had entered a state of severe dehydration. Where is the stone? Without water, their conditions would continue to deteriorate. Just as concern gripped him, the underbrush nearby began to rustle. The tribesmen immediately tensed, grasping their spears to guard the unconscious individuals and Xiang Xinghe. Damn it, could it be a beast? The scent of blood still lingered from the recent battle, likely attracting ferocious predators. Xiang Xinghe raised his spear, positioning himself protectively in front of the injured tribesmen, his palms slick with sweat. The rustling intensified, and the muscles of the group tightened, ready to spring into action at any moment. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the foliage. "Chief! Ha ha ha! I have returned. I found water, and I even caught a bear." In the next moment, the imposing figure of the stone burst forth from the forest, cradling several green bamboo stalks that clattered together, filled to the brim with water. Another tribesman followed closely behind, also carrying bamboo. Yet, what astonished Xiang Xinghe the most was the last tribesman, who held a bamboo shoot while a black and white, adorably clumsy bear drooled at his side. Eagerly following him, a panda. Chapter 10. The panda. The group relaxed only upon seeing the stone, lowering their spears and gathering around him to accept the bamboo. Xiang Xinghe commanded, "Feed the water from the bamboo to the injured clansmen. Once they are well, we shall drink the remaining water." "Yes, chief," came the reply. After assigning the tasks, Xiang Xinghe turned to Shirtu and inquired, "Shirtu, where did you capture the panda, and how did you procure this bamboo?" Shirtu, presenting the panda as if it were a treasure, replied, "Chief, this bear is called a panda. I noticed it was unlike any ordinary bear. We ventured in that direction and, after walking a short distance, stumbled upon a vast bamboo grove. Within the grove, we discovered a small lake. I searched for quite some time but couldn't find anything to hold water. It was Xiaoya who suggested using bamboo. So I cut down a few stalks, then used a spear to poke out the joints, filling them with water. Xiaoya and the others also dug up some bamboo shoots, planning to cook them for dinner tonight. We were about to head back when we noticed a bear watching us from a distance. First, I thought it didn't seem very fierce and considered killing it. However, Xiaoya remarked that he found the bear quite appealing, suggesting that the chief might like it as well, so he offered a bamboo shoot to the bear. To our surprise, after eating, the bear followed us back. We thought we'd bring it to show the chief. Personally, I don't find the bear particularly attractive. It's neither black nor white, just odd-looking. Chief, give the order. And if you also find it unappealing, I shall slay it now, and we could enjoy a meat feast tonight. Xiang Xinghe smacked Shita's arm sharply. Tu, feeling aggrieved, protested, Chief, why did you hit me? Xiang Xinghe retorted. All you think about is eating. Such a delightful creature, and you wish to consume it? Would it not be better to raise it? Chief, how can you lack discernment like Xiaoya? It's not even as handsome as I am. The onlookers regarded Tu with bewilderment. He appeared to be quite serious. Xiang Xinghe chose to ignore Tu and approached the clansman named Xiaoya. He was playfully enticing the panda with a bamboo shoot, while the panda pawed at it eagerly, emitting anxious cries. Upon a cursory examination of the clan members' attributes earlier, Xiang Xinghe had not noticed anything particularly remarkable about Xiaoya. He reopened the panel to investigate further and discovered that, although Xiaoya's attributes in intelligence and bravery were unimpressive, he possessed two notably useful ordinary skills. The high priest observed with some puzzlement, unsure why Xiang Xinghe was so insistent. Without elaborating, Xiang Xinghe picked up a faceted stone from the ground and handed it to the high priest. Taste this, high priest. The high priest, with a hint of skepticism, accepted it and placed it in his mouth. After a brief chew, his beard quivered uncontrollably, and he gazed at Xiang Xinghe in disbelief. Xiang Xinghe nodded affirmatively. It is rock salt. This entire mountain is a salt mine. The high priest exclaimed in excitement. Establish a settlement here. The chief is wise. As one of the oldest elders in the tribe, his wealth of life experience made him acutely aware of the significance of salt and the challenges of obtaining it. Now, with a salt mine before them, he understood that it was imperative to secure this resource for the tribe, and the best way to do so was to settle here, a cause worth defending with their lives. Chapter 11. The black-horned donkey convincing the high priest. The matter of settling down was thus resolved. Surrounding the white salt mine were expanses of saline alkali land, where the ground was compacted, making it arduous to excavate and exceedingly challenging to cultivate. Furthermore, the intention to extract salt from this location rendered the direct construction of tribal dwellings here impractical. Xiang Xinghe, accompanied by the high priest, wandered nearby in search of a suitable location. Ultimately, they agreed upon a valley to the north of the white salt mine for their settlement. This site, nestled against the towering mountains, faced southward, and the sparse trees allowed for the easy clearing of a plot of land. The soil was remarkably fertile, conducive to cultivation, making it an ideal dwelling place with ample sunlight and effective wind protection. Moreover, this location was merely a few dozen meters from the white stone salt mine, which was planned to be on the outskirts of the tribe. This arrangement would not only incorporate the mine within the tribal boundaries, thereby safeguarding it and enjoying the benefits of its wonders, but also ensure the normal livelihood of the clansmen, truly a perfect solution. Xiang Xinghe promptly assigned tasks to the tribespeople. The high priest would tend to the unconscious and injured members. The men would venture into the forest to fell trees for construction timber. The women would handle the spoils of the hunt, and the children would gather dry twigs to kindle a bonfire. Observing the industriousness of his people, Xiang Xinghe felt a pang of guilt for idling and sought out tasks he could undertake. Given the tribe's rudimentary technological level, their tools were primarily stone or bone implements, and their weaponry consisted solely of wooden spears, along with the slingshots distributed to the clansmen earlier that morning. Inquiring further, he found that none had experience in domestication or cultivation. Everything had to start anew. Although Xiang Xinghe harbored numerous ideas to aid the tribe's development, the foundation of progress lay in ensuring their bellies were full. Only with sufficient sustenance could the tribe's people find time to learn writing, acquire new technologies, reflect, and train. At present, the principal source of food was hunting. Why not craft bows and arrows now? That would simplify hunting considerably. Xiang Xinghe retrieved the blueprint for the divine arm bow and studied it meticulously. Although the design pertained to crossbows, the fundamental principles were interconnected. The blueprint meticulously detailed the manufacturing methods for each component of the divine arm crossbow, including the body and string, covering everything from raw materials to finished products, such as selecting the appropriate wood for the bow's body, crafting sinew, and producing bowstrings. This was also the reason it was obtained from a silver-grade treasure chest. It not only taught the creation of a weapon, but harbored numerous essential techniques. With this blueprint, mastering the fabrication of bows and arrows, as well as metal forging, was merely a matter of time. The design suggested utilizing animal hides, intestines, tendons, or plant fibers to create bowstrings. Let us start with a simple one. Xiang Xinghe procured a piece of bamboo, a stone knife, and a strip of wild rabbit skin. He split the bamboo, crafting a strip 2 fingers wide and over a meter long, then used the stone knife to smooth out the splinters on the bamboo strip. He proceeded to carve notches on either side of the strip and set it aside. The rabbit skin was scorched over the campfire to remove the fur, then cut into strips approximately 1 centimeter wide. One end of the rabbit skin strip was tied to a tree fork, while the other end was secured to a wooden rod. By rotating the rod with his hands, the rabbit skin strip was twisted into a belt, continuing until it dried and contracted, losing all elasticity. Once the belt was removed from the tree, it was wrapped 3 times around the notched end of a bamboo stick and then turned around, using the ground as leverage to bend the bamboo into a crescent shape, with the other end also adorned with the belt. Thus, the bamboo bow was completed. The remaining bamboo pieces were fashioned into a long stick, placed into the fire for a while until the tip was charred, then sharpened against a stone, resulting in a completed arrow. Xiang Xinghe cautiously approached the Baishur salt mine. A black-horned donkey lingered about 10 meters from the foot of the mountain, remaining still and licking the rocks, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a predator that could traverse such a distance. Were ancient creatures truly so naive? Would consuming them render one foolish? Even as he reached the base of the mountain, the black-horned donkey did not budge. Amused yet slightly irritated, Xiang Xinghe thought he should have been less cautious. He aimed at the black-horned donkey, pulling the bamboo bow taut before swiftly releasing it. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow soared through the air, embedding itself into the donkey's body. The black-horned donkey staggered and tumbled down the mountain, but quickly regained its footing and leapt towards the forest. Xiang Xinghe promptly knocked another arrow and released it with haste. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow missed, embedding itself in a tree instead. Without hesitation, Xiang Xinghe seized his final arrow and pursued the black-horned donkey. The scattered blood on the ground guided him. The good news was that the blood contained small bubbles, indicating that the arrow had penetrated the donkey's lung. It would not be able to escape much farther. Indeed, after traversing a few dozen meters, Xiang Xinghe spotted the black-horned donkey collapsed on the ground, its chest faintly rising and falling, devoid of the strength to continue its flight. He knocked his final bamboo arrow, aimed at its heart and shot, ending its suffering. Xiang Xinghe gazed at the robust form of the black-horned donkey, troubled by how to transport it back. He attempted to tug at the donkey, but despite his exertion, it only shifted slightly. Alas, it was too heavy. He decided to call for Shirtu. With the issue resolved, Xiang Xinghe exited the forest, making his way toward the tribe. Chapter 12. The thief. Just as Xiang Xinghe departed, the underbrush behind him stirred, revealing several cold, greedy eyes lurking amidst the foliage. It must be said that the efficiency of primitive people was quite remarkable. Upon Xiang Xinghe's return to the camp, several tents had already been erected. These structures, where the tribe usually resided, required merely a few interwoven tree trunks to form a frame, upon which animal skins were draped. Xiang Xinghe located Shirtu, who was chopping wood at the edge of the tribe, and called out, "Shirtu, come help me carry my prey. I have hunted a black-horned donkey." The others were drawn to Xiang Xinghe's words. "The black-horned donkey? What is that?" "I don't know, probably a type of donkey." "Did the chief kill it?" I recall that although the chieftain is astute, his skills in hunting leave much to be desired. Indeed, I remember the chieftain becoming breathless after merely a few paces. The murmurs of the crowd caused Xiang Xinghe to feel a twinge of embarrassment, silently resolving to dedicate time to physical training. Shirtu promptly set aside his stone axe and approached Xiang Xinghe, inquiring, "Chieftain, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" "I was just chopping wood for tonight." Xiang Xinghe replied with irritation, "Why would I deceive you? Hurry along." "Understood, chieftain." After being reprimanded, Shirtu obediently trailed behind Xiang Xinghe into the forest, with several curious tribesmen following in their wake. Just as they were nearing the carcass of the black-horned donkey, Xiang Xinghe suddenly heard a series of sounds. Signaling for Shirtu to remain silent, he picked up his bow and stealthily approached the source of the noise, soon discovering its origin. There, he beheld a pack of animals, slightly over a meter in height, resembling foxes and covered in brown fur, ravenously gnawing at the remains of the black-horned donkey. Xiang Xinghe recognized them as the creatures known as jackals, which also inhabit Blue Star. Jackals are inherently cunning, their treachery rivaling that of hyenas. They hunt in packs and are known to pilfer the prey of other carnivores, making them the thieves and rogues of the animal kingdom. That moment, the belly of the black-horned donkey had been ripped open, with one jackal feasting on the entrails, its face smeared in blood. Witnessing the chieftain's quarry being snatched away, Shirtu let out a fierce cry and hurled his spear at the jackal, devouring the innards. The remaining jackals instantly howled in alarm, and the targeted jackal, sensing danger, leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the spear, and lowered its body, baring its teeth at Shirtu while emitting a menacing growl. Xiang Xinghe, equally incensed, aimed at the snarling jackal and released an arrow, which swiftly reached its mark. The jackal attempted to evade, but was caught off guard by the bamboo arrow's speed, sustaining a wound to its thigh. The injured jackal yelped in agony, frantically twisting in place with the arrow embedded in its leg. As the other jackals prepared to charge at Xiang Xinghe, the tribesmen arrived just in time, charging at the pack with wild cries. The jackals immediately turned tail and fled, not daring to look back. The jackal, pierced in the thigh by the arrow, bit through its own leg to free itself from the bamboo shaft, bounding away on 3 legs into the forest, casting a lingering, hate-filled glance back at Xiang Xinghe. A sense of frustration welled within him. Had he known, he would have prepared several more arrows, for that look was laden with animosity. Jackals possess considerable intelligence, and inciting their ire undoubtedly spells trouble. How vexing, akin to the loathsome hyenas. I must find an opportunity to eradicate them all. Xiang Xinghe commanded the tribesmen to cease their pursuit. The depths of the forest are densely populated with various plants, concealing the potential threat of venomous snakes and insects. Clad only in animal skins, the tribesmen were ill-equipped to fend off bites, which could lead to dire consequences. The tribesmen halted their advance and gathered around Xiang Xinghe, curiosity piqued by the immense power demonstrated by the bamboo stick he had thrown. Xiang Xinghe withdrew the bamboo arrow from the severed limb, raising both bow and arrow high, addressing the crowd. Behold, this is a bow, and this is an arrow. Upon our return, I shall teach you how to craft them, and our hunting endeavors shall become significantly simpler. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers as Shirtu expressed his intent to craft a colossal bow capable of shooting down the sun. Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but smile. If Shirtu truly managed to strike the sun, perhaps the legend of the descendants of Blue Star shooting the sun would once again resonate in this world, albeit transformed into Shirtu shooting the sun. Given that Xiang Xinghe had been away for a brief period, the black-horned donkey had not been entirely devoured, only partially gnawed upon. He commanded his kin to discard the chewed remnants of the donkey, retaining only the intact portions to avoid contamination from the viruses and bacteria carried by the wolves. Ultimately, they harvested around 60 to 70 pounds of edible meat from the carcass, ensuring a delightful dinner for that evening. Xiang Xinghe estimated that if they included the contaminated parts, they could procure over 200 pounds of consumable meat in total. The blackhorn donkey indeed produced a substantial yield of meat. He contemplated whether it would be palatable and, should it prove delectable, to capture a few live specimens for domestication as livestock. The development of animal husbandry is crucial for the advancement of civilization. Xiang Xinghe planned to establish several traps near the Baishur salt mine to capture suitable animals such as blackhorn donkeys and goats for breeding, thus alleviating the need for daily hunting and providing some security against natural disasters. However, this plan would have to wait until tomorrow, as the sun was already setting and nightfall would soon envelop the land. Upon returning to the tribe, the children were overjoyed to see Xiang Xinghe and his kin carrying back the meat, immediately surrounding them with excitement. Xiang Xinghe affectionately patted their heads and said, "Good children, I will prepare something delicious for you." The male tribesmen resumed their task of chopping wood, while Xiang Xinghe directed the women to cut the meat into plum-sized pieces, splitting bamboo into skewers to thread the meat and place it over the fire to roast. He took a piece of salt mine rock and ground it into powder. As the meat skewers sizzled and released enticing aromas, he sprinkled them with the salt, and the savory scent wafted through the air. The children, drawn by the delightful fragrance, found themselves unable to resist and flocked to the campfire. Xiang Xinghe handed a freshly roasted skewer to a nearby child, who, neglecting the heat, took a hearty bite, blowing on it to cool it down, while their eyes sparkled with delight. It was simply delectable. Previously, the tribe would roast large chunks of meat directly over the fire, leading to uneven cooking. Some parts charred while others remained raw, devoid of seasoning and rather bland. However, the skewers provided by the chief were perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within. The salty crystals enhanced the meat's flavor, causing saliva to pool in their mouths, making them wish to devour even the skewer itself. Seeing the children's enjoyment, Xiang Xinghe knew the skewers must taste exquisite, and he shared the roasted skewers with other children. Once they finished, they returned the skewers to be refilled with more meat to roast. The children, unable to contain their eagerness, helped by roasting the raw skewers, significantly increasing their efficiency. In no time, all the tribesmen were savoring the grilled meat skewers, showering praises for the meal. Xiang Xinghe tasted a skewer himself and discovered that the meat of the blackhorned donkey was remarkably tender, imbued with a unique flavor that was neither gamey nor tough. surpassing even the donkey meat he had consumed on Blue Star. Indeed, the black-horned donkey was worthy of domestication. As dusk descended, the sky darkened, and the villagers concluded their day's toil, gathering around the crackling campfire to roast meat and share laughter. Enveloped in a profound sense of contentment, Shirtu, indulging in a hearty feast, boasted about Xiang Xingha's valiant leadership in their triumph over the cannibalistic raiders, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. With a gentle smile, Xiang Xingha listened, finding a certain charm in this new world. Chapter 13. The great river. Once the villagers had satisfied their hunger, Xiang Xingha seized the opportunity presented by the flickering firelight to instruct them on crafting bows and arrows. In a short span of time, they produced 10 bows. However, due to the fragility of bamboo, their effective range was limited to approximately 20 meters. The bamboo bows proved too pliable. While Japanese bamboo bows are renowned for their considerable range, the intricate crafting process eluded him. The most suitable wood for simple bows would be the yew tree, with its unique combination of resilient heartwood and flexible outer fibers, serving as a natural composite material. Yet, he pondered whether such trees were nearby or if alternative suitable woods existed in the vicinity. This would require careful selection, as his own energy was still limited. He earnestly wished for a few individuals with research-oriented talents to emerge within the tribe. While Xiang Xingha was lost in thought, a tribesman approached exuberantly, exclaiming, "Chief, Ashu and the others have awakened. You must come and see." Hastily, Xiang Xingha made his way to the side of the injured tribesman. After sipping some water and receiving treatment from the high priest, the previously unconscious villagers finally regained their senses. They had already heard of the day's events and, while marveling at their chief's bravery and cunning, felt a twinge of guilt. "Chief, it is our fault for being captured by the enemy, putting you in danger to rescue us." Xiang Xingha grasped their hands firmly, rebuking them. "What nonsense is this? Our tribe will never abandon any member. Moreover, it was your unwavering courage that allowed us to escape to safety. You are all heroes of our tribe. Focus on recuperating and regain your strength. The growth of our tribe relies on you." Moved to tears, the villagers vowed to recover swiftly and continue to toil for the advancement of the tribe. After comforting them, Xiang Xingha directed Shirtu to carve out a stone pot. After considerable effort, they finally fashioned a rudimentary vessel, shallow and thick-bottomed, which would have to suffice. He instructed the women of the tribe to fill the pot with water and spare ribs, placing it over the fire to simmer a nourishing broth for the injured. Having only ever consumed roasted food, the villagers were intrigued by this novel cooking method and eagerly set about preparing it. When time allowed, he resolved to seek out iron ore, for it was imperative to transition into the Iron Age. Otherwise, the inconveniences would be overwhelming, as evidenced by the arduous task of crafting a mere pot. He also contemplated sourcing clay to create bowls. It was impractical to rely solely on bamboo segments for such purposes. There was much to accomplish, including hunting the following day and exploring their surroundings. By the way, where was Xiaofeng? As night deepened, the wilderness teemed with dangers, and the perils of the forest escalated. A sense of urgency gripped Xiang Xingha. At that moment, a figure cautiously emerged at the edge of the tribe, stealthily approaching. Just as the figure crouched to near the tent, a shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness, pinning him to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Xingha exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiaofeng? Why have you returned so late?" Sneaking about like a shadow, the chieftain must be quite worried for you. It turns out this is a watch set by Xiang Xingha. With the tribesmen concealed in the shadows of the tribe, keeping a vigilant eye out for enemies or beasts that might ambush. Just as the clock struck midnight, Xiaofeng returned. A warmth filled Xiaofeng's heart as he replied, "The chieftain sent me to investigate the situation in the western forest. Upon my return, I could not find you at the Baishur salt mine, but noticed a flicker of light here, so I approached to see, only to discover it was our own tribesfolk. Ha ha ha, indeed, from now on, this shall be our tribe's new settlement." Xiaofeng's spirits lifted at this news. "Wonderful, we shall no longer need to hide in fear. Let us not linger in conversation. We must hurry to see the chieftain." "Very well, let us go." The sentry led Xiaofeng before Xiang Xingha. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, Xiang Xingha's face lit up with joy. He promptly fetched several large meat skewers and a bamboo tube brimming with water. "First, partake of some sustenance, then we shall converse." "Thank you, chieftain." Xiaofeng accepted a skewer and took a hearty bite. The delicious flavor instantly dispelled his fatigue. Even the normally composed Xiaofeng could not restrain himself, his gaze fixated solely on the skewer as he devoured it eagerly. After consuming several skewers and draining the bamboo tube, Xiaofeng finally regained his composure and sheepishly said, "Chieftain, it was too delicious. I could not help myself." Xiang Xinghe chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. Ha ha ha, there is more. Do take more if you are still hungry. Xiaofeng shook his head and I am full. Chieftain, allow me to report the findings from my exploration today. I discovered a great river. Oh? Xiang Xinghe's interest was piqued. Xiaofeng continued. If one travels eastward through the forest, there lies a depression with an immensely wide river. The banks are adorned with tall grasses, and among the thickets are many birds, some white, others black, and still others gray. There are herds of deer, cattle, tigers, leopards, and beasts aplenty. Fearing that I might attract the attention of a predator, I chose to return early. Xiang Xinghe could not contain his excitement. Rivers are vital for the advancement of civilization, teeming with biological resources along their banks and fertile soil for cultivation. They are indeed the cradle of civilization. Xiang Xinghe eagerly inquired, how far is this river from us? Not far at all. I made my way there while exploring, and arrived before sunset. If one were to go directly, it would take about the time of a single meal. Xiang Xinghe immediately resolved, tomorrow we shall venture there to hunt. Let us craft more arrows now. He promptly led the tribesmen to split bamboo and fashion bamboo arrows. After completing several bundles, they kindled a fire beside a large tree for illumination, using the tree as a target for archery practice. Initially, none could shoot accurately. Hitting 1 out of 10 was considered a success. Xiang Xinghe invoked the authority of his position, declaring, if you do not practice well today, you shall not sleep. Only then did the tribe members take their training seriously, striving diligently to improve. After each individual had fired several hundred shots and consistently achieved a remarkable score of over 5 out of 10, Xiang Xinghe finally called a halt. Shirtu, nursing his aching fingers, cast a sorrowful glance at Xiang Xinghe. Xiang Xinghe proclaimed, from now on, practice diligently. Whoever can first achieve a perfect score of 10 out of 10 will be rewarded with my special beggar's chicken. Shida's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He had heard that the skewers prepared for dinner that night were the chief's creation. Surely the beggar's chicken would be equally delectable? Without hesitation, Shirtu declared his readiness to continue practicing. Insisting that he did not require rest, it was only after Xiang Xinghe insisted he retire for the night that he relented. As the tribal camp was still under construction, only a few tents were available, insufficient for everyone to find shelter within. Xiang Xinghe ordered the injured, the elderly, women, and children to take refuge in the tents, while he and the able-bodied men wrapped themselves in animal skins and settled down by the campfire. The tribesmen urged Xiang Xinghe to join them in the tents, but he resolutely insisted that he was in good health and unlikely to fall ill easily, asserting that caring for the elderly, women, and children was the solemn duty of every adult male in the tribe. Though the others were puzzled by this departure from the customary practice of the strong enjoying more food and comfortable sleeping arrangements, they inexplicably felt that this new approach was superior. Xiang Xinghe's words dispelled their doubts. Respect the elderly as you would wish to be respected, and nurture the young as you would wish to be nurtured. Everyone will grow old. Treat others as you wish to be treated. Upon hearing this, the tribesmen felt enlightened, and as they lay upon the animal skins, their minds continued to ponder his words. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in Xiang Xinghe's ear. You have triggered an epic event, enlightenment of thought. Startled, Xiang Xinghe sprang to his feet. What the? Chapter 14. The hunt. Regrettably, my tribe is too small, lacking sufficient numbers. Earlier, I noticed in the global chat channel that there are some refugees nearby. Perhaps I can recruit AFEW. As Xiang Xinghe surveyed his surroundings, he contemplated this possibility. After nearly 2 hours of walking, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and Xiaofeng joyfully shouted, Chief, it's right there. We have arrived. The group felt an invigorating surge of energy. Traversing the forest had been quite arduous. They hastened towards the light, and after a brief moment of disorientation, their surroundings opened up before them. Before them lay a verdant basin adorned with lush grass and blooming flowers. The center of this basin flowed a wide river. Shimmering like white satin, its waters merging seamlessly with the sky, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. On either bank, reeds swayed gently, and birds occasionally soared into the sky. Countless animals gathered by the river to drink and frolic, returning to the forest after quenching their thirst. Wow, this is simply breathtaking. Xiang Xinghe was utterly captivated by the beauty before him, feeling a pang of reluctance to disturb such a picturesque scene. Yet, the advancement of civilization is inextricably linked with destruction and devastation. After savoring the view for a while longer, Xiang Xinghe steeled himself and led his tribe into the enchanting basin. Not far along, they spotted a herd of herbivores leisurely grazing on the grass. Sheep, wild cattle, deer, and many other creatures whose names were unfamiliar. Each reveling in a paradise-like existence, eyeing a playful display, the young of various animal species engaged in a lively game. Butting heads with their still developing antlers, however, as Xiang Xinghe and his kin approached, the creatures, sensing the impending danger long before entering the range of their bamboo arrows, were startled and scattered in all directions. Only pausing several dozen meters away, completely inexperienced in the art of hunting, Xiang Xinghe exchanged a knowing glance with Shitu, who promptly responded, "Chief, we shall proceed." Nodding in agreement, Xiang Xinghe replied, "Go forth. I shall remain here with Xiaofeng to observe and provide support." Shitu nodded and, with a sweeping gesture, the other 4 hunters dispersed, fanning out in a semicircular formation to encircle a nearby herd of deer, carefully positioning themselves to exploit any blind spots, as the 4 hunters settled around the deer. Shitu charged towards the herd, shouting loudly. The deer, startled by the commotion, fled in various directions, with Shitu in hot pursuit, driving them towards one of their KI. In their panic, the fleeing deer followed the lead stag, only to collide with the first hunter. The herd swiftly changed course, veering away from the hunter and darting in another direction. The hunter, drawing his bow, released a bamboo arrow that struck the robust chest of a hefty stag, which, though wounded, continued to run, bellowing in pain. The hunter did not linger on this one deer, but seized the moment to shoot at the herd racing past him, unleashing 3 arrows in quick succession before the deer finally escaped his range. Immediately discarding his bow, the hunter pursued the herd, further disturbing them and directing their flight towards another hunter. Meanwhile, Shitu, panting heavily, returned to his original position among his kin, grasping his bow and awaiting the arrival of the deer. Before long, the herd approached the second hunter, who stood his ground, firing arrows before joining the chase. Although the speed of the herd remained largely unchanged, the previously wounded stag, now bleeding profusely, struggled to keep pace, eventually falling behind and collapsing with a resounding thud, as the fawns scattered. Neglected by their parents, Xiang Xinghe commanded a halt, signaling the conclusion of the hunt, with a dozen deer carcasses already lying on the ground. Chapter 15. Architecture roars of jubilation erupted from the tribe. The hunt had been remarkably swift and surprisingly fruitful, exceeding all expectations. This success was attributed not only to the rich animal resources of the region, but also to the introduction of bows and arrows. In the past, the tribe's hunting methods often involved relentless pursuit of deer herds, employing intimidation to scatter them, then targeting a select few, exhausting them in a test of endurance until they succumbed to fatigue. Such methods demanded immense physical stamina, achievable only by the tribe's most skilled hunters. The utilization of bows and arrows significantly expanded their attacking range, allowing them to strike at the deer beyond their stress threshold. Although bamboo arrows lacked the power to deliver a fatal blow, they could induce continuous bleeding. Unlike humans, animals do not possess the understanding of staunching wounds or healing. Injury signifies the approach of death, and the tribe's relentless pursuit hastened this grim fate. Ultimately, this led to an abundant harvest, with a dozen deer carcasses sufficient to sustain the tribe for 2 to 3 days. Let us move these deer back. In the afternoon, we shall return with more of our kin. The provisions of the tribe have been entirely consumed, and if food is not fetched soon, there will be a scarcity by noon today. Although primitive humans typically subsisted on 2 meals a day, Xiang Xinghe resolved to implement a 3-meal system, hoping to enhance the physical prowess of his kin and cultivate more warriors within the tribe. Several hunters, in superb condition, bore 2 or 3 deer carcasses each, while Xiang Xinghe and Xiaofeng strolled back effortlessly. Their journey home was prolonged, and when the sun reached its zenith, they finally returned to the tribe. At this moment, the tribe had undergone yet another transformation. The surrounding trees had been completely felled, and the underbrush meticulously cleared. The open space was now piled high with timber, and a dozen new tents had emerged around the original encampments. Upon sighting Xiang Xinghe and the hunters' return, the tribe's members hastily set aside their tasks, rushing to greet them with exuberant gestures, eagerly assisting in unloading the game and preparing it for skinning and butchering. However, Xiang Xinghe soon learned an unsettling piece of news from his fellow tribesmen. This morning, shortly after their departure, a pack of jackals had appeared near the tribe, attempting to assault a child. Fortunately, they were thwarted in time by the panda, averting a potentially disastrous outcome. How dare these vile creatures come to bully our tribe? Xiang Xinghe was filled with indignation. He had already found the jackals detestable, but had refrained from taking action due to pressing duties. He was astonished that they had the audacity to provoke trouble themselves. Simultaneously, he was impressed by the panda's swift intervention. The panda was amidst the crowd, happily gnawing on a bamboo stalk. Xiang Xinghe remarked, "Xiao Yi, please gather some bamboo shoots as a reward for it." It has done a great service, he continued. From now on, let us name it Guan, for its round belly suits the name. Ha ha, what a splendid name. Chief, the tribe's people chimed in, delighted by the adorable creature that contributed to the tribe. They eagerly patted its head, calling it by its newly bestowed name. After a brief interlude of play with the giant panda, Xiang Xinghe turned to serious matters. He gathered the tribe members and, based on their skills and interests, organized them into several small teams. Each of us possesses unique talents, and to fully harness our abilities, I shall designate a few teams from which you may choose to join according to your preferences. First, there is the hunting team, primarily responsible for procuring game. Next, the lumber team, tasked with felling trees. Thereafter, the construction team, which will erect the tribe's shelters, followed by the guard team, responsible for the tribe's safety. The livestock team, which will tend to animals. The planting team, focused on cultivating food and herbs. And finally, the research team, dedicated to studying animals, plants, weapons, and all knowledge that can enhance our tribe's well-being. Every role is of utmost importance. Please give it some thought. This novel concept astonished the tribe's people, who began to discuss amongst themselves, quickly selecting the tasks they wished to undertake. Although most chose activities they were accustomed to, their mindset had shifted significantly. A peculiar sense of purpose now blossomed within them, a sacred reverence for their roles. The majority opted for the construction team, recognizing it as a safer path within the tribe. After organizing the tasks, Xiang Xinghe first assigned duties to the construction team. Today, they must erect a wall around the tribe, thus preventing any intrusions. A wall. What might that be? The tribe's people had never heard of such a thing, and they were filled with curiosity. After pondering for a while, Xiang Xinghe, unable to find a suitable explanation, simply stated, "I will teach you how to make it." He commanded the tribe's people to dig a deep trench along the perimeter of the tribe, then to erect appropriately sized wooden logs vertically, firmly packing them with earth, ensuring that each log was placed closely together, leaving no gaps. As the tribe's people gazed at the towering row of timber, they finally grasped Xiang Xinghe's intention. If they encircled the tribe with this barrier, the wild beasts would not be able to breach it. The construction team immediately commenced their work with great enthusiasm. Event: building a home, transforming the tribe into a suitable dwelling. Event completion reward: public support 10, tribe development speed 50, population growth rate increased by 100, silver chest 1. Event failure penalty: none. Who would have thought that an event could be triggered and treasure could be earned? After assigning the tasks to the construction team, Xiang Xinghe then led the hunters to the place where the tribe stored bones, searching for fresh deer bones. After rummaging for a while, he picked out a deer's scapula and smiled, saying, "I have found the material for the bone spade." Sure too, observing Xiang Xinghe's laughter, inquired with confusion, "Chief, what is a bone spade?" "Isn't this just a piece of bone?" "Why are you so joyful?" Xiang Xinghe replied, "It is a very useful tool. I will teach you how to make it." He had read in a book that primitive people commonly used bone spades as tools for digging, weeding, and tilling the soil, and their shape resembled that of a shovel. Xiang Xinghe found a suitably sized twig, scraped its bark clean with a stone knife to create a smooth stick, and then twisted some tree fibers into a sturdy rope, securely binding the bone to the wood, thus fashioning an object that resembled a shovel. He then began to demonstrate how to use the bone spade. He thrust the spade into the ground, stomped on it with his foot, and lifted it to reveal a sizable clump of earth. After a few thrusts, a large pit emerged in the ground. This method was significantly faster than the previous approach of prodding the ground with a wooden spear and then digging with one's hands. The tribespeople were immediately captivated by the new tool and quickly began to rummage through the pile of bones, soon crafting several more. Shirtu also made one, and after playing with it for a while, he asked, "Chief, should we send this to the construction team for their use?" Xiang Xinghe chuckled and replied, "Not just yet. We must first utilize it for hunting." Shirtu, astonished, exclaimed, "Hunting? How can this thing be used for hunting? It is neither sturdy nor pointed. It is far less effective than a spear." Chapter 16. Trap. Xiang Xinghe smiled and said, "Actions speak louder than words. Just watch. Sometimes tools can be even more useful than weapons." He led the hunting team to the area where wolves had previously appeared, a region that marked the intersection of the tribe and the forest, where the ground was still somewhat overgrown with weeds, unlike the cleanliness found within the tribe. Xiang Xinghe brandished a bone spade, directing the others to excavate a pit in this location. Although the members of the hunting party found Xiang Xinghe's orders somewhat peculiar, they chose to trust him, as his previous commands had consistently yielded tangible benefits for the tribe. Consequently, they toiled diligently. Before long, a deep pit, towering over a person's height, had emerged. Xiang Xinghe then instructed the group to drive sharpened wooden stakes into the ground within the pit, followed by a layer of grass to conceal it, and to place small morsels of meat on top as bait. Thus, a rudimentary trap was ingeniously devised. The greedy jackals, lured by the meat, would inevitably fall into the pit and meet their demise upon the sharp stakes. Shirtu felt a twinge of fear at the thought of plummeting into such a narrow, damp trap filled with wooden spikes, causing him to tremble. Xiang Xinghe reassured him, saying, "Fear not, we shall erect a wooden sign nearby as a marker. We can inform our kin to steer clear of the area marked by the sign." This calmed Shirtu somewhat, yet he soon voiced his uncertainty. "Chief, do you truly believe jackals will come? What if they merely test the edges and avoid the trap altogether?" Xiang Xinghe chuckled. "Not at all. Such greedy and cautious creatures will first observe the surroundings to ascertain that no one is present before they approach the meat. However, once they decide to partake, they will not hesitate. They will undoubtedly rush towards the bait on the trap." Upon reflection, Shirtu realized the truth in this, and his worries dissipated. Xiang Xinghe then instructed the hunting party to construct several more sharp stake traps in areas frequented by jackals for the purpose of hunting them. He also commanded the tribespeople to excavate some traps near the Baishur salt mine, but without the wooden stakes, intending to capture live animals instead. The herbivorous creatures that frequented the Baishur salt mine to lick the salt could be domesticated, thus providing a steady supply of meat once tamed. As Shirtu and the others immersed themselves in their labor, Xiang Xinghe proceeded to the site where the deer carcasses were being processed. The tribespeople expressed a mix of joy and concern, saying, "Chief, there is far too much meat. We cannot consume it all, and it will spoil swiftly. Given the warm weather, the meat would begin to decay by the following day." Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, "Do not worry. Simply skin the deer, cut the meat into chunks, and evenly coat it with salt before hanging it in a high place to air dry. This will transform the fresh meat into jerky, preserving it for an extended period." The tribespeople responded with delight. "Understood, Chief. This way, we need not fret about wasting the meat." At that moment, the planting team approached Xiang Xinghe to inquire, "Chief, what shall we plant now?" Given that the tribe had never engaged in agriculture before, they were somewhat perplexed regarding the process. Xiang Xinghe advised, "Consider the edible wild vegetables. Gather their seeds, designate a plot of land, till the soil and sow the seeds to be why next year, new wild vegetables will flourish, saving us the trouble of foraging in the wilderness." "Understood, Chief. We shall commence at once," they replied. Xiang Xinghe then organized the idle tribespeople to gather at the center of the tribe, distributing several bone spades to them, instructing them to dig downwards until they struck water. This would enable them to create a well, alleviating the need to constantly fetch water from the bamboo grove. The clanspeople enthusiastically set to work, with Xiang Xinghe assisting Shirtu and others in excavating 5 spike traps and 3 ordinary traps. After consuming a modest meal, Xiang Xinghe led the hunting party back to the basin. The basin had now regained its tranquility, with various herds of animals peacefully grazing and birds soaring overhead, as if the previous hunting expedition had never occurred. Instead of pursuing the deer herds, Xiang Xinghe directed his attention towards the great river, eager to observe the flora and fauna in close proximity to the waterway. The sky was vast, and the river wide, bordered by dense reeds. As they approached, they were confronted by a thick wall of reeds that obstructed their path. The reed thicket was both lush and towering, rendering the way ahead nearly invisible. "Cut through," commanded Xiang Xinghe. The clanspeople were perplexed as to why their leader would forsake the abundant prey in the basin to venture towards the river, ensconced in reeds. Yet, trusting their chief, they grasped their bone knives and began to slice through the foliage. Stalk after stalk of reed fell, and the party progressed slowly. Suddenly, they beheld an opening ahead in the midst of the encircling reeds. A colossal nest came into view, measuring over a human's width and diameter. Constructed from reed stalks, within which lay 5 plump chicks, eagerly awaiting nourishment. Though their size was comparable to basketballs, their wings were diminutive, and their bodies were still sparsely feathered, indicating they were fledglings. It was hard to imagine how large they would grow to be. A few members of the party gasped in surprise. "Shirtu, go fetch them and bring them back to the tribe." Xiang Xinghe noted the absence of bones within the nest, speculating that these birds likely fed on small insects, making them relatively easy to rear. "Very well." Shirtu promptly lifted the 5 chicks, securing them at his waist. Without disturbing the nest, the group continued onward. Not long after, they encountered another nest, this time nestled within a mound of earth, containing several unblinking baby rabbits. Xiang Xinghe ordered them to take the rabbits as well. Amidst the reeds, they found an abundance of treasures without needing to hunt. Wild chicks, duck eggs, goose eggs, turtles. They also discovered numerous plants, such as mushrooms, wild scallions, fish mint, cilantro, cabbage, and carrots. Each clansperson was laden with their finds. Xiang Xinghe could not help but marvel at his good fortune. Many of these vegetables were staples back on Blue Star. Although their flavors differed somewhat, they were still edible, and with cultivation over generations, they might improve. Moreover, wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits were all fast-breeding and delectable, ideal for domestication within the tribe. He instructed his companions to weave a small basket from reeds to hold their bounty. They journeyed further without sighting anything new, until they stumbled upon a pile of bones, prominently featuring the skeletal remains of large animals, predominantly carnivorous ones like wolves, tigers, leopards, and even several human bones, still adorned with remnants of flesh, clearly having been consumed not long ago. Shirtu immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Chief, this must be the feeding ground of some ferocious beast. We should leave quickly." Xiang Xinghe scrutinized the bones, noting some were broken, others bitten through, and some bore marks as if pierced by sharp objects. Could it be that this beast utilized tools? Xiang Xinghe was filled with curiosity about this place. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Setting a trap here, I am eager to discover what manner of beast lurks in these shadows. It is imperative that I frequent this location for hunting. Leaving a potential threat nearby is simply unacceptable. Rather than passively awaiting the day this creature might attack my kin, it is far wiser to ascertain its nature, dangers, and characteristics in advance." Chapter 17. The indigenous tribe nearby the pile of bones. The reeds lay flattened, forming several pathways that were likely frequented by the beast. Xiang Xinghe resolved to lay traps at these entrances. The others promptly retrieved several suitable bones from the bone heap to fashion into bone spades, binding them to long spears, and began to dig pits at the passageways. The soil here was soft, and soon they had excavated several large holes, inserting sharpened long bones beneath the pits and camouflaging the openings with reeds. Once everything was completed, they endeavored to restore the area to its original state. "Let us depart from this place, hoping these traps will inflict harm upon the beast," Xiang Xinghe urged as he led his tribe down a path that directed toward the great river. He surmised that this passage was used by the beast to quench its thirst, implying it could lead directly to the water's edge. Shirtu walked at the forefront, his expression tense, while the rest of the tribe encircled Xiang Xinghe, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The knowledge of a fearsome creature's presence had dispelled their previous ease and composure. Only Xiang Xinghe remained relatively unperturbed. He speculated that the beast was off hunting and not at the riverbank. Thus, traversing this path would not result in an encounter. Moreover, the bones from the pile indicated a predominance of carnivorous beasts, suggesting that it needed to venture into the mountains and forests for prey. His conjecture proved accurate as they walked for over 10 minutes without encountering any beast, eventually emerging from the thicket of reeds to reach a massive stone at the river's edge. At last, the expansive river appeared before Xiang Xinghe in all its grandeur. The waters surged and roared, wide and crystal clear. He estimated this river to be even broader than the Yangtze of Blue Planet. It would be essential to establish a city here as a port, for this river would facilitate the transportation of my tribe's goods downstream. The river's surface was broad, its depths profound, devoid of treacherous rocks or islands, making it exceptionally suitable as a navigable waterway. All construction endeavors require manpower, and relying solely on the tribe's reproductive growth would take too long. Thus, the assimilation of individuals from other tribes was necessary. Xiang Xinghe inquired of Shirtu, "Do you know of any other tribes in the vicinity?" Shirtu replied, "I do not know." This answer left Xiang Xinghe feeling somewhat stifled. Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "Chief, all the tribes we are aware of have been annihilated by the cannibals. Their people have been captured for food and enslavement. We are the last tribe to have faced an attack, driven to this location, and none of us have ventured here before, hence our ignorance." Xiaofeng's explanation, though still lacking a useful response, was certainly more enlightening than Shidu's terse reply. Just as Xiang Xinghe contemplated using the items from the treasure chest to seek out other tribes, he then thought, "This land is so fertile. I refuse to believe there are no indigenous tribes scattered in the vicinity. Moreover, the presence of fresh human bones at the beast's feeding ground indicates that someone is lurking nearby." The riverbank downstream is narrow and steep, littered with bizarre rock formations, making traversal arduous. Conversely, the upstream bank widens and flattens, offering a more accessible path. Xiang Xinghe promptly commanded his group to proceed upstream, where the likelihood of encountering a human tribe was greater. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the river was closely observing their every move, slowly submerging. As they carved a path through the reeds along the riverbank, fatigue began to set in at long last. They emerged from the thicket to behold a serene river bend, where the water flowed gently, and the bank was lined with sandy shores. To Xiang Xinghe's astonishment, several poles laden with dried fish were scattered across the sandy expanse, accompanied by a dozen or so makeshift tents. These tents were particularly intriguing, seemingly constructed from fish skins. It was evident that this was a tribal encampment. Yet it was eerily deserted. Xiang Xinghe commanded his companions to retreat into the reeds, where they replenished their strength with some of the skewered meat they had brought along before cautiously venturing back to the encampment. "Chief, why is there no one here?" Shi Tu inquired cautiously. Xiang Xinghe responded, "Even if they have gone hunting, there should be elders and children remaining in the camp." The absence of any signs of struggle on the sandy ground suggests two possibilities. Either they were attacked by beasts and fled in haste, or they have spotted us and chosen to hide. Shi Tu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. "Chief, do you think they intend to attack us?" Xiang Xinghe reassured him, "There is no need to be overly anxious. Their concealment indicates they believe they cannot overpower us." With that, Shi Tu's apprehension eased. The group spent some time observing the encampment, which was permeated with the pungent scent of fish, indicative of a tribe that relied on fishing for sustenance. One tent was filled with large fish bones fashioned into forks, likely the tribe's primary weapons. Other tents contained numerous fish bladders filled with liquid, which Xiang Xinghe discerned to be infused with the aroma of fish oil. Clearly, this tribe thrived on fishing and possessed a profound understanding of its utilization, suggesting advanced boat-building skills with minimal traces left behind. Could they have crafted lightweight vessels from reeds? If they could be won over, conquering these waters would become significantly easier. After surveying the area, he noted a series of footprints leading into the river. It appeared they had fled by boat, and it was unlikely they would return before their departure. "It seems we shall not encounter them today. Let us extend an olive branch instead." Xiang Xinghe instructed Shi Tu and the others not to disturb or take anything from the tribe, but rather to wrap their remaining roasted meat and salt in leaves and leave it on the ground before departing. "Let us go. Nightfall approaches, and we must return to the tribe." Shi Tu hastily remarked, "Chief, there is an abundance of food here. Should we not take some? It would sustain our tribe for several days." Xiang Xinghe replied, "We have not come to plunder, but to seek cooperation. We must first demonstrate our goodwill. Only then can we hope for a favorable outcome." Xiao Feng thoughtfully analyzed. The provisions of this tribe consist solely of dried fish. They may struggle to catch wild beasts and are likely in dire need of salt. Hence, the items we have placed here are of great value to them. If they accept our offerings, it signifies their understanding of our goodwill, and perhaps on our next visit, we might establish preliminary communication. Shi Tu nodded in agreement, remarking, "Very well, I shall heed the chieftain's advice. These dried fish do not smell appetizing." The group began their return, yet Xiang Xinghe did not lead his people back along the original path. Instead, he directed them westward along the beach, carving a route through the reeds to explore the flora and fauna along the way. Shortly after their departure, a peculiar figure with a pointed head and gills on either side emerged silently from the riverbank. Gradually making its way ashore, clutching a sharp-boned spike, It picked up a discarded grass bag and devoured a meat skewer, instantly bursting into joyous gestures. At that moment, more individuals emerged from the river, rushing to snatch the remaining meat skewers. A small child, unable to push through the crowd, picked up a fallen salt block, took a lick, and promptly discarded it, leaping into the river to rinse his mouth. Chapter 18. Exploration. The reeds here were noticeably sparser, the ground softer, and streams appeared intermittently, revealing significant changes in the surrounding flora and fauna. It seems this reed thicket remains to be thoroughly explored. I have only ventured a small portion, and there are undoubtedly many valuable treasures yet to be discovered. This reed thicket resembles a natural repository of life. If we can delve into it comprehensively, we shall uncover numerous elements advantageous for the tribe's long-term development. Watching Shi Tu revel in song and dance, Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Such boundless energy. It keeps me awake. I must find something for you all to do. Xiang Xinghe halted the dancing hunting team, gathering the remaining wakeful individuals around a stone taller than a person, lighting a bonfire to illuminate the surroundings. The tribe's people encircled the stone, their expressions a mix of curiosity and bewilderment at what their chieftain intended. Xiang Xinghe picked up a piece of charcoal, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "To avoid remaining illiterate, the tribe shall embark on a literacy campaign. Henceforth, we shall study every evening, beginning with mathematics. Repeat after me." On that stone, a vertical line appeared. A half-hour later, the board displayed the numbers from 1 to 10, while the tribe's people lay sprawled before it, their snores rising in a chorus. Individuals unaccustomed to complex knowledge, the kindergarten-level mathematics left their minds befuddled, making them feel as if the chieftain were reciting an ancient tome, lulling them into slumber. Xiang Xinghe discarded the charcoal, clapping his hands in satisfaction. At last, He could enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Just then, he noticed a small boy with bright, gleaming eyes, counting on his fingers, having written the numbers 1 to 10 on the ground with a stick. Though crookedly, they were all correct. Xiang Xinghe approached the boy, raised 4 fingers and inquired, "How many fingers are these?" 4. Using both hands, he extended 6 fingers. "And how many are these?" 6. Xiang Xinghe was elated, surprised to discover that the tribe had a budding scholar among them. Upon opening his attributes for inspection, it was discovered that the young boy was named Xiao Qian, possessing no extraordinary traits apart from his remarkably high intelligence, which stood at an impressive 9 points. Despite his tender age of merely 6, Xiang Xinghe, upon this revelation, felt as though he had unearthed a treasure. "Xiao Qian, henceforth, you shall accompany me in your studies, and once you have mastered them, you will impart your knowledge to the others in the tribe." The young lad replied with delight, "Thank you, Chief. I find this knowledge exceptionally fascinating. Learning it brings me greater joy than feasting on meat when I am hungry." Xiang Xinghe's happiness swelled as he devoted the night to teaching the boy the numbers 1 to 100, not resting until the moon had ascended to the treetops. Years later, when the citizens of the Star River Empire lamented that the late-night classes of the great emperor had adversely affected the birth rate of noble children in the empire's early days, only the empire's chief scholar, the esteemed president of the Supreme Academy, and the principal designer of the Imperial Sword Brigade, Professor Xing Chen, debated fiercely with the populace, steadfastly believing that the great emperor's nocturnal lessons had brought the first glimmers of hope to the tribe. Chapter 19. The monster after a restful slumber until dawn. Xiang Xinghe awoke to find that the tribe had already commenced their labors. Stretched and yawning, he stepped out of the tent, when suddenly, a robust figure surged forth. "Chief, you are awake." Xiang Xinghe was startled, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as a Shu. He smiled and inquired, "A Shu, have you recovered fully? What brings you to seek me?" A Shu scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. "Chief, I am all better now. It is time for me to join you in the hunt." Observing a Shu's physique, Xiang Xinghe noted that his wounds had scabbed over, and likely due to the minor nature of his injuries, his complexion had transformed from an unhealthy pallor to a vibrant red. "A Shu, demonstrate a few movements for me." "Certainly, Chief." A Shu promptly assumed a stance and executed several punches, exuding vigor. Xiang Xinghe then pointed to a stone roughly half his height. "Lift that stone for me." A Shu immediately crouched, inhaled deeply, and with a sudden burst of energy, hoisted the stone off the ground. All right, set it down now." A Shu dropped the stone, panting with excitement. "Chief, am I fit to join the hunting party now? You have no idea how often that rascal Shirtu regales me with tales of your hunts at night. It makes me envious beyond measure. Lying around all day, merely eating, leaves me quite discontented." After a moment of silence, Xiang Xinghe replied, "Very well, you may join the hunt today. However, it is fraught with danger. If your injuries are not fully healed, you may not only hinder yourself but also impede the hunting party's efforts." The Shu, brimming with enthusiasm, assured him, "Fear not, Chief. These remaining injuries do not hinder my mobility." The remarkable recuperative abilities of the primitive people astonished Xiang Xinghe, perhaps attributed to the miraculous effects of the high priest's herbs. Consequently, he resolved to invite the high priest to the evening classes to enlighten them about herbal knowledge. Today, they would also explore the reeds, where they might encounter the beast capable of preying on tigers, and with a Shu, the tribe's second bravest warrior, their chances of success would indeed be enhanced. A Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, "Chief, the remaining 3 brothers wish to join as well. They have nearly recovered." 3 robust figures emerged from behind the tent, all smiling as they chimed in, "Indeed, Chief, allow us to partake as well." Xiang Xinghe, amused, replied, "So a Shu has come to take the lead. Is it truly so difficult for you to rest properly? Have you learned to wield a bow and arrow?" A Shu and the others eagerly nodded. "Chief, we practiced tirelessly yesterday. We might even outshoot Shirtu and the others. Then let us set off together. Go and make the necessary preparations." "Absolutely." The 4 dispersed with enthusiasm, prompting Xiang Xinghe to chuckle as he shook his head. Their fervor was commendable. These 4 were among the tribe's finest hunters, and their inclusion in the hunting party would significantly bolster its strength. Currently, the hunting team comprised 10 members: Shirtu, Xiaofeng, A Shu, and 7 others whose prowess exceeded the bronze 7 stars. Although Xiaofeng's martial skills were somewhat lacking, his strategic acumen was exceptional. Xiang Xinghe intended to involve him in more battles to cultivate him into a military advisor. Thus far, Xiaofeng had performed admirably, never lagging behind and often offering valuable suggestions. The weather today was overcast, with a light drizzle falling intermittently. Xiang Xinghe instructed the tribe members to retrieve the sun-dried jerky from the tents and carefully reminded them to tend to the plants and young ones. After inspecting the progress of the tribe's construction, he estimated that the walls would be fully erected by today, with the well already dug over a person's depth, indicating that water was soon to be found, which meant the tribe's basic infrastructure would be completed. At that point, they would be able to collect national fortune points. Recently, the number of people chatting in the World Channel had dwindled significantly, as everyone recognized the value of these points and ceased to squander them. Once Xiang Xinghe had organized all tasks, he finally sat down for breakfast. A piece of roasted deer heart, complemented by the wild green onions gathered the day before, offering a delightful flavor. After their meal, the 10 set off with great vigor. Such a formation was more than sufficient to confront a fierce tiger, and the prying eyes along the way had noticeably diminished. As they were now familiar with the path, they reached the depression in just a single meal's time. However, today's depression bore a stark contrast to previous visits. Scattered across the ground lay dozens of mutilated animal carcasses, suggesting a massacre had occurred. The once bustling animal herds had vanished entirely, leaving only the echoes of anguished cries emanating from the reeds. These cries bore no resemblance to any animal sounds Xiang Xinghe had encountered. Instead, they resembled the mournful wails of a car in a cavern, tragic and far-reaching. Could it be that the beast had been injured by a trap? A thought crossed Xiang Xinghe's mind. He promptly warned the others, "Be cautious. The creature may be wounded. We should investigate and, if possible, eliminate it. Remember, do not scatter. If we disperse, we stand no chance." "Understood, Chief," the group responded in hushed tones. Shi Tu led the way, A Shu brought up the rear, while the others encircled Xiang Xinghe, shielding him in the center as they cautiously approached the reeds. Just as they neared the thicket, a figure emerged from the path they had cleared the previous day, frantically waving at them. Stone suddenly felt a surge of tension. The bamboo arrow taut and aimed at the shadowy figure. However, Xiang Xinghe commanded Stone to lower his weapon, for he discerned that the stranger's expression bore no malice, only fear and a plea, as if seeking their assistance. Moreover, he believed that their collective combat prowess was sufficient to annihilate a small tribe without excessive concern. Xiang Xinghe led the group towards the individual, discreetly instructing them to remain vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. As they approached, it became evident that this person was unlike ordinary humans. His hands and feet were notably large, with a web of flesh connecting his fingers and toes, resembling the webbed feet of a duck. His ears were split at the back, constantly opening and closing like gills. His skin appeared exceedingly oily, as though coated in a lubricant. It was immediately apparent that he excelled in aquatic environments. It seemed this was indeed a member of the tribe they had encountered the previous day. He realized his initial assumption was incorrect. They did not rely on boats to navigate the river, but had evolved organs suited for prolonged life in water. So, were they still considered human? Suppressing his contemplations, Xiang Xinghe smiled and retrieved a piece of dried meat from the pouch slung over his shoulder, offering it to the peculiar individual. Upon seeing the jerky, the stranger's eyes lit up with delight as he seized it, promptly taking Xiang Xinghe's hand and leading him into the reeds. "Is dangerous here. Hurry!" Stone, unable to hear clearly, was about to intervene, intending to thrust his spear into the stranger. Xiang Xinghe waved his hand, and Stone relented, following behind him into the thicket. Chapter 20. The river matron. The creature's hands were cool to the touch, its body temperature below that of a normal human. It emanated a scent reminiscent of the fish oil discovered the day before. Though its physique was diminutive, its muscles were as solid as steel. The creature walked with a pronounced limp, seemingly ill-suited for terrestrial movement. Xiang Xinghe felt as though his hand was gripped by an iron claw, nearly impossible to extricate. He inquired, "Brother, were you waiting specifically for me?" The creature replied, "Yes, meat tasty, you not take, good person." It appeared that by not ravaging their previous encounter and leaving food behind, he had garnered the creature's favor. Xiang Xinghe continued, "Brother, where are you taking me?" The creature responded, "To meet the river matron." Its speech was halting, comprised of fragmented phrases. "And what is your name?" Wolffish. At that moment, the creature's mournful wails intensified, seemingly emanating from just off to their right. Xiang Xinghe ceased his inquiries, and the others instinctively held their breath as they hastened through the area. After a brisk 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the tribe's encampment they had encountered the day before, now in disarray, with several corpses of the strange beings lying on the bank. The remaining creatures resembling wolf-fish lingered in the river bend, cautiously peeking out, alert to Xiang Xinghe and his companions, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Wolf-fish then released his grip, standing beside Xiang Xinghe, stating, "We have arrived, you go, riverbank, they not go." Xiao Feng quickly interjected, "Chief, you mustn't do this. What if they drag you into the water?" Xiang Xinghe nodded slightly and said to the wolf fish, "They are all our brothers. Wherever we go, we shall remain together, never depart. If you disagree, I shall take my leave at once." The wolf fish appeared visibly flustered and hurriedly replied, "No, leaving, we, friends, but, cannot, together, water matron, angry." Xiang Xinghe understood the implication. It was a command from the water matron, perhaps the leader of this tribe. He called out loudly to the river bay, "Water matron, is this how you treat friends? We have come to unite with you to overcome difficulties and spread friendship, not to become enemies." A stir arose among the peculiar beings in the river, and after a brief moment, a figure slowly emerged from the water. Her features were strikingly deep-set, her large, clear eyes radiated clarity, her skin was exceptionally fair, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist like a mythical fairy stepping out of a legend. This woman was the most beautiful Xiang Xinghe had encountered since traversing into this world, momentarily leaving him somewhat entranced. Shirtu discreetly poked Xiang Xinghe and whispered, "Tribe leader, though she is oddly unattractive, you shouldn't stare at her like that. It might embarrass her." Xiang Xinghe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You call her unattractive?" Shirtu replied with conviction, "Indeed, everything about her is small, not at all curvaceous." After contemplating, Xiang Xinghe realized that the women favored by Shirtu in the tribe were typically those with fuller figures, which allowed him to let it go. Following this brief diversion, Xiang Xinghe composed himself and cleared his throat, saying, "You must be the water matron. I am the chieftain of a nearby tribe and wish to befriend you." The water matron stepped ashore and gazed at Xiang Xinghe, responding, "It is you who has provoked the river beast. It has already slain many in our tribe." She wore garments fashioned from fish skin, barely concealing her modesty, and the semi-transparent material revealed hints of her figure. Xiang Xinghe struggled to avert his gaze and replied, "I observed human bones in the area where that beast fed prior to our arrival. Those belong to your tribe, do they not?" The water matron fell silent for a moment before nodding. Xiang Xinghe continued, "Then we should unite to eliminate it, rather than blaming me for inciting its wrath." The water matron spoke gravely, "You do not grasp the ferocity of the river beast. It hunts flood dragons in the water and can battle tigers and leopards in the mountains. With a mere flick of its tail, it can send a lad flying. We are no match for it. We can only appease the river beast with tributes. The meat you left us last time was quite delectable. I wish to offer it as a tribute to soothe its anger." Xiang Xinghe could not help but chuckle, saying, "So you summoned me for the meat from my tribe." The water matron replied eagerly, "I can exchange it for a great quantity of fish." Xiang Xinghe shook his head and remarked, "The monster can never be tamed. Its insatiable hunger will never be sated. Even if we manage to placate it this time, it will return to prey upon us whenever it feels anger or hunger." He Po's eyes flickered with understanding. She recognized the truth in the words of the handsome man before her, yet felt helpless. The people of the tribe were only adept at fishing, possessing a modicum of combat prowess in the water, but once ashore, they were like fish out of water, unable to flee swiftly or strike effectively, becoming easy targets for the agile river beasts that would pick them off one by one, leaving them to perish. The tribe had once gathered all its warriors under the leadership of her father, the chieftain, to hunt the river beast. They had encircled it as it swam to the center of the river. The warriors in the water were like toothy fish, nimbly maneuvering around the river beast to inflict damage while evading its ferocious attacks. The battle had initially favored them, but just as the creature was on the brink of death, it broke free from their encirclement and escaped to the shore. What followed was a nightmare. The river beast descended upon the tribe, which consisted solely of the elderly, women, and children. Her mother perished in that brutal assault. The warriors who managed to crawl ashore exerted every ounce of strength to return to the tribe and confront the river beast. But once on land, it was akin to a ferocious tiger, systematically dismantling their scattered formation. Only when the beast was nearly exhausted did it retreat to tend to its wounds. Ultimately, her father fell in that battle, and the tribe's warriors suffered devastating losses. She succeeded her mother as Hepa, and the once mighty tribe fell into decline. All she could do was lead the remaining clansfolk into the reeds, seeking refuge from the beasts and other humans. To her dismay, the river beast followed them there, compelling her to sacrifice some of her people as offerings to quell its wrath. They had managed to coexist in a fragile peace for a time, humiliating, yet survivable. However, after the departure of a certain group yesterday, the river beast launched another attack on the tribe, only departing after consuming the remnants left by Xiang Xinghe and his companions. Hepa harbored a deep-seated hatred for both the river beast and those who had drawn it forth, including Xiang Xinghe. Yet both seemed equally formidable, leaving her with no choice but to contemplate trading for the items left behind by the outsiders to appease the river beast. The words of Xiang Xinghe, however, ignited a vengeful spark in her sorrowful heart. Xiang Xinghe perceived Hepa's hesitation and seized the moment to propose. "We can join forces. The river beast is already wounded. You shall engage it in the water while we handle matters on land. If it can battle a ferocious tiger, so too can my warriors." Shirtu, filled with fervor, shouted, "Indeed. It is merely a beast." His voice pierced the heavens, startling not only Hepa and the others but also disturbing the distant river beast, silencing its mournful cries. Chapter 21. The battle. Shuepa felt a surge of irritation and glared fiercely at Xiang Xinghe, only to be met with his smiling visage. She quickly realized that Xiang Xinghe had orchestrated this. Knowing that once the river beast was lured in, she would have no choice but to comply, lest she be slain as an accomplice. What a cunning strategy! Shuepa gritted her teeth and remarked. Xiang Xinghe feigned a look of alarm and replied, "It is not as you think. I merely underestimated the situation. At this juncture, there remains no alternative. Should you disagree, we shall take our leave without bringing the flames of conflict to this place. As for whether the river beast will pursue us, that remains uncertain." The water matron, in a fit of rage, retorted with a sardonic smile. "How could I allow you to face the battle alone? We are brothers, after all. Let us proceed as before. You shall remain on the shore while we take to the waters." "Excellent." Xiang Xinghe revealed a triumphant grin and began orchestrating the battle. The water matron returned to the depths, directing the women and children to retreat, while the men, armed with fish spines, concealed themselves beneath the surface. When the river beast arrives, it will undoubtedly make quite a commotion. We shall first unleash a few volleys of arrows, after which Shirtu will advance to draw its ire, with Ashu assisting him in the fray. The others will pair off, one to shoot arrows while the other wields a spear to protect their companion. Dispersing around the river beast, I will command the engagement, and Xiaofeng will guard me. Against such a formidable foe, albeit one devoid of allies, employing a pack-wolf strategy proves most effective. With Shirtu being a silver-tier warrior, coupled with Ashu's support, maintaining the beast's attention head-on is assuredly within our grasp. Just as Xiang Xinghe completed his commands, a furious roar erupted from the reeds, growing ever closer, clearly indicating that the river beast was hastening towards them. The group swiftly spread out, forming a semicircle in the direction of the sound. The water matron, accompanied by a dozen male kin, concealed themselves within a cove, anxiously gazing towards the shore, uncertain whether their decisions were right or wrong. Though that individual had outmaneuvered her, one could not deny the reassuring strength he exuded. His words were resolute and confident, surrounded by fierce warriors, surpassing even her father in bravery. Throughout these days, relying solely on herself, the water matron felt a tumult within. After all, she was just a girl in her teens, her strength merely a fade. She silently wished for his victory. Minutes swiftly passed. Shirtu, standing at the highest point, was the first to observe the reeds falling flat, accompanied by a tremendous roar approaching their direction. "Prepare the bows," he bellowed. The group quickly readied their arrows, their tips angled toward the sky. The sharpened bamboo arrowheads, dark and gleaming, were sufficiently sharp to pierce through animal hides within range. "Release!" came the command once more. Without hesitation, they loosed their bows. 10 bamboo arrows simultaneously took flight, piercing into the reeds. A roar of pain erupted from the creature. The group hastily fired again, now relying solely on instinct rather than commands, shooting towards the thicket. The beast's cries echoed relentlessly. Finally, after several volleys, Shirtu shouted, "Switch weapons!" Leading the charge, he discarded his bow and seized a spear, lunging towards the reeds. The others swiftly scattered, resuming their previously assigned positions. A resounding crash reverberated as Shirtu was hurled backward, his feet skidding across the ground before he steadied himself, a delighted smile gracing his lips. "Ha ha, chieftain, this beast is hardly formidable. It is merely unsightly." From within the reeds came the sounds of anguished roars, and the monstrous figure finally emerged before them as the reeds parted. A grotesque creature materialized, its skin smooth and dark gray, resembling droplets of water. Its face was exceedingly round, with uneven teeth jutting from its mouth, and its eyes were like black beans embedded into its visage. Beneath its form were stout legs, and behind it, a tail as slender and elongated as a steel ROIT resembled a grotesque and comical four-legged fish that had just beached itself. its appearance both laughable and unsettling, coupled with its 3-meter length and 2-meter height. Its absurdity was tinged with an undercurrent of horror. The creature was currently pierced by a dozen bamboo arrows, a spear lodged in its visage, an artifact of the collision with stones, while its verdant blood oozed incessantly from the wounds. It let out a guttural roar at the onlookers and charged forward with ferocity. Now, stones, commence the assault as planned, Xiang Xinghe commanded, tossing his spear to Shirtu. With a bellow, Shirtu seized the spear and surged forth, closely followed by Ashu. Together, they braced against the creature's onslaught. Thud. The monster was nearly toppled by their combined force, its rage surging violently. Its tail whipped around Shida's waist with blinding speed, and before he could react, it flung him aside. In that instant, the creature snapped its jaws at Ashu, who hastily lifted his spear in defense. The monster's mouth closed with a ferocious snap, shattering the spear with ease, and then it delivered a powerful kick that sent Ashu sprawling. Shirtu, enraged by his toss, activated his berserker skill, his eyes glowing crimson with fury. He sprang to his feet and leapt high, wielding the spear like a club, and brought it crashing down upon the creature's head. Thud! The spear splintered into 2 pieces, momentarily stunning the creature, which attempted to ensnare Shirtu with its tail. Yet, Shirtu was prepared this time. He grasped the tail with unwavering grip and began to sprint in circles around the beast. The creature's body swayed as it struggled to regain its balance, twisting its head in a futile attempt to bite Shirtu, but it could not reach him, its center of gravity faltering dangerously. The other members of the hunting party executed their plan, encircling the monster. Those armed with spears sought opportunities to jab at it from the front, while archers swiftly unleashed arrows from the flanks. Before long, the creature bore several additional wounds. Fear flickered in its eyes as it turned towards Changhe, seeking an escape route. Ashu rose from the ground, witnessing Shirtu single-handedly ensnaring the beast, igniting his competitive spirit. In the past, they had hunted together, their skills balanced, each complementing the other's strengths and weaknesses. Yet now, he felt utterly eclipsed by Shirtu, unable to contribute even in restraining the creature. Fury surged within Ashu, anger at his own injuries, at being flung aside, and at his perceived inadequacy. With a deafening roar, he leapt high, fists clenched, and brought them crashing down upon the monster's head. Thud. Roar. Ashu landed firmly, the creature howling in agony as a small crater formed upon its skull. In pain, it thrashed about, causing Shirtu to struggle to maintain his grip. But Ashu's assault was far from over. Upon landing, he faced the creature directly, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches aimed at its face. The monster's claws came slashing towards him, yet he did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a kick that sent the creature's claws away. Even as the recoil nearly unbalanced him, he swiftly regained his footing and continued his relentless assault, embodying the spirit of a war god. Congratulations, your tribe has birthed a silver-level warrior. The system notification rang out. Xiang Xinghe understood that Ashu had also transcended, and he quickly accessed Ashu's attributes, discovering that a new valor skill had been bestowed upon him. Chapter 22. Subjugation. Only Xiao Feng grasped the situation, his expression lighting up with joy as he subtly signaled to Shirtu and the others. Shirtu and Ashu instantly understood, leading their kin to stealthily encircle the group of fishmen that had just come ashore, armed with spears and bows. Shui sighed softly but quickly steeled her resolve, saying, I wish to appoint you as the king of my clan. Since the inception of our records, we have dwelled along this great river, known as the Shuejiang, Asr King. You shall ride triumphantly upon its waters. Xiang Xinghe chuckled, how intriguing. I did not anticipate such a grand gift. May I inquire as to your reasoning? Shuepa replied, I can perceive that a change has unfolded. Our once vast territory has recently been besieged by numerous formidable races and human tribes, leading to devastating losses for my clan in battle, compounded by severe injuries inflicted by river beasts, forcing us to take refuge here in a state of desperation. As a vulnerable woman, I and my kin, who are largely weak and foolish, can only survive by aligning ourselves with the strong. You, my lord, are the finest choice. You possess formidable warriors and exceptional wisdom. I wish to follow you, for it may be our clan's last hope for survival. Xiang Xinghe, flattered by her praise, turned his gaze to the remaining fishmen behind Shui Pu. Chapter 23. Dual. The expressions of these individuals were now marked by shock and disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that their leader would propose allowing an outsider to become their king. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. The half-fishmen were momentarily at a loss for how to react. At last, a robust half-fishman shouted, You cannot simply allow him to be our king. Hipa turned with a smile. Then where is our king? Surely it is not you? The strong half-fishman froze, as his thoughts mirrored her words. After the demise of the old chieftain and the warriors of the tribe, he had indeed become the strongest male among them. Recently, he had been covertly rallying support from other clansmen, coercing and enticing them to follow him. Perhaps in due time, he could be elected as the tribe's king and win the hand of the beautiful Hipa. Yet now, her words had shattered his dreams. Fortunately, his recent machinations had borne some fruit, as several clansmen began to drift toward him. The others, not swayed by his influence, trembled in place, their foolishness leading them to sense that something was amiss. Xiang Xinghe discerned the brewing unrest among the half-fishmen and remarked with a smile, I find your proposal, Hipa, quite intriguing. I am willing to incorporate your tribe under my banner. Yet I observe that some among you appear rather unwilling. Those who are discontent may step forward to challenge my kin in single combat. Should you secure even a single victory, I shall immediately withdraw my warriors from this place. The robust half-fishman felt a surge of hope. Despite the valor of his opponents, they had just emerged from battle, bearing wounds themselves. Surely, one of his subordinates could triumph. Shirtu stepped forward first. The strong half-fishman turned to glance behind him as a nimble half-fishman emerged from the shadows. Brandishing a fish spine as he approached Shirtu, the two stood in confrontation, one tall and one short, separated by a distance of several meters. The merman was subjected to the scornful gaze of the stone creature, which left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Unable to endure such scrutiny any longer, he shouted and leapt forward, thrusting a fish spine toward the creature's throat. The stone being merely snickered, sweeping its spear with ease, sending the agile merman flying. Next came the stone creature's languid voice. The other mermen were incensed. It was evident that this being held their race in contempt, daring to speak with such disdain. They clamored in unison, expressing their discontent, their fish spines waving wildly in the air. Observing the surging emotions of her kin, the water matron cast a worried glance at Xiang Xinghe. Should the merman rise in rebellion, even his followers might struggle to subdue them, and many of their own could perish in the ensuing chaos. Yet, she found no hint of concern on Xiang Xinghe's face. Instead, she perceived a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Was he laughing? Did he not fear? Indeed, Xiang Xinghe was amused, finding humor in the mermen's audacity, laughing at their cowardice and directing their weapons against their erstwhile comrade rather than the river beast. For such a race, the only means of subjugation was through force. He shouted, Stone, make sure to strike harder when the next one comes up. Yes, chief. A scarred, fierce-looking merman stepped forth from the crowd, locking eyes with the stone creature. The mermen erupted in cheers, paying homage to the valiant warriors stepping forward. Bolstered by their encouragement, the fierce merman puffed out his chest with pride. Yet, the stone creature merely extended its pinky finger, beckoning. Feeling insulted, the fierce merman charged forward, evading as he moved, his feet pattering chaotically upon the ground in an attempt to anticipate the stone creature's attack. The stone being yawned, sweeping its spear once more. The merman leapt to evade the strike, feeling momentarily triumphant, only to be suddenly met with a gust of wind beneath him. Looking down, he saw the spear strike between his legs, before the pain could fully register. He felt a crushing blow to his head, and his scream was cut short as he collapsed, unconscious upon the ground. Nearby, the agile merman, who had been wailing, now fell silent, dragging the unconscious merman away. The other mermen ceased their cries, engulfed in a heavy silence. Just moments ago, they had been eager to confront these outsiders with their weapons, but now they were paralyzed by the brutality they had witnessed. It became clear that not only were these beings formidable against river beasts, but they were equally vicious in combat against mermen. The realization spread through the crowd, and even the shouts of outrage began to fade. Seeing the fiery spirit of his kin diminish, the robust merman grew anxious and shouted at Xiang Xinghe, This is on land. If we were in the water, we would surely prevail. Let us compete in our domain. If you defeat us there, we shall truly submit to you. The other merman, rekindled by his words, chimed in with renewed confidence, Yes, let us battle in the river. In the water, we are the rulers. We shall not be defeated. You dare not face us there, outsiders. Xiang Xinghe could not help but feel a surge of irritation. The members of his tribe were all land dwellers, virtually none had ever swum. All were akin to land ducks. Although Shirtu and his companions were valiant, once submerged, they would only be left defenseless against the onslaught. The sole individual in the tribe who had ever learned to swim was himself, and that was acquired in the azure pool of Blue Star. Was he truly expected to plunge into the water himself? The likelihood of victory would be minuscule, and a far greater risk loomed, being captured by the merman, which would lead to a cascade of troubles. As he observed the excited merman, a thought surged within him. Perhaps he should resort to a violent suppression. The leader was merely that robust merman, and the other rebellious merman followed its lead. By eliminating the strong merman, a significant portion of the issue would be resolved, and by dispatching a few more of the troublemakers as a cautionary example, the remaining mermen would be deterred from resistance, thus restoring order. However, such actions would set a poor precedent for subjugating other tribes. If word spread, other tribes would grow wary of him. Additionally, he needed to consider the perspective of the water matron. Xiang Xinghe glanced at the water matron, whose eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Was no one brave enough to step forward? Your warriors can only flaunt their might upon dry land. The strong merman stood proudly in place, seemingly interpreting Xiang Xinghe's silence as a sign of capitulation, poised to make further demands when the water matron's voice unexpectedly rang out. Who claims that none among the king's ranks dares to face me? I shall accept the challenge. The strong merman's smile faltered. Water matron, what jest is this? You are our water matron. How can you aid them in battle? The water matron surveyed the merman with resolve and declared, I have resolved to join the king's ranks. Regardless of your sentiments, I am now a subordinate of the king, and thus I am entirely capable of aiding the king in battle. A gentle breeze stirred along the riverbank, brushing against the faces of the astonished onlookers. The merman had not anticipated such a turn of events. It was more shocking than the moment the water matron had proposed making Xiang Xinghe king. The water matron was to assist outsiders in combat against her own kin. Water matron? What is the reason for this? Why have you forsaken us? Have you been possessed by some malevolent spirit? Please, do not abandon us. There were curses, pleas, and lamentations. Women and children looked on in terror, while the men of the tribe were engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet none of this swayed the water matron. Addressing her grieving kin, she said, Do not weep, do not grieve. If you choose to follow me, you shall remain my people. Together, we shall fight for the king and bask in the glory of his reign. This is a path illuminated by hope. However, some among us, driven by selfish desires, seek to fracture our kinship and lead us into darkness. I merely wish to assist the king in eradicating these malignancies. Those willing to follow me, now lay down your arms. The water matron fixed her piercing gaze upon her subjects, and some mermen were overcome with joy and tears. It became clear that the water matron had not abandoned them. They hastily discarded their weapons, expressing their unwavering loyalty to the water matron, insisting that the recent turmoil was merely the result of deception. Yet among the half-merfolk, a few remained armed, anxiously scanning their surroundings. The robust half-merman, witnessing the betrayal of his kin, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and bellowed, You are unworthy to be our matron of the waters, unfit to lead us. You are a traitor to our tribe. Since you remain obstinate, let us battle. Let life and death determine who shall command our people. He leapt into the water, swiftly gliding beneath the surface, showcasing his strength. Xiang Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly and addressed the matron. Should you lack confidence, I can dispatch my subordinates to engage in combat. Though victory is uncertain, defeat is not guaranteed either. Xiang Xinghe had just conceived the idea of positioning Shirtu in shallower waters to shoot arrows at the half-merman, exploiting a loophole in the rules. However, the matron shook her head. Thank you, my lord, but it is better that I eliminate him myself to quell the hearts of our followers. This way, none shall dare defy your reign and commands. Xiang Xinghe could not help but admire the beauty before him. Not only was she resolute in her aim, but she also possessed a keen intellect, adeptly understanding the psychology of her subordinates and seizing the moment of battle. She was destined to become a capable commander. The matron stepped gracefully into the water. The fierce half-merman's expression twisted with savagery, as if reminding himself to be ruthless, even against the matron. In contrast, her demeanor was cold, as though she were merely facing an insignificant adversary. The robust half-merman swam back and forth, hesitant to launch an attack. The matron, however, moved with a leisurely grace, her spear perpetually aimed at him. Amidst the palpable tension, the fierce half-merman roared and suddenly charged in the water. His speed became formidable, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the matron. Her pupils constricted as she gripped her spear and swung it forward. Clang! The two separated instantaneously. The matron was pushed back a step, while the half-merman's weapon, crafted from ordinary fish bones, shattered in two against her finely wrought spear. Seizing the opportunity, the matron raised her spear and lunged at the robust half-merman. He, in a panic, retreated, yet was still pierced in the left leg, blood streaming profusely. Just as the matron retracted her spear, preparing to strike again. The fierce half-merman puffed his cheeks and expelled a torrent of water. The force of the spray blinded the matron, causing her to miss her mark. The half-merman, losing the will to continue the fight, hastily plunged into the depths and swam away. The matron disdainfully wiped her eyes, only to see him escape her range, retreating without a glance back. He is fleeing. Sure to, take him down, Xiang Xinghe shouted. Sure to, well prepared, drew back the bamboo bowstring, aimed, and released. The bamboo arrow traced a graceful parabola through the air, landing steadily towards the half-merman's back. The half-merman, at that moment, felt a mix of relief and regret for his escape. Damn it! He had not anticipated that the matron, that young girl, possessed such formidable strength. Was it fair to say she was indeed the king's daughter? Accursed be those on shore. They are too powerful. I must seek out the neighboring tribes, demonize them, and unite the coastal clans against him, to relieve the bitterness in my heart. As he fervently pondered his forthcoming quest for vengeance, a sudden, piercing sound drew near, growing louder with each passing moment. Startled, the robust merman felt a searing pain strike his back. It was as if the very strength within him had been siphoned away, leaving him utterly powerless, even the ability to cry out vanishing into thin air. If only I had perished in the battle against the river beast. With that thought, the strong merman succumbed to the depths, his lifeless form swallowed by the waves. The remaining mermen erupted in jubilant cheers. Their water matron had triumphed, the traitor of their tribe was dead, and a formidable clan now stood ready to protect them. Their future promised to be ever brighter. Those few mermen still clutching their weapons, upon witnessing the demise of their leader, hastily discarded their arms. Expressing their willingness to heed the water matron's command and acknowledging Xiang Xinghe as their king. Emerging from the river, the water matron approached Xiang Xinghe, kneeling before him while raising a spear, translucent and glimmering like jade. Xiang Xinghe accepted the spear, and at that moment, the voice of the intelligence system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully subjugated the merman tribe, gaining 53 subjects. Your civilization grows ever more formidable. Congratulations, you have received the title of King of the Snow River. Your war weariness when engaging in conquest along the Snow River's banks will diminish by 50. With a chance to gain the allegiance of tribes, the rebellion rate of conquered tribes will decrease by 50, facilitating the acquisition of public support. What? The title of King of the Snow River. What might that entail? It seems to hold considerable significance. Xiang Xinghe inquired of the water matron. I heard you refer to me as king. What is the reason for that? The water matron responded. It is because our ancestors once conquered the Snow River, and the tribes along its banks submitted to our tribe, collectively electing my ancestor as the leader of the entire river, hence the title of King of the Snow River. Now that we have submitted to you, it is only natural that the title of King of the Snow River be passed to you. Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily, surprised by such fortuitous tidings. The Snow River, undoubtedly a grand waterway, must be home to numerous tribes along its banks. With this title, it signified a legitimate claim for future conquests of those tribes, transforming the act from mere conquest to acceptance, making it easier for those tribes to embrace him, thereby reducing the likelihood of rebellion and loss of public favor. Many troubles would thus be alleviated. Indeed, a delightful stroke of fortune. Chapter 25. Named suddenly, Xiang Xinghe discovered that he could perceive the attributes of these mermen. He first directed his gaze towards the water matron. You may also choose to bestow your surname upon loyal and formidable kin. This is a privilege I grant you. Xiang Xinghe contemplated how the naming system could enhance his dominion over the merman tribe, intending to extend this system to his own clan as well, facilitating easier address. Otherwise, referring to his subjects as Stone or Ashu would become increasingly confusing as his following grew. The water matron, now known as the guardian of water, Shuero, radiated joy, for no girl could resist the allure of an elegant title, especially one bestowed by a king. It was, without doubt, the happiest day since the passing of her parents. Shuero gazed at Xiang Xinghe with an even more infatuated look. Xiang Xinghe remained oblivious to the subtle transformation of Shueruru. As at that moment his youthful spirit burned fervently, he continued, Furthermore, my title shall be changed from King of the Snow River to King of Rivers. I aspire not only to reign over this Snow River, but to become the sovereign of all waterways across the land. Upon hearing this, Shueruru was the first to kneel before him, declaring, I shall exert every effort to assist you in becoming the ruler of all rivers. It was only then that Xiang Xinghe noticed Shueruru's loyalty had reached an impressive 90. Although he did not comprehend the circumstances behind it, he deemed it a fortuitous development. Henceforth, you shall continue to oversee the half-fishman tribe and execute my commands, he asserted. Ruru immediately pledged her unwavering commitment to this duty. By this time, it was noon, and after a morning of fierce battles, everyone was ravenously hungry. The Snow River faction had recently been affected by the residual chaos from the battle with the river beast, resulting in the destruction of many tents and the scattering of fish across the ground. As calm descended upon the scene, the half-fishmen gazed mournfully at the wreckage of their camp, with many children quietly sobbing. The foremost priority now was to console these distraught individuals. Xiang Xinghe addressed the crowd, "Do not weep. The camp can be rebuilt as long as we unite our efforts. We can construct an even sturdier encampment from these ruins. For now, let us first satisfy our hunger." He commanded the gathering to kindle a bonfire, clean the fish strewn about the ground, skewer them on sticks, and roast them over the flames. He also produced a small pouch of fine salt contained within a bamboo tube and distributed it among the group to sprinkle over the grilled fish. The half-fishmen, having never encountered fine salt before, were filled with astonishment as they cautiously tasted the salted fish. Their eyes sparkled with delight, and they began to devour the delicacy hungrily. Even the reserved Ruru could not resist indulging in the roasted fish. The somber atmosphere gradually dissipated amidst their ravenous feasting. Xiang Xinghe and Tu, along with the others, relished the meal, especially since Tu and his companions had never tasted fish before, finding it to possess a unique flavor. This fish had few small bones, and as long as they avoided the larger spines, they need not worry about getting pricked. Xiang Xinghe savored the dish thoroughly. Once their hunger was sufficiently assuaged, Xiang Xinghe began to inquire about the half-fishman's history. Through Ruru's responses, he gained a clearer understanding of their origins. According to her, the half-fishmen were once human, dwelling upon the land. However, one fateful day, their habitat was besieged by relentless rains that lasted for centuries, causing water levels to rise and many humans to drown. Fortunately, the survivors discovered a luminous mushroom deep within the waters, which allowed them to endure longer beneath the surface after consumption. Consequently, many began to eat these mushrooms in abundance, leading to numerous fatalities. Yet, a small fraction of the population evolved, developing fish-like fins that enabled them to breathe underwater, while their limbs transformed to resemble those of ducks and other aquatic creatures, granting them exceptional swimming abilities. Thus, the half-fishmen came into existence. However, being only partially aquatic, the half-fishmen retained more human attributes and could only survive long-term on land. Otherwise, prolonged immersion in water would result in hypothermia, skin decay, and other fatal consequences. Moreover, due to the necessity of preserving food, the half-fishmen's encampments needed to be located along the banks of the waterways. At long last, there came a day when the surging waters completely inundated the terrestrial habitats, forcing them to migrate. After traversing the inundated sea, they entered an endless ocean. The boundless expanse of the endless ocean stretched infinitely before them, with the corrosive seawater eating away at their skin, and teeming with menacing creatures. The half-merfolk became prey in this perilous environment, relentlessly hunted by these predatory beings. The half-merfolk could only advance through the endless ocean, evading their pursuers in search of any land that might exist. Though they had previously discovered some lands, many were inhospitable due to adverse climates, while others were inhabited by cruel beings unwilling to allow their survival, compelling them to continue their migration. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration of wandering, the half-merfolk dwindled to a mere tenth of their original population before they finally stumbled upon a vast expanse of land. Following a river that flowed from this land into the sea, they navigated upstream, delving into the heart of the continent, and after traversing a labyrinth of waterways, they ultimately arrived at the Snow River. Chapter 26. Tremors. The climate here was mild and pleasant. During the spring and summer, fish abounded, and in autumn, fruits ripened sufficiently to amass ample sustenance. Winter brought a flurry of snow, with the surface freezing, yet warm currents persisted in the river bends, allowing for survival. Along the banks resided several small human tribes. Thus, the chieftain of the half-merfolk resolved to settle here, leading them to conquer the entirety of the Snow River, establishing themselves as the kings of the Snow River. Over the course of many protracted years of propagation, the half-merfolk's population burgeoned, leading to internal strife as factions vied for the title of king of the Snow River. Compounded by the fall of meteorites, frequent natural disasters, and the emergence of terrifying creatures, the half-merfolk began their decline, ultimately losing dominion over the coastal tribes and growing increasingly feeble. The splintered half-merfolk dispersed along the banks of the Snow River, devolving into a weakened race, with some even falling victim to enslavement by the coastal human tribes, relegated to mere tools for fishing. Currently, the faction led by Ruru represents the most authentic lineage of the half-merfolk, claiming the title of King of the Snow River. Upon hearing the history of the half-merfolk, Xiang Xinghe could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Both the luminescent mushrooms and the inundated sea possessed an air of mythos, while the meteorites and newly emerged monsters hinted at some unknown transformations that had transpired here. "Do you possess a route to return?" Xiang Xinghe inquired. Shui Ruru shook her head. "No, we have not contemplated a return since we departed from there. Moreover, throughout our flight, the elder members of our tribe likely did not have the opportunity to memorize the path, and with so many generations having passed, we are now utterly lost. The knowledge of the lands we traversed has not been passed down. All we know is that to the south of this territory lies a substantial island inhabited by a species of avian beings who can fly." Xiang Xinghe felt a twinge of regret. The migration routes of the half-merfolk recorded the lands along the way. Possessing such knowledge would have granted a clearer understanding of this world, yet it was lost. However, Xiang Xinghe soon found himself invigorated. If the history recounted by Shui Ruru were indeed true, it would imply that the half-merfolk had the capacity to traverse vast oceans solely on their physical prowess. With the addition of vessels, might they not realize the dream of circumnavigating the globe? The silver-tier evaluation of their race was indeed no indication of weakness. Xiang Xinghe began to believe that Shui Ruru truly possessed the ability to assist him. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations, your initial tribal campsite has been completed. Please name your tribe." Xiang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the campsite construction at the Baishan salt mine had come to fruition. After pondering for a moment, he named his tribe the Xinghe tribe and designated the site as Xinghe Camp, signifying the ignition of a spark among the stars. He turned to Shui Ruru and said, "Allow me to introduce my tribe to you. We are called the Xinghe tribe, with our campsite located to the west of this area. Henceforth, you shall also be a member of the Xinghe tribe. However, the campsite is situated inland, devoid of rivers leading directly to it. For now, please guide your people to establish a camp here, and once we excavate a canal in the future, you may relocate there." Shui Ruru nodded in agreement, affirming that she would heed his commands. Xiang Xinghe continued, "Given your limited mobility onshore, I will dispatch a few individuals to assist you in reconstructing the campsite. Additionally, I will have Xiao Feng bring a few warriors to your tribe, responsible for facilitating a swifter integration with us. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to communicate with him." Shui Ruru grasped Xiang Xinghe's intentions and promptly expressed her approval. "Thank you, my lord. For considering my tribe with such thoroughness, we shall certainly follow Commander Feng's leadership." "Commander Feng, that title is quite fitting. Henceforth, let Xiao Feng serve as the leader of your clan, on par with your status. How does that sound?" Naturally, Shui Ruru had no objections, and in fact, she found it quite desirable. This arrangement would not only alleviate her burdens but also provide an opportunity to learn about the customs and techniques of the inland tribes. Moreover, Commander Feng appeared to be a favored confidant of the king, allowing him to better understand the king's preferences while remaining in her vicinity. With a sense of delight, Shui Ruru readily agreed. Once the instructions were clearly conveyed, Xiang Xinghe began to examine the attributes of these merman hybrids. He found them to be quite disheartening. Despite possessing silver-level racial potential, their attributes were alarmingly low, with only 5 merman hybrids showcasing bronze-level valor, while the remainder were rather lackluster. Observing the disappointment in Xiang Xinghe's gaze as he sensed his kin, Shui Ruru sighed and explained, "My lord, you may not be aware, but our tribe was once brimming with talent. However, due to prolonged battles against monsters and other races, our most valiant warriors have perished, leaving only these younger, more vulnerable individuals who require protection. Nevertheless, please rest assured that the blood of our ancestors flows within us, and there are many children in our tribe who, upon maturing, will undoubtedly become true warriors." Xiang Xinghe had not anticipated Shui Ruru's keen insight. He concealed his emotions and smiled. "I believe in you. Nurture them well and forge them into the sharpest sword at my disposal." Shui Ruru vowed to exert her utmost efforts. Xiang Xinghe then inquired, "Now, tell me more about the tribes along the banks of the Shui River." After a moment of recollection, Shui Ruru replied, "There are 5 major tribes of the human race along the Shui River, comprising thousands of individuals, alongside numerous smaller tribes, each ranging from dozens to hundreds of members. There are still many half-fish tribes, among which 3 large tribes each boast several hundred members, occupying 3 fishing grounds. The remaining smaller tribes can only barely survive amidst the dominance of these 3 larger half-fish clans." After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe inquired, "Do those smaller tribes lead a life of hardship?" Shui Ruru replied, "Indeed, they face not only the challenge of hunting but also the oppression from various beasts and other larger tribes, making their existence quite arduous." With a smile, Xiang Xinghe said, "There is a task I need you to undertake. You shall spread the word along the coast, informing them that the King of Rivers has emerged. ready to lead them out of oppression and into a life of comfort and happiness. Those who wish to follow the King of Rivers should come to this patch of reeds to receive your guidance and meet me." Shui Ruru's eyes lit up with joy, yet she soon furrowed her brow and asked, "But how can they easily believe us?" Xiang Xinghe chuckled. "I have already devised a plan. Words alone are insufficient. We must offer them a taste of sweetness. In the future, I will prepare many skewers of roasted meat like those you had today. When you set off, bring these skewers with you. When you encounter weaker tribes, gift them the skewers and tell them that by following the King of Rivers, they can enjoy such delectable food every day without the fear of beast attacks. Initially, they may be skeptical, but as the number of skewers you distribute increases, they will genuinely feel the benefits and develop a favorable impression of you. Once enough goodwill is accumulated, it will surely translate into action, and they will join us." Shui Ruru's eyes sparkled. This strategy was simply brilliant. In the past, tribes only engaged in conflict and conquest, but this method could entice other tribes to willingly join their ranks. However, Shui Ruru soon frowned again and said, "But those roasted meats must be quite precious. How can we afford to give them away so freely?" Xiang Xinghe reassured her, "Fear not, there are plenty of beasts here, far more than we can consume, and with the fish you catch, we will have more than enough to execute this plan." In the primitive era, humans are indeed the weaker group, with the number of beasts far exceeding that of humans. There is no concern regarding overhunting leading to ecological damage. By the time the human population grows sufficiently, I should have already led the tribe into the agricultural age, at which point wild animals will have the opportunity to recuperate. Shui Ruru shook her head, saying, "While beasts and fish are indeed easy to procure, my concern lies with the precious white powder you use to enhance the flavor of food. That must be exceedingly valuable." Only then did Xiang Xinghe comprehend that Shui Ruru was lamenting the loss of salt. He responded, "The white powder you speak of is called salt. There is no need for concern, for I possess an abundance of it." With that, Shui Ruru felt reassured and said, "In that case, I will gladly share it with those from other tribes." Xiang Xinghe nodded with a smile, saying, "Now, you all should take a rest today, establish the camp, and catch some fish. Tomorrow, we will commence the mission." Shui Ruru expressed her agreement. Xiang Xinghe promptly summoned Xiao Feng to assign him a task. "Xiao Feng, I command you to take charge of the half-fishman tribe. From now on, the affairs here will be managed by you and Shui Ruru. Shortly, you shall select 2 warriors to accompany you. I will subsequently dispatch several members of the construction team to assist you in rebuilding this place." After speaking, he handed Xiao Feng the jade-bone spear, a tribute from the water matriarch. "With this, you shall command greater respect from these half-fishmen." Xiao Feng readily accepted, yet he made a request. "Tribe leader, may I be granted a name as well?" Xiang Xinghe chuckled heartily, "Ha ha ha, why not? From this day forth, we shall share a surname. You shall be known as Xiang Feng." Filled with excitement, Xiao Feng, now Xiang Feng, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, tribe leader. I truly cherish this name." The prospect of sharing a surname with the tribe leader filled Xiang Feng with joy. Xiang Xinghe then turned his attention to the river beast. Its appearance was grotesque, distinctly out of place among the local fauna, and even Shui Ruru was perplexed as to what the creature truly was. Xiang Xinghe instructed Shurtu to carry the river beast, intending to present it to the high priest for examination. After ensuring that Xiang Feng and the 2 warriors remained behind, Xiang Xinghe led the rest of the tribe away, making their way towards the reed thicket. The passage, having been traversed numerous times, had begun to take shape, becoming increasingly navigable before long. They emerged from the reeds, greeted by the sight of numerous beast carcasses, victims of the river beast's rampage. Xiang Xinghe dispatched his tribesmen to select several relatively intact carcasses to bring back to the tribe, leaving the dismembered remains for the carnivorous creatures of the forest to consume. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, he returned with the carcass of the river beast, alongside dozens of sheep, cattle, and deer remains, only to be met with a dramatically transformed tribe. The sight was indeed beyond Xiang Xinghe's expectations. The surrounding forest had been cleared, revealing a broad expanse, while the tribe was encircled by tall tree stumps, leaving no gaps, save for a single exit. To either side of the exit squatted 2 male tribesmen, evidently on guard duty, albeit in a relaxed posture. A tall bamboo pole stood at the periphery, adorned with 3 desiccated jackal carcasses, fluttering in the wind like a banner, serving as a deterrent to any malevolent beasts. From a distance, the encampment resembled a colossal beast perched at the foot of the Bai Shur salt mine. Xiang Xinghe found it curious how the tribe's efficiency had suddenly surged. Upon spotting Xiang Xinghe and his entourage returning, the 2 sentinels sprang to their feet, rushing into the camp to announce their arrival. Soon, a throng of women, children, and elders emerged to assist in carrying their burdens. Amidst the jubilant throng of tribesmen, Xiang Xinghe made his way back to the camp, exchanging laughter and conversation. Inside the fortified enclosure, a series of tents stood in neat alignment, with a central bonfire crackling gently. Not far from the fire was a circular well, meticulously constructed from stones, as per Xiang Xinghe's instructions prior to his departure, designed to prevent soil from collapsing into the well. The high priest beamed with delight upon witnessing Xiang Xinghe leading the hunting party back, laden with their spoils. He promptly instructed several individuals to carry the deer carcasses for butchering, preparing to separate the hides from the flesh for that evening's dinner. Concurrently, he sent a few others to fetch water from the well to quench the hunter's thirst. "Chief, the well is remarkably efficient. We dug down over 2 men's height, and water began to gush forth, rising to a height exceeding that of a single man before it ceased. Moreover, the water never runs dry. No matter how much we draw, it maintains that level." Xiang Xinghe chuckled. "This is the power of knowledge. I shall enlighten our people on the principles behind it in due course." The high priest nodded, feeling somewhat wistful about the value of knowledge. At that moment, 2 villagers sent to fetch water arrived at the well, carrying several large bamboo tubes. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Xinghe was taken aback by the astonishing scene that unfolded. He had not anticipated that his mere suggestion would lead to such an unusual method of drawing water. One villager nimbly leapt into the well with a splash, while another above handed the bamboo tube down to him. The villager in the well filled the tube and passed it back up. "Goodness, this is quite untamed." Xiang Xinghe hurried to the well's edge and peered down. He observed the villager bracing himself against the well's walls, his feet splayed for stability, deftly filling the bamboo tube with water. Noticing Xiang Xinghe's gaze, the villager shyly smiled. "Fear not, chief. I am swift. You shall soon enjoy the well water." "Enjoy what? This looks more like footbath water," Xiang Xinghe remarked, observing that the villager's feet were submerged below the surface. Clearly, the primitive folk had little regard for foot hygiene. He quickly called for the villager to ascend, suggesting a more efficient method of drawing water. He took an empty bamboo tube, which was both wide and deep enough to serve as a vessel, and requested a bone needle from Shi Tu. He proceeded to bore 2 holes on either side of the bamboo tube and fashioned 2 lengths of hemp rope, each over a meter long, to secure to the holes. Grasping the ropes with both hands, he lowered the bamboo tube into the well until it was just above the water's surface. Thanks to the buoyancy of the bamboo, it did not sink. With a swift motion, Xiang Xinghe yanked the ropes down, causing the tube to tilt and dip below the water's surface, filling it with a substantial amount of water. The force of gravity pulled the tube entirely below the surface, and when he lifted it again, it was brimming. The onlooking villagers erupted in cheers, astonished by the simplicity of this method. They no longer needed to leap into the well. Xiang Xinghe poured the water into an empty bamboo tube and handed the rope-equipped tube to the earlier water-fetching villager, encouraging them to give it a try. The crowd cheered once more, eagerly vying to draw water, and soon all the empty bamboo tubes were filled, leaving them wanting more. Chapter 28. Iron tools having quenched his thirst, Xiang Xinghe chuckled. "Go and water the fields where we have sown grains and vegetables. This way, you can continue to draw water. Just be cautious not to overwater. Maintaining the soil's moisture is sufficient." "Huzzah! The chief is wise." The villagers, filled with renewed joy, hurriedly dashed to the cultivated land with their bamboo tubes. At this moment, Xiang Xinghe finally had the opportunity to inquire of the high priest. "High priest, how has the efficiency of logging and construction improved so dramatically?" The high priest replied, "After you departed today, several peculiar refugees arrived here. They sought to exchange some food for a remarkably durable tool. Claiming it would expedite the felling of trees, I instructed our tribesmen to test their tools, and indeed, they proved to be exceedingly sharp, allowing for a swifter process than using stone axes. I believe these tools hold great potential, and I wish to convey our tribe's goodwill. Thus, I commanded that the majority of our food be traded for them, resulting in the acquisition of 10 tools." Xiang Xinghe expressed his agreement, curiosity piqued. "You have done splendidly, but what manner of tools are they? Have you not seen them before?" The high priest responded, "The design is somewhat familiar, resembling stone axes, yet the color is strikingly different. These tools are a deep brown and quite heavy. Could they be iron tools?" A wave of excitement washed over Xiang Xinghe as he exclaimed, "Please, show me those tools." Observing his fervor, the high priest hesitated not and promptly instructed the tribesmen to bring forth the tools acquired that day. Soon, the tribesmen approached, carrying several tools with wooden handles and black heads. Xiang Xinghe took hold of a tool. Feeling its weight, he noted that affixed to the wooden handle was a black stone-like object, shaped like an axe head, entirely dark save for the polished silver tip. He grasped two axes with both hands and struck them together. The sound of metal clanging resonated. Ding! In that moment, Xiang Xinghe's grip tightened around the two axes. Iron? Truly, they were iron axe heads. Even the discovery of bronze would not have stirred such exhilaration within him, for bronze is soft and ill-suited for tools in the annals of Blue Star's history. Bronze was merely utilized due to the natural occurrence of native copper, which was the first to be smelted. The acquisition of iron, however, poses a far greater challenge. Iron oxidizes easily, rendering it almost non-existent in nature, save for what might be found in meteorites. Moreover, the smelting of iron is significantly more complex than that of copper. Yet iron serves as a superior material for tools and weapons, remaining in extensive use until humanity on Blue Star advanced to the atomic age, not to mention its critical role in large-scale industry, machinery, and infrastructure, all of which rely heavily on iron. Thus, it was no wonder that Xiang Xinghe was so elated upon encountering iron tools. He eagerly grasped the high priest's arm and asked, "Do you know where they went?" The high priest replied, "Chief, please do not be overly agitated. Today, I dispatched someone to discreetly follow them, but they lost track midway and only discerned that they headed north into the mountains." A sense of regret washed over Xiang Xinghe. He longed to send tribesmen immediately into the mountains for a thorough search. The creators of these iron axes surely possessed smelting techniques, and there might be iron or veins hidden within those mountains. The high priest, upon witnessing the anxious demeanor of Xiang Xinghe, hastily advised, "Chieftain, do not fret. The provisions they have taken this time are limited, and I perceive their hunger is quite profound. They will surely return to barter for more, and I shall ensure they are welcomed." Yet, Xiang Xinghe remained troubled and inquired, "But how many days will it last? Will the food suffice for their needs?" The high priest, noticing the tears welling in Xiang Xinghe's eyes, recognized the gravity of the situation and responded promptly, 7 days, no, 5 days. Given their famished appearance, they must have gone a considerable time without sustenance. Once they obtain food, they will undoubtedly consume it voraciously and soon exhaust it. This revelation offered some solace to Xiang Xinghe, who replied, "Let us hope so." With a sigh, he resolved to place his hopes in the future, for there were matters that required his attention. Xiang Xinghe gathered his kin and shared the news of having tamed a half-fishman tribe. The clansmen erupted in joyous cheers, eagerly asking what the half-fishmen resembled and how they differed from themselves. Xiang Xinghe patiently addressed their curious inquiries and promised to take them in groups to visit the half-fishmen encampment. Subsequently, he selected 3 individuals from the lumber teams and 3 from the construction teams, assigning them the task of aiding the half-fishmen in rebuilding their settlement. The 6 individuals readily agreed, expressing their determination to fulfill the mission diligently. Xiang Xinghe then instructed a member of the hunting party to escort them to the half-fishmen camp, while he himself proceeded to the fields to inspect the growth of wild vegetables and rice. Perhaps due to the roots being brought back along with the plants, the survival rate of the transplanted flora was remarkably high. After being watered, they now appeared lush and vibrant, exuding an irresistible allure. Xiang Xinghe then visited the enclosures of some domesticated animals, where he found a dozen goats and a black donkey, the wooden pens scattered with leaves and weeds, and the corners littered with excrement, producing an overwhelming stench. Additionally, dozens of rabbits were confined on a rocky surface to prevent their escape, and the state of the pen was equally dire. The animals were lethargically nibbling on the soiled grasses. Xiang Xinghe frowned and called for Xiaoyi, exclaiming, "Xiaoyi, why is it so foul here?" Sensing the chieftain's displeasure, Xiaoyi quickly replied, "Chieftain, did you not say that confining them in the pen and feeding them some grass would suffice?" Xiang Xinghe, with a grave tone, said, "Xiaoyi, I appointed you as the leader of the feeding team because of your affection for animals and your intelligence. Yet, how could you be so thoughtless now? Imagine being confined in a filthy environment. Would you find joy in that? Could you be happy?" Xiaoyi, chastised, felt her face flush with embarrassment and nodded in shame. Just then, the panda, Gun Gun, approached, playfully circling Xiaoyi and cooing affectionately. With a wave of her hand, Xiaoyi shooed Gun Gun away. Indeed, Gun Gun appeared plump and robust, its fur gleaming in that moment. Xiang Xinghe realized Xiaoyi had focused all her attention on Gun Gun. Neglecting the other animals, he continued, "As the leader of the feeding team, you cannot solely care for Gun Gun. You must also dedicate your efforts to the other domesticated animals." Tio fully harnessed the power of critical thinking. One must empathize with the animals, striving to create a nurturing environment conducive to their flourishing. Only then can they thrive, reproduce abundantly, and continue to provide our tribe with a steady supply of meat. The children can only grow tall and strong when adequately nourished. One must not allow personal biases to hinder the development of the entire tribe. This reprimand bears considerable weight, primarily due to Xiaoya's irresponsibility, which has incensed Xiang Xinghe. Xiaoya, under scrutiny, nearly bowed his head to the ground until Xiang Xinghe relented, imposing upon him the task of thoroughly cleaning all the animal enclosures. Chapter 29. The spear Xiaoya promptly fetched water to clean the animal pens, while Gungun unexpectedly emerged, trailing behind him, panting as he ran. Observing the diligent work of Xiaofeng, Xiang Xinghe summoned the caretaking team to assist with the task. Once these matters were resolved, Xiang Xinghe settled by the campfire. Meticulously examining all the iron tools acquired that day, he discovered that the iron had reached a commendable maturity. Although slightly brittle, it possessed remarkable hardness, rendering it suitable for weaponry. Furthermore, the iron from an axe was perfectly adequate for crafting a spear tip. Eagerly anticipating the opportunity to locate those skilled in ironwork, Xiang Xinghe hastily called for Shitu. "Chief, why have you summoned me? You still need to teach us tonight, and I scarcely have time to converse with Ahua." Shitu lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened as he was interrupted while courting a female tribesperson. Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, "I am to create for you a weapon sharper and harder than a tiger's tooth." Shitu, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Chief, you must be jesting. What weapon could possibly surpass a tiger's tooth in hardness?" Xiang Xinghe reassured him, "I do not jest. It can indeed be crafted, though it will require some effort. Listen to me, expend a little energy, and you shall possess such a weapon." Seeing Xiang Xinghe's earnestness, Shitu set aside his romantic distractions, responding eagerly, "Chief, tell me what to do. I have ample strength." Xiang Xinghe nodded, instructing Shitu to gather stones to construct a small furnace, wide at the top and narrow at the base, reaching the height of his calf. Meanwhile, he sought out a bamboo stalk, cutting it into strips, and then heating the center over the fire. Once warmed, he bent the bamboo to join the ends together. After crafting 5 bamboo clamps, he paused. At that moment, Shitu had completed the stone furnace. Xiang Xinghe then directed him to find a flat stone and a pointed stone. He utilized the bamboo clamps to extract the glowing coals from the campfire and transfer them into the furnace. As he filled the furnace halfway with coals, the temperature at the opening surpassed that of the campfire. Shitu soon returned with the appropriate stones, one being a thick, smooth blue and white stone, and the other a dark, pointed one, each held in one hand. Upon seeing them, Xiang Xinghe smiled, pleased with the selection. Shitu, however, grumbled, "Chief, what was the purpose of finding these stones?" It was quite the effort. Xiang Xinghe gently patted Shita's arm, urging him to crouch down. "Cease your complaints and commence your labor. The outcome will soon reveal itself." He instructed Shitu to detach the iron axe head from the wooden pole and then, using bamboo tongs, to place it into the furnace for roasting. With a hint of trepidation, Shitu inquired, "Chieftain, do you intend to burn this stone for amusement? I must caution you that some stones are ill-suited for burning. Certain ones might even explode, scattering fragments. I have never encountered this black stone, so it may very well behave similarly." Xiang Xinghe fixed his gaze intently on the iron fragment amidst the glowing embers and replied nonchalantly, "It will not. Just wait." He continued to stoke the fire, scrutinizing the state of the iron until it glowed a fiery red. Only then did he instruct Shitu to extract the iron piece with the tongs and place it upon a slab of blue-patterned stone. He then took a pointed stone and began to strike it with the intention of shaping it into a spear tip on the ground. Xiang Xinghe sketched an elongated diamond shape, with a short line trailing from its tail, instructing Shitu to mold the iron into this design. "Will it not fracture, chieftain?" Shitu asked, filled with skepticism, as he raised the pointed stone and struck down forcefully. The red-hot iron immediately yielded a small dent. "Ah, it does not fracture?" he exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly struck again with the pointed stone, causing the shape of the iron to alter slightly once more. Intrigued, Shitu continued to hammer away vigorously, and the iron gradually transformed from the shape of an axe head to that of a spear tip. However, he noticed that the iron was transitioning from red to black, becoming increasingly hard, and the shape was changing less significantly. Just as he pondered the reason behind this phenomenon, Xiang Xinghe remarked, "The iron hardens as it cools. We must return it to the furnace for further heating." Shitu promptly used the bamboo tongs to toss the iron back into the furnace. Once it glowed red again, he retrieved it with the tongs and resumed hammering. Due to the rapid cooling of the iron, he found himself having to reheat it after only a few strikes, and the heating process was dreadfully slow, resulting in low efficiency. Xiang Xinghe contemplated, "The temperature within this rudimentary furnace is still too low. Tomorrow, I shall enlist someone to construct a proper one, sealing both the interior and exterior with mud to enhance the internal temperature. Additionally, We shall devise a bellows mechanism to invigorate the charcoal fire and elevate the heat once more. Amidst the rhythmic clanging of stone against iron, a sharp, diamond-shaped iron piece gradually took form, still retaining a small iron rod at its end. Once the spear tip was roughly shaped, Xiang Xinghe procured a bamboo tube filled with water and abruptly doused the glowing iron piece. The iron cooled instantly, emitting a hissing sound, and became notably more resilient. Shirtu carefully examined the iron piece and remarked, "Chieftain, this does not appear to possess the sharpness of a tiger's tooth." Xiang Xinghe chuckled and replied, "Much like a wooden spear, it too requires polishing. Grind it against a stone. Once it becomes warm, pour a little water on it and continue to grind until the tip is sharpened to a fine point. Afterward, polish the edges as well, striving for maximum sharpness." "Ah, understood," Shirtu responded, fetching a stone and vigorously grinding the spearhead upon it. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe sought out a sturdy, straight piece of wood, along with several strands of hemp rope spun by the women of the tribe. Before long, the spear tip became increasingly sharpened, and then, by rubbing the edges against the side, it was ground down to a fine point, ultimately becoming razor-sharp. As the spear tip glimmered with a silvery sheen under the moonlight, Xiang Xinghe commanded the stone to halt. He took the spear tip, wiped it clean on his leather garment, and then picked up the wooden stick he had prepared earlier with a stone knife. He split the stick to create a small opening, into which he inserted a small iron rod at the base of the spear tip. Subsequently, he wound hemp rope around the fissure several times, firmly securing the spear tip to the wooden pole. With a few vigorous swings, a gust of wind followed. Holding the long spear in his hands, Xiang Xinghe was filled with pride. The first iron weapon of the tribe had finally come into existence. The stone, observing Xiang Xinghe's silly grin, inquired, "Chief, what are you laughing at? Is it really as formidable as you claim?" Suppressing his laughter, Xiang Xinghe replied, "Of course." He approached a large tree, grasped the spear tightly, and thrust it forward with force. The sharp spearhead immediately pierced the bark, sinking in to the depth of a small finger's length. The stone watched in astonishment. Although he was not particularly clever, he could discern the weapon's potency. He was aware that his wooden spear could hardly achieve such a feat, and yet, the chief, with considerably less strength than himself, was able to penetrate so deeply, which could only signify the superiority of this weapon over the wooden spear. Chapter 30. The tribe on the tip of the tongue the stone immediately called out anxiously, "Chief, don't just play with it yourself. Let me have a try." With a smile, Xiang Xinghe pulled the spear out and handed it to the stone. After receiving it and toying with it for a moment, the stone abruptly jabbed it into the nearby tree, instantly driving it in by several centimeters. "Chief, you were not mistaken. This weapon is indeed more formidable than a tiger's fang," he exclaimed joyfully, akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy, repeatedly jabbing at the tree beside him. Xiang Xinghe silently apologized to the tree and then laughed, saying, "Ha ha, iron possesses attributes that are well suited for weaponry. Once we locate those who understand how to smelt and forge iron, our tribe's warriors will be equipped with such weapons." The stone laughed heartily and remarked, "That would be splendid. If we had possessed such weapons earlier, we wouldn't have been forced to flee when the cannibals attacked our tribe." After saying this, he suddenly grew somber. Although this new settlement was decent, he still felt a pang of nostalgia for their previous encampment and the harrowing night of loss. Xiang Xinghe patted the stone's shoulder and said, "Do not be disheartened. We will take our revenge. The sorrow and humiliation inflicted upon us by those cannibals will be washed away with blood, and thereafter, our tribe shall soar to new heights." The stone replied, "Chief, I don't quite understand everything you say. I only know that I will follow you wherever you lead. Wherever you say to go, I shall go. Whoever you say to fight, I shall fight. Following you is undoubtedly the right choice." Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily. In a wonder, Cao Cao suspected everyone, yet trusted the simple loyalty of Hu Chi Su Chu. Such pure and devoted individuals are truly endearing, especially to a leader. Xiang Xinghe patted the stone's arm and declared, "Very well. Let us together annihilate all our foes and let our renown echo throughout the world." After conversing for a while longer, Xiang Xinghe observed that Shirtu had rested sufficiently. He then produced an iron axe, instructing Shirtu to replicate his earlier efforts and craft a spear. "Spare me, chief. My arms feel as though they are about to wither away." Shirtu lamented, finding the task both exhausting and a true test of patience. He would rather face a ferocious tiger than endure this labor once more. "What are you whining about? Didn't you just say you would do whatever I asked? Woe is me! If only I had kept my mouth shut." His cries echoed throughout the camp. eliciting smiles from the clanspeople who understood that the chief was once again experimenting with something intriguing and beneficial for the tribe. After compelling Shirtu to forge a spear, Xiang Xinghe finally relented. He equipped Shirtu with one spear and handed the other to Ashu. With the strongest warriors of the two tribes now wielding iron spears, their combat prowess was poised for a remarkable enhancement. Elated, Ashu could not help but prod the spear against a nearby tree, leaving behind a series of deep punctures. Watching the tree suffer such indignities, Xiang Xinghe found himself eagerly anticipating the next arrival of the refugees. Before long, the moon had risen, and Xiang Xinghe's stomach emitted a rumbling sound. The women of the tribe were roasting skewers of meat, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Yet, to Xiang Xinghe, the scent felt somewhat monotonous. Having consumed roasted skewers for too long, he yearned for a change. The tribe's rudimentary stone pot had undergone modifications, deepened to accommodate a larger quantity of meat. He instructed his tribesmen to place the stone pot over the campfire and brought forth the freshly cut meat from the day's slaughter. Specifically, he requested ribs, chopping them into small pieces before casting them into the pot. The clear well water combined with the fresh meat in the green stone pot was a sight to behold. Gradually heating over the flames in no time, the broth transformed into a milky white hue, releasing an irresistible fragrance. After skimming off the foam and adding salt, he waited until the meat was thoroughly cooked. At that moment, he plucked a handful of wild onions to add to the broth, completing a delicious pot of rib soup. By now, the children had gathered around Xiang Xinghe, drooling in anticipation. He first served the elders of the tribe with a bamboo bowl of soup and a rib each. Once the elders were satisfied, he turned to the children. However, as the ribs quickly disappeared and the soup dwindled, he could only offer the adults half a bowl of soup each, devoid of ribs. This was not due to reluctance, but rather the sheer number of people and the limited capacity of the stone pot. Hence, the primary sustenance of the tribe remained roasted skewers. Xiang Xinghe poured the last remnants of broth into a bamboo bowl, savoring a sip with a contented sigh. "How comforting it is to finally enjoy a warm soup," he exclaimed. After finishing the last sip, he rose, clutching 2 skewers of meat, and made his way toward the location of the evening lesson, beckoning everyone to gather for the class. The tribespeople, having just filled their bellies, were reluctant to move, but under the chief's insistence, they begrudgingly assembled before the blackboard. Xiang Xinghe inscribed several characters with pictographic features upon the stone surface, commencing his teachings. Except for Xingchen, the learning efficiency of the tribespeople was notably low, as they stifled yawns. Observing this, Xiang Xinghe devised a plan and proclaimed, "Today, we shall learn 10 characters. Those who excel will be granted a name and a surname." The members of the tribe were all quite perplexed about the nature of names and surnames, having never encountered such concepts before. However, upon hearing this, Shirtu immediately brightened up and remarked, "The combination of a name and a surname forms a title. Yet it sounds far more melodious than mere appellation. Today, Xiaofeng has received one, named Xiangfeng. Is it not infinitely more pleasant to the ears?" The tribe members instantly began to chatter excitedly. "Xiangfeng? Is that Xiaofeng? I observed that the child was extraordinary from a young age, and now the name is truly beautiful. Are names and surnames really so delightful? I desire one too." Xiangxing interjected, "In the future, I shall bestow names upon those in the tribe who exhibit commendable behavior. For instance, whoever learns these characters first shall receive a lovely name from me." The tribe members' eagerness to learn surged immediately, their eyes fixed intently on Xiangxing as he conducted his lesson. However, this fervor did not persist for long. Before long, the members forgot their original purpose, their eyelids began to droop, and ultimately, the sound of snoring filled the art in the end. Only Xingchen persevered until the conclusion, mastering the pronunciation and writing of all the characters. "Xingchen," he advised, "in your spare time, share the knowledge you have acquired with the other young ones. This will not only aid them in learning, but will also reinforce your understanding." "All right." Yes, the sounds of snoring resonated around him. Xiangxing too began to feel weary. He imparted a few final words to Xingchen before returning to his tent to rest. As he lay down, he mused on the comfort of the mattress on Blue Star and resolved to construct a small wooden house and wooden bed soon, for that would surely be more comfortable than sleeping on animal skins spread upon the ground. Meanwhile, Xingchen revisited the knowledge learned that day, ensuring he had fully committed it to memory before rousing the slumbering tribe members, urging them to return to their own tents to rest. The laborious day had finally drawn to a close. Chapter 31. Honey. In the early morning, as Xiangxing regained consciousness, the voice of the intelligent system reached his ears. The high priest addressed Xiangxing, saying, "Leader, do not fret. We have walls that will keep them at bay." Xiangxing nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. "Very well then, let us get to work. The tribe members dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. The primary duty of the hunting team was, of course, to hunt, but there was now an even more pressing matter at hand. Xiangxing had promised Shui Ruru the previous day that he would deliver roasted meat skewers today. Relying solely on the efficiency of the women in the tribe proved inadequate, so Xiangxing had to rally the hunting team to assist with the roasting, as they were currently the most unoccupied. Pieces of meat were skewered onto bamboo sticks and placed over the bonfire to roast. Once cooked, they were removed and set upon nearby leaves to cool, followed promptly by the next piece. The aroma of the meat wafted throughout the tribe, permeating the air with a bountiful atmosphere. Xiangxing, too, was not idle. He sought out a bamboo stalk and some hemp rope, preparing to craft a bamboo basket. Knowing he could not accomplish this task alone, he enlisted the most skilled female members of the tribe to assist him. They first used stone knives to remove the outer nodes of the bamboo, then split it into thin slices, resulting in dozens of slender bamboo strips. Subsequently, the weaving of the base basket commenced. 2 strips of bamboo were first arranged in a cruciform shape, followed by the meticulous interlacing of 10 horizontal and 20 vertical strips in an alternating pattern. Each bamboo strip was then pulled taut to establish a sturdy foundation. The bamboo strips at the base were subsequently bent upwards and gathered, with additional strips added horizontally in an alternating manner between the vertical ones. After completing the initial round, a second round was added, continuing until the entire structure resembled a cylindrical basket, its shape now taking form. The uneven bamboo strips at the top of the basket were trimmed to a uniform height using a stone knife. A few bamboo rods were then used to encircle the rim, with rope securing the vertical strips around the bamboo rods, thus forming a square opening. The rudimentary bamboo basket was now complete. Finally, strips of animal hide were affixed to the exterior of the basket, creating 2 straps for easy carrying. How convenient it is for transporting meat! The tribe members were equally intrigued, astonished that bamboo could be transformed into such a delightful object. Xiang Xinghe directed the others to line the inside of several baskets with large leaves, before placing the roasted and cooled meat within. Once all 7 baskets were brimming with the succulent fare, Xiang Xinghe, accompanied by the hunting party, shouldered the baskets and ventured towards the reeds. Before departing, he instructed them to find a way to retain any mountain dwellers who might arrive, but cautioned against coercive methods, suggesting instead to entice them. He also advised the tribe members to diligently care for the domesticated animals, and to craft additional hemp ropes and other items. As they traversed through the forest and reached the boundary between the lowland and the woods, the sound of timber being felled echoed in the air. Upon closer inspection, they indeed found the tribe members dispatched for lumbering the previous day. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing Xiang Xinghe, who generously shared the roasted meat with them, explaining that the half-fish men were also part of their kin and should be treated as such. The lumber team readily agreed to this sentiment. With a sense of relief, Xiang Xinghe proceeded towards the lowland. To his surprise, the remnants of yesterday's animal carcasses had vanished, and herbivores had returned to graze on the lush grass. The events of the prior day seemed to have slipped their minds. It would take numerous encounters with danger for them to remember the perils of this place and refrain from returning. Nevertheless, this lowland was remarkably flat, with elevated terrain on either side providing shelter from the wind, and the soil was fertile and moist, a natural pasture. As Xiang Xinghe walked, he contemplated the future. The white stone salt mine was ideal for establishing a settlement, as it was backed by towering mountains, abundant in timber, and situated within a valley rich in medicinal herbs, forming a transportation hub between the mountains, bamboo groves, and lowlands. In contrast, this area was suitable for raising livestock. Regrettably, he had yet to spot any herds of horses. Otherwise, the domestication of fine steeds could lead to the development of cavalry, significantly enhancing the tribe's military prowess and expediting exploration. Before he realized it, he had crossed through the lowland and the reeds, arriving at the half-fish men's encampment. Here, construction was in full swing, with tents being rebuilt and wooden stakes rising along the camp's edge. The male members of the half-fish men tribe busily assisted with the labor, while the females and children gathered fish from the water, soon piling them high on the shore. Among them, Shui Ruru, who had eagerly awaited his arrival, spotted Xiang Xinghe and bounced over to him, exclaiming, "My king, you have come." Xiang Xinghe entrusted the barbecue to her, saying, "Shui Ruru, take this meat to promote along the shore." "Sure thing. But Wang, it will be inconvenient to carry this meat while swimming in the river." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "No worries, just find a wooden plank, place the meat inside and push it along. Won't that suffice?" Shui Ruru suddenly understood. "All right, chief, I'll get right on it." She gathered 14 male clansmen, pairing them into groups of 2. Each assigned a bamboo basket for the barbecue, and provided each group with a main board before they set off to promote along the shore. After imparting a few more words of advice on their approach, Xiang Xinghe allowed them to depart. He, meanwhile, prepared to continue exploring the reed thicket with the hunting team. This time, they chose to first arrive at the location where the river beasts fed, using it as a focal point before venturing eastward. Shirtu and Ashu led the way, one forging ahead and the other maintaining a defensive position at the rear, while the remaining clansmen surrounded Xiang Xinghe in the center, advancing cautiously. After all, this reed thicket had already harbored such ferocious beasts as river monsters, and other dangers could certainly lurk as well along the way. They encountered nothing particularly novel, having already gathered what he needed. Xiang Xinghe didn't waste time on further collection, only gathering some crops that the tribe lacked, thus maintaining a swift pace. After approximately half an hour of progress, Xiang Xinghe suddenly heard a buzzing sound ahead. Chapter 32. The frog. Could this sound be from bees? Xiang Xinghe signaled for everyone to halt, cautiously parting the reeds to advance. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a tingling unease. There stood a massive beehive, over 2 meters high and more than a meter wide, supported by dozens of reeds and suspended in the air. Countless bees, each the length of a finger, buzzed in and out of the hive, while the sky above was obscured by swarming bees. These bees, clad in alternating bands of black and yellow, boasted exaggerated pincers and long stingers. A sting from them would be unbearable. Xiang Xinghe suppressed his discomfort and quietly retreated. Just as he was about to return to the group, he suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Honey, sweeter and more fragrant than any he had tasted on Blue Star. Turning back for another glance, the beehive, which had once appeared perilous, now seemed a delectable treasure. Yet he understood that, devoid of any equipment, to recklessly provoke this swarm would be akin to playing with fire. He could only return to his companions, planning to collect honey at a later time. Quickly, there's a beehive ahead. If we disturb them, we might not fare well. We'll handle it later. The group, witnessing their chief's rare display of fear, recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily followed him back. After walking a considerable distance, Xiang Xinghe finally exhaled deeply, producing a piece of beast hide and a chunk of charcoal, preparing to mark a map of the reed thicket. He first circled the location of the river beast's feeding area, then annotated the findings of his exploration around this central point. During this process, Xiang Xinghe noted an intriguing phenomenon. The dangerous areas and the locations of useful resources were interspersed in a seemingly chaotic manner. For instance, rice is situated between the merfolk tribe and the feeding grounds of the river beasts. A thicket of reeds where birds lay their eggs lies between the beehive and the river beast's feeding area. Exploring the reed thicket is akin to opening a mystery box. There is no fixed variety, yet a distinction between the good and the bad is inevitable. Does this imply that useful items are often found in perilous places? To validate his hypothesis, Xiang Xinghe led the group onward toward the southern side of the beehive. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he discovered a patch of different plants emerging amidst the reeds. The lush green, elongated leaves stood out remarkably against the reeds. Could it be a radish? Xiang Xinghe hurried to the plant, digging underneath, and before long, he uncovered a plump, pristine white root. He uprooted the plant, stripped away its leaves, cleaned the root, and took a hearty bite. The juice burst in his mouth, delivering a blend of spicy sweetness. Indeed, it was a radish. Moreover, its flavor was quite similar to that of the radishes on Blue Star, and its size was impressive. Xiang Xinghe erupted into joyous laughter, for this meant that these radishes could be directly transplanted without the prolonged process of selection and cultivation. He broke the radish in half, sharing it with the others, who praised its taste enthusiastically. Without needing to be urged, everyone eagerly began to dig up the radishes, placing them into baskets in preparation for planting at the camp. Surely, danger awaited ahead. After gathering the radishes, Xiang Xinghe continued onward, traversing for quite some time without encountering anything particularly noteworthy. Shirtu, leading the way, suddenly stumbled and nearly fell. What's wrong, Shirtu? I'm fine. Chief, just stepped into some it turned out he had inadvertently stepped into a bog, causing him to lose his balance. Shirtu pulled his foot out, now smeared with muck. What bad luck! He quickly tore off a handful of reeds to clean the mud from his foot. At that moment, a jet of dark green slime suddenly shot from ahead, aiming for the back of Shirtu's head. Xiang Xinghe shouted, Shirtu, watch out! Shirtu raised his head, bewildered, scanning his surroundings. At that instant, a shoe reacted swiftly, thrusting his spear and piercing the slime, though the iron tip showed signs of corrosion. Before the group could breathe a sigh of relief, more slime came flying toward them. A shoe yanked Shirtu back. The slime splattered where Shirtu had just stood, corroding a large patch of reeds, thus clearing the view ahead. Xiang Xinghe finally discerned what lay before them. A vast expanse of muddy terrain stretched out, dotted with several small puddles, and several tentacle-like plants were growing nearby. Lying beside these plants and puddles were several plump toads, continuously inflating and expelling slime toward them. Xiang Xinghe witnessed a bird, unfortunate enough to pass by, become ensnared by the slime, crashing to the ground and transforming into a pool of blood. Let South leave this place at once. Xiang Xinghe surmised that the attack was triggered by Shi entering their territory. Indeed, after retreating a few steps, the toads ceased their assault and settled quietly in the mud. The slime they expelled was a natural acid and venom, which, if collected, could prove invaluable in the future. Xiang Xinghe unfurled the animal hide to mark the expanse of this muddy terrain. Shi, with a lingering trepidation, remarked, "Chieftain, let us step outside for a moment. This thicket of reeds is exceedingly peculiar, teeming with all manner of things. I find myself quite fatigued." After a morning filled with relentless pursuit and exploration, the group felt the weight of exhaustion. The most taxing aspect was the heightened mental strain within this pathless marsh of reeds, which drained both their emotional reserves and physical vigor. Considering the sentiments of his companions, Xiang Xinghe spoke, "Let us conclude our exploratory endeavors for today. We shall return tomorrow." "Certainly." The members of the hunting party responded with enthusiasm. They retraced their steps through the path they had previously cleared, making their way back to the half-fishman encampment. At that moment, Shuiro had already departed from the camp, setting out with those who disseminated information among their kin. Xiang Feng, stationed at the half-fishman camp, rushed over upon seeing Xiang Xinghe and reported, "Chieftain, I have taken the liberty of inquiring with each of the half-fishmen over the past few days. They inform me that we are currently in the season of abundance for fish in the Shui River, with even children managing to catch dozens daily. However, as this period concludes, winter will arrive, and the river will grow too frigid to navigate. The surface may even freeze over, rendering fishing impossible. Consequently, they face starvation each winter, leading to a significant mortality rate among the elderly and children. Therefore, Chieftain, should we not instruct them to catch more fish now, so we can preserve it with salt and store it for the winter?" The half-fishmen primarily rely on fish for sustenance. While they enjoy venison and mutton, these cannot serve as staples. Xiang Xinghe nodded thoughtfully. "Your consideration is commendable. How long do we have until winter?" "Approximately 30 days. Then arrange for the half-fishmen to begin fishing. I shall dispatch individuals daily to transport the catch back to the tribe for preservation." Chapter 33. The Art of Pottery, Part 1. Very well. Chieftain. Xiang Feng had memorized each half-fishman and promptly organized the available ones to commence fishing. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe pondered the tasks for the afternoon. The food tribe was not currently in want. It would be prudent to focus on pottery first, as cooking in stone pots proved quite inconvenient. Pottery requires clay, which is typically formed from the weathering of silicate minerals, characterized by minimal sand content, strong adhesion, and high plasticity. Clay is often found along the banks of rivers subjected to strong winds and in mountainous regions. The half-fishman encampment was conveniently situated by a riverbank. Xiang Xinghe led the hunting party in a leisurely exploration around the half-fishman camp, ultimately discovering a patch of soft soil along the riverbank. Armed with a bone spade, he removed the surface layer of sand, revealing a deep yellow stratum beneath. Xiang Xinghe scooped a handful of the soil, kneading it in his hands. It was sticky and fine, easily amalgamating into various shapes. "Aha! I found it!" Xiang Xinghe declared with certainty that the soil in his hands was indeed clay, and of excellent quality. Eagerly, he exclaimed to Shi and the others, "This is clay. Quickly, let us excavate it and take it back to craft our pottery." Shi inquired, "Chieftain, what is pottery?" Xiang Xinghe remarked, "In any case, it is a fine treasure. Once it is prepared, you shall surely appreciate it." At that moment, the hunting team, being a band of food enthusiasts, sprang into action upon hearing of delectable prospects, promptly commencing the excavation of clay, yielding a substantial quantity in no time. However, during their endeavor, they encountered a minor setback. Beneath the soil lay a serpent adorned with blue spots and possessing a triangular head point. One of the tribesmen inadvertently brushed against it while digging, nearly falling victim to its bite. Fortunately, Shi reacted swiftly, piercing the serpent to the ground with his spear. As the iron tip penetrated the creature's scales, sparks flew, revealing the remarkable hardness of its hide. Ultimately, the serpent was discarded into the water to feed the fish. It was prudent not to consume potentially venomous creatures, especially since this serpent appeared decidedly unpalatable. The riverbank proved perilous, with serpents lurking beneath the earth. At this juncture, having procured sufficient clay, Xiang Xinghe instructed them to cease their efforts and ponder how to transport the clay back to the Baisher salt camp. The creation of pottery necessitated a kiln, thus he resolved to construct one at the Xinghe camp. Although the clay was readily available here, and crafting pottery in proximity to the half-fisherman camp appeared convenient, the closeness to the river posed risks from various beasts and potential assaults by rival tribes. Xiang Xinghe preferred to establish all construction-related facilities at the Xinghe camp, envisioning it as a hub for production, military operations, and education, while designating this area temporarily as a port and fishing ground, requiring only a few shelters. Xiang Xinghe conceived the idea of bamboo baskets, which, when lined with grass, could serve to transport the clay. However, the bamboo baskets containing meat had already been taken by Shui Rou and her kin. Crafting new baskets from reeds would consume too much time, with a large one only feasible by the following day. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the fish skin garments donned by the half-fishmen. The half-fisherman tribe possessed a unique fish skin specialty, harvested from the bodies of large fish, specifically those over 10 years of age. These formidable creatures inhabited deep waters, constantly engaged in the cycle of predation, their bodies abundant with valuable resources. However, due to their longevity and cunning nature, capturing them proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, whenever the half-fishmen succeeded in ensnaring such a large fish, they meticulously utilized every part. The half-fishmen employed specialized techniques to scrape off the scales, preserving the integrity of the fish skin, which was then removed and soaked in fish oil for a period before being dried under the sun, continually coated with oil. After 2 months of this process, a single piece of fish skin was completed. This material was not only resilient and lightweight but also exhibited minimal resistance in water, making it the primary fabric for the garments of the half-fishmen. Securing some sturdy fish skins from the half-fisherman tribe, Xiang Xinghe noted that although the skins appeared thin, they were remarkably durable. He could not tear them even with considerable force, and penetrating them with an iron spear required significant effort, proving sturdier than old tree bark. Indeed, it was a treasure. This material could be fashioned into clothing for scouts, being both lightweight and flexible, impervious to rips from underbrush. Regrettably, he contemplated the potential waste of such a valuable resource. Xiang Xinghe's plan was to utilize these fish skins to transport the clay back to the Xinghe camp. A single piece of fish skin, measuring 2 meters in length and width, could be tied at its 4 corners to form a robust bag. The clay was carefully packed into fish skin bags, each capable of containing over 100 pounds, easily manageable by the warriors of the hunting team. After filling 7 fish skin bags, Xiang Xinghe allowed the hunters to enjoy some roasted meat to replenish their energy. Subsequently, each individual shouldered a fish skin bag and made their way back to the Xinghe camp. Upon their return in the afternoon, Xiang Xinghe commenced the next phase of their endeavors, which involved constructing a pottery kiln. Lacking bricks, he resolved to utilize soil instead. Xiang Xinghe resourcefully directed Shirtu and the others to excavate a mound of earth in a vacant area, situated a fair distance from the living quarters. The soil for the kiln required no special quality. Ordinary earth sufficed, and soon a substantial heap was unearthed. They then proceeded to refine the excavated pit into a rectangular hollow, measuring over 2 meters in length and more than a meter in width. Xiang Xinghe envisioned the kiln to consist of 3 tiers. The first layer would serve as the area for adding firewood, which was represented by the pit itself. Next, he procured some branches, laying them horizontally across the pit as support, and subsequently enveloped them in a mixture of water and mud, forming the second layer that would serve as the rack for the pottery to be fired. Once the framework was established, Xiang Xinghe erected several branches of approximately 1.5 meters in height around the perimeter, using them as supports to begin constructing the earth walls, ultimately forming a hollow rectangular prism about 1.5 meters tall. At the upper rightmost section, a circular chimney was left open, while a half-meter wide opening was created at the left edge for placing the pottery, which was then sealed with a similarly sized square block. Finally, a layer of wet mud was applied to the entire surface of the kiln to thoroughly seal the tiny pores, resulting in a rudimentary yet functional kiln. Xiang Xinghe first placed the sealing mud block inside the kiln, then ignited a fire in the pit below using dry branches. A fierce blaze, billowing black smoke, erupted, causing the moisture within the kiln to evaporate rapidly, hardening the structure. During this period, Xiang Xinghe took advantage of the time to instruct the idle tribespeople in the art of pottery making. The shapes he demonstrated were those commonly found on Blue Star: pots, bowls, basins, jars, and buckets. He patiently guided his fellow tribespeople through the crafting process. The children, who typically reveled in playing with mud, set aside their games to lend a hand, while the women, intrigued and delighted, eagerly learned alongside them. Some men, having completed their tasks, joined in the festivities. Through their collective efforts, they managed to mold an abundance of wet pottery before the sun dipped below the horizon. Chapter 34. Pottery Making, Part 2. For both the tribespeople and Xiang Xinghe, this was their inaugural experience in pottery making, resulting in creations that were inevitably somewhat crude. Xiang Xinghe meticulously sifted through the results, selecting over 100 pieces that were intact and reasonably aesthetically pleasing. At this point, the moisture in the pottery kiln had nearly evaporated, rendering it solid and sturdy. Xiang Xinghe instructed the tribe to extinguish the fire in the pit. As the temperature within the kiln remained elevated, they would need to wait for it to cool slightly before placing the pottery inside. Coincidentally, the pottery also required air drying to remove excess moisture, preventing cracking during the firing process. "Let us first have a meal, and then we shall return to fire the pottery," agreed. After a bustling afternoon, the group felt famished and promptly began preparing their meal. The tribe is abundant with various types of meat, and the women have begun to grill the skewers of meat that they prepared earlier. Meanwhile, the men engage in cutting grass and leaves to feed the beasts within the enclosure. Nearby, animals frequently approach the Baishur salt mine to obtain salt. When the tribe was established, a portion of the Baishur salt mine was intentionally placed outside the walls to attract herbivorous creatures, with traps set along their paths to capture them. Carnivorous animals are killed outright, their skins stripped away for consumption, while the herbivores are brought back to the tribe's animal pen for rearing. In the afternoon, the traps near the Baishur salt mine ensnared 3 blackhorn donkeys and 5 goats, bringing the total to 23 blackhorn donkeys and 31 goats within the tribe. Caring for them is no simple task. Fortunately, after being reprimanded, Xiaoyi has turned over a new leaf, effectively organizing the feeding team, and the other tribespeople lend a hand whenever they can, ensuring that the animals do not go hungry. The crops in the fields are thriving as well. The land here is fertile, and many plants rejuvenate after a day of wilting. After surveying the area, Xiang Xinghe found no issues and proceeded to have a meal. Following the meal, everyone took some time to rest and chat. Xiang Xinghe touched the pottery drying in the shade under the tree, feeling that it no longer retained any significant moisture and the kiln had cooled sufficiently. It was time to begin the firing process. He instructed the tribespeople to remove the sealing boards that had been drying in the kiln with bamboo tongs and set them aside to cool. Then, one by one, he placed the pottery into the kiln using wooden boards and tongs, sealing the kiln entrance with the sealing boards and filling the gaps with clay. Afterward, he added more firewood to the fire pit. The flames roared to life, rapidly raising the temperature inside the kiln, causing the pottery to gradually lose moisture and become dry and smooth. These changes occur slowly and persistently. Throughout this process, the kiln must maintain a high temperature, meaning the fire cannot be extinguished. A crucial task remained. Someone would need to stay here at night, continuously adding wood to the fire pit to prevent it from dying out. Who would be willing to take on this responsibility? As soon as he posed the question, the tribespeople eagerly raised their hands, vying for the opportunity. Xiao Qin's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he slowly stood up, prepared to raise his hand for the task, but hesitated, torn between stoking the fire and attending the evening lesson. Xiang Xinghe intended to assign this task to Xiao Qin, believing that practical experience would be more beneficial than mere book learning. Fostering Xiao Qin's hands-on skills and exploratory spirit. For his studies, Xiang Xinghe planned to provide him with additional guidance after the lesson, for Xiao Qin was the most inquisitive and intellectually gifted child he had encountered in the tribe, deserving of careful cultivation. Just as he was about to assign the task to Xiao Qin, 2 mischievous children, around 12 or 13 years old, suddenly pushed their way through the crowd, shouting, "Chief, let us do it. We can definitely keep the fire going." Xiang Xinghe paused, recognizing them as the 2 most unruly children in the tribe, named Wu and Shui, who often led the younger ones in play and mischief. Typically avoiding work whenever possible, it was surprising to see them so eager to take on this task. Perhaps they viewed pottery firing as an exciting endeavor. As Xiang Xinghe opened their panels for inspection, he discovered that both individuals exhibited rather conventional attributes, yet their intelligence was commendably notable, reaching a score of 6, which could be deemed clever. Furthermore, they both possessed traits of insatiable curiosity and remarkable dexterity. "I shall entrust them to you. Please take good care of them," he said. "Very well, Chief, rest assured," they replied eagerly. Xiang Xinghe nodded and smiled, saying, "Now, everyone else may disperse. After a brief respite, we shall commence our lessons." The tribespeople instantly sighed in dismay as they scattered. Attending class was exceedingly arduous, involving the learning of peculiar symbols, and failure to grasp them often resulted in punitive measures. Quite a frightful prospect indeed. Young Chen, however, did not lament. Instead, he wistfully lowered his hands, gazing longingly at the pottery kiln. Xiang Xinghe continued, "Shui, Wu, you must not neglect your studies either. After class, I will have Xiao Chun assist you with supplementary lessons. Reiterating the material I present today, be sure to pay close attention. Xiao Qian, you will teach them later and assist with the kiln while they practice. Shui and Wu's expressions immediately fell. Their eagerness to work with pottery stemmed from their desire to evade class. Yet it seemed they could not escape destiny. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, chuckled with delight, responding, "Understood, Chief." Xiang Xinghe smiled and nodded, returning to the campfire to rest momentarily in preparation for the lesson, eyeing his past studies on Blue Star. He had access to ready-made textbooks, but in this new world, everything began from scratch. Teaching the primitive people necessitated the creation of his own materials. Initially, Xiang Xinghe's instruction was chaotic, attempting to cover everything from language, mathematics, and scientific knowledge to moral ethics, only to realize that this approach yielded poor results. Thus, he resolved to begin with the basics, teaching simple, commonly used Chinese characters and basic arithmetic within 100, with future lessons reserved for the more astute members of the tribe. Xiang Xinghe opened the chat channel, eager to see if anyone in the world chat had shared useful knowledge. After a period of adjustment, the world channel was no longer filled with complaints and lamentations. Instead, it now featured valuable information. Organizations had begun posting recruitment notices, encouraging players from different regions to join for resource exchanges. However, due to the absence of corresponding functions from the intelligent brain, such as special chat rooms or trading posts, these self-proclaimed organizers lacked a platform and merely engaged in futile bickering among themselves. Some individuals had also begun sharing informative posts, elucidating knowledge pertinent to technological and cultural advancement. Each evening, Xiang Xinghe dedicated time to study through the world channel. Today, however, was different. Upon opening the chat interface, he noticed a message in the regional channel, one that directly pertained to him. Regional chat Meng Yan. Is anyone there? Do you know who the King of Rivers is? He seems to possess a vast quantity of salt. Damn! Sweat immediately broke out on Xiang Xinghe's forehead. He had not anticipated that the first conversation in the regional channel would concern him directly, explicitly indicating his possession of a substantial amount of salt. Is this not an attempt to rally other players, preparing to jointly seize the salt? Fortunately, at present, there is only a single message from Meng Yan in the channel, and the other players have refrained from speaking. It remains uncertain whether they have overlooked it or simply choose not to respond. The chat channel does not display the timestamps of the messages, and Xiang Xinghe is oblivious to when Meng Yan posted her message. Calm down, calm down. I only assumed the title of River King yesterday. The fact that Meng Yan is aware of it so swiftly suggests she must have learned it from the half-merfolk who ventured out to relay the news. This implies that she is indeed situated along the banks of the Snow River. Judging by her tone, she appears to be in dire need of salt, and she seems unaware that the River King is a player. Otherwise, she would not directly inquire in the regional channel. Might I take advantage of this situation to gather information about other players in this vicinity? Xiang Xinghe's mind raced, contemplating how to navigate this unexpected turn of events. The players currently possess limited information. They are unaware of the true nature of the River King. Yet the title is quite imposing and could be leveraged. I could present it as the king of a formidable indigenous tribe. After much deliberation, Xiang Xinghe sent a message in the regional channel. My tribe scouts previously discovered a camp of half-merfolk, but I found them rather peculiar and refrained from engaging with them. Do they possess salt? If so, it might be worth trading, as I have been enduring tasteless roasted meat lately, and my palate is growing weary. Not long after this message was dispatched, a second message appeared in the regional chat channel. Meng Yan. Finally, someone has messaged, and what a charming name you have. I thought I was the only one in this area. It seems I shall not be alone now. Where are you? I shall come find you. Facing the primitives all day is utterly exhausting. Xiang Xinghe found it somewhat disconcerting to encounter such familiarity and replied, Xiang Xinghe, haha, I doubt we are the only ones in this region. Others have remained silent. Who knows if they are friend or foe, strong or weak? I believe it is best for us not to disclose our location. Meng Yan quickly responded. All right then, have you heard of the River King? We must be quite close to one another. If the River King truly holds a hereditary title, then this half-merfolk tribe should be quite powerful. However, the half-merfolk tribes I have encountered are not particularly formidable. Their strength lies predominantly in the water, and they are not as capable on land. Is it possible that their leader, known as the River King, is somewhat of a misnomer? Should we not consider joining forces to test him? I believe your tribe must harbor many valiant warriors. As the truth unfolded, it became apparent that Meng Yan sought to use him as a mere pawn to pave her way. The faint sense of distaste welled up within Xiang Xinghe, prompting him to reply, Xiang Xinghe, what concern is it of yours whether there are warriors? However, to my knowledge, the half-merfolk have experienced internal strife, resulting in the emergence of numerous tribes. The The tribe to which the River King belongs is among the strongest and most traditional. Engaging in a reckless probe may yield adverse consequences. Disguising one's persona as brusque, while judiciously revealing fragments of information, one might adopt an air of possessing extensive knowledge, yet feigning reluctance to divulge it. This tactic is intended to provoke Ming Yin into inquiring further, thereby facilitating the extraction of more information from her. At this juncture, an unexpected message abruptly materialized. Chigu Aikiru. Good evening to both of you. I apologize for intruding upon your conversation. I trust you will forgive me. I am also a player from this region and hope to foster a mutually beneficial relationship. I have just come across your messages and find them quite intriguing. Today, I too heard some rumors regarding the King of Rivers, who seems to have previously been known as the King of Snow River. If his tribe indeed possesses a substantial amount of salt, we could potentially collaborate to investigate. Should he prove less formidable than anticipated, we might unite to launch an assault and seize his salt. Surely, both you and the others who have yet to speak understand the immense value of salt. Xinghe, while caution is indeed a virtue, excessive wariness may hinder the formation of friendships in this alternate world. We must cast aside prejudices and engage in sincere interactions. Only through collective efforts of us Blue Star players can we conquer the natives and forge a new homeland. Xinghe, I have disclosed the precious information that the King of Rivers was once known as the King of Snow River. If you possess any further insights, I implore you to share them swiftly. Given his name, this individual is likely of Japanese descent, and the content of his message corroborates this assumption. His outward politeness belies an inner disposition replete with predatory inclinations, skillfully cloaked in grandiloquent rhetoric. At this moment, Ming Yin responded. Ming Yin. Indeed, Xinghe, you must surely have additional information yet to be revealed. Please share it with us. We are all from Blue Star, and only through collaboration can we triumph over the natives and secure the salt, which would benefit us all. Xiang Xinghe chuckled. These two were unwittingly attempting to impose a moral obligation upon him. With a single remark, he silenced them. Xiang Xinghe. You, a Japanese person living comfortably, what nonsense are you spouting? And Ming Yin, are you aspiring to become a traitor, colluding with him against me? Did you not claim we should be forthright? Reveal your locations to me, and I shall dispatch my warriors to your tribe to convey my message. As a result, both Ming Yin and Chigu Aikiru ceased their messages, and the regional chat channel fell into silence. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe received friend requests from both individuals. Upon acceptance, they remained reticent regarding their locations, consistently reiterating their previous statements. Finding the situation somewhat tedious, Xiang Xinghe set their messages aside and refrained from further engagement. After some contemplation, he posted a message in the regional chat channel. Xiang Xinghe. Earlier, after being berated so thoroughly, neither of you dared to retort, which left me rather embarrassed. Allow me to share a piece of information. The salt of the King of Rivers is exchangeable. The more novel and useful the item, the greater the quantity of salt one can obtain in return. Deliver your items to the half-fishmen who relay messages. They will transport them back to their tribe. If the King of Rivers is satisfied, he will reward you with salt, which the half-fishmen will then bring back to me. They have a penchant for various innovative tools and metals. I have previously exchanged bone plows, pottery, and iron ore for salt. Yet I have been unsuccessful in trading deer or fish meat. I surmise they are not lacking in such meats, but rather in tools or unique items. Upon concluding her conversation with Xiang Xinghe, the woman closed the chat interface and summoned her kin to commence the lesson. In the expansive and elongated canyon at the lower reaches of Shuejiang, a woman reclining on a hide abruptly sat up, her face adorned with a smile. The two male tribesmen beside her, sporting feline ears and fanning her with leaves, were startled and hastily knelt before her, fearfully inquiring, "Mistress, what commands do you have for us?" This woman, in her 40s, bore the marks of age with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, yet retained traces of her former allure, hinting at a beauty that had flourished in her youth. However, a mole at the corner of her mouth lent her a somewhat acerbic demeanor. Ignoring the two feline-eared men, she clapped her hands. A towering man, over 2 meters tall, exuding an intimidating aura and clad in a serious demeanor, entered from outside, wielding a gray stone spear that appeared remarkably sturdy and sharp. His eyes, once inscrutable, softened upon seeing the woman, and he knelt partially, addressing her as clan leader. The two feline-eared men trembled in terror at the sight of this man, their bodies involuntarily shaking. Yet, the woman giggled and said, "Mon Hu, I have just received an intriguing piece of news. Please instruct the tribesmen and the slaves to gather more malachite and hematite, and inform me when those half-fish men return next time." "Yes, clan leader," Mon Hu replied, lifting the tent flap and stepping out. The woman reclined back onto the hide, cleared her throat lightly, and one of the feline-eared men promptly brought forth a handful of wild fruits resembling grapes, while the other carefully fed them to her one by one. After savoring a bite of the wild fruit, the woman chuckled softly. Xiang Xinghe, how impolite that if I were to discover the whereabouts of your tribe, I would certainly send Manhu to annihilate you. Upon hearing this, the previously calmed feline-eared men began to tremble once more. The canyon was remarkably spacious, dotted with colossal boulders, and the ground was strewn with colorful pebbles that shimmered under the moonlight. Between the boulders, hides were draped, creating a shelter against the elements. These shelters clustered near the rocky walls, numbering around 40 or 50, each accommodating more than 5 individuals, clearly indicating a sizable tribe. Some shelters were merely topped with weeds, crammed with those possessing feline ears. In the deep of night, the canyon was buffeted by strong winds, rendering the weeds ineffective against the elements, forcing them to huddle together for warmth, yet they slept soundly, each face marked with exhaustion, as if they had not enjoyed a proper rest in ages. Manhu emerged from the tent, promptly summoning the tribesmen to issue tasks. The clan leader has commanded us to seek out some malachite and hematite. She has previously instructed us on how to identify them. I trust none of you have forgotten. The tribesmen affirmed their recollection, but soon began to grumble about the clan leader assigning tasks at such a late hour. This is not the first or second time. Ever since that incident, the clan leader seems to have transformed into a different person, incessantly concocting ways to make us work. Indeed, ordering us to collect stones at this hour. It seems the clan leader has been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Should we summon a shaman to examine the clan leader? Manhu glared at the increasingly audacious tribesmen and bellowed, "Silence." The sound reverberated through the canyon, startling a flock of birds into flight. The tribe members, silenced by the roar, nonetheless conveyed their discontent through their glances. Manhu let out a sigh and commanded, "Go awaken the slaves and have them gather stones. You shall divide into groups. Each group will take turns watching over them as they work throughout the night." With this, the tribe's anger simmered slightly, and they approached the makeshift shelters, shouting and striking to rouse the Kadir people, urging them to begin their labor. The Kadir individuals, jolted from slumber, groggily emerged from their shelters, burdening themselves with animal hide sacks to commence their toil in the deepest recesses of the shelter. A dark-skinned Kadir man clenched his fist tightly, then released it, suppressing the hatred in his eyes as he stepped out to join the throng of workers, in the midst of the snowy river. A waterfall cascaded down from a height of several dozen meters, resembling a white silk ribbon. The forceful torrent crashed into the pool below, sending up great clouds of mist. A somber-faced man sat cross-legged on a massive stone beneath the waterfall, his eyes shut tight, hands forming seals, his body bare and perfectly aligned, remaining steadfast against the relentless onslaught of water. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, pushed himself up, leapt from the rock, and plunged into the pool, swimming toward the shore. Once ashore, he was approached by 2 young female primitives, not unattractive in appearance, who held animal hides. One used soft fur to dry his body and hair, while the other presented him with a hide to wear, which notably included a small pair of trousers crafted from animal skin, the practicality of which for preventing rashes remained uncertain. Once fully attired, he was handed a slender wooden dagger. The somber man secured the dagger at his waist and ventured into a lush valley, flanked by towering mountains abundant with diverse flora. The valley entrance was narrow, but upon entering, it opened up into a vast, circular expanse. At this moment, hundreds of primitives were bustling about within the valley, shouting and laboring, some engaging in displays of brawling and flirtation, creating a scene of utter disorder. The somber man furrowed his brow at this crude spectacle, and upon witnessing several relatively attractive female tribespeople being embraced by others, he could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, "What on earth are you all doing? Is this the manner in which our little sun empire ought to conduct itself? We must cultivate the spirit of Bushido, starting with abstinence. From now on, there shall be no raucousness at night, no embracing." The primitives, startled by his thunderous voice, immediately ceased their activities in fear. Several robust individuals appeared defiant, wishing to voice their dissent, yet they instinctively fell silent upon noticing the wooden dagger at his side. The somber man, satisfied with the ensuing silence, nodded and declared, "Excellent. Only in tranquility can we gather strength. Henceforth, refrain from merriment at night. We must practice in quietude. Now, I have a task for you. Retire early tonight, and at the break of dawn tomorrow, venture into the mountains to gather ginseng and lingji mushrooms. When those half-fish people arrive, summon me. I intend to broker a deal with them." Having spoken, he surveyed the primitives, yet they remained mute, gazing vacantly at him. The somber man, now somewhat irked, exclaimed, "Are you all deaf? Have you not heard my command?" The clansman, with a sense of weariness, finally uttered, "We have heard you, chief." The brooding man grunted in response and soon summoned a few of the more attractive female tribesfolk who had just been jesting with the other men in the tribe to return to the tent with him. These women appeared visibly frightened, yet none dared to defy the brooding man, compelled instead to follow him back to the tent. Before long, the sounds of male laughter, the crack of a whip, and the cries of women echoed from within. Meanwhile, the other male primitives sat motionless by the bonfire, gazing into the flickering flames, lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 37. The Art of Pottery, Part 5. As dawn broke, the air carried a slight chill, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, and a layer of moisture clung to the animal skin tents. The people of the Xinghe tribe had risen to commence their labors, igniting fires to prepare their meals. In the central tent of the tribe, a youthful and handsome young man was smacking his lips, seemingly dreaming of delectable dishes. Beside him squatted a besmirched-faced boy, watching him with keen interest. Xiang Xinghe had dreamt vividly throughout the night, feasting in his dreams on roasted duck, braised pork hocks, boiled fish, and Peking-style shredded meat. He had not slept soundly, and upon awakening, his head felt heavy as he opened his eyes. He was startled to find a humanoid figure squatting silently beside him, observing him intently. "By the heavens!" Xiang Xinghe gasped, quickly recognizing the figure as Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Do you not realize how frightening it is to watch someone sleep?" Xiao Yun chuckled heartily and replied, "Chief, your sleep is quite amusing. You were mumbling about boiled meat slices, leaving me quite hungry." Shaking his head to clear the drowsiness, Xiang Xinghe laughed in return. "You little glutton! Were you so exhausted from tending the fire all night that you came to check if my pottery was finished? Indeed. How did you know what I was thinking, chief?" Xiang Xinghe pinched his soot-stained cheek and teased, "Of course, I am the chief." With that, he stood, donned his animal skin garment, and stepped out of the tent alongside Xiao Yun. Making their way to the pottery kiln, at that moment, Xiao Wu was diligently tending to the kiln, occasionally adding more firewood. Upon spotting Xiang Xinghe, he joyfully exclaimed, "Chief, come quickly and see if it's done." "All right," Xiang Xinghe called back, standing at a distance and peering through the opening of the kiln. He observed that the surface of the pottery was coated in black soot, with glimpses of fiery gleam revealing smooth patches underneath. "Ha ha, the pottery is ready. You both have done splendidly. Just let the fire die down. The air is quite frigid now, so do not remove the pottery just yet. We shall retrieve it at noon. Once you are finished here, go wash up, eat something, and take a little rest. I shall prepare fried lamb chops for you at midday." "Yes, chief." Though Xiao Yun and Xiao Wu did not fully comprehend the reasoning, they cheerfully agreed, having waited all night and feeling no haste now, especially with the promise of such delectable fare. It was simply blissful. The two youths happily withdrew the pottery from the kiln using bamboo tongs. Xiang Xinghe gazed at the spirited youths, a smile gracing his lips, as he approached the well to draw a bamboo tube of water, beginning his morning ablutions. He first washed his fingers, then applied finely selected salt grains, free of stones, onto his teeth, scrubbing diligently with his fingers. After taking a generous gulp of water and swishing it around in his mouth, he spat it out, thus completing the brushing ritual. Following this, he smeared his face, hands, and hair with wood ash, ensuring an even application before rinsing it off. The wood ash served as a natural disinfectant, effectively eliminating bacteria and pests. If only he could procure soybeans, peanuts, or rapeseed, plants rich in oil, to extract vegetable oil for soap making. Alas, for now, wood ash would have to suffice. During his evening lectures, Xiang Xinghe had already imparted these two cleansing methods to his tribesmen, and some had begun to consciously tend to their personal hygiene. Regrettably, others found the process cumbersome and were reluctant to follow suit. A hierarchy of disdain had emerged between the two factions. Those who washed their faces looked down upon those who did not, while the latter regarded the former as time wasters. Xiang Xinghe did not intervene to quell this mutual contempt. Rather, he viewed it as a means to promote new practices, believing that, in time, an appreciation for hygiene would flourish within the tribe. Once he had completed his grooming, Xiang Xinghe instructed Ashu to accompany the hunting party to deliver today's roasted meat to the half-fishman tribe, and to return with the fish caught by the half-fishman. He himself intended to remain behind, planning to explore the bamboo forest with Shirtu. He had long heard of a bamboo grove to the south, from which the lumberjack team frequently brought back some bamboo. Yet he had never seen it with his own eyes. Today, he resolved to embark on an expedition, hoping to uncover something of value. The bamboo forest was not far from the tribe. The clansmen had already charted the shortest route between the two locations. clearing the trees and weeds along the way to carve out a narrow path. Following the lumberjack team, Xiang Xinghe and Shitu traversed the path, arriving at the bamboo forest within 10 minutes. The expanse of the grove exceeded Xiang Xinghe's imagination, with each bamboo towering skyward, stout and verdant. The forest stretched endlessly, the ground scarcely littered with weeds, instead carpeted with a thick layer of bamboo leaves. As they stepped into the grove, all surrounding clamor vanished, and the area transformed into a sanctuary of tranquility. Even the once boisterous lumberjack team fell silent. It was no wonder that many ancient scholars and poets chose to dwell in bamboo groves, for this place naturally exuded an atmosphere of serenity. Just as the group stood at the edge of the bamboo forest, relishing the peace, a series of soft whimpers suddenly echoed from within. 5 juvenile pandas bounded out from the grove, frolicking towards them. Just as Shitu prepared to chase the pandas away, Xiang Xinghe halted him. The pandas approached the group, rising and squatting repeatedly, nuzzling their heads against the legs of the onlookers. Their demeanor appeared not as a threat, but rather as an attempt to ingratiate themselves. Xiang Xinghe inquired with curiosity what could be the matter with them. At that moment, the captain of the lumberjack team jovially produced a piece of roasted meat, roughly the size of a palm, from beneath his leather attire. Instantly, the pandas converged on the captain, standing on their hind legs and pawing at his clothing, eager to claim the morsel, while the captain held the meat aloft, playfully teasing them. The clan leader remarked, "These are a group of gluttonous bears, much like the rotund ones we know. The bamboo forest is teeming with them. They often meander around when we previously harvested bamboo. We find them endearing and occasionally toss them some of our provisions, which has fostered a certain familiarity, prompting them to seek us out repeatedly. Haha. Why are they all so small? Have you never encountered larger pandas?" The lumber team leader responded, "The larger pandas reside deeper within the bamboo grove, and they have a greater fondness for bamboo, rarely indulging in meat. It is only the little ones who have a taste for it. Moreover, those larger pandas possess immense strength, capable of toppling a bamboo stalk with a mere swipe of their paw. We dare not provoke them lightly. It is the little ones that are truly delightful." Are there many small pandas in the bamboo forest? Indeed, there are plenty. These lively, spirited creatures emerge to frolic with us. Additionally, some small pandas trail closely behind the larger ones, with 2 or 3 young ones accompanying each adult. Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of joy within. It seemed the panda breeding enterprise in this alternate world could indeed flourish. Unlike the concerning breeding rates of pandas on Blue Star, here each panda can produce more than 2 cubs annually, and the survival rate is commendably high. The dream of having a plump companion for everyone could become a reality. Chapter 38. The Art of Pottery, Part 6. Xiang Xinghe promptly issued a command. "Let us take these pandas back and entrust them to Xiaoyi for nurturing. In the future, should we encounter other panda cubs, we shall bring them back as well. After all, their staple food is bamboo, and with such an expansive bamboo forest, we can certainly sustain them." "Yes, clan leader." The lumber team leader, previously responsible for food storage within the tribe and possessing some managerial talent, was bestowed the name Xiao Zhu. He accepted the name with delight and instructed the lumber team to concentrate their roasted meat into the hands of one individual, who would then toss pieces at intervals to lead the group of pandas back to the tribe. With this diversion, the serene atmosphere dissipated, and the other lumber team members began their bamboo harvesting, while Xiang Xinghe and Shitu commenced a leisurely exploration of the bamboo grove. The bamboo varied in thickness. Some were as wide as a bucket, while others were slender. Among them, Xiang Xinghe encountered the stoutest one, which he could not encircle even with both arms. This bamboo was deep green throughout, its exterior resembling jade, translucent and resilient, allowing one to glimpse a hand on the opposite side through the transparent section, which extended nearly the length of a palm, and no mark could be left by Shitu's iron spear upon it. Striking it produced a sound akin to bronze. Goodness, has this turned to jade? Remarkable. Xiang Xinghe estimated this bamboo to be several hundred, if not thousands, of years old. On Blue Star, bamboo typically lived no more than a century before withering away, and once it reached a certain size, it became challenging to grow thicker. The sheer size of the bamboo here was truly astonishing. He noted the location of this formidable bamboo. Its iron-like hardness might prove invaluable in the future. Continuing his observations, he discovered that bamboo of a thickness comparable to a bowl exhibited certain jade-like characteristics on its surface. The thicker the bamboo, the greater the thickness of the jade-like layer, and the deeper the jade hue. Initially, it was white jade in color, eventually transforming into a rich green jade. The lumberjack team had not previously brought such coarse bamboo to the tribe. Xiang Xinghe surmised that the surface of this thick bamboo had undergone a process akin to jadification, rendering it exceedingly hard. and that they were unable to cut through it with their stone or bone axes. It appeared to be a characteristic of this particular bamboo. Once it reached a certain thickness, its outer layer would jadify. Could I perhaps fashion armor from this material? Upon contemplating this, Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of excitement and immediately instructed Shitu to wield a spear with all his might against a bamboo stalk as thick as a bowl, eager to test its hardness. Shitu nodded, tightened his grip on the spear, crouched down, and with a fierce roar, thrust the spear forth with the swiftness of a serpent attacking its prey. Clang! The bamboo quivered, its leaves fluttering to the ground, while Shitu stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The spear had struck the bamboo but had failed to penetrate, merely grazing it and leaving a deep white mark. Chief, what is this? It's harder than old tree bark. Shida's face flushed red, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not being able to pierce the bamboo. However, Xiang Xinghe was filled with delight, reverently caressing the bamboo as if it were a precious treasure, causing Shitu to shiver with unease. Shida's full-force strike could pierce a tree, yet it could not breach this bamboo, a treasure indeed. He had found the material for armor. A deep indentation appeared at the site of impact, the jadified surface resembling glass with cracks forming, yet it had not shattered completely. The fragments remained interconnected, creating a fist-sized depression embedded within the stalk. Even so, it had not been fully penetrated. This indicated that not only was the surface hard, but it also possessed remarkable flexibility, truly an excellent material for crafting protective gear. Moreover, this bamboo grove contained numerous stalks of similar caliber, each sufficient to produce armor for dozens of individuals. The value of this bamboo forest was undoubtedly on par with the white stone salt mines. How fortunate I am to have inspected it personally. Alas, my current tools are inadequate for development. I must find those skilled in forging iron tools at the earliest opportunity. Since further exploration is not feasible at the moment, Xiang Xinghe suppressed his excitement, offered a few words of comfort to Shitu, and continued to meander through the bamboo grove. Suddenly, Shitu stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiang Xinghe helped him up and examined what had caused his fall, discovering something hard beneath the bamboo leaves. Kicking away the leaves revealed a green, whip-like object. Bamboo whip? Ha! I had almost forgotten about the bamboo shoots in this grove. He chuckled and said to Shitu, Shitu, your fall has led to the discovery of something valuable. What luck! I'll prepare a delicious meal for you at noon. Shitu scratched his head, grinning as he replied, What treasure, chief? Stop keeping me in suspense. That fall hurt. Following the bamboo whip, Xiang Xinghe soon spotted a protruding area on the ground. Clearing away the bamboo leaves, he discovered many fluffy shoots sprouting from the earth. Found it. Shitu, dig down. Oh. Shitu crouched down and began to excavate with his large hands. Before long, a tender, pagoda-like shoot emerged. It was then that Shitu realized, exclaiming, Chief, I thought it was something else. Isn't this the inexpensive bamboo shoot used to entice little Tian the panda? Can this person eat? Xiang Xinghe abruptly slapped the stone's backside and said, Of course. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat is a culinary masterpiece. Enough chatter, dig quickly. The pottery is ready today as well. Upon hearing these words, the stone was invigorated, frantically digging until it unearthed a bamboo shoot the length of an arm. Xiang Xinghe directed the stone to find a few more bamboo shoots, which were placed into the bamboo basket before they paused. They ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, where the vegetation grew increasingly dense, and the number of thick bamboo stalks multiplied, some large enough to embrace. Within the bamboo forest, numerous pandas were present, appearing remarkably gentle, showing no aggression towards humans. They paid no heed to Xiang Xinghe and the stone, contentedly munching on bamboo. Generally, wild animals tend to fear unfamiliar creatures, uncertain of whether they might be preyed upon. Yet these pandas exuded an air of tranquility. Xiang Xinghe surmised this was related to their size, as these pandas were larger than those on Blue Star, resembling small automobiles equipped with sharp teeth and claws, along with thick fur, making them formidable. Their strength likely contributed to their gentle demeanor. Fortunately, akin to Blue Star, they preferred a herbivorous diet. Otherwise, my tribe's establishment here would be in jeopardy. Pandas are omnivorous, but their herbaceous inclination aligns with those on Blue Star. In addition to pandas, the bamboo forest was home to some plump bamboo rats. Their corpulent bodies hampered their movement, leading to several being knocked unconscious by the stone and tossed into the bamboo basket for later consumption. The most perilous creatures, however, were the snakes lurking within the bamboo thicket. Vividly green and seemingly venomous, they remained concealed within the foliage. Thus, as Xiang Xinghe ventured deeper into the grove, he grew increasingly cautious, instructing the stone to tap the bamboo ahead with a spear before proceeding. After an indeterminate duration, they unexpectedly encountered a deep pool. Chapter 39. Sphere of influence. This deep pool was vast. With a diameter exceeding 10 meters, its waters crystal clear, revealing a smooth orange stone bottom. The edges were adorned with bizarre rock formations, and there was no evident source of flowing water, leaving the origin of the water a mystery. Strangely, the pool harbored no fish, nor was there any moss or duckweed. Nothing alive, just pristine water. And stark contrast, the area beside the pool thrived with life, surrounded not only by lush bamboo but also by peculiar wild grasses and flowers, verdantly flourishing, making the presence of other plants in this bamboo grove particularly noteworthy. Intrigued, Xiang Xinghe approached with the stone to investigate, parting the obstructing wild grasses and flowers, only to discover that this deep pool was not singular but rather a collection of 7 pools, interconnected and resembling the shape of a spoon. Although the bamboo grove contained numerous pools and streams, this extraordinary sight captured Xiang Xinghe's attention. How had this body of water formed? It was quite peculiar. There seemed to be no source. Surely it could not merely be rainwater accumulating to such an extent, yet rainwater could not be this pristine. Just then, a spotted deer limped toward the pool, its hindquarters marred by 3 claw marks, seemingly inflicted by a carnivorous creature, with visible bone beneath the wounds. Shirtu immediately exclaimed with delight, "Ha ha, Chief! Has this deer encountered some misfortune? It has come running to us for sustenance." As he spoke, he made a move to catch the deer. "Wait, Shirtu," Xiang Xinghe called out, urging him to continue observing. The deer was gravely injured, moving with excruciating slowness, trembling with pain at every step, its face streaked with tears. However, as the deer fully entered the waterhole, a miraculous scene unfolded. The spotted deer calmed down, as if its pain had been alleviated. He plunged its head into the water, and when it lifted its head again, the anguish on its face had vanished, seemingly restored with a semblance of vitality. Xiang Xinghe and Shirtu held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. After soaking for a while longer, the spotted deer slowly emerged from the waterhole. Although it still walked with a slight stumble, it was significantly improved from before. The claw marks on its hindquarters no longer bled, and a hint of fresh flesh had begun to grow. Shirtu was momentarily taken aback by this sight. "Chief, I must be mistaken. Has that deer truly regrown flesh so swiftly?" Xiang Xinghe swallowed hard and replied, "Shirtu, it appears we have stumbled upon another treasure." As he spoke, he took Shida's spear and instructed him, "Extend your hand." "Huh? What do you intend to do, Chief? Ouch, Chief. You truly mean to cut me?" It turned out that Xiang Xinghe had drawn a small line of blood across Shida's fingertip with the spear. Shirtu hurriedly placed his finger in his mouth, sucking on it while casting a resentful glance at Xiang Xinghe. "Enough. Stop acting like a delicate flower. Immerse your hand in the water hole." "Oh." Shirtu squatted by the water's edge, dipping his hand into the liquid. The next moment, his expression shifted to one of confusion as he turned to Xiang Xinghe. "What does it feel like?" "It's a bit itchy and pleasantly cool." "Pull your hand out." When Shirtu withdrew his hand from the water hole, he noticed that the wound had ceased to bleed and had already formed a scab. "Chief, how has my wound healed so rapidly? Am I to possess the strength of wild beasts?" Shirtu shouted in astonishment, overwhelmed by the revelation. "We have truly discovered a treasure, Shirtu. This water accelerates the healing of wounds." Xiang Xinghe echoed his excitement, equally astonished. At that moment, a voice from the intelligent core echoed in their ears. "Congratulations on discovering the wonder of the fairy pool. National fortune points 1000. Fairy pool. Wonder, a mysterious location formed by the impact of a meteorite, possessing miraculous healing powers for living beings after being soaked in spring water. Wonder effects. Incorporating this wonder into the civilization sphere grants an additional 100 national fortune points daily. Submerging wounds in the water accelerates healing. It can cure or alleviate skin ailments. Using the spring water from this wonder to concoct potions enhances their effects by 200, with a chance of gaining special buffs. The development speed of medicine in the civilization increases by 200. Wow, we've discovered another wonder. Although it was anticipated that this enchanting pool with miraculous abilities would not be straightforward, the revelation from the intelligent brain that it was indeed a wonder left Xiang Xinghe somewhat bewildered. The wondrous effects of the fairy pool were exceedingly practical. Merely its capacity to accelerate recovery rates could significantly enhance the survival rates of his kin. This was without mentioning several other extraordinary functions, such as expediting medical advancements and augmenting the efficacy of potions, including the seemingly trivial ability to cure skin ailments, which proved to be remarkably beneficial. Throughout Blue Star's history, outbreaks of skin diseases such as herpes and syphilis had occurred, causing devastation comparable to that of plagues. At this moment, Xiang Xinghe's face beamed with joy. Heaven grants, yet if one does not seize the opportunity, they will face retribution. It was imperative to incorporate this wonder into the tribe's domain. But how should he proceed? Should he establish a camp here? That would stretch their manpower too thin. Currently, the personnel in the tribe were already insufficient for the construction of the Xinghe camp and the Half-Merman camp. Establishing yet another camp was inconceivable, and dispersing the population too widely would also pose safety risks. After contemplating for a moment, Xiang Xinghe opened the world chat channel and inquired, "Dear friends, do you know how to incorporate an area some distance from the tribe's camp into our territory? Is there a method aside from expanding the camp?" As soon as the message was sent, it provoked a flurry of responses in the world channel. "So eager to expand your territory. Have you discovered a wonder? I envy you for finding a wonder. I can't even imagine what a wonder looks like. Good brother, where are you? I have no thoughts on it, just wish to come and observe. Brother, what kind of wonder do you have? Is it a natural wonder? A racial wonder? Or perhaps a heritage wonder?" A myriad of inquiries flooded in, along with numerous friend requests, but Xiang Xinghe paid them no mind, instead focusing intently on the chat channel, hoping to glean genuinely useful information. The significance of medical knowledge could not be overstated. For instance, if Xiang Xinghe were to sustain an injury, the absence of advanced medical techniques could spell doom. This alone warranted the necessity of incorporating the fairy pool into the tribe's domain. Just then, a message caught Xiang Xinghe's attention. "Little brother, the tribe's territory does not solely refer to the camp, but encompasses the area under your tribe's control. Just as tigers and lions delineate their territories through urine, we merely need to plant a totem or a symbol representing the tribe in a designated area. The space between this point and the tribe's camp will then fall under the tribe's influence. However, during this process, the item you have planted will continuously face erosion and attacks from wildlife, plants, and even the natural environment. This is an ongoing endeavor, thus you will need to station warriors to guard it. Typically, after a month of vigilance, the surrounding environment will acknowledge your establishment, and your tribe's territory will thus be defined, remaining so until abandoned or invaded by outsiders." Chapter 40. The mountain folk. Before Xiang Xinghe could respond, a long string of replies began to flood in. "How do you know? That can't be true. You're just trying to scare us. Indeed, it has barely been a week since we traversed here, yet he speaks of events a month hence. Who would believe such folly but a fool?" A chorus of derision ensued. At that moment, the individual who had previously posted re-emerged. Source of information: the encyclopedic tome procured from the golden treasure chest. This is the news above. Those who had just mocked me now emerged to face the scorn, reveling in the free tidings I shared. Cease your incessant prattle. Following the emergence of this news, the tone of the discourse shifted dramatically. "Thank you, esteemed one. A golden treasure chest? My goodness, I have only ever encountered the silver variety. Indeed, a golden treasure chest is truly remarkable. Esteemed one, please allow us to bask in your fortuitous aura." Those who had earlier derided the esteemed one now found themselves in a position of shame. "May a good person enjoy a life of peace. I humbly bow before you. Esteemed one, might you share any further valuable insights with us?" Xiang Xinghe found the situation amusing and promptly requested to befriend the individual who had spoken earlier, named Xiao Weikong. The acceptance came swiftly. "Thank you, my good brother. Had you not alerted me, I would have remained oblivious to such a simple method, and no need for thanks. I see from your name that you are of the Huaxia lineage. Let us assist one another. By the way, have you discovered a wonder? As far as I know, only wonders are currently included within the tribal influence requirements. What wonder have you uncovered?" Xiang Xinghe pondered for a moment, sensing that he was not a nefarious character, and replied, "It pertains to healing." "Splendid. Is it the fountain of life, the sacred well, or the fairy pool?" "Haha, forgive my probing. However, each of these wonders is quite beneficial in the early stages and provides certain advancements in medical development. It seems your tribal location is quite promising." Xiang Xinghe was taken aback by his knowledge, momentarily considering the encyclopedic tome procured from the golden chest to be rather impressive, almost akin to a cheat code. "Haha, fortunate indeed. Well then, I must take my leave. I am to lead my people on a hunt and cultivate our development. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future." "Very well, be cautious." Brother Kong. "No worries, it's quite trivial." Upon closing the chat interface, Xiang Xinghe let out a deep sigh of relief. This made things simpler, yet what exactly is a totem pole? Xiao Weikong must surely know. But as I have just added him as a friend, it would be inappropriate to inquire too much. A banner would suffice. Thus, I shall create a totem for my tribe and illustrate it upon a hide to display. With determination, Xiang Xinghe prepared to return to the tribe with stones when suddenly, a voice called from behind. Chieftain, chieftain, where are you? The high priest has sent me to summon you back to the camp. Could something have gone awry? A sense of urgency gripped Xiang Xinghe as he called out loudly, I am here. Upon hearing his voice, a young tribesman soon appeared, breathless. Xiang Xinghe anxiously inquired, what is the matter? Has the camp come under attack from members of other tribes? The elder of the tribe gasped and exclaimed, No, chief, it is a fortuitous occurrence. The mountain dwellers you have long wished to meet have arrived, and they come bearing an array of tools, eager to barter for our provisions. Xiang Xinghe was immediately filled with excitement. Let us return swiftly. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to Shirtu, saying, Shirtu, procure some spring water from the fairy pool using a bamboo tube, and bring it back to the tribe for the high priest to examine. Understood, Shirtu replied promptly. He brandished his spear and felled a bamboo stalk of wrist-thick girth, using his portable stone knife to carve out a segment over a meter long. He then thrust his spear forcefully into the bamboo, puncturing the joints while leaving the base intact. Shirtu submerged the bamboo segment into the fairy pool, and soon it was filled with water. The three of them then hastened towards the camp. Before they could reach the camp, a cacophony of voices reached their ears, seemingly a heated negotiation. Your chief has stated that our previous exchange was unjust. This iron tool is hardly worth so much meat. Ah, do you have any idea how much effort we expended to forge these iron implements? Where is your chief? Summon him. He is currently occupied and will return shortly, then I shall wait here. I am eager to see what kind of chief could lead such short-sighted tribesmen. Upon hearing this commotion, Xiang Xinghe could not help but chuckle. The one bargaining with the mountain dwellers was none other than the high priest, who was deliberately making such claims to retain their interest. Shirtu, when the time comes, assert that your spear was crafted by us. Do not let slip the truth. Shirtu nodded and replied, Very well, chief. I understand your intentions to deceive them, and I shall play along. Excellent. Shirtu is becoming increasingly astute. Xiang Xinghe took a deep breath and entered the camp, declaring with authority, Who dares to say I lack discernment? At that moment, a silver-haired, muscular elder forcefully pushed through the crowd, glaring angrily at Xiang Xinghe. Are you the chief of this tribe? You dare to claim that my iron tools are not worth your tribe's meat? Ask our warriors if you comprehend the toil it takes to create these iron implements. It is no less laborious than your hunting. Xiang Xinghe was taken aback by the sight of such a robust elder, as it was the first time he had encountered someone so physically imposing. He soon noticed that a dozen burly young men followed closely behind the elder, each boasting powerful muscles and carrying animal hides filled to the brim, presumably laden with iron tools. They wore ruggedly crafted short knives at their waists, appearing exceedingly sharp. Steeling himself, Xiang Xinghe swallowed hard and said, I did not mean to imply that. Rather, I was praising the remarkable quality of your iron tools. Next time, we shall exchange more provisions with you. My high priest, being of advanced age, has a slight hearing impairment and must have misunderstood. Isn't that right, high priest? The high priest rolled his eyes, realizing that the chief was attempting to make himself a scapegoat. However, for the sake of the tribe's development, the high priest remarked, Ah? What did you just say? Did you mention roasted fish for today? Xiang Xinghe, feeling helpless, glanced at the muscular elder, who stood there in disbelief, never anticipating that he would engage in a lengthy argument with someone hard of hearing. The muscular elder then looked at Xiang Xinghe with suspicion. Even if what you say is true, how much food can a single iron tool be exchanged for? Xiang Xinghe replied, Uncle, do not rush. That depends on whether you desire raw meat or our cooked fare. The muscular elder was momentarily at a loss for words and meekly responded, Of course, we prefer cooked meat, but what difference does it make? Xiang Xinghe explained. There is indeed a difference. Raw meat must be transformed through roasting, not to mention that the cooked meat from our tribe undergoes special preparation, making it not only delicious but also more energizing. Chapter 41. Stir-frying. Therefore, if you wish to exchange for raw meat, each iron tool can be traded for half a deer. However, if you desire cooked meat, it would require 4 iron tools for a single deer. I understand that forging iron is arduous work, but our hunting is equally laborious, compounded by the roasting and other processes, which makes the previous exchange rate quite unfavorable. Upon finishing his words, Xiang Xinghe fixed his penetrating gaze upon the white-haired elder. The elder, anxious, exclaimed, This is unfair. How can there be such a disparity? Xiang Xinghe chuckled. What is unfair about it? I have laid out the options. It is your prerogative to choose. The white-haired elder, gritting his teeth, appeared furious, seemingly contemplating his next move. Xiang Xinghe continued, There is also another method that could benefit us both. Curious, the white-haired elder inquired. What method? Xiang Xinghe smiled. You could join our tribe. This way, we would be one big family, with an abundance of cooked meat available for you to enjoy as much as you desire. After stating this, Xiang Xinghe expected the robust elder to refuse outright, but to his surprise, the elder remained silent and turned to look at the younger members. The youth appeared intrigued, their eyes darting around as if assessing the environment of the Xinghe camp. Xiang Xinghe then addressed his kin. Let us take matters into our own hands, ensuring plenty for all. We have both the ingredients and the tools, and I have shared the method with everyone. Why not begin preparing our own meals? The tribe members finally grasped the situation and prepared to start cooking, only to be met with chaos due to the insufficient number of clay pots. It seems quite easy to prepare. Let's go quickly. If we delay, the clay pots will be snatched away. Do not fight, everyone. Have we forgotten what the chieftain taught us about cooperation? Indeed. Let us follow the chieftain's guidance. We should feed the elders and children first, and then we will eat. Agreed. Let us head to the bamboo forest to gather more bamboo shoots. This will not suffice for our needs. All right, let us go. Chapter 42. The one-eyed lord. The tumult subsided swiftly, thanks to the tribesmen's conscious adherence to the rules established by Xiang Xinghe. All of this unfolded under the watchful eyes of the mountain dwellers in the shade of the trees, who could not help but feel a sense of curiosity towards the peculiar customs of the Xinghe tribe and the past. It was invariably the strongest individuals who feasted first on the finest offerings. Yet such a civilization was one that Xiang Xinghe scorned. What distinguished those who wielded power to oppress both their predecessors and successors, human and beast alike? Fortunately, the principles and practices articulated by Xiang Xinghe during his teachings gradually found acceptance among his people. The elegance of civilization on Blue Star, with its grand rituals and beauty of attire, was thus inherited here. Xiang Xinghe aspired to continually instill the spirit of that civilization within his subjects, ultimately transforming his own culture into one that embraced diversity, a harmonious amalgamation of myriad voices. He envisioned a society that could navigate the mountains and redirect rivers, one that was self-driven and refused to be outdone, one that would exact retribution upon any aggressor, however distant, and one that would give rise to heroes who could gaze down upon the world with pride. Yet, such a perfect civilization necessitated formidable military might for its protection. With this thought in mind, Xiang Xinghe resumed his culinary endeavors, recognizing that winning over these iron-casting mountain folk was a vital step in the tribe's development. Simultaneously, he commanded his people to place ceramic barrels over the tribal bonfire, adding water and chunks of lamb to simmer. Once cooked, a pinch of salt would render it delectable. He also instructed his tribe to roast some meat and fish, as the individuals in the shade, caught in the dual assault of hunger and tantalizing aromas, writhed in agony, on the verge of tears and brimming with resentment. Xiang Xinghe appeared alongside his tribesmen, eye in the eyes of these mountain dwellers. At that moment, Xiang Xinghe seemed to radiate with a divine light. Holding a finely crafted bowl filled with fragrant stir-fry, he was flanked by his clansmen who bore succulent roasted meat and fish, steam wafting enticingly from the ceramic barrels. All grievances dissipated. The act of dining had become the paramount concern. As soon as Xiang Xinghe placed these offerings before them, they eagerly embraced the feast. Particularly the white-haired elder who snatched the stir-fry and stuffed it into his mouth with his hands, while the younger mountain folk could only vent their frustrations at the roasted meat and fish. Fortunately, the fish possessed few bones. Otherwise, several might have choked on this day, as Xiang Xinghe feared. Shirtu, who had not partaken of the meal, sat beside the crowd, looking down on them with disdain, a group of unsophisticated bumpkins, devouring their food with such haste. It was evident they had never savored such delightful fare, nor witnessed the delights of the marketplace. Of course, Shida's own manner of eating was not much better. He, too, was frantically stuffing his mouth, concerned that these mountain folk might consume so much that it would disadvantage his own tribe. Xiang Xinghe, observing their gluttonous behavior, felt no urgency to engage them in discourse. Instead, he sat by, smiling as he watched them eat, occasionally savoring a piece of meat at a leisurely pace. The sole exception was the lamb soup, a watery concoction that paled in comparison to the meat. With a smile, Xiang Xinghe ladled the soup into bamboo tubes and placed them before his guests. Once they had filled their bellies and found themselves somewhat choked, they finally remembered to drink some water, only to discover the green bamboo tubes before them, containing a milky white liquid, reminiscent of milk but even whiter in hue. The individuals hesitated momentarily, for they had never encountered such a thing before. Xiang Xinghe, with a smile, encouraged, "It is drinkable. Go ahead and partake." At a tea that moment, these people held Xiang Xinghe in high regard. marveling at his composure in the presence of such delectable fare. All these delicacies were provided by him. Their admiration for Xiang Xinghe swelled, and without a second thought, they seized the bamboo tubes and began to drink. The rich and fragrant sheep soup instantly permeated every corner of their mouths. Wow, this is exquisite. How does this water have a hint of mutton flavor? It's far superior to the taste of lamb. Warm, aromatic, it carries the essence of a mother's love. A peculiar sensation mingled within. The mountain folk were irresistibly drawn to the flavor of the sheep soup, and in just a few hearty gulps, they drained the bamboo tubes, subsequently gazing eagerly at Xiang Xinghe. He chuckled, "Ha ha, there is plenty more." He refilled the bamboo tubes with sheep soup and added several pieces of tender, cooked mutton for each person. They continued to indulge, consuming until all that remained on the ground were mere skeletal remnants, at which point they finally paused, their bellies now swollen. They lay on the ground, unable to stir. "Grandfather, this is the fullest I've ever been in my life," a young man from the mountains couldn't help but exclaim. The white-haired elder scoffed lightly, saying, "Humph, such lack of ambition. I have feasted even more abundantly than this. After being starved for 7 days, the one-eyed lord brought us our first catch, and we devoured it raw." At this point, the elder let out a soft sigh. Xiang Xinghe took note of the elder's words, but maintained his composure as he replied, "Old sir, I believe we can now discuss your potential joining of our tribe." The white-haired elder turned over and looked at Xiang Xinghe, stating, "Young lad, how can you dare to invite us to join your tribe when you know so little about us?" Xiang Xinghe smiled and responded, "Firstly, you possess iron tools yet still seek to trade with us, which indicates your reverence for peace, a quality I greatly admire in a tribe. Secondly, our willingness to invite you signifies that we possess sufficient strength and are unafraid of complications. Do you think our power is limited to what you see?" The elder scrutinized Xiang Xinghe, then glanced at the robust stone, realizing there was some truth in his words, especially since he had not seen this strong man during their last visit. Observing the elder's expression, Xiang Xinghe continued, "We have several more like him." Seizing the opportunity, Stone flexed his muscular arms. The white-haired elder turned his head and calmly replied to Xiang Xinghe, "But they are merely mortals. Our one-eyed lord could dispatch them with a mere wave of his hand." Stone, feeling somewhat affronted and ready to express his anger, was halted by Xiang Xinghe. With a smile, Xiang Xinghe remarked, "Old sir, if I understand you correctly, the one-eyed lord is not human, is he?" The elder huffed and declared, "Certainly not. The one-eyed lord is a magnificent being, towering 3 men high, faster than the deer of the forest, capable of slaying a tiger with a single punch." The stone grunted in response, "What a boast! If he were truly so capable, why would he rely on you to barter for food? Surely, he could catch it himself." The white-haired elder's gaze dimmed. "That is because the one-eyed giant has fallen ill and can no longer move. We must sustain him." Xiang Xinghe inquired, "So, you have come to us to trade for sustenance?" The elder nodded and replied, "We are skilled only in iron forging, lacking the ability to hunt. Previously, we depended on the one-eyed giant to procure our food, but now that he is unwell, we must care for him, ensuring he does not starve." Xiang Xinghe asked, "How did you come to meet the one-eyed giant?" The elder took a sip of water and said, "That was a long time ago." Chapter 43. The origins. Several years passed. Our tribe was besieged by a horde of beasts, our camp lay in ruins, and many of our kin perished in the onslaught, becoming scattered at that time. I was merely an inconspicuous member of the tribe. The chieftain, alongside the warriors, fought valiantly against the beasts while I trembled amidst the women and children. After the chieftain and his warriors were overwhelmed, I, as the eldest man remaining, could only lead the survivors in a desperate flight, ultimately seeking refuge in a deep mountain. There, on a hill shrouded in shadow from a colossal tree, was the only place untouched by the chaos of the horde. It was there that we encountered the one-eyed giant, a towering figure with a single eye, a dark iron pillar at his side, and his body marred with gruesome wounds. Initially, we were terrified of him. However, the one-eyed giant merely sat quietly beneath the tree, allowing us to remain. Thus, we continued to reside there. Each day, the one-eyed giant would venture out, seemingly in search of food, only to return and sit beneath the tree, gazing northward in a stupor. We did not disturb one another and coexisted in relative harmony. Yet, due to the loss of our hunters in that beast tide, we could only forage for sustenance, and the wild fruits and vegetables were insufficient for all. Especially during the winter, the tribe was reduced to even consuming tree bark. The children, cold and famished, wailed daily. I led the men in hunting, but we consistently returned empty-handed. Just when I feared we would perish from starvation in the mountains, the one-eyed giant brought us several fresh prey. At last, we were able to survive. In the days that followed, the one-eyed giant returned each day with provisions for us, earning our deep respect as we gathered around him in our lives. Eventually, he taught us how to locate iron ore, how to forge iron, and how to create tools and weapons. At that time, I believed our tribe would flourish under the protection of the one-eyed giant. However, he soon fell victim to a strange illness, with plants beginning to sprout from his wounds, eventually spreading across his entire body, rendering him increasingly immobile. Recently, he could scarcely walk. Thus, we descended to barter for food, hoping to bring sustenance back for our kin and the one-eyed giant, a giant who provides sustenance for humanity and imparts the art of metallurgy. Xiang Xinghe found himself intrigued by the giant described by the elderly man with white hair. Yet he remained focused on the matter at hand and inquired, "So, are you the current chieftain of the tribe?" The old man shook his head and replied, "How could a coward, one who only knows how to evade, ever assume the role of a chieftain? Our tribe currently lacks a leader. We are merely vagrants dependent on the one-eyed giant for survival." A wave of joy surged through Xiang Xinghe as he responded, "Then I extend a warm invitation for you to join our tribe. Your expertise in metallurgy would be immensely beneficial to us, and I believe you would not wish for the kin you rescued years ago to remain in perpetual wandering." The old man sighed and said, "Very well, let them join your tribe. I shall remain in the mountains to care for the one-eyed giant. I only hope you will continue to exchange for the iron tools I forge in the same manner as before." Xiang Xinghe smiled and remarked, "You too can become part of our tribe. Simply bring the one-eyed giant along, and we shall have no shortage of provisions." The old man looked somewhat taken aback and replied, "But he is not human." Xiang Xinghe reassured him, "It matters not. Any benevolent race is welcome to join us. What a jest it would be to let slip a giant possessing the knowledge of metallurgy. He might harbor even more wisdom." The old man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Excellent! I shall return today to inform the children." Xiang Xinghe then inquired, "How many members does your tribe comprise? I wish to prepare accommodations for them in advance." The old man responded, "We number 31, including 13 young men and 17 women, not to mention myself, the elder." By the old man's account, it was clear he had previously concealed himself among women and children to escape peril, thus making the demographic ratio quite reasonable. Xiang Xinghe detected no issues and continued to listen to the old man's discourse. With a hint of concern, the old man remarked, "However, the journey entails traversing many mountains, and the one-eyed giant may struggle to move. I fear he may not be able to make it." After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe suggested, "Why not allow me to accompany you? Together, we can devise a solution." "Indeed," the old man readily agreed, prompting Xiang Xinghe to reflect on the simplicity and sincerity of the primitive age, where one could lead others without fear of deceit, even to their demise. At that moment, jubilant cheers erupted at the entrance of the tribe, and upon turning, Xiang Xinghe saw Ashu returning with the hunting party. Each member bore an abundance of fish upon their backs, the scales glimmering in the sunlight like a shimmering silver armor. Just then, a child approached Xiang Xinghe, calling out, "Chieftain, Uncle Shu and the others wish to report something to you. They request your presence." "Very well." Xiang Xinghe gently squeezed the child's cheek and turned to the elderly man, saying, "My kin have returned from the hunt. I shall attend to them for a moment. Please, rest for a while." "Go ahead," the old man replied. The elderly man with white hair, at that moment, had a round belly from his meal, reclining beneath the tree and drowsily waving his hand to dismiss Xiang Xinghe. Rising to his feet, Xiang Xinghe approached the entrance of the tribe, where he beheld the hunting party returning with an abundant catch of fish, all strung together with reeds, appearing to weigh well over 1,000 jin. He instructed the women of the tribe to take the fish, scale them, remove their innards, and then cure them with salt to prepare salted fish. The women in the camp, upon seeing the hunting team return laden with food, were filled with joy and swiftly set to work. With the assistance of the hunting team members, they soon transported the fish to a designated area for processing meat, energetically engaging in their tasks. Meanwhile, the hunters took a moment to eat, their morning's labor having left them famished. As they savored the stir-fried dishes prepared by their fellow tribespeople, their fatigue dissipated, and this novel method of cooking awakened their palates. Ashu did not depart. He produced 4 additional bags from behind him, each crafted through different methods. One was sewn from animal hide, another woven from vines, a third seemed to be made of a membrane, presumably from the stomach of a large beast, and the last, which particularly caught Xiang Xinghe's attention, was fashioned from cotton fabric. All 4 bags were stuffed to the brim. Ashu addressed Xiang Xinghe, saying, "Chief, these bags were brought back by the half-fish men who went forth to spread your renown. They mentioned that some tribes along the coast wish to trade salt for these items. leaving it to you to determine their worth. Xiang Xinghe chuckled softly, surprised by the swift impact of his earlier words in the regional channel. It appeared there were quite a number of players along the banks of the Snow River. He opened each bag one by one for inspection. First came the leather bag, filled with a myriad of brightly colored stones that shimmered under the sunlight. Ore. Although Xiang Xinghe was not particularly knowledgeable about ores, the colors and reflective qualities of these stones unmistakably indicated their nature. He handed the bag to Ashu, instructing him to deliver it to the high priest for safekeeping. Intending to consult an expert when the opportunity arose, he surmised that the one-eyed giant mentioned by the white-haired elder was indeed knowledgeable, making it likely they could utilize this information soon. Next was the vine bag, from which wafted a strong herbal aroma even before he opened it. Upon unveiling its contents, Xiang Xinghe was taken aback. Goodness! There were ginseng roots the length of a forearm, reishi mushrooms the size of a face, and an assortment of aromatic herbs. He hurriedly urged Ashu, quickly fetch the high priest. We must ascertain the nature of these herbs. The high priest soon arrived. Leaning on his cane, and upon seeing the herbs within the vine bag, he too was greatly excited. Although unfamiliar with some of them, the potent scent of the herbs assured him of their extraordinary quality. The high priest left, happily clutching the herbs and ores, while Xiang Xinghe proceeded to examine the remaining bags. Next came the stomach bag, which contained a somewhat murky glass bottle sealed with a cork, inside of which lay some pale yellow granules in powdered form. Is this the work of a scientific genius? They had managed to produce glass. What could the powder within the bottle be? He poured the powder from the glass, inhaling its delightful aroma. Could it be chicken essence? Xiang Xinghe licked a bit and, indeed, it was the chicken essence from Blue Star. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Haha, truly a genius in the realm of science and engineering, having crafted the wealth-generating artifacts described in time travel novels. The ingredients for chicken essence are quite simple: chicken, mushrooms, salt, and sugar, but the recipe is crucial, possessing a certain technical threshold. Hence, in many historical time travel narratives, the protagonists often concoct chicken essence in ancient times to profit. Glass, similarly, can be made from sand. This discovery within his stomach genuinely astonished Xiang Xinghe, yet simultaneously sparked a tinge of concern. If he could produce chicken essence in glass, surely this remarkable individual could effortlessly create gunpowder as well? However, ordinary black powder is not particularly potent. At most, it serves as a rather frightening firecracker, so there was little cause for alarm. Xiang Xinghe carefully stowed the bottle containing the chicken essence, deciding against utilizing it for cooking. This substance was, for now, merely a luxury, unnecessary for his tribe, and he preferred to prevent his people from developing a dependency on it. The immediate goal was merely to secure edible food, and he would strive for better provisions in the future. Subsequently, Xiang Xinghe opened the final pouch, which was the one he was most concerned about. The bag was crafted from cotton fabric, indicating that this tribe had discovered cotton and possessed the knowledge to weave it. It is worth noting that cotton is one of the most vital materials for warmth. Having access to cotton would provide the tribe with warm clothing during the cold seasons, and the seeds could be pressed for oil, while the leftover cake could be used to feed livestock and poultry. Truly a treasure in every sense. He fervently hoped there were no other items within, solely cotton seeds. Silently praying, he untied the strings and opened the bag, only to find several cotton buds and a few exquisite handcrafted embroidered items. 3 handkerchiefs. Each was adorned with delicate embroidery of a small bird, a lotus flower, and a puppy, with beautifully stitched lace around the edges. Though uncolored, they were still immensely endearing. Xiang Xinghe collected these handkerchiefs, intending to reserve them as rewards for those who would contribute significantly to the tribe in the future. Additionally, within the bag lay a small silk pouch. Upon opening it, Xiang Xinghe discovered 5 dark, round, cake-like objects. Cotton seeds. He felt a rush of excitement, eager to plant them immediately, only to suddenly recall that cotton should be sown in spring, and winter was fast approaching. Prompting him to pause, he entrusted the cotton seeds to the high priest for safekeeping, reiterating their immense importance. The high priest vowed to guard them with his life, which reassured Xiang Xinghe. Once all the bags were securely stowed, he began contemplating how to reciprocate these gifts. He needed to conceal his player identity while keeping them intrigued, encouraging them to continue offering goods in exchange. After a moment of reflection, he made a decision, summoning Ashu and instructing him to inform the half-fish people how to respond. He directed that 3 fist-sized blocks of salt be presented as gifts to the tribes that had provided the vine bags, animal skin bags, and cotton bags, and instructed the half-fish people to convey that he greatly appreciated these gifts, welcoming further tributes in the future. Tio, the tribe that offered tribute in the form of glass bottles, he bestowed nothing in return. Instead, he instructed the mermen to convey that these items were utterly unattractive and of little utility. He warned them not to present such worthless offerings in the future, lest it be perceived as an affront, prompting him to send warriors to attack. However, if he were to receive something of value in the future, he might consider forgiving this moment of rudeness. The chieftain of the glass bottle tribe was evidently a figure of scientific prowess, salt being a vital chemical resource. If Xiang Xinghe were to provide them with salt, they might forge formidable weapons, potentially posing a threat to himself. Thus, Xiang Xinghe resolved against supplying them with salt. He then instructed Ashu to meticulously note the locations of these tribes and mark them on a map for future reference. Ashu, somewhat bashful, inquired, "Chieftain, what is a map?" Xiang Xinghe smacked his forehead. Having forgotten that he had not taught his kin how to draw maps, he procured a piece of animal hide and a stick of charcoal. "Allow me to teach you first, then you can instruct the mermen. Learning to draw maps is of utmost importance." Ashu nodded, indicating his intent to learn diligently. Xiang Xinghe illustrated the route from the Xinghe camp to the mermen's encampment on the hide, using pictographs to denote the forest, marshes, reed beds, and rivers, explaining as he drew, and Ashu quickly grasped the concept. After consuming a light meal, he set off once more towards the mermen's camp, accompanied by a member of the hunting team. The remaining hunters stayed behind to rest before following Xiang Xinghe into the mountains to assist in relocating the blacksmith tribe. The tribe was well stocked with animal hides and timber, allowing for swift construction of tents. Xiang Xinghe instructed the building crew to erect 10 additional tents adjacent to the existing ones, ensuring they were not too scattered to facilitate the blacksmith tribe's acclimatization. The construction team promptly got to work. The elderly man with white hair awoke from his slumber, feeling less bloated and revitalized. He left all the iron tools he had brought at the Xinghe camp, signifying his sincerity. "Let us embark. I believe the children will be delighted to join such a tribe." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Indeed. Let us go. From this day forth, we shall be one family." The remaining members of the hunting team were also prepared, each carrying bamboo baskets to assist in transporting goods. If the integration of the blacksmith tribe proceeded smoothly, the tribe's strength would undergo a remarkable transformation, alleviating any fears of the scientific mastermind along the banks of the Shui River. Chapter 45. The giant tree under the guidance of the elderly man with white hair, the group set forth with great enthusiasm, entering the northern mountains of the camp through an opening and proceeding northward. The youth of the blacksmith tribe were filled with excitement, for they were about to join a tribe characterized by comfort and delectable food, a stark contrast to their previous days of intermittent hunger. Among these youths, some bold individuals gathered around Xiang Xinghe, eagerly posing questions about the walls, the purpose of the fences within the tribe, and the origin of the concept of the well. Xiang Xinghe answered each inquiry with a smile, fostering a rapid warming of relations as the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. The youth have begun to genuinely accept Xiang Xinghe as their chieftain. Shirtu has been closely following Xiang Xinghe, vigilant against any sudden dangers that may arise. He carries a bamboo tube filled with the spring water from the fairy pool, a specific request from Xiang Xinghe. According to the symptoms described by the white-haired elder, the one-eyed giant suffers from a condition wherein his body is overrun with vegetation, severely impairing his mobility and causing him great agony, reminiscent of a fungal skin infection found on Blue Star. The water from the fairy pool may provide some relief and healing. This marks Xiang Xinghe's first venture into the sprawling mountains to the north of the camp. Upon entering the mountain range, he was immediately struck by the steepness of the surrounding peaks and the abundance of loose stones underfoot, making traversal quite arduous. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly humid, with a proliferation of various trees and plants, often resulting in paths that were non-existent, forcing them to navigate wherever there was a gap, and occasionally requiring them to scale a mountain. Numerous animals made their presence known as well. Xiang Xinghe even spotted a pack of wolves, numbering over a dozen, observing his party from a distant peak before ultimately turning away, abandoning their hunt. The white-haired elder expressed his disdain, remarking, "These beasts have no fear of humans. It is only because we are numerous and armed that they refrain from attacking. In the past, they have suffered at our hands, which is why they have chosen to forego hunting us. Were we to be fewer in number or composed solely of women and children, they would undoubtedly have charged at us by now." Xiang Xinghe inquired, "Why not hunt them instead? Your iron weapons should easily pierce their hides." The white-haired elder shook his head, saying, "They are countless. We previously enlisted the one-eyed giant to assist us in hunting down several wolf packs, but regardless of how many we slay, they always seem to multiply. As long as a few wolves escape, they will soon repopulate, and they become increasingly cunning. Hence, we ultimately abandoned the effort." Xiang Xinghe nodded, choosing to remain silent. Creatures as cunning and formidable as wolves are exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely, especially when food is abundant. As they continued deeper into the wilderness, the group encountered leopards, tigers, and other fierce animals, all exuding an aura of menace, yet refraining from attacking due to their numerical superiority. The most perilous encounter occurred when a white-headed eagle with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, equipped with sharp, powerful talons and a keen beak, swooped down from the sky to assault the group. As the eagle descended, it moved with lightning speed, creating a gust of wind as it lunged toward a young man. The white-haired elder's lips trembled in fear, but at that moment, Shirtu stepped forward, thrusting his spear upward and striking the eagle's talon. The eagle, feeling the pain, retreated, though the spear's tip bore some damage. It is worth noting that this was iron. The hardness of the eagle's talons rivaled that of metal. Xiang Xinghe queried the elder, "Why are the beasts here so savage, daring to directly attack humans?" The elder replied, "I cannot say for certain, but there are many perilous areas within these mountains. Those who venture into the territories of these beasts invariably become brutalized." Before long, Xiang Xinghe found himself before the dangerous locale the elder had described. It was a cluster of flowers nestled in the depression between two mountains, a vibrant patch of red blooms, their delicate petals curling slightly and exuding a cloyingly sweet fragrance, utterly alluring. Shirtu could hardly resist the temptation to pluck a few, but Xiang Xinghe swiftly intervened to prevent him. Amidst the floral thicket, one finds not merely blossoms, but a plethora of ferocious creatures. Numerous animals are irresistibly drawn to the floral haven, voraciously devouring the petals, with even some carnivorous beings joining the fray. In the midst of this gluttony, these creatures descend into madness, engaging in brutal combat. The predators, with their razor-sharp fangs, sink their teeth into the throats of their rivals, savoring the warm blood, while the herbivores gore their foes with their horns, spilling innards upon the ground. The once serene flowerbed transforms into a veritable slaughterhouse, the very soil nourished by the blood and flesh, taking on a dark crimson hue. Though these flowers possess hallucinogenic properties, it seems these blooms are no ordinary flora. Some appear to be designed specifically to lure these beasts into a frenzy, prompting them to slaughter one another and fertilize the ground with their remains. The elderly man with white hair remarked, "You are fortunate to witness this. These flowers, referred to as soul-passing blossoms by the one-eyed lord, bloom for but a fleeting day, yet during this brief period, their fragrance wafts far and wide, compelling creatures to approach and ultimately perish within the thicket. An increasing number of animals are drawn near. Wolves, tigers, leopards, rabbits, deer. These creatures rush past the onlookers, their sole focus on the floral spectacle." The old man continued, "Come, soon these beasts will determine a victor, one that shall grow powerful and tyrannical, unleashing a massacre upon the surrounding life." Xiang Xinghe inquired, "Is this how the beast tide you speak of is formed?" The old man sighed, "Indeed, when the moon is at its fullest and closest to the earth each year, many areas within this mountain range sprout similar flora to the soul-passing blossom, inciting a frenzy and proliferation among the animals." Xiang Xinghe asked, "How long until then?" The old man pondered briefly before responding, "There remains but a month." "Will they depart from the mountains? Is our campsite secure?" questioned Xiang Xinghe. The old man replied, "I cannot say for certain. It should be safe, as I have never witnessed them leaving the mountains." Xiang Xinghe exhaled lightly, "That is reassuring." Upon reaching the summit of the third mountain, they finally beheld the encampment of the Smith clan. The sight before Xiang Xinghe was nothing short of astonishing. A circular hillock was crowned by a colossal tree, its trunk soaring skyward like a mighty pillar, imposing and robust, reaching nearly 100 meters, comparable to the skyscrapers of Blue Star. Countless thick vines clambered up the trunk, resembling serpentine dragons entwined around the tree. The canopy was lush and verdant, spanning a diameter of over 100 meters, resembling a vast green cauldron perched atop the trunk, with tendrils cascading down, swaying gently in the breeze. Bathed in sunlight, the area surrounding the giant tree appeared gilded, exuding an aura of purity and beauty. "Goodness, this is colossal." Xiang Xinghe had never before encountered such a magnificent tree. Moreover, the giant tree emanated a unique majesty that instilled a profound sense of reverence. Chapter 46. Moss. Observing Xiang Xinghe's astonishment, the white-haired elder smiled proudly. "What do you think? The giant tree commands an impressive presence, does it not?" Xiang Xinghe nodded, rendered speechless, choosing instead to quietly revel in the splendor before him. Could this also be a marvel? Regrettably, the system's voice has yet to mention it. Xiang Xinghe has discerned the patterns that trigger the marvels. As long as one identifies a primary effect of a marvel, it will be activated, and the system will reveal all its effects. Xiang Xinghe is already aware of one function of this colossal tree. It drives away ferocious beasts. Alas, it has not yet been triggered, indicating that this giant tree is not, in fact, a marvel. Though the mountain appeared close, traversing down and then up toward the hill where the giant tree resided took the group over half an hour. The surroundings of the hill were delightful, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grasses, while a stream cascaded down, carving channels in the terrain. Everything appeared to be in harmonious order, resembling a veritable paradise. Upon reaching the summit, Xiang Xinghe finally beheld the encampment of the blacksmith clan. Several tents erected on a flat area at the stream's end, alongside a larger structure emitting black smoke, presumably the site of iron smelting and forging. At that moment, numerous young men and women in the camp gazed toward them in terror, intimidated by the imposing physiques of the hunting team. Their apprehension dissipated upon recognizing the white-haired elder and the youths from their own tribe. The young men hurried into the camp, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly recounting the day's events. The expressions of those in the camp shifted to joyous surprise as their gazes toward Xiang Xinghe and the hunting team softened. The white-haired elder then led Xiang Xinghe and the others to the front of the encampment, proclaiming loudly, "I have decided to lead us in joining the Xinghe tribe. They are a friendly, kind, and powerful clan. By joining them, we shall no longer suffer from hunger." Excellent, splendid. The warmth of the crowd was palpable, and they erupted into cheers. Some bold women, captivated by the robust forms of the hunting team, approached to grasp their arms, inquiring about various matters, their bodies nearly pressed against them, much to the embarrassment of all involved. Xiang Xinghe, however, found himself overlooked. In this primitive era, women favored the brawny and rugged, while his delicate features rendered him less appealing. The white-haired elder and Xiang Xinghe exchanged gratified smiles upon witnessing the amicable atmosphere of this first encounter between the two clans. The elder turned to Xiang Xinghe and said, "Come, let me take you to meet the one-eyed lord." Very well. They crossed the encampment and walked several more meters until Xiang Xinghe finally laid eyes on the one-eyed giant the elder had frequently mentioned. The giant stood over 3 meters tall, sporting a single eye upon his forehead, which was now tightly shut, leaning motionless against the trunk of the great tree. His body was cloaked in moss-like vegetation, effectively camouflaging him, blending him into the giant tree as if he were but a growth upon its bark. Had it not been for the rusted, massive sword lying beside him, Xiang Xinghe might have overlooked his presence entirely. The white-haired elder sighed, saying, "This is the one-eyed lord. He has lost consciousness, reduced to mere instinct for sustenance. Yet, this too is a form of liberation. Not long ago, his wails could be heard from several mountains away." As Xiang Xinghe approached, he noticed the giant's chest gently rising and falling, the only evidence of his continued existence. The skeleton of the giant remains towering, yet his flesh is alarmingly emaciated, tightly enveloping the bones and revealing deep furrows. Such a colossal being exhales only a gentle breeze, tainted with a noxious, decaying odor. Upon closer inspection, one discerns several poorly healed wounds upon his body, the edges curling outward to expose a red, darkened flesh, as if moss-like flora were sprouting from these gashes. Some of the more vigorous areas extend delicate tendrils, winding from the wounds across his entire form, with the roots subsequently burrowing into the healthy skin. Inflicting further harm in certain regions, tiny white flowers bloom, tender and charming. These plants, thriving on the giant's flesh and blood, flourish abundantly, yet their consequences manifest as the giant's torment. Xiang Xinghe harbors no doubt that, if this continues, these plants will drain the giant to a mere husk. "Have you not attempted to uproot the plants from his body?" he inquired. The elderly man with white hair responded, "We have tried. We meticulously cleansed every wound, but before long, the moss returned, absorbing even more of his flesh and blood, rendering the one-eyed lord increasingly pained and frail. Regardless of how much sustenance he consumes, he only grows thinner." Xiang Xinghe pressed further, "What of excising the necrotic flesh from the wounds?" The old man shook his head. "The one-eyed lord has attempted this himself. He even scalded the wounds with boiling water, yet to no avail." Xiang Xinghe could not help but exclaim, "This one-eyed giant is indeed a formidable being. How did these wounds and plants come to be?" The old man replied, "The wounds were present when we first encountered the one-eyed lord, and they have never healed. In retrospect, there were green substances on the wounds even then, albeit small and scattered. We did not pay them any heed, nor did the one-eyed lord, and it only worsened over time." Xiang Xinghe continued to observe the giant's wounds, noting their irregularity, resembling not the clean cuts of a blade, but rather the harsh constriction of a rope. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the old man. Are you certain he will not harm us upon awakening? The old man nodded. He will not. The one-eyed lord possesses a gentle nature. Aside from hunting the essentials for sustenance, he does not slay other creatures, and on occasion, he even entrusts me with the care of injured fawns, releasing them back into the wild once healed. Very well, Xiang Xinghe said. I choose to trust you. I shall attempt to treat him. The old man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Truly? Do you possess a method to heal the one-eyed lord? We have tried countless herbs to no effect. Xiang Xinghe replied, I can only say I will give it a try. I lack certainty. It appears to be a fungal infection, though I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Although the old man could not comprehend fully, he nodded vigorously. As long as there is hope, that is enough. Please, do you require any specific herbs from us? Xiang Xinghe shook his head, replying, No need. I have brought my own. He summoned the stone, who was currently flirting with the women of the blacksmith clan. The stone, feeling aggrieved, said, Chieftain, why have you called for me again? I am quite busy. Xiang Xinghe sharply slapped his arm. Busy doing what? Have you forgotten the matter at hand? Quickly bring forth the spring water and pour it upon his wounds. Chapter 47. Awakening. It was only then that the stone realized the figure before him, resembling an ancient tree root, was indeed a humanoid creature, towering over 3 meters tall, with a massive skeletal frame, which startled him. Chieftain, why are we watering him? Xiang Xinghe replied. Of course, we must save him. The stone gazed at the giant, hesitatingly remarking, Chieftain, if we manage to revive him, I may not stand a chance against him. Even the stone felt a twinge of doubt. The giant's appearance was genuinely intimidating. Xiang Xinghe, too, was somewhat unsettled by the stone's hesitance. This one-eyed giant was a creature he had never encountered before, capable of forging iron and possessing empathy, suggesting a rich cultural heritage and craftsmanship, far more terrifying than a mere formidable beast. Should he possess a clan, a handful of one-eyed giants could easily overpower their tribe. Conversely, this giant might serve as an opportunity for Xiang Xinghe to unravel the mysteries of this continent. He seemed to belong to a unique race with its own history and knowledge. And judging by the rusted great sword by his side, he was no stranger to battle. Through him, Xiang Xinghe could uncover more about the lands and histories of this continent. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. Now that giants had emerged, might dragons and magic also manifest? Observing the expectant gaze of the white-haired elder and the pitiful state of the one-eyed giant, Xiang Xinghe surmised that the giant had become separated from his kin. After all, how could a creature with its own culture find itself mingling with humans? Contemplating the need to learn more from the one-eyed giant and uncover his mysterious background, Xiang Xinghe steeled himself and said to the stone, Do not be afraid. If he truly harbors hostility toward us, we may yet prevail. One man may not be his match, but we have many formidable warriors. Upon hearing Xiang Xinghe's resolute tone, the stone ceased his hesitation. He unfastened the bamboo tube from his body, removed the stopper, and slowly poured the spring water from the fairy pool onto the gaping wound on the giant's chest. There lay a gruesome gash that spanned from side to side, the very spot where moss flourished most abundantly. The clear spring water cascaded over the giant, coursing through the moss, soaking half of his chest, yet no change occurred. The elder's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment, ultimately giving way to despair. It's all right. I shall remain here with the one-eyed lord. You take the children and depart. Xiang Xinghe also felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that his earlier assumption had been incorrect. This was no mere skin disease. Just as the crowd began to feel disheartened, the giant suddenly let out a soft gasp. Immediately, the area on his chest where the spring water had soaked turned the moss from green to yellow, ultimately withering away. It worked. Ha ha ha, it worked, chieftain. The white-haired elder joyfully embraced Xiang Xinghe, exclaiming in delight, even referring to him as chieftain at that moment. The system's prompt sounded. The eye of the Cyclops slowly opened, revealing a white-haired old man and 2 unfamiliar individuals. However, the Cyclops calmly addressed the old man, saying, You have aged, Taikwai. Are you worried for me? The old man, wiping away his tears, replied, My lord, it is my inadequacy that prevents me from curing your ailment. It was the chieftain of the Xinghe tribe who awakened you. The Cyclops raised his hand to brush away the moss on his face and inquired, Have you found your kind? How delightful. He then slowly turned his head towards Xiang Xinghe and said, Greetings, human. You have saved me, but survival or death holds no significance for me. Indeed, death may even serve as a release, hence I shall not repay you. Ah, a philosopher indeed, yet I cannot rescue you without consequence. I am not one to suffer loss, thought Xiang Xinghe silently, His mind racing with how to respond, in a flash of inspiration, he resolved to counter philosophy with philosophy. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "No matter, life is merely a vessel, carrying our responsibilities and dreams. If the esteemed Cyclops does not possess these two elements or wish to seek them, then my actions are indeed superfluous." Upon hearing this, a glimmer seemed to appear in the Cyclops' eye, and he sighed softly, "How could I not possess them? It is merely that I no longer have the opportunity to realize them." Sensing a chance, Xiang Xinghe continued, "As long as life endures, so too does the struggle. While life persists, there will always be opportunities to fulfill dreams. Responsibilities are likewise unyielding, burdens we must carry and cannot relinquish. Even if the light is but a flicker, we must relentlessly pursue it. This is the greatest respect we can offer to our responsibilities and dreams." The brightness in the Cyclops' gaze intensified. "Little one, I did not expect you to possess such insight. I had thought this land devoid of sentient beings. From whence did you acquire this wisdom?" Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, "Just as one dons clothing when cold or eats when hungry, the need for wisdom naturally arises." The Cyclops erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, what an amusing little fellow, employing such tactics to evade answering questions. However, everyone harbors secrets. I shall not pry further. Just converse with me more often. It has been long since I felt this mental engagement, and I sense your thoughts differ somewhat from those of my kind. We could explore them together." His hearty laughter made his chest heave, stretching his skin and causing the giant to wince in pain. Although the waters of the fairy spring had withered some of the moss and mended a few wounds, the enormity of the giant's physique rendered the limited water from the bamboo tube insufficient, leaving much of his body still cloaked in moss. The giant grinned broadly. "Little one, your water is quite miraculous, though regrettably scant." Xiang Xinghe then asked, "So, do you wish to continue living?" "Indeed, I have unfinished business," replied the Cyclops. "May I inquire what that business entails?" "It is quite simple. It merely involves returning to my kin and sharing a drink with them once more." "Where are your people located?" The giant shook his head in response. "I do not know. Since we departed from our homeland, we have become a wandering race, seldom settling in one place." "Why did you leave your homeland?" "Because my clan has been designated as a target for extermination, we are left with no choice but to flee incessantly." Xiang Xinghe found this increasingly perplexing. "You are so formidable. If there were more warriors like you, who would dare to hunt you down?" The one-eyed giant sighed and said, "The Treant clan, we have harbored grievances due to certain matters, leading to a protracted war, and ultimately, my clan was defeated and forced to flee. The Treant clan must be a powerful race as well. Indeed, they are inherently strong warriors. The wounds upon my body are testament to their might. Once injured by them, one becomes relentlessly eroded until the very essence is drained away. Many of my kin perished in such a manner. I too was on the brink of death because of this, but thanks to you, I have momentarily regained consciousness. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I am willing to trade 3 chances for your aid. Now I must attempt one final method to save myself." Chapter 48. The totem pillar. Xiang Xinghe inquired with curiosity, "What method?" "To eradicate the root of the affliction entirely. The wounds inflicted by the Treants harbor their toxins, which are exceedingly difficult to cleanse, unless one removes the flesh along with the poison. The flesh I previously excised was insufficiently thorough. This time, I shall construct a large cauldron, boil water within, and leap in to remove both flesh and skin entirely. If I survive, it will be a success, and I require your assistance." The one-eyed giant spoke with a steady voice, as if already prepared. However, Xiang Xinghe felt a shiver run down his spine. He cautiously asked, "Surely the previous spring water could be of use as well, was it not quite effective?" The giant sighed and replied, "The previous spring water was indeed beneficial. Its effects nearly comparable to the healing sap of the Treants. However, it is far too precious. You likely possess very little, do you not?" "My body requires at least 10 barrels of that spring water." Alas! Shita's expression was somewhat peculiar, as if he was stifling a laugh. Xiang Xinghe cleared his throat. "Ahem, such spring water is indeed rare. However, if you would be willing to become a friend of my clan, I would be prepared to provide sufficient spring water for your healing." The giant exclaimed in delight. "Really? But we are already friends. If you can cure me, I shall repay you in other ways, such as aiding in the construction and warfare for 3,000 sunrises and sunsets. Afterwards, I shall depart in search of my kin." Goodness, what a tremendous fortune! A wave of exhilaration washed over Xiang Xinghe. The one-eyed giant was clearly a high-tier combatant, perhaps of golden or even extraordinary caliber, endowed with skills such as iron forging. If he were to assist his tribe for an extended period, Would he not dominate this region? Even the cannibalistic tribes would be no match for him. Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of joy within, yet outwardly maintained an air of calm as he spoke. If you are resolute, let us agree upon this. My clan possesses a sacred site that can heal your wounds. The giant, brimming with excitement, sat up and bowed his head slightly, saying, "Thank you, esteemed leader of the humans. Congratulations on successfully mastering the diplomatic skill, persuasion. Success rate 30 when convincing adversaries. Haha, one can acquire skills in such a manner." Internally elated, yet appearing composed, Xiang Xinghe waved his hand and inquired, "Is it possible for you to move now? We ought to return to our tribe before nightfall, as the mountains can be quite perilous." "Indeed, I can." The giant struggled to rise, dust cascading from his form, as the onlookers transitioned from mere spectators to gazers in awe. Though the giant hunched in pain, he still towered over them, casting an imposing presence. "Let us proceed." "Very well, I shall gather the others." The white-haired elder hurriedly went to summon the clansfolk, preparing for their migration. The group had already dismantled their tents and were hastily organizing their belongings. The blacksmith tribe possessed little. Most of their iron tools had been carried away earlier for trade with the Xinghe tribe, leaving behind only some animal hides and bone implements, all of which could fit into a few bamboo baskets. The elder cautiously extracted 4 hefty, dark stones from a hollow in the trunk of a giant tree, wrapping them meticulously in animal skins. "What are these?" "They are magnets," the elder explained. "We collect iron powder from the earth using these magnets." Xiang Xinghe was enlightened. It turned out that the blacksmith tribe sourced their iron materials not from mines, but by extracting iron powder from the soil using magnets. Natural iron powder could be found in river sand and soil, which could be gathered with magnets. The primary component of these magnets was magnetite, which could be reduced to elemental iron in a charcoal fire, subsequently allowing for the forging of iron tools, i.e. in ancient Blue Star. Numerous cultures had employed similar methods to locate iron sources. Haha, this approach is splendid. Even in the absence of iron mines, one can still procure raw materials for iron casting. The one-eyed giant remarked, "This is merely a stopgap measure. Should your tribe expand in the future and require more iron tools and weapons, the iron powder collected through this method may prove insufficient. It will be necessary to locate iron mines." Xiang Xinghe nodded and proposed, "We lack such technology. Once your injuries heal, would you assist us in finding iron mines?" The one-eyed giant did not hesitate, responding, "You have but to command me." The blacksmith tribe's members were astonished to witness the usually aloof giant showing such deference to the leader of this new tribe, instilling a sense of anticipation for their impending integration. Once all their belongings were gathered, the group cast a final glance at the towering tree and set forth towards the Xinghe tribe. After awakening, the one-eyed giant felt an overwhelming hunger, consuming all remaining provisions from the blacksmith tribe to regain some strength, now trailing behind the others at a leisurely pace and the blacksmith tribe. Apart from the elderly gentleman with white hair, the rest are vibrant young women and robust youths. Their inclusion would significantly bolster the strength of the Xinghe tribe. At this moment, the voice of the intelligent system resonated. "The event of subjugating the blacksmith tribe has been completed. Rewards have been dispatched to your backpack and can be utilized at any time. The event has concluded." Xiang Xinghe opened his backpack to discover a silvery treasure chest within. He chose to open it directly. The silver chest vanished, and a scroll materialized in his backpack. "Congratulations, you have acquired the blueprint for the totem pillar." Astonished, Xiang Xinghe thought, how fortuitous. He had always been unaware of what a totem pillar entailed, and it seemed there was no custom of using totem pillars to symbolize civilization on Blue Star. This must be a creation from another civilization, though its effects remained a mystery. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiang Xinghe performed a sleight of hand to examine the totem pillar blueprint. The blueprint depicted a grand and ancient column, adorned with peculiar patterns, with a blank circle in the center, seemingly awaiting an inscription. The blueprint also meticulously detailed the manufacturing process of the totem pillar, the required materials, and various precautions. As Xiang Xinghe perused it, he found it extraordinarily intricate. The creation of the totem pillar necessitated 5 commonly used materials and tools from the tribe. These materials were to be ground into powder, combined with water from the tribe, and kneaded into the shape of a column. Subsequently, patterns were to be carved using a sentient object, and finally, the tribe's totem was to be inscribed in the circular blank area. Once dried, every tribesman was to touch the pillar, thus completing the creation of the totem pillar. The multitude of complex details made Xiang Xinghe's head spin. Just then, a cyclopean giant abruptly lifted Xiang Xinghe, peering at the totem pillar blueprint in his hands, inquiring, "Is this a totem pillar?" Startled, Xiang Xinghe regained his composure and replied, Yes, do you recognize it? The giant set Xiang Xinghe back down on his shoulder, scrutinizing the blueprint with disdain, remarking, "This is merely the most basic blueprint." Chapter 49. Advanced Totem Pillar. Xiang Xinghe, intrigued, asked, "Are there distinctions between basic and advanced totem pillars?" The giant responded, "Certainly. The most rudimentary totem pillar can only accept offerings from its people, absorbing faith to transform it into the tribe's fortune." Upon hearing this, Xiang Xinghe mused, "Fortune? Perhaps it refers to national fortune points. The totem pillar could indeed enhance national fortune points," he exclaimed with joy. "I see, that's splendid." The giant, with a hint of condescension, replied, "It sounds appealing, but the actual conversion ratio is quite low. For every 10 units of faith absorbed, only 1 unit of fortune is transformed. Moreover, such effects can be achieved by other structures as well. How could the totem pillar, being so vital to the tribe, possess such a feeble function?" Xiang Xinghe continued to inquire. "What other capabilities does the totem pillar possess?" The one-eyed giant proclaimed, "There are numerous functions, the most fundamental of which is to enhance the tribe's fortune. In addition, it can improve the environment of the tribe's location, intimidate wild beasts, accelerate population growth, hasten crop yields, increase livestock reproduction rates, and enhance the livability for the populace. Some even possess the ability to summon formidable warriors to aid the tribe in battle. During our wandering, in order to procure essential items for survival, we have also assisted other races in erecting totemic pillars. Although the cultural customs of different races vary greatly, there exists one unifying principle. Those with the capability must construct totemic pillars, as this is the first crucial step towards a civilization's true strength." Xiang Xinghe listened, nearly drooling at the practicality of these abilities. The totemic pillar blueprint in his hands seemed less appealing in comparison. The one-eyed giant, catching sight of Xiang Xinghe, continued, "I happen to possess the knowledge to construct a particular advanced totemic pillar, which grants 3 unique abilities. The first, a new troop type, the totemic warrior, who, upon receiving the totemic pillar's recognition, is blessed and empowered by the spirits. The second, heroic spirits, the valiant souls of this civilization, upon their demise, will be guided back to the totemic pillar. The third, spirit guardians, within the domain enveloped by the totemic pillar, the civilization will be protected by these spirits, mitigating natural disasters, reducing supernatural occurrences, intimidating wild beasts, and enhancing environmental suitability." Xiang Xinghe was astounded. This totemic pillar was evidently designed for warfare. A civilization with a long-standing history inevitably produces many powerful warriors, yet they invariably perish due to combat, accidents, or the passage of time, thus losing their wisdom forever. However, this totemic pillar allows their souls to return to the totem, awaiting a worthy individual to awaken them and contribute once more to civilization. Truly a perpetual motion machine. Xiang Xinghe inquired, "How is it constructed? It must have high requirements." The giant nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, an advanced totemic pillar necessitates an array of precious materials and demands substantial human and material resources for collection. Only a prosperous tribe could possibly undertake its creation." Xiang Xinghe replied, "Upon my return to the tribe, please provide a list of materials, and I shall promptly arrange for their procurement." The giant responded, "Very well." Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but feel he had stumbled upon a treasure. The one-eyed giant's origins were evidently extraordinary. He inquired further about the giant's race, but the one-eyed giant was reticent, merely stating that his tribe was one of the mightiest on the continent, not solely due to strength, but also wisdom and heritage. It is said that this continent once bore many powerful civilizations. However, for reasons unknown, all civilizations vanished, reverting to a primitive state, leaving behind only scant records and fragmented legacies among a few remaining races. The giant's race was among them. Furthermore, this continent is home to various animal species known as wild beasts, which are extraordinarily powerful and grow rapidly. Certain parts of their bodies are essential materials for constructing totemic pillars, yet their sightings have become increasingly rare. It was then that Xiang Xinghe realized this was no mere primitive land. It had once been the cradle of mighty civilizations. The reasons behind the demise of those civilizations may well be attributed to the intellect of their minds. After a moment of silence, the Cyclops addressed Xiang Xinghe. "Peace is but fleeting. Chaos is the prevailing melody of this land. Strive to grow stronger swiftly." Xiang Xinghe nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood." The Cyclops then fell silent once more. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Xiang Xinghe opened the panels of the newcomers to inspect them, only to be pleasantly surprised by their commendable attributes. Perhaps due to their involvement in blacksmithing, these young individuals possessed robust physiques, with their martial prowess nearly reaching the level of bronze 2 and 3 stars. Moreover, Each of them had acquired skills in ironworking. Among them, the elder with white hair stood out as the strongest, boasting an expertise in ironworking that had attained bronze 9 stars, along with a proficiency in weapon forging. Even the women of the blacksmith tribe had mastered various skills, such as leather tanning and herbal identification, likely due to the teachings of the Cyclops. Xiang Xinghe could hardly contain his delight. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Gaining the blacksmith tribe was tantamount to acquiring a head of weapon development and several skilled artisans. He resolved to draw upon the talents within the blacksmith tribe to establish a department of equipment research and manufacturing dedicated to producing weaponry for the tribe. Regrettably, the relationship between the Cyclops and the Xinghe tribe was merely one of employment, and the Cyclops was not under Xiang Xinghe's command, thus preventing Xiang from accessing his panel. However, through their conversations, Xiang inferred that the Cyclops' most valuable assets were not his combat capabilities, but rather his experience, knowledge, and skills. Knowledge is the foremost driving force. To confine him merely to battle would be a tremendous waste. Xiang resolved to learn all of his techniques. For the time being, he appointed the Cyclops as the head of the Equipment Research and Manufacturing Department, demanding 12 hours of production and instruction daily. 996, indeed. At that moment, the Cyclops ambled along, blissfully unaware that he had become the object of exploitation by the capitalist Xiang Xinghe. As the sun began its descent, Xiang Xinghe returned to the Xinghe tribe with a grand entourage. The tribe's people had prepared a feast, warmly welcoming their newly joined members. Upon seeing the Cyclops, whose body was cloaked in moss and towering above the tribe's palisade, the crowd was filled with awe. However, when they beheld the chieftains seated upon the Cyclops' shoulder, their reverence transformed into laughter, and their apprehensions dissipated. The Cyclops entered the encampment amid a throng, and children joyfully circled around him, their laughter bringing a spark of joy to the Cyclops' heart. In the center of the camp, a vibrant bonfire blazed, with members of both the blacksmith tribe and the Xinghe tribe gathered around, sharing laughter and stories. Delicious dishes were presented one after another, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The Cyclops' voracious appetite astonished all once more. He devoured an entire deer in just a few bites, bones flying from his mouth like bullets from a machine gun, finishing 2 whole deer before feeling satiated. The others, not to be outdone, though their appetites could not compare to that of the giant, exhibited a fierce determination as they dug in heartily. As the moon reached its zenith, the gathering finally felt full and began to sing and dance around the bonfire, swiftly strengthening their bonds. Some women from the blacksmith tribe and warriors from the hunting team quietly slipped away, disappearing into the tents, their activities remaining a mystery. The warriors of the hunting party are robust in stature. Greatly admired by the women of the blacksmith tribe, on their return journey, they have already exchanged glances filled with unspoken affection. Even the usually aloof Xiang Xinghe has shown a rare moment of kindness, refraining from his usual tedious lectures. Let us consider today a holiday, he chuckles. The one-eyed giant, after satisfying his hunger, quietly warms himself by the fire. The flickering flames illuminate his face while the surrounding merriment seems to have little bearing on him. Noticing Xiang Xinghe's gaze upon him, the giant chuckled, "Go fetch some animal hides and pigments. I shall illustrate the materials required for the totem pole." Overjoyed, Xiang Xinghe promptly dispatched clan members to procure the hides and paints. These pigments, ground from various colored stones, possess remarkable longevity and are now brought forth in bamboo tubes after being mixed with water. The one-eyed giant dipped his fingers into the pigments and began to paint upon the hides. A multitude of materials sprang to life under his skilled hand. Over a dozen types of metals, rare plants, animal bones, and bird feathers. Among these, the most vital is the backbone of the totem pole, which must be crafted from a plant of considerable spiritual essence. The giant emphasized that ordinary plants would simply not suffice. What constitutes a plant of such spiritual essence? I cannot articulate it precisely, but upon seeing it for the first time, you would instinctively know. Xiang Xinghe inquired, "Would the tree you previously resided in suffice?" The giant nodded, replying, "Indeed, but that tree has developed its own consciousness. Should you use its trunk as the primary material for the totem pole, your civilization may be influenced by its will, likely in a detrimental manner. The worst outcome could even result in your clan members unwittingly becoming its slaves." A shiver ran down Xiang Xinghe's spine. He had not anticipated such severe repercussions. No wonder the animals dared not approach that colossal tree. Their instinct had driven them to keep their distance. "Very well, I shall send others to search further." The hide bore depictions of over 30 materials. Fortunately, Xiang Xinghe recognized several that were already present in the tribe, such as malachite, ginseng, and the eyes of river beasts. This discovery greatly bolstered his confidence. Once the water from the pigments had dried on the hide, Xiang Xinghe entrusted it to the high priest for safekeeping, instructing him to have copies made on additional hides to present to the merfolk tomorrow, facilitating the collection of exchangeable items from the coastal tribes as depicted in the illustrations. After spending some time in merriment with the others, Xiang Xinghe directed the high priest to offer a warm welcome to the newly joined clan members. He then led the giant towards the fairy pool, eager to expedite the healing of the one-eyed giant so that he could commence crafting the totem pole. Xiang Xinghe wished not to waste a single day. The giant was filled with joy, as the afflictions he had endured for many years finally bore the promise of healing. Several clan members, brandishing torches, guided Xiang Xinghe and the giant towards the bamboo grove, while the white-haired elder trailed behind, eager to witness the giant's restoration firsthand. A gentle breeze rustled through the air. Though the day had been warm, a coolness now enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, they had just traversed a narrow path and caught sight of the bamboo grove bathed in moonlight. The verdant bamboo grove, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, resembled a delicate veil of white silk. Some robust stalks, their surfaces akin to jade, emanated a luminous aura as if the moonlight had been drawn to them. The cyclopean giant suddenly stirred with excitement, his single eye flickering incessantly. This is jade bamboo. How can there exist such an expansive expanse of jade bamboo? Xiang Xinghe, observing the giant's fervent expression, inquired, "What is it? Is there something extraordinary about this bamboo?" The giant, astonished, gazed at Xiang Xinghe, then suddenly enlightened, remarked, "You are unaware of the value of jade bamboo? It is the sentient wood material I previously mentioned. In its youth, it holds little worth, but after a decade of growth, it begins to absorb the essence of the moon, forming a shell as hard as jade upon its surface. At this stage, the jade bamboo possesses sentience, making it an exceptional material for construction, medicine, and crafting. Utilizing it to erect specialized structures can enhance their efficacy. It only flourishes in areas rich in spiritual energy, so such a vast bamboo grove must conceal some extraordinary treasure." Xiang Xinghe nodded, stating, "Indeed, there are several springs within, the very type I used to treat you." "Ah? Such exceedingly precious springs exist in abundance?" the giant exclaimed. "No wonder this bamboo grove flourishes so robustly and majestically." The cyclopean giant mused, "Your clan's fortune is truly remarkable to possess such a treasure." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, feeling a sense of caution arise within him. The revelation of such a treasure could prove detrimental. His wariness towards the giant deepened. He then recalled something and asked, "You mentioned this bamboo grove possesses sentient wood material. Does that imply these bamboos can be used to create totem poles?" The giant nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if there are jade bamboos of sufficient age, they could even elevate the rank of the totem pole, granting it latent abilities." Xiang Xinghe, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Follow me." He promptly led the giant to the robust bamboo he had previously encountered, asking, "Is this one suitable?" The giant, gazing at the jade bamboo thicker than Xiang Xinghe himself, swallowed hard and declared, "Absolutely suitable. This jade bamboo is at least several centuries old. If this is used as the primary material, combined with my advanced blueprints, the totem pole you craft will be immensely powerful." Xiang Xinghe laughed. "The more powerful, the better. I shall dispatch my kin to gather materials tomorrow. You focus on your recovery, and let us strive to commence at the earliest," the giant sighed. "The future of your tribe is boundless. It may even revive the glory of those once mighty civilizations." Xiang Xinghe shook his head, asserting, "We are who we are. Our aim is not to be a mere reflection of others, but to forge our own identity. We shall become the mightiest civilization that has ever existed, in the past and even in the future." The one-eyed giant chuckled. "What a truly magnificent idea. I never would have guessed you possessed such lofty ambitions. I shall contribute my strength to your vision." At that moment, the voice of the intellect echoed. Kane's favorability 30, favorability of the one-eyed giant clan 5. Xiang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his casual remark had actually endeared him to the one-eyed giant, even enhancing the favor of his clan. Evidently, Kane held a significant position within their tribe, at least one of considerable influence. "Ha! It seems I shall have to charm this behemoth more often in the future." Chapter 51. The silver fish, after admiring the robust and beautiful jade bamboo before him for a while longer, the pain coursing through his body roused the one-eyed giant from his trance of caressing the bamboo. His expression instantly contorted in agony, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry as green sprouts visibly began to emerge from his skin. The white-haired elder hastily interjected, "Chieftain, we must swiftly escort Lord One-Eyed to a place of healing. His condition is becoming dire." Xiang Xinghe swiftly took the torch from a clan member, leading the way as he urged, "Follow me closely. It's not far, understood?" Relying on his memory, Xiang Xinghe jogged through the bamboo grove, the one-eyed giant stumbling behind him. Finally, as he parted a cluster of bamboo leaves, he beheld the fairy pool. Under the moonlight, a veil of white mist floated above the water, drifting gently like a dream. A wolf with a punctured abdomen and a tiger festooned with festering wounds were both soaking in separate pools. Indifferent to Xiang Xinghe's approach to it, seemed that near the fairy pool, there was an unspoken rule among the animals to avoid conflict and danger. The one-eyed giant soon arrived, and upon seeing the fairy pool and its inhabitants, he exclaimed, "So this is a place of creation? Ha, what splendid fortune!" Xiang Xinghe pointed to the outermost section of the pool, saying, "Step in. All 7 springs have healing properties, but you should use the last one." He intended to designate the springs carefully, ensuring not all were rendered into bathing pools, reserving some for drinking. Very well. The one-eyed giant had no objections and promptly approached the final spring. As he neared the water's edge, the enveloping mist began to alleviate his pain. Effective. The one-eyed giant felt a surge of joy and immediately shed his filthy animal hide, revealing his massive, emaciated form, marred by moss and ghastly wounds. Resembling a gnarled tree root, without hesitation, the giant stepped into the pool, each stride diminishing the agony etched upon his face. By the time he reached the center of the pool, elation had replaced his previous distress. He submerged his entire head beneath the surface, not resurfacing as 2 minutes elapsed without a sign of him. The white-haired elder anxiously called out, "Lord One-Eyed, how do you fare?" Yet, there was no response in a fit of worry. He grasped Xiang Xinghe's arm and implored, "Chieftain, why is there not a whisper from Lord One-Eyed? Could something have gone awry?" Xiang Xinghe felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether the giant would succumb to dizziness and drown within the depths. Just as he was about to return and summon assistance to rescue him, movement finally stirred within the pond. The cyclopean giant suddenly emerged from the water, standing tall and gasping for air. "Ha ha ha, this feels splendid," he bellowed with jovial laughter. The moss that had clung to him now entirely withered away. The giant began vigorously rubbing his skin, shedding the decayed flesh along with the moss, which tumbled into the water. That moment, a swarm of small fish inexplicably darted up from the depths, swiftly snatching at the debris. These fish were translucent, with a singular silver line running through their midsection, agile and delightful, evidently no ordinary creatures. How come I didn't notice these fish when I arrived earlier today?" he pondered, scrutinizing the pond and observing that the fish had emerged from the crevices of the stones lining its edge. "Ha ha, with these little fish acting as scavengers, there is no need to worry about the purity of the fairy pond." Some eager fish, not waiting for the giant to shed more skin, swam directly to his side, consuming the dead skin and moss from his body. The cyclopean giant noticed these silver fish as well, yet he remained unperturbed. Instead, he approached the pond's edge, seated himself upon a stone, spread his arms wide, and reclined against the shore, relishing the ministrations of the small fish. "Well, this giant certainly knows how to indulge himself," thought Xiang Xinghe, finding the spectacle quite amusing as the giant's condition greatly improved. He inquired, "How do you feel?" The giant replied joyfully, "I feel splendid. The toxins entrenched within my body are now being eradicated. The decayed flesh is being consumed by these little fish, while the healthy flesh is rapidly regenerating with the aid of the spring water. If I remain here for a few days, I shall be entirely restored." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" The giant, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "I would never forget. A promise must be fulfilled. This is the unyielding tenet of our clan. Though violate, it would tarnish the honor of the cyclopean race. You are a lifelong friend to us, and I am Cain. In my capacity as the leader of the cyclopean giants, I pledge to you that as long as I draw breath, we shall never turn our weapons against one another. Please, rest assured." Xiang Xinghe nodded, saying, "Ha ha ha, no need to be anxious, Cain. With your promise, I am at ease." He then addressed his 2 kin, "Return to the camp and fetch some meat. The recovery process demands substantial energy, and Cain must surely be famished." And no sooner had he spoken than a growl emanated from the giant's belly. Despite having recently dined, the growth of flesh requires immense energy, and now, reminded by Xiang Xinghe, hunger hit him anew. "Yes, chief." The 2 kin responded promptly, hastening back to the camp to gather provisions. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder remained with Xiang Xinghe to converse with the giant. During their dialogue, Xiang Xinghe learned the reason for the cyclopean giant's solitary presence beneath the great tree. It turned out that they had been compelled to flee their homeland following a defeat in the war against the tree men. Yet many treemen warriors still pursued them relentlessly. Subsequently, due to the delay caused by the beast tide, the Cyclops tribe was overtaken by the Treants. Cain urged his kin to flee first while he remained behind, leading 2 warriors to cover their retreat. The ensuing battle was ferociously intense. The 3 resolute Cyclopes, harboring a determination to perish, slew numerous Treant warriors. However, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and both of his companions fell victim to the Treants. Cain himself sustained multiple grievous injuries. In a desperate bid to prevent the remaining Treants from pursuing his tribe, he lured them into the maw of the beast tide. Soon, all were engulfed by the relentless surge. Yet, through the sheer resilience of his formidable physique, he managed to survive, ultimately seeking refuge beneath a colossal tree. After the beast tide subsided somewhat, he embarked on a quest to locate his kin. But perhaps fearing the pursuing enemies, they left no trace behind. His extensive search yielded no results, compelling him to return to the shelter of the giant tree, waiting for his tribe to return, until he encountered the blacksmith tribe. The wounds upon his body were testament to the Treants' assault. Their attacks relied upon their claws and the vines that adorned them. These vines harbored toxins that, once a wound was inflicted, would incessantly erode the skin, sprouting plants that voraciously consumed the flesh and blood of their foes, ultimately transforming them into trees. Fortuitously, the Cyclopes possessed exceptional constitution and robust resistance, allowing Cain to endure thus far, yet he was now nearing his limits. The emergence of small flowers signified the imminent eruption of toxins. It was a stroke of luck that he was brought here by Xiang Xinghe, granting him a chance at survival. Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. The Treant tribe's ability to drive the Cyclopes from their homeland indicated their formidable prowess. Thus, harboring a Cyclops could lead to dire consequences if they discovered it. However, Xiang Xinghe did not regret his decision. Cyclops Cain possessed a wealth of valuable knowledge that could significantly empower his tribe. It was a fundamental truth that strength was paramount. How could one forsake the opportunity to grow stronger due to fears of retaliation? Besides, the Treants were still unaccounted for. Perhaps by the time they located his tribe, he would have become immensely powerful. At that juncture, he could subjugate them to toil for him. The Cyclopes, recognizing that he had rescued their chieftain and aided them in vanquishing their foes, might even prostrate themselves in fealty. To subdue 2 formidable tribes would undoubtedly be a splendid triumph. Ha ha ha. Xiang Xinghe was amused by his grand vision and laughed heartily. Observing Xiang Xinghe's exuberant laughter, the Cyclops expressed concern, saying, "Chieftain Xiang, are you quite well? Do not be afraid. If the Treant tribe finds us here, you may simply hand me over. I shall not bring calamity upon you." Xiang Xinghe replied earnestly, "You are our friend. Even if the Treant tribe comes, I shall lead my people to present our swords and shields in your defense." And no sooner had he uttered these words than the voice of the intelligent core echoed in his ear. What the hell? Xiang Xinghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would trigger a significant event. Moreover, it appeared to be quite grave. Although the rewards for a successful mission were substantial, failure would mean incurring the wrath of many powerful tribes across the continent, rendering his existence here untenable. Just as Xiang Xinghe was consumed by worry, the elderly man with white hair quickly expressed his loyalty to Xiang Xinghe, exclaiming, "Indeed. Anyone who dares to harm the one-eyed lord shall be our enemy." The one-eyed giant, Cain, felt a twinge of emotion, yet sighed in resignation. Alas, you do not comprehend their formidable strength. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Xiang Xinghe resolved, "Fortune favors the bold. I must see this matter through." Adopting a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Brother Cain, how many days will you require to heal? During this time, may I send my tribesmen here to learn from you? Only by growing stronger can we become allies of the One-Eyed Giant clan and together vanquish the Tree People." Cain nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Knowledge is most valuable when shared among friends. Bring a few individuals to study with me, however, do not bring too many. I prefer not to teach a large number of students at once." Xiang Xinghe replied, "Is it acceptable if I bring 3 individuals to learn?" The One-Eyed Giant consented with a nod, and Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of satisfaction. At that moment, flames flickered in the bamboo grove as a dozen tribesmen arrived, each bearing bamboo baskets filled with succulent roasted meats. The aroma wafted through the air, causing the One-Eyed Giant to salivate. Xiang Xinghe directed his tribesmen to place the baskets around the giant, who immediately began to feast. Observing the giant's hearty appetite, Xiang Xinghe bid farewell, leaving behind a hide for the elderly man to rest upon, instructing him to call for assistance whenever needed. The elderly man readily agreed. As Xiang Xinghe prepared to return to the camp with his tribesmen, He pondered over the 3 coveted slots for learning and contemplated who should accompany him. The techniques mastered by the One-Eyed Giant clan were predominantly related to warfare, encompassing various theories. He needed to select a bright individual to maximize the absorption of knowledge. After much contemplation, he thought of Xiao Tian. Just then, the elderly man called out to him, "Chief, I just overheard your conversation with the One-Eyed Lord, and I would like to recommend someone." "Oh? Who might that be?" The elderly man replied, "His name is Lei Ming. He is quite intelligent, learns swiftly, possesses excellent craftsmanship, and has an extraordinary talent for weapon manufacturing. The curved blades our tribe utilizes were designed by him. However, as a child, he tends to be somewhat playful and is reluctant to study earnestly. The curved blades used by the blacksmith tribe are elegantly shaped, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, adhering to the principles of mechanics, making them well suited for human use. Xiang Xinghe was fond of these blades and even contemplated refining them as the standard weapon for his tribe, not realizing they were conceived by a mere child. At this moment, Xiang Xinghe recalled the boy named Lei Ming, previously from the blacksmith tribe, age 13, with an intelligence score of 8, slightly inferior to Xiao Tian, yet still quite clever. However, his other attributes were rather average. He was not particularly strong, possessing only a bronze 3-star knowledge in smelting. Xiang Xinghe had caught a glimpse of him earlier that day but had not paid much attention. However, upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, he prepared to return and see what other virtues the child possessed that he had not yet discovered. "Very well, I shall go back and assess him. If he truly is as formidable as you claim, I will include him within our ranks. Thank you, Chief." With that, Xiang Xinghe departed with his kin, heading back to the tribe. The white-haired elder gazed at the sky, filled with hopeful anticipation, and said, "Lei Ming, you must strive to excel." Age has imparted wisdom upon him. He understood that although he had joined the Xinghe tribe, it was imperative to demonstrate one's worth to gain recognition. Hence, he seized the opportunity to recommend Lei Ming today. Should Lei Ming exhibit his talents and be selected to learn formidable techniques from the One-Eyed Giant, he would be able to contribute significantly to the Xinghe tribe in the future, thus dispelling any notions of inferiority towards them as outsiders. Upon returning to the tribe, Xiang Xinghe instructed his clansmen to summon Lei Ming. Before long, a spirited child with a tiger-like demeanor appeared before him. "Chief, you called for me? Is there something you need?" Lei Ming's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, revealing a nature that was anything but docile. Xiang Xinghe accessed his panel and discovered, much like during the day, that aside from slightly elevated intelligence, there were no remarkable attributes. The hidden traits were rather ordinary. Quite unremarkable. Was the old man attempting to deceive me? Let us check his talents. Utilizing the ability of a discerning evaluator, Xiang Xinghe unveiled Lei Ming's talents, which left him utterly astonished. A genius in artifact refinement? A seed of a divine craftsman? Fortuitous fate. A series of impressive talents rendered Xiang Xinghe momentarily speechless. So many talents. It was as if the heavens were bestowing him with abundance. Yet this was the level he currently possessed? Xiang Xinghe looked at Lei Ming with a mix of disappointment and frustration, pondering how much mischief this boy must indulge in to lack any noteworthy attributes. Lei Ming, feeling the weight of Xiang Xinghe's gaze, took a small step back in trepidation. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Xiang Xinghe stepped forward, placed a reassuring hand on Lei Ming's shoulder, and spoke gently. "Little Lei Ming, how do you find this place? Quite pleasant, I presume?" Lei Ming trembled slightly as he replied, "Yes, it is wonderful here. The food is delicious, the tribe's people are very friendly, and there are adorable pandas. I really like it here." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Haha, that's splendid. Have you made any new friends?" Lei Ming beamed, "Of course. I have befriended Xiaoyun and Xiaowu. They are such fun companions." Xiang Xinghe smacked his forehead. "Indeed, troublemakers tend to gravitate towards one another." He inquired, "That's delightful. Making new friends is always a joyous affair. Now, I have a task for you." Lei Ming, somewhat apprehensive, asked, "Chief, what is the task? Is it dangerous?" Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily, "Haha, not at all. It involves following the One-Eyed Master to learn some things." Lei Ming's expression shifted to one of despondency as he questioned, "But isn't the One-Eyed Master busy healing others?" "Indeed," Xiang Xinghe assured him, "I will escort you to where he tends to his patients, and you can keep him company to alleviate his boredom." Lei Ming, with a mournful expression, lamented, "But I have already made arrangements with Xiaoyun and Xiaowu. They promised to take me to craft pottery, engage in archery, and even catch goats from traps." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Learning is of utmost importance, and besides, you can always return to play with them after your studies each day. If you feel they would enjoy themselves without you, I could assign them additional tasks, leaving them no time for leisure." He winked playfully at Lei Ming. Upon seeing Xiang Xinghe's mischievous grin, Laming felt a chill run down his spine. The chief was truly formidable, capable of conjuring such a fearsome idea. Yet, it seemed rather appealing. After a moment's contemplation, he timidly replied, "I shall defer to the chief's arrangements. Alas, the best remedy for misfortune is to share it with friends. Xiaoyun, Xiaowu, I am truly sorry, but I desperately need this consolation." At that very moment, Xiaoyun and Xiaowu, who were counting stars together, both sneezed simultaneously, mistakenly believing they had caught a chill. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Tomorrow, I shall have the villagers escort you. By the way, you have another companion, a child as well." Laming's spirits lifted slightly as he inquired, "Who is it?" "Xiaoqing. You must get along well with him, Otto." "Very well." Laming's expression soured once more, as he had heard from Xiaoyun and Xiaowu that Xiaoqing only cared for studies, which seemed dreadfully dull. Yet, having company was better than solitude. At this point, he could only comfort himself. After seeing Laming off, Xiang Xinghe summoned Xiaoqing and briefed him succinctly. Xiaoqing appeared somewhat intimidated by the Cyclops, stammering and hesitating to agree. However, when he caught sight of Xiang Xinghe's encouraging gaze, he ultimately nodded. "Ha, good child. You shall accompany Laming tomorrow." "All right." Once Xiaoqing departed, Ashu, who had been waiting patiently nearby, approached. It then dawned on Xiang Xinghe that he had dispatched Ashu to the half-merman encampment to deliver supplies earlier that day, and in the flurry of settling the new tribe members, he had yet to converse with him. Observing Ashu's anxious demeanor, Xiang Xinghe inquired, "What troubles you, Ashu? How fared the situation at the half-merman camp? Did anyone exchange salt blocks today?" Ashu promptly replied, "Chief, indeed. Today, 3 more tribes engaged in trade with us. I have relayed the goods to the high priest, who has confirmed our return gifts. I shall deliver them to the half-merman encampment tomorrow." Xiang Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. The increasing number of tribes exchanging salt blocks indicated that the allure of culinary delights was progressing splendidly. Even if they could not attract people to join their cause, it would at least foster trade along the Snow River, facilitating the quicker collection of materials for the totem pillars and laying a foundation for future commercial development. "Chief, there is another piece of news." "Oh? What is it?" Several large tribes downstream of the Snow River are preparing to unite for a gathering, inviting various tribes to come here for trade and sale of goods, to be held at a location called Iron Mountain. Fighting and brawling will not be permitted at the gathering, as they will ensure the event's safety. "Have we held it before?" "Indeed, we have, but according to the esteemed Lady Shuero, it has been many years since the last occurrence." Xiang Xinghe furrowed his brow slightly, unable to discern whether this notion originated from the players or the indigenous people, but it posed certain disadvantages for himself. Such circumstances could easily expose his identity as a player, thereby diminishing his intimidating presence. "When will it take place?" "In 7 days." "All right, I understand. Tomorrow, please go to the half-merman camp and retrieve some clay. We should produce more pottery in the coming days." "Very well." "By the way, Chief, there is another matter." Xiang Xinghe sighed. "There seems to be an abundance of news today." "What else is there?" "A group of wanderers who have lost their tribe, numbering over 20 individuals, 9 humans and 13 half-mermen, are scattered along the banks of Shuozhang, hoping that we might bring them back to the tribe." "This is wonderful news." Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily. The promotional efforts of recent days have finally borne fruit. With the first group joining, a second will surely follow. The Xinghe tribe will flourish increasingly. At this moment, Shurtu spoke with a hint of concern. "But Chief, what if too many newcomers arrive, and we are unable to manage them?" Instantly, Xiang Xinghe regained his composure. "That is indeed a valid point. We must first train them before allowing them to join us." After pondering for a moment, Xiang Xinghe devised a plan. "I have a solution. Tomorrow, we shall first bring those individuals to the half-merman camp, where they can reside. They will engage in construction there. Those who perform well for a month may then be brought here, while those who attempt to cheat will be noted for my inspection." Ashu expressed his delight. "This plan is excellent, as it will not expose our camp." Xiang Xinghe chuckled. "Haha, this is merely a preliminary approach. I shall think further to refine the method." "Very well. Now, let us rest early." The hunting team must transport food between the 2 camps, carrying cooked meat on the way there and fresh fish on the return, all while attending to patrol duties and maintaining deterrence. It is indeed arduous work, and Ashu's face already bore the signs of exhaustion. "Thank you, Chief." After Ashu departed, Shurtu hesitated, seemingly wishing to voice something. Xiang Xinghe, somewhat irritable, remarked, "Speak what you wish to say. Do not hold back." Chapter 54. The Cold Gleam of Iron. "Chief, if we recruit too many outsiders, will our tribe still remain our own?" Xiang Xinghe understood Shida's concerns. In primitive tribes, the individuals are typically well acquainted, with close ties and harmonious relationships. If too many outsiders are introduced, It is natural for discomfort to arise, he reassured Shirtu. Our tribe will undoubtedly still be our tribe. It will simply possess additional members. I will ensure a careful selection process, admitting only true companions. Once they arrive, they will learn our culture, live alongside us, contribute to our development, and fight together, becoming the citizens of our tribe. Only with an increasing number of our people can our tribe grow ever stronger, impervious to the bullying of other tribes. You are the very roots of our tribe. As long as the roots endure, our tribe shall remain ours for eternity. Shirtu, somewhat discontented, inquired, Chieftain, if you acquire even mightier companions, will you still allow me to stay by your side to protect you? Xiang Xinghe, touched by Shirtu's unexpected display of tenderness, stood on his tiptoes and patted Shirtu's shoulder, responding, of course. While I mentioned that we would gain more companions, there are bonds of varying closeness among them. Domi, the original members of the Xinghe tribe are the dearest of my companions, and you are the strongest among them. Only with you guarding me can I feel truly at ease. Instantly, Shirtu's spirits lifted, and he thumped his chest, exclaiming, Haha, rest assured, chieftain, your safety is my utmost priority. Now, let us retire for the night. Tomorrow we shall visit the half-merman camp. Very well, chieftain, came the reply. Under the starry sky, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air, Xiang Xinghe returned to his tent and drifted into slumber. Brr, how cold! Xiang Xinghe awoke in the morning, chilled to the bone. Peering outside his tent, he noticed the ground damp as if it had rained lightly the previous night. With such frigid temperatures already, it was evident that winter would be harsh for the elderly and children if they remained merely in tents. They needed proper housing. Dressing swiftly, Xiang Xinghe stepped out of the tribe's confines, where the clansfolk were already busy at work. He spotted the white-haired elder, who had returned to the tribe, leading a group as they surveyed their surroundings. Approaching the elder, Xiang Xinghe inquired, Grandfather, what brings you back? Did you not accompany Cain? The elder replied, The one-eyed lord is quite comfortable now and requires no further tending. I was concerned that the children might grow lazy, so I returned to engage them in work. At present, I am seeking a suitable location for constructing the iron smelting furnace. Xiang Xinghe's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Haha, you truly care. Have you found a fitting spot? Indeed, I have discovered an ideal location near the hillside. There lies a sheltered hollow which will shield us from the wind. It is spacious enough to facilitate the construction of a rain cover, and being at the edge of the camp, it will not disturb others. You see, the clamor of smithing can be quite bothersome. Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily. Haha, your considerations are most thorough. Let us proceed as you suggest. I will instruct the building team of the tribe to fully support you, ensuring the iron smelting furnace is erected at the earliest opportunity. Excellent. We shall have it operational within 5 days. Xiang Xinghe, filled with elation, continued, Wonderful. I shall await your good news. By the way, the tribe is establishing a department for equipment research and manufacturing. Cain will serve as the acting head, while you shall be the deputy. All the young men skilled in ironworking will join you. Oversee them to produce an array of weapons. I will draft some blueprints to share with you later. The old man with white hair remarked rather peculiarly, This name sounds rather lengthy. Moreover, it does not possess the charm of the hunting team or the building team. A name should be grand. By the way, it feels inappropriate to keep addressing you this way. Allow me to bestow upon you a name. How does Iron Cold Light sound? Iron as the surname, and Cold Light as the given name, signifying that you lead your kin to glimpse the dawn amidst the frigid darkness of night. The old man was instantly captivated by this name, even forgetting his previous dissatisfaction with the department's name. He had always regarded himself as a coward, surviving by hiding among women and children during battles, burdened by profound guilt. Yet, his subsequent actions were nothing short of heroic. He single-handedly guided these women and children to safety, confronting his fears while facing giants, ultimately leading them to the Star River tribe, thus granting his people a better chance at survival. Therefore, the name bestowed upon him by Xiang Xinghe was a tremendous comfort, making him feel no longer a coward, but rather understood. Xiang Xinghe noticed the old man's loyalty soar to an impressive 95, nearing the status of a staunch ally. Goodness, is naming so effective? It seems I should do it more often in the future. The old man wiped the moisture from his eyes and said, Thank you, Chief. I truly cherish this name. Haha, I'm glad you like it. I bestow this surname upon you. Henceforth, you may use it to name the members of the equipment department. This is a privilege I grant you. Thank you, Chief. I shall do my utmost to manage the equipment department well. Very well, go on with your tasks. I must step out. Winter is approaching and we need to stockpile food. Understood. Half of the building team was stationed at the half-merman encampment, while the remaining members had recently been occupied with fortifying the camp's perimeter walls, applying a thick layer of mud over the wooden stakes to protect and reinforce them. Upon inspecting their progress, Xiang Xinghe discovered that a third of the stakes had already been fortified. The efficiency of these primitive workers was indeed commendable. When the members of the building team noticed Xiang Xinghe approaching, they paused their tasks and greeted him warmly. Xiang Xinghe waved his hand and smiled, "Haha, you're all doing splendidly. However, let us pause for a moment. There are several more pressing tasks at hand. Firstly, we need to assist the Equipment Research and Manufacturing Department in constructing a cast iron furnace, a smithy, and a warehouse. Following that, we must erect proper houses, as our current tents will not withstand the winter winds and will leave us vulnerable to illness." The members of the building team exchanged glances. Uncertain, but we do not know how to build such structures. Xiang Xinghe reassured them with a smile. "No worries. The personnel from the equipment department will instruct you on how to construct the cast iron furnace and other items. Once we have completed their tasks, we will begin building the houses, which is quite straightforward. Similar to the perimeter walls, simply encircle a cleared area with wooden stakes and cover it with thatch for the roof." "All right, we shall give it a try." "Well then, I entrust this task to you." Once everything was arranged, Xiang Xinghe had his meal and set off with the hunting team, carrying provisions and some bamboo poles towards the half-merman encampment. "Today, we shall embark on a journey to retrieve those refugees yearning to join our tribe, scattered along the banks of the Snow River. The most efficient route would be via the waterways." Chapter 55. The net. As the sun began to rise, Xiang Xinghe and the hunting party arrived at the half-fishman encampment. After 2 days of absence, significant changes were evident. The terrain of the half-fishman camp was intricate, nestled near a river bend and adjacent to reeds and woodlands, forming a crescent-shaped expanse of flat sand. At this moment, a perimeter wall had been erected around the camp, isolating it from the reeds and forest to thwart any predatory incursions. Within the camp, tents were abundant and timber was stacked high. The water temperature was still quite low, preventing the half-fishmen from entering. Instead, they gathered around a fire to grill fish for their meal. Upon inspecting the panel, Xiang Xinghe discovered that the loyalty of the majority of the half-fishmen had reached above 85, indicating their acceptance of his rule. Xiang Feng and Shui Ruru were engaged in discussion when they spotted Xiang Xinghe and the hunting party. Immediately rushing over with joy, Shui Ruru exclaimed, "My king, you have finally arrived. I was quite worried yesterday when you were absent." Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, "No need for concern. I had matters to attend to yesterday, all of which have been resolved. I am here to see how you are faring." Xiang Feng added, "Everything is well, though there are some matters that require your decision." Xiang Xinghe nodded, "I am already aware. Let us retrieve them. Once they are here, they shall remain to assist us. You will oversee their management, and if they demonstrate commendable behavior over time, we may then escort them back to the Starfire encampment." "Very well, the half-fishmen can swim over along the Snow River. However, there are ordinary humans among them. Should they attempt to cross, they will face numerous high mountains and deep valleys, which not only impede their movement but also pose significant dangers, including potential encounters with wild beasts. Should we dispatch the hunting party to fetch them? Haha, there's no need for such complications. I have already contemplated this and brought along these bamboo poles." Xiang Xinghe instructed the hunters to lower the bamboo, arranging the poles of uniform length side by side, with the thinner ones in the center and the thicker ones on either side. He then crafted several resilient ropes from reeds, intertwining them between the bamboo poles and securing them at regular intervals to create a sturdy bamboo raft. With a grin, Xiang Xinghe remarked, "Behold, this is a bamboo raft. With it, the ordinary humans can traverse the waterways." "How does that work?" Both Shui Ruru and Xiang Feng looked puzzled. Xiang Xinghe remained silent, directing Shirtu to carry the raft to the water's edge and set it afloat. The raft bobbed gently on the surface. Xiang Xinghe inhaled deeply and leaped aboard. The raft sank slightly under his weight but quickly stabilized, floating steadily on the water. Xiang Feng suddenly enlightened, "So it can function this way. I have always known that bamboo could float, but I never considered that assembling multiple pieces could support a person as well. This way, we can place the refugees on the raft and have the half-fishmen propel them along the waterway." "Haha, clever. However, this raft is rather small, accommodating only 3 or 4 individuals at most. We should construct several more, which you can utilize for transporting goods when visiting other tribes." "Excellent. The construction of bamboo rafts is quite simple. Several individuals observed the process once and quickly mastered it, soon producing 2 more. The bamboo rafts were launched into the water, upon which the meat prepared for distribution that day was piled, sparing the half-fish people the burden of carrying it, thus facilitating their movement. Shui Ruru expressed her admiration, saying, "Wang, you are truly clever. I never imagined that one day humanity could navigate freely upon the Shui River." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Haha, This is merely a rudimentary endeavor. If we could construct grand vessels, humanity might even traverse the vast seas. A twinge of fear flickered within Shui Ro. If humans could freely roam across various bodies of water, the advantages of the half-fish people would be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, she felt fortunate for her decision to join the Xinghe tribe. How fortunate that she had not become an enemy of the Wang. At this moment, the sun had grown warm, and the river's temperature had risen considerably. Shui Ro, accompanied by the half-fish people, set forth, pushing the bamboo raft. Xiang Feng remained at the camp to attend to matters. After observing the surroundings, Xiang Xinghe addressed Xiang Feng. Although the walls of the half-fish people's camp can withstand dangers from the land, have you considered that this Shui River is perilous as well? What if half-fish individuals from other tribes launch a surprise attack from the water? I recall Shui Ro mentioning that this area is not safe. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Xiang Feng, but he soon queried, tribe leader, while we can construct walls on land, what can we do in the water? Quite simply, we can build walls as well, but we shall drive wooden stakes into the riverbed. The waters in the bay should not be too deep, and we should leave sufficient spacing between each stake to allow for the flow of water, while ensuring that half-fish individuals cannot easily cross. Xiang Feng's understanding dawned, and he added, then we should leave a gate, opening it during the day for easy passage, and closing it at night to guard against ambushes. Precisely. Good, tribe leader. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Excellent. Xiang Feng proceeded to organize the labor force, while Xiang Xinghe led the hunting team to continue exploring the reeds. A substantial portion of the reed area had already been investigated, and some patterns had been discerned. Only 2 locations remained that could pose danger, 2 that might conceal treasures, and the central region of the reeds, whose nature was yet unknown, had not been explored. Let us thoroughly investigate the reeds today. May we uncover some valuable discoveries. Very well. 2 members of the hunting team were stationed at the half-fish people's camp to maintain order, while the remainder followed Xiang Xinghe into the reeds. Following the previously established path, they circumvented the identified dangerous zones, and soon arrived at an unexplored area that could harbor threats. Surrounding them, the reeds were adorned with white filaments, somewhat sticky and remarkably resilient. Resembling spider silk, yet thicker than ordinary threads. Xiang Xinghe whispered a caution, be careful, a shoe. Understood. A shoe, leading the way, proceeded cautiously to scout ahead. The further they advanced, the more prevalent the white filaments became, ultimately appearing like clusters of cotton fabric dispersed throughout the reed thicket. Surrounded by an expanse of white, the silken threads were tainted with various insects, birds, and snakes. Some lay shriveled while others writhed in a futile struggle, yet with every movement, the white strands constricted around them ever tighter, creating a scene that was profoundly unsettling. The only path forward for the group was to sever these silken bindings. To my knowledge, only spiders utilize their webs for hunting. But to weave such an extensive network, one can only wonder about the size of the spider responsible. A sense of retreat began to blossom within Xiang Xinghe when, at that moment, the white threads began to agitate the reeds violently. Prepare for battle. Instantly, the group tightened their grips on their weapons. For brandished spears while another 4 nocked arrows, a strategy favored by hunting parties for its balance between offense and defense. As tension filled the air and everyone scanned their surroundings. An unexpected stillness enveloped the area once more. Chapter 56. The spider in the face of the lurking threat. No one dared to move. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the white web to sway. As if the earlier commotion had been an illusion, Shi could not contain his curiosity. Chieftain, what is happening? Why has it gone silent? Xiang Xinghe shared his confusion. Moments ago, it had seemed as though a colossal creature had been tugging at the web. Yet as they readied themselves, the disturbance had abruptly ceased. Just then, a sudden flurry of sounds erupted around them. Shi gripped his spear tightly, peering into the distance, realizing that a large goose ensnared in the web was desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. Phew, that startled me. I thought it was some kind of monster. Before Shi could finish his sentence, the reeds began to shake violently again, and from beside the goose emerged a colossal being, towering over the reeds and surveying its surroundings from above. My word, that was the most grotesque creature Xiang Xinghe had ever encountered. It was a spider over 2 meters in length. Its obsidian body was adorned with 8 legs covered in barbed spines, its head larger than a basketball, and its mandibles snapped ominously as they opened and closed. Countless compound eyes on its forehead reflected the surroundings, enough to make anyone with a fear of clusters faint. Its abdomen bore hideous red stripes, chaotically arranged into patterns that sent chills down one's spine. The spider clamped its fangs around the goose's neck, swiftly releasing a small plume of green gas that enveloped the bird, which visibly began to dissolve. The spider then consumed the melted remains, seemingly puzzled by the meager quantity, remaining motionless in its place. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe and his companions stood frozen, too terrified to move. Although this spider was not as massive as the river beasts, its menacing presence was unmistakably heightened. Its mere appearance was enough to induce a profound sense of dread. Exposed within the spider's field of vision, the group found their reflections mirrored in its compound eyes. Yet the spider behaved as if it had not perceived them, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Nonetheless, being scrutinized by such a hideous creature, even in silence, instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. Shirtu trembled as he inquired, "Chieftain, what is it doing?" Xiang Xinghe's mind was blank. He forced himself to contemplate how to respond, his thoughts swirling with knowledge of spiders. Suddenly, he recalled the vast expanse of white silk beneath his feet. The eyesight of a spider is notoriously poor. It relies on sensing the vibrations of its web to ascertain when prey has become ensnared. Consequently, this particular spider must have been drawn to our earlier movements. But as we halted to avoid an attack, it was rendered unable to pinpoint our location. Xiang Xinghe shouted, "Do not move. We are currently standing on the web. As long as we remain still, this spider cannot determine our position." The members of the hunting team, upon hearing this, were gripped by tension and dared not budge. However, the spider also remained stationary, seemingly aware that there was prey nearby, yet unable to discern its exact whereabouts, thus engaging in a contest of patience with us. Damn. It seems we are in for a war of attrition. The hunting team comprised seasoned hunters, robust and patient. Yet Xiang Xinghe began to feel the strain, his legs growing numb from prolonged standing. At that moment, Ashu noticed Xiang Xinghe's discomfort and quickly remarked, "Chieftain, while this creature appears formidable, it does not seem particularly strong. We should be able to defeat it." Xiang Xinghe gazed at the spider's main body, glistening with a black sheen reminiscent of steel, and shook his head. "Its shell is quite hard. Our wooden spears and arrows may not penetrate it." Shirtu interjected, "Not to worry, chieftain. Have you forgotten that both Ashu and I wield iron weapons? We should be capable." It dawned on Xiang Xinghe that both Shirtu and Ashu's spearheads were indeed forged from iron, far sharper than their wooden counterparts. It was worth a try, but first, they needed to identify its weak points, aiming to inflict the maximum damage in the initial strike. Shirtu quickly identified the spider's vulnerabilities. "Chieftain, its eyes, mouth, the joints of its legs, and its abdomen appear soft and lack the black exoskeleton, making them likely targets for inflicting damage." The others scrutinized closely and confirmed Shirtu's observations. Ashu then devised a battle plan. First, let the members of the hunting team unleash a volley at these weak points. Then, Shirtu and I will charge in to sever its legs. The remaining members should assign two to protect the chieftain, while the rest will follow Shirtu and me to shield us from the spider's attacks and create opportunities. What do you think, chieftain? Xiang Xinghe understood the importance of entrusting specialized tasks to those adept at them and raised no objections. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, and everyone will fully support Ashu and Shirtu." "Agreed." The others murmured in unison. Ashu commanded, "On my mark, ready your arrows." The warriors of the hunting team swiftly knocked their arrows, aiming at the spider's vulnerable spots. Fire! Whoosh! Several bamboo arrows were released simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. The spider's eyes were struck by multiple arrows, while another lodged itself in its mouth, causing it to emit a painful howl. Simultaneously, Ashu and Shirtu surged toward the spider, prompting the others to abandon their bamboo bows and switch to wooden spears. The sticky web hindered their agility, allowing the spider to swiftly ascertain their positions. A green, toxic mist was expelled by the spider. Xiang Xinghe shouted, "That mist is poisonous. Throw the bamboo baskets." Ashu and Shirtu immediately slowed their pace, shedding their bamboo baskets to hurl them towards the noxious fog. The gusts generated swiftly dispersed the green haze, though signs of corrosion began to appear on the surface of the baskets. Nevertheless, the members of the hunting party successfully surged forward to confront the spider, their spears raining down upon its abdomen like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. Even against the less armored underside, the wooden spears could not penetrate. The spider writhed in pain from the stabs, its long legs thrashing about. From its elevated position, those limbs resembled whips armed with barbs, exuding immense menace. The hunters quickly dodged, several barely escaping the onslaught. Xiang Xinghe, standing at a distance, was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, "I must find a way to forge a shield upon our return. This is exceedingly difficult." At that moment, Shirtu and Ashu, who had been lying in wait among the crowd, seized the opportunity, exchanging glances before dashing forth. Shirtu lunged directly at the spider's head, while Ashu readied his spear. Poised for action. The spider, sensing movement through its web, detected two individuals approaching, one targeting its head, and immediately swung its forelimbs to strike. However, in the next instant, its front legs lost sensation, followed by a sharp pain in its head. Ashu had executed two swift thrusts of his spear, severing the limbs that threatened Shirtu. A piercing scream erupted from the spider, reminiscent of two shards of glass scraping against one another, its abdomen heaving violently. Retreat. Chapter 57. The lair. Upon hearing Xiang Xinghe's urgent call, Ashu and Shirtu did not hesitate to withdraw immediately, and the other members of the hunting party, albeit a moment slower, quickly followed suit. The spider lunged forward, a deep green gas erupting from its maw. The toxic fumes surged forth like a tempest, spreading rapidly without any sign of abating. Xiang Xinghe also hastily retreated, estimating that the range of this poisonous gas would exceed expectations. Shirtu and Ashu reached Xiang Xinghe's side, with Shirtu swiftly scooping him up and sprinting away at great speed. Xiang Xinghe was jolted up and down, his stomach churning painfully, yet he remained silent, enduring the discomfort. Though cumbersome, this was far swifter than running on his own. The remaining members of the hunting party, despite their rapid retreat, lagged slightly, and the last few individuals were overtaken by the toxic mist. Their animal hides corroded swiftly, causing excruciating pain on their backs, which ignited their latent potential, propelling them to run even faster. After a considerable distance, Shirtu finally came to a halt, gently placing Xiang Xinghe on the ground. Xiang Xinghe immediately knelt, retching violently as his stomach churned, feeling utterly drained, akin to the sensation of motion sickness. Shirtu promptly patted Xiang Xinghe's back, asking, "Chieftain, are you all right? You should not have been caught by the poison." Xiang Xinghe managed a weak smile, responding, "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. I'll recover shortly." Turning his gaze behind, he observed the reeds, now withered from corrosion, listlessly swaying under the weight of spider silk, while the green mist lingered in the air, having ceased its advance not far from the others. The members of the hunting party had all escaped the toxic mist, save for 3 stragglers whose backs were marred by a large red patch. The rest remained unscathed. Xiang Xinghe instructed Shirtu to retrieve the bamboo tube filled with the water from the fairy spring and pour it over the afflicted individuals. Gradually, the pain etched upon their faces began to dissipate, and the searing, corrosive marks on their backs faded away. Shirtu, with a gleeful demeanor, remarked, "Tribe leader, I am fortunate you had me bring some today. Otherwise, Qinya and the others would have been in agony. This spring water is truly miraculous." Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, "When resources are at hand, they must be utilized wisely. From now on, the hunting party should carry some of this spring water whenever they embark on a mission, as it can provide immediate relief for minor injuries." At that moment, Xiang Xinghe, having regained his composure, gazed toward the spot where the spider had been. Now devoid of its presence, it was likely that the creature had retreated to its lair. Having sustained significant injuries, the toxic mist it had unleashed was presumably its last resort. "Tribe leader, what shall we do now? Shall we pursue it?" one of the members inquired. Xiang Xinghe nodded at the dissipating mist. "Indeed, this spider poses a grave threat. It must be eradicated completely for us to feel at ease. Furthermore, we must traverse this path to reach the next waypoint. Let us proceed and eliminate it now, while it is at its weakest." The hunting party took a brief respite, waiting for the toxic mist to fully clear before heading in the direction of the spider's disappearance. Ashu led the way, while Shirtu remained by Xiang Xinghe's side. The other members spread out around them, maintaining a safe distance to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. The area was ensnared by webs, and with each step, they found themselves ensnared by sticky strands, which were quite uncomfortable. The most challenging obstacle lay ahead, where the webs appeared almost sponge-like, densely clustered together. Even with bone knives, it took considerable effort to advance a mere few paces. Xiang Xinghe directed the hunting party to form pairs, taking turns to cut through the webbing, thereby conserving everyone's strength. Yet, after traversing a considerable distance, they had yet to locate the lair. The arduous journey weighed heavily on the group's spirits, leading to a palpable sense of despondency. To uplift their morale, Xiang Xinghe activated his encouragement skill. "Do not be disheartened. The more arduous our path, the closer we draw to the spider's lair. Once we vanquish it, we can bring it back to the tribe for display. Such a formidable creature will surely earn us admiration. Envision the looks of reverence from your beloveds and children as they gaze upon you." As the members contemplated the adoring glances of their beloveds, their vanity was greatly appeased, and a renewed vigor surged within them, transforming the grotesque spider ahead into a treasure in their minds. Their pace in cutting through the webs quickened considerably, and no wonder the spider traversed the reeds. The ground below was indeed treacherous. Just as Xiang Xinghe continued to internally grumble, a sudden exclamation of delight rang out from ahead. "We have found it, tribe leader!" Before them, a gap had been hewn into the web by a stone knife, and peering into the opening revealed a spacious cavity. And no longer shrouded by the oppressive webs, the interior was a vast opening, with only a layer of silk adorning the ground, presenting an appearance both simple and pristine. In the shadowy recesses of the spider's lair, luminescent mushrooms flourished, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the otherwise lightless den. At this moment, the spider lay languidly in a corner, its demeanor despondent. Even the sheen of its inky exterior dulled it, sensed the vibrations of its web, realizing that its sanctuary had been breached. Struggling to rise, it ultimately succumbed to failure, resignedly collapsing onto the ground. Stone erupted into laughter. "Ha! You were so arrogant just now. How have you come to this pitiful state?" Xiang Xinghe relaxed as well. Initially believing the spider might have some hidden strategy, it now appeared to be no more than a mere shadow of itself. "Let us eliminate it and continue our exploration." "All right, I shall go." Stone charged forward toward the spider. Just as he was about to reach it, a large web suddenly descended from above, ensnaring him as if wrapping a zongzi. "What is happening?" Xiang Xinghe scrutinized the scene but discerned nothing. Stone shouted in alarm, flailing his fists, yet the web proved exceptionally resilient, resisting his attempts to break free. While the confined space rendered his spear useless for swinging, he had underestimated it. It was capable of setting traps. A Shu attempted to rush in to rescue Stone, but Xiang Xinghe halted him. "Wait, there may be more traps. However, how did the web fall? Could there be another spider above?" Xiang Xinghe instructed a Shu. A Shu, shoot an arrow directly above Stone. Without hesitation, a Shu drew back his bamboo bow and released an arrow. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as a smaller black creature plummeted from the sky. It was a spider, over a meter long, entirely white, with a bamboo arrow lodged in its back, currently spewing silk uncontrollably due to its injuries. Upon seeing the white spider wounded, the black spider let out a furious roar. Struggling to rise and charging towards the group, its movement significantly impaired by the loss of its forelegs. This time, Xiang Xinghe did not impede a Shu. A Shu surged forward, spear poised before him, and as he brushed past the black spider, he suddenly thrust it out, clang. The spearhead struck its exoskeleton, sparking a cascade of fiery flashes. Chapter 58. The flock of birds. A Shu was swept aside by a sweep of the spider's leg. A deep gash carved into his chest by a barbed hook, causing him to tumble to the ground. The spider's shell shattered, oozing dark green liquid. At this juncture, the members of the hunting party arrived, immediately launching an assault on the spider. The earlier strike had exhausted the spider's strength, leaving it barely able to defend itself. The white spider, witnessing the black spider under attack, gritted its teeth against the pain, rising to unleash a torrent of silk towards the assailants. A venomous spray. A silken web. These two spiders indeed formed a formidable pair, but alas, they had encountered us. The warriors of the hunting party were seasoned hunters, always prepared for retreat during an assault, and upon seeing the large web descending, they promptly withdrew. Ultimately, only two warriors became ensnared in the web, trapped alongside the black spider. They immediately curled up, huddling close to the black spider, thereby minimizing the risk of being struck by its long legs. Discarding their wooden spears, they brandished bone knives, relentlessly stabbing at the black spider, astonishingly inflicting several wounds. Among the remaining four warriors capable of action, two continued to assault the black spider, slicing through the web and snaring their comrades, while the other two charged towards the white spider, intent on slaying it directly. This moment, Ashu also managed to rise, shaking his head as blood continued to flow profusely from the wound on his chest. He retrieved a bamboo tube containing the water from the fairy spring, pouring it over his injury, finally halting the bleeding, and rejoined the fray. Xiang Xinghe circled around the stone, drawing out his bone knife to cut through the web. The stone, in a state of despair, lamented, "Chief, you have finally come to rescue me. This web is impossible to untangle. It is unyielding and sticky, causing me great discomfort. Please, free me, fool. Can't you use the bone knife to cut it?" "Oh, right." Both men wielded their bone knives, fervently hacking at the web. The web was both resilient and challenging to slice through, with each strand resembling a thick rope on earth. Xiang Xinghe had to press the rope firmly against the ground and slice with force to sever it. Was this truly spun by a natural spider? After nearly 5 minutes of effort, Stone finally extricated himself from the web, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "How dare it ensnare me? Chief, wait here. I shall slay it." At that moment, the white spider lay dead, leaving only the nearly lifeless black spider. Stone grasped a spear and sprinted towards the beleaguered black spider. It could no longer move, lying on the ground, incessantly flailing its long legs in a futile attempt to shield itself from the approaching warriors. Stone bellowed, "Everyone, stand clear." The assailants immediately retreated, allowing Stone to leap forward, gripping the spear tightly, its tip aimed downward as he thrust it fiercely. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the spider's head, driving it into the ground. The spider finally ceased its struggles, succumbing completely in that instant of its demise. The surrounding luminescent mushrooms wilted rapidly, and the webs lost their luster, beginning to decay swiftly. The spider's nest trembled ominously, as if on the verge of collapse, with countless areas of the nest wall bulging and contracting, suggesting that something within sought to break free. The black spider's abdomen emitted a green glow, and under its illumination, these processes hastened alarmingly. "Chief, what is happening?" At this juncture, Xiang Xinghe was equally perplexed, urgently shouting, "I don't know. We must retreat." Suddenly, the ground behind them collapsed, blocking the exit with a massive clump of webs mixed with mud, reeds, and debris. "Move forward, clear a path." The warriors of the hunting team swiftly found their direction, abandoning their original route and charging in the opposite direction. Stone attempted to lift the corpse of the black spider to carry it back to the tribe as a trophy, but despite several attempts, he found it unmanageable. The spider's weight was beyond his expectations. Fragments of the web continued to rain down, and Xiang Xinghe kicked Stone in the rear. "What are you doing at a time like this? Let's go." The Stone, filled with reluctance, was on the verge of fleeing. Xiang Xinghe, noticing a luminous area within the spider's dark abdomen, urged the Stone, "Stone, unearth that object. It may very well be a treasure." "Understood." The Stone swiftly brandished its spear, viciously piercing several holes around the radiant spot, creating a circular opening. Following this, it delivered a powerful punch, resulting in a large, circular hole in the spider's belly. Reaching in, it felt around and ultimately extracted a glistening green orb, the size of a baseball, coated in slime, which instantly illuminated the surroundings. The pulsations of the nest's walls intensified, and at last, a fissure appeared, from which a small spider emerged, swiftly followed by an increasing swarm of tiny spiders, seemingly drawn by the light. Xiang Xinghe hurriedly wrapped the green orb in animal hide and shouted to the Stone, "Run!" At that moment, the foremost tribesman had already cleared a path, revealing the light from outside. Xiang Xinghe and the Stone dashed forward, but as debris began to rain down around them, the Stone hoisted Xiang Xinghe and flung him with great force. Xiang Xinghe was instantly propelled out of the cave and caught by Ashu. Meanwhile, the Stone made a desperate leap at the last moment, escaping just as the spider's nest collapsed with a thunderous roar. Only then did the onlookers grasp the full extent of the scene. The spider's nest had been a vast, semicircular dome, constructed from a web intertwined with rubble, earth, bones, and reeds. As it crumbled, a cloud of dust erupted, and countless small spiders scuttled out, scattering into the reeds, their whereabouts unknown. Though termed small spiders, they were indeed sizable, each roughly the size of a palm, covered in fur, presenting a rather fearsome sight. Xiang Xinghe, clutching Ashu, dared not descend, his trepidation towards the spiders palpable. The warriors of the hunting party, though unafraid, felt a chill at the sight of the surging tide of spiders. Fortunately, these creatures showed no intent to attack. They merely traversed past the crowd, disappearing into the reeds. Goodness, is this the place where those two spiders hatched their young? How terrifying! As Xiang Xinghe lamented the fate of the other creatures within the reeds, a flock of white waterfowl suddenly took flight from the thickets, swirling in the sky, blotting out the sun. Before long, a group of black birds ascended as well. More and more birds of various hues erupted from the reeds, darkening the sky. After a brief moment of chaos, these avian congregations simultaneously dove towards the reeds, then soared back up, each descent yielding a small spider captured in their beaks. Thus commenced a grand feast. The birds lifted the spiders into the air, where they tore them apart and feasted, swiftly annihilating the spiders before finally resting and returning to the thickets. Chapter 59. The beastmen. The might of nature is not to be underestimated. These birds, typically appearing harmless to humans and livestock, can unite into a formidable force when threatened. The warriors of the hunting party stood in stunned silence, taking some time to recover from the spectacle. It was then that Xiang Xinghe recalled the glowing orb that the stone had unearthed from within the spider's body. Stone, please show me that bead. Oh, here you go. Stone wiped the slime off the bead and handed it to Xiang Xinghe. Xiang Xinghe held it in his hand, examining it closely. Its surface was smooth, pleasantly cool to the touch, offering a remarkably comfortable sensation. Moreover, as he grasped it, he felt his bodily fatigue dissipate considerably. What a treasure! I wonder if it was swallowed by that spider or if it grew on its own. The spider's offspring do not seem particularly large. Could it be that this bead is the reason it has grown to such a size? Xiang Xinghe carefully tucked the bead close to him, intending to show it to the Cyclops later. That moment, Ashu inquired, "Chief, the path ahead has been blocked. What shall we do?" Upon seeing the blood-soaked area on Ashu's chest, Xiang Xinghe felt a pang of sorrow. "We have come this far. Let's press onward and aim to explore this place thoroughly today. First, we must stop the bleeding." He instructed everyone to bring forth the fairy spring water they carried to cleanse Ashu's wound. The bleeding quickly ceased and a layer of scab formed, rendering the injury less alarming. "We need to find suitable materials to make bandages soon, or we will lack even the means to dress the wound. Thankfully, Ashu's injury isn't too severe today. Otherwise, I would have lost a formidable warrior. Let's go." "All right." Stone took the lead, forging a path ahead, with Xiang Xinghe and Ashu surrounded and protected by the others. They had not traveled far when Stone's voice rang out in astonishment. "Chief, come quickly and see what this is." Xiang Xinghe hurried over to investigate, and he too was taken aback. Jade corn? Before him lay a lush expanse of corn, each stalk laden with several large ears. Bending under their weight, reddish tendrils erupted from the husks like hair, cascading in midair, swaying gently in the breeze. Xiang Xinghe swiftly plucked an ear, stripping away the outer husk to reveal plump kernels glistening enticingly. Goodness, it truly is corn. A wave of bliss washed over Xiang Xinghe. Corn is undoubtedly one of the most productive crops. Plant a single seed, and the following year, numerous ears will sprout. The stalks can also be used to feed livestock. Highly productive and easy to cultivate, in terms of flavor, it is undeniably more precious than rice or wheat. Moreover, this corn is larger than what is commonly found on Blue Planet, with each ear measuring the length of an arm. If we could cultivate these corns, the Xinghe tribe would no longer need to worry about food supplies. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Observing Xiang Xinghe's demeanor, Stone felt a twinge of concern. "Chief, why are you laughing? Your mouth seems unable to close." "We have discovered a treasure," Stone inquired. "Is it these things? Are they delicious?" After a moment's thought, Xiang Xinghe replied, "Mediocre, but they will alleviate our concerns about food." Stone, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "Chief, but we never worried about food before. We could just hunt when we need it." Xiang Xinghe pondered this and realized it was indeed true. In his memories, the tribe had never faced a shortage of sustenance. It must be said that this continent is truly bountiful, teeming with prey that roams the hills and can be found in abundance, accompanied by ample timber and water resources, resembling a fabled birthplace selected by the heavens. Yet, the one-eyed giant and the blacksmith tribe warn of the dangers lurking here. Could there be threats that I have yet to uncover? It seems that the Xinghe tribe is currently active only in this vicinity, having not ventured into other territories. Perhaps those places are fraught with even greater peril. This indicates that I have been fortunate to have discovered a suitable settlement so readily. While Xiang Xinghe was momentarily filled with joy, he suddenly became aware of certain unsettling issues. However, there were no ferocious beasts surrounding the camp, which felt rather unusual. Logically, such a fertile hunting ground should host formidable creatures like tigers and leopards, yet there were none to be found. Was there some hidden danger that I had overlooked? An unease began to creep into Xiang Xinghe's mind. Since settling near the Baishur salt mine, he had scarcely explored the surroundings, and in retrospect, this negligence could have led to dire consequences that might even spell the doom of the tribe. There were too many matters that had distracted him, and he resolved to thoroughly investigate the area surrounding the tribe the following day. Ever since this thought crossed his mind, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settled in his heart, compelling him to hurry back to the camp. He lingered not for long, instructing the hunters to gather some corn to fill their baskets before pressing onward into the unknown. The next location was surely fraught with danger, and he cautioned the hunters to remain vigilant. They journeyed for quite some time, even breaking several bone knives while hacking through the dense reeds ahead. Stone, drenched in sweat, turned to Xiang Xinghe and inquired, "Chief, are your predictions accurate?" "My arms are weary from the toil." Doubt began to gnaw at Xiang Xinghe as he pulled out a hide map depicting the route through the reeds, where red circles indicated perilous areas and black circles denoted treasures. When these circles were connected, They formed a continuously spiraling line that pointed toward the very center of the reeds. He had not erred in his previous navigations along this route, yet now they encountered naught. It should have been correct. Had they strayed off course? At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from ahead. Stone perked up, exclaiming, "Chief, we have found something. Let us hasten." Xiang Xinghe chuckled in disbelief. "You find joy in discovering danger? Let us go." After traversing the reeds for so long, the group felt a sense of frustration, and the roar provided an outlet for their pent-up energy, quickening their pace significantly. They advanced swiftly toward the source of the roar, soon arriving at a deep pit where two beasts were engaged in a fierce struggle. One creature bore a striking resemblance to a rat, its golden fur gleaming, elongated body and long tail rivaling that of a full-grown dog, agile and lithe. The other beast was a gargantuan humanoid creature clad in green skin, its massive face adorned with protruding fangs, wielding a hefty wooden club as it relentlessly struck at the golden rat. However, the mouse exhibited remarkable agility, consistently evading attacks while seizing the opportunity to bite off a piece of flesh from the green-skinned monster. "Chief, how can he be uglier than a giant?" Xiang Xinghe remarked in surprise, noting that the green-skinned creature resembled orcs from an earlier game. How had they come to blows? Peering into the pit, Xiang Xinghe beheld a tree laden with fruit. Chapter 60. The battle. This fruit-bearing tree stood a little over a person's height, yet its branches were robust, the trunk and limbs glimmering with a blackish-gray metallic sheen. The leaves were ink-colored, remaining perfectly still even in the breeze, as if carved from fine iron. The 5 fruits that adorned it, however, were crystalline and translucent, their delicate skins encasing a milky, gel-like flesh that provoked an irresistible urge to taste them. Were they competing for those fruits? They appeared to be treasures. At that moment, the green-skinned orc was still frantically swinging a hammer at the golden mouse. The golden-haired rodent, however, had noticed Xiang Xinghe and his companions, deftly evading the orc's strikes while casting a threatening glance at Xiang Xinghe. Its aggression toward the orc noticeably diminishing. It seemed to be warning the newcomers to leave quickly, lest they face its wrath. Xiang Xinghe chuckled, unperturbed and unhurried. "Let us all rest for a moment to regain our strength. Let them determine the victor, and we shall duel the winner in due course." "Ha ha ha, Chief, that is an excellent plan." The members of the hunting team relaxed, leaving 2 individuals on guard while the others took out water and roasted meat to eat. The golden mouse, seeing that its threat had failed, squeaked in furious protest, yet with the fruit tree so near, it was reluctant to retreat. It ceased its assault on the green-skinned orc and began chirping at him, its gaze frequently darting toward the hiding place of Xiang Xinghe and his group, as if to signal that there were others present. However, the green-skinned orc was now maddened, the pain from his wounds clouding his judgment, his eyes consumed by bloodthirsty rage as he relentlessly swung his wooden club at the golden mouse. Realizing the orc's folly, the golden mouse abandoned its subtle hints and sprinted directly toward Xiang Xinghe and the others. The orc glanced at the fruit tree, struggling internally, yet ultimately, fury prevailed, and he commenced his pursuit of the golden mouse. Prepare for battle. The warriors of the hunting team immediately discarded their food, seizing their bows and arrows, swiftly aiming at the golden mouse and the green-skinned orc. Thunk! Though the golden mouse was nimble, it could not evade all the incoming bamboo arrows, one striking its side, causing it to grimace in pain. Yet, the arrows failed to pierce its hide. They merely plucked a few strands of fur before bouncing off. Why is the golden mouse's skin so tough? At this distance, those arrows should be able to pierce even ancient tree bark. Xiang Xinghe thought, a wave of astonishment washing over him. The golden mouse, moving with extraordinary speed, was now nearly upon the group, its eyes glinting with ferocity as it sought a target to attack. A shoe. "You go protect the chief," shouted Shirtu, bursting from the crowd, his spear thrusting fiercely toward the golden mouse. The golden-furred mouse's eyes glinted with derision, seemingly perceiving the attack as an effortless endeavor to evade, and thus it refrained from any reaction. That moment, the spear's velocity suddenly surged, darting towards the golden-furred mouse's flank with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, now twice as fast as before. A look of astonishment flickered in the mouse's eyes as it hastily dodged, propelling itself off the ground with its limbs, its body curving into a semicircle, enabling it to shift half a meter sideways. The spear missed its mark, and without hesitation, it lunged forward once more. The golden-furred mouse, now devoid of any intent to retaliate, scrambled away with a peculiar and frantic posture, vanishing into the nearby reeds. "Ha ha ha, what a coward!" The members of the hunting party erupted into laughter upon witnessing the previously nonchalant golden-furred mouse's hasty retreat. However, Xiang Xinghe remained less amused, addressing the group. Prepare for the next wave of assault. The orcs are coming. At that moment, the green-skinned orc was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of these individuals. But that surprise swiftly morphed into fury in his eyes. Those present were merely interlopers vying for his treasures. Witnessing the golden-furred mouse, which had earlier toyed with him, being driven away by these humans only fueled his rage, igniting within him a sense of humiliation. With a deafening roar, he charged towards Shirtu. Shirtu quickly inhaled deeply, bellowing in response as he advanced toward the orc. The orc was slightly larger than Shirtu, with muscles rippling and veins bulging, his legs marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the golden-furred mouse, blood seeping from the wounds. Yet, the orc seemed impervious to the pain, continuing his brutal onslaught with unrelenting vigor. Shirtu, invigorated by the challenge, discarded his spear, evading one of the orc's strikes, and closed in, lunging forward to tackle the orc to the ground. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the orc's face. The orc swung a wooden club, but with Shirtu atop him, he could not land a blow. Enraged, he discarded the club and retaliated with his fists. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed through the reeds, and only then did the hunting party members spring into action, each immobilizing an arm, a leg, and the head of the orc, rendering him helpless. With 5 individuals pinning him down, the orc struggled in vain as Shirtu's blows intensified, raining down upon the orc's face like a tempest. The orc's visage became a canvas of wounds, one of his tusks shattered, and the ferocity in his eyes gradually waned, giving way to agony and feebleness. Stop, stop, stop. Xiang Xinghe urgently called for a halt. Only then did Shirtu cease his assault, exhaling contentedly. That was exhilarating. While striking with a spear is thrilling, I find this visceral experience far more satisfying. Xiang Xinghe chuckled. If you continue, you might just kill him. Ask him where he came from. All right. Shirtu growled menacingly at the orc, yet the creature merely emitted incomprehensible roars, leaving the others puzzled. Chief, what should we do? We can't understand him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe instructed Shirtu, just kill him. This orc clearly belongs to no benevolent tribe. Showing mercy to enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself in such a situation. If we cannot extract any information, eliminating him is the safest course of action. Understood. The stone picked up the spear and thrust it into the throat of the orc, silencing its roar at last. Let us go and see how the fruits fare. Xiang Xinghe led the group towards the small tree. By heavens, it dares to sneak back. There, perched upon the tree, was the golden-furred mouse that had previously scurried into the reeds, now gnawing at a fruit, the aroma wafting through the air and whetting appetites. Xiang Xinghe speculated that it had taken advantage of the chaos, returning to the fruit tree to pilfer the bounty while witnessing the battle between his group and the orcs. Truly cunning, it regarded them as mere pawns. Fortunate was it that they had dispatched the orcs with sufficient swiftness, or else the fruits would have been devoured entirely, eliminated. Yes, Chief, Stone, too, was incensed, charging towards the golden mouse in haste. At that moment, the mouse, upon seeing Stone and the others re-emerge, displayed a flicker of panic, hastening its gnawing, finishing the fruit in its mouth before hurriedly leaping down and darting towards the reeds. Chapter 61. Iron skin fruit, behold my spear. Stone's fury was ignited by the golden mouse, and he hurled the spear with great force. The mouse, not daring to glance back, fled toward the adjacent reeds with utmost speed. Clang, squeak. Ultimately, the golden mouse vanished into the reeds, but its tail was severed cleanly by the spear thrown by Stone, blood splattering across the ground. Stone turned to Xiang Xinghe, a hint of guilt in his expression. Chief, I let it escape. Xiang Xinghe reassured him, it matters not. It will no longer dare to provoke us. The objective has been accomplished. His attention was now fixated on the fruit tree. After the mouse had pilfered one, for fruits remained on the tree, 2 of which were ripe, their golden liquid flowing, while the other 2 appeared somewhat green, resembling golden stones, firm to the touch. Xiang Xinghe plucked a ripe fruit, its texture akin to that of a water balloon. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled, and a subtle fragrance enveloped his senses. Unable to resist, he took a bite, and the sweet flavor instantly spread across his palate. The flesh of the fruit was gelatinous, dissolving in his mouth without the need for mastication as it slipped down into his belly. Simultaneously, warmth surged through his body, waves of heat radiating toward his skin. His skin gradually became resilient and coarse, yet his stomach grew ravenous. Xiang Xinghe promptly retrieved his provisions, indulging in hearty bites of both fruit and food, reveling in the feast. Once he had consumed the last morsel of fruit, the temperature of his skin began to diminish, the rough, leather-like texture fading away to restore its smoothness. However, he realized that his skin had transformed. It was now firmer and more resilient. That moment, a voice resonated in his ear, the voice of the intelligent core. You have consumed the iron skin fruit. Your skin is reinforced. Physical attributes 5, skin strength 10, acquired skill. Iron skin temporarily enhances skin, granting additional defense. By heavens, what a treasure! Xiang Xinghe was astonished to discover that this fruit not only improved his physical constitution but also bestowed a skill. He drew forth a bone knife, pressing it against his arm, the barbed edge of the blade pressing down upon his skin. Instantly, the iron skin ability activated, causing the skin around his arm to harden and become resilient. Taking on the texture reminiscent of coarse cowhide that had been encountered before, as this the iron skin skill. He steeled his resolve and made a swift cut, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, including Shirtu. However, to his surprise, the blade did not inflict any injury. It merely left a slowly fading white mark. The exquisitely sharpened bone knife was as keen as an ordinary fruit knife. Yet it did not harm Xiang Xinghe in the slightest. Shirtu, gripping Xiang Xinghe's arm, asked in astonishment, "Chief, how has your arm become so formidable?" Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, "It is the effect of this fruit. It can render one's skin remarkably tough. I finally understand why that golden-furred mouse has such resilient fur. It must be due to consuming these fruits." Shirtu, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Chief, you may be mistaken. Its fur was already tough before it ate the fruit, able to withstand bamboo arrows." Shu, somewhat exasperated, interjected, "Shirtu, are you not aware of last year? It must have eaten these fruits in previous years and returned this year, only to find that beast man guarding the place, leading to a confrontation until we arrived." "Oh, I see. May I eat one?" Shirtu exclaimed, nearly drooling, while others looked on eagerly at the fruits, their appetites piqued by the previously tantalizing aroma. They all yearned to partake of the fruit but awaited Xiang Xinghe's distribution plan. Observing the lone ripe fruit and 2 unripe ones on the tree, Xiang Xinghe furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he declared, "Our tribe's distribution system is based on labor and need. With only 1 ripe fruit remaining for consumption, we can only allocate the opportunity to obtain this fruit." The crowd listened with curiosity, unsure of what the opportunity to obtain the fruit entailed. Xiang Xinghe smiled, turned around, and plucked a reed, shielding his actions from view as he broke it into 10 segments, 9 long and 1 short, ensuring that the lengths of the ones left outside were uniform. He then addressed the warriors, including Shu and Shirtu. "Here are 10 reed segments. 9 are long and 1 is short. Whoever draws the short one will be entitled to eat this fruit. Each person will draw 1 segment, and since Shu and Shirtu contributed the most today, they may each draw 2. Does anyone have any objections?" The warriors understood Xiang Xinghe's intent and expressed their satisfaction with the allocation method, unanimously stating, "No objections. This method is excellent." They formed a line, each taking turns to draw a reed segment from Xiang Xinghe's hand. Ultimately, they departed with excitement, leaving behind a sense of disappointment. Only Shu and Shirtu, being rather cunning, lingered at the back, hoping to draw last. Xiang Xinghe shook his head, remarking, "Clearly, you have not studied probability. It makes no difference whether you draw first or last." Truth be told, Xiang Xinghe hoped that either Shirtu or Shu would secure the fruit, as it would significantly enhance their combat prowess. However, it is undeniably cruel to allow the other warriors to helplessly witness the fruits being claimed by others. Over time, this would be detrimental to the unity of the tribe. Thus, Xiang Xinghe devised a plan to afford Shirtu and Ashu additional opportunities. As he observed Ashu and Shirtu, who were hiding amidst the crowd, a wave of exasperation washed over him, with the number of reeds in his hand dwindling. The anticipation among those behind him grew increasingly fervent. When the 6th warrior withdrew a long pole, Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of joy. He outwardly reassured those who had not drawn a short reed, while inwardly he reveled in ecstasy. This signified that at least one among Ashu and Shirtu was destined to obtain the fruit. I had not mentioned it before, but it seems there truly is luck in drawing last. This time, Shirtu and Ashu did not hesitate. They rushed forward to draw the reeds, determined not to yield to one another. Ultimately, they agreed to each draw 1 first, and if neither succeeded, they would then draw 1 more each in the end. Taking a deep breath, they each pulled a long reed from Xiang Xinghe's hands. With a sigh of relief, they had drawn 2 long ones, heightening their excitement. Ashu and Shida's breaths quickened as they closed their eyes and each grasped a reed. A cheer erupted from the surrounding crowd. They quickly opened their eyes to find the short pole in Shita's grasp. Elated, Shitu leaped into the air, while Xiang Xinghe, smiling, plucked the fruit from the tree and handed it to him. Shitu swiftly tossed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously, his face alight with pleasure as he exclaimed, "Delicious! It surpasses anything I have ever tasted." Almost immediately, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his muscles, his skin deepening in hue as he took out roasted meat and devoured it voraciously. It was a considerable time before he returned to normal. "I feel as though I've grown stronger." Chapter 62. The parchment Ashu distinctly sensed that the oppressive aura surrounding Shitu intensified after he consumed the iron skin fruit. This was the instinct of the strong. Xiang Xinghe opened Shitu's status panel and discovered that Shitu's valor had escalated from silver 1 star to silver 3 stars. And he had acquired an additional valor skill, Iron Skin. The effect was astonishing, a direct increase of 2 stars. Xiang Xinghe regarded the remaining 2 fruits as treasures, declaring to the group, "Let us excavate this fruit tree. We shall take it back to plant in the tribal camp." Agreed. The group wholeheartedly supported this decision and immediately set to work. "Be cautious, do not damage the roots. This is a precious find." The members of the hunting party meticulously began digging around the iron skin fruit tree. The roots were deeply entrenched, and it took considerable effort for them to fully excavate the root system. Placing the soil into a bamboo basket carried by Ashu. Only then did they proceed, setting off toward their final destination. It was long before a gentle, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, invigorating them. Shitu quickened his pace to scout ahead, and as he parted a thicket of reeds, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. "Chief, come quickly. This is truly magnificent." Xiang Xinghe hurried over, only to behold a large pit filled with lush grass and vibrant flowers. In stark contrast to the chaotic growth of the reeds, everything here flourished in perfect harmony, creating an aesthetic that was pleasing to the soul. The very heart of the great pit lies a shimmering expanse, reminiscent of a tranquil pond. Xiang Xinghe, accompanied by his companions, cautiously ventured into the depths of the pit, gravitating towards the glimmering spot. As they drew nearer, the fragrance intensified, not in an overwhelming manner, but rather like a refreshing aroma that invigorated the spirit. Upon close inspection, it was indeed a pond, which could also be described as a natural well. This pond, slightly elevated above the ground, was encircled by dark stones, seemingly emerging from the very rock itself. With a diameter of approximately 1 meter, the water was crystal clear yet astonishingly deep, its bottom obscured from view. The coolness of the water lowered the ambient temperature significantly, causing a chill to envelop those who stood nearby. In the pond blossomed a magnificent lotus, its stout stem as thick as an arm, plunging deep into the well's depths. The flower itself was exquisite and charming, its petals pure white, pristine and untouched by any dust, exuding the very fragrance that captivated the senses. Xiang Xinghe found it peculiar that there were neither dangers nor treasures in this place, merely a pond and a solitary lotus flower. After a moment of contemplation, he activated the social feature and reached out to Xiao Kong, sending a message, "Brother Kong, I apologize for the disturbance once again. Do you happen to know what the white lotus growing in the stone well is?" He noted that this was the only white lotus within the well, and it appeared quite extraordinary, yet he could not discern its purpose. Xiao Kong swiftly replied, "Is there perhaps a surrounding area abundant with flowers and plants within the pit?" Upon reading this, Xiang Xinghe sensed a glimmer of hope and promptly responded, "Indeed, Brother Kong. Do you know what this phenomenon is?" Xiao Kong replied, "I do. The pit you are in is a meteorite crater, formed by the impact of a meteorite, and that well marks the center of its landing. Some meteorites carry seeds or young creatures from outer space, which, under suitable conditions, can sprout into plants or hatch into animals. This phenomenon is quite common in this game, referred to as fallen terrain. The center of this fallen terrain is the meteorite well, which absorbs nutrients from the surrounding landscape to nourish the central plant, thus preventing the growth of tall vegetation around it, only allowing the emergence of aesthetically pleasing yet valueless flora. The central plant, however, holds significant value. The white lotus you mentioned is likely an ice crystal lotus, and consuming its petals can enhance one's cold resistance. Also, do look for the lotus seed pod, which contains lotus seeds of great value, capable of prolonging life and detoxifying, an essential treasure for both home and travel. Do exchange a few with me later." Xiang Xinghe circled the well a few times and indeed discovered a plump lotus seed pod beneath a broad leaf. He immediately replied, "Haha, certainly, I am still in the cooling phase, and I shall send you a few, Brother Kong." Xiao Kong responded, "I cannot allow you to incur a loss. I will surely provide you with items of equal worth. I am also in the cooling phase. Once I am done, I will seek you out. By the way, Your luck is truly remarkable, my friend. Haha, thank you, Brother Kong. After expressing his gratitude once more, Xiang Xinghe disabled the social feature, commanded the stones to sever the lotus seed pod, and plucked the lotus flower. Upon counting, he found that the lotus had a total of 20 petals. Xiang Xinghe distributed a petal to each person, and upon consuming it, they found it tasteless. However, an immediate warmth enveloped them, alleviating the chill that had previously gripped them. Upon inspecting the panels of the group, Xiang Xinghe discovered that each individual had acquired a new passive skill: cold resistance, enhanced resilience to low temperatures. A delightful surprise indeed. Such a skill would prove invaluable with winter approaching, allowing the warriors to maintain their combat effectiveness even in the coldest of seasons. As he sliced open the lotus pod, he uncovered 7 crystalline lotus seeds, each resembling a jade bead. Recognizing their potential for life preservation, Xiang Xinghe carefully tucked the seeds and petals close to himself. That moment, the voice of the intelligent brain resonated in his ear. The exploration of the reed thicket has reached 60 progress. You may apply for completion, though the rewards will be subject to a partial discount. Would you like to apply? This is a one-time opportunity. If missed, you must wait until exploration progress reaches 100 to receive the rewards. The ability to apply for completion at 60 progress. It seems this exploration task is rather considerate. Otherwise, how long would it take to scour every inch of the reed thicket? After a brief contemplation, Xiang Xinghe promptly chose to conclude the task. Although the rewards would be greater at 100 completion, he did not possess the luxury of time to linger on such matters, and since the reed thicket was right here, he could always return to explore more thoroughly later. The absence of rewards was of little consequence. Event criteria met. Completion application approved. Rewards have been sent to your backpack. Xiang Xinghe recalled that the original rewards for this event were quite substantial, including accelerations for agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as wondrous rewards. However, it seemed that he had only received item rewards due to the low completion rate. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he opened his backpack to inspect the contents, but his dismay vanished in an instant upon discovering a brilliant golden treasure chest. A golden chest. Without hesitation, Xiang Xinghe opened the chest, and a flash of golden light revealed an ancient parchment within his backpack. Chapter 63. The Great Wilderness Slaughter Technique. A parchment. Xiang Xinghe used his mind to touch the scroll, and a torrent of information surged forth. Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a manual of martial arts, crafted by humanity during a time when they were besieged by myriad races, a legendary technique epitomizing the principle of thriving through warfare. The Great Wilderness Slaughter Technique came with a systematic introduction. Great Wilderness Slaughter Technique. Martial art grants 2 career options. Demon Hunter Warrior. Enhance your physique through consumption, with a chance to acquire abilities from other races. Shepherd. Utilize spiritual will to seal the souls of other races for your own command. Note: the prerequisite for the Demon Hunter Warrior profession is Silver Level Warrior. The prerequisite for the Shepherd is a spiritual will of 20. Wow, this is rather formidable. The golden chest truly lives up to its reputation, as it has unlocked career options. This will enable a swift enhancement of the strength of his tribe members, especially since Shirtu and Ashu have already attained silver level. They can begin their training. However, what exactly is spiritual will? Is it related to the soul? At this moment, Xiang Xinghe observed that an additional attribute had appeared on the panels of his kin, revealing their spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of the group was merely in single digits, ranging between 3 to 5. It seemed that the panel information could indeed be expanded, but only when the situation demanded it. Although the warriors could not become herders, the prospect of being demon hunting warriors brought immense joy to Xiang Xinghe, who cheerfully proclaimed to the hunting team, "We have successfully completed our mission in the reed thicket today. We can return to the camp. Hurrah! How wonderful! We shall no longer be subjected to this dreadful place." The group was filled with excitement. The oppressive heat and treacherous paths of the reed thicket had made their stay unbearable, fraught with constant unease. With a sudden wave of his hand, Xiang Xinghe silenced the crowd. "Let us return to the tribe." Yes. With Stone leading the way, others instinctively gathered around Xiang Xinghe as they made their way toward the half-fishman encampment. To Xiang Xinghe's surprise, he found this to be an excellent training ground. The inherent danger demanded constant vigilance and adherence to the commander's orders. Here, the team members had naturally learned the discipline of obedience. Now, each warrior of the hunting team exhibited calmness and strength. Embodying the qualities of competent soldiers, a powerful individual may rely solely on brute force, yet a formidable soldier must also master the art of obedience and collaboration. A united group of soldiers will always surpass a collection of powerful loners. Silence serves as the finest measure of a military unit. A team capable of quieting at any moment can confront any peril. As the sun began to set, the group returned to the half-fishman encampment. Utterly exhausted, Xiang Feng immediately dispatched the half-fishman to procure roasted fish, clean water, and some herbs to tend to Ashu's wounds. While sipping water, Xiang Xinghe observed that the camp had grown by over 20 souls, comprising both humans and half-fishmen, all emaciated and clad in tattered garments. They were voraciously devouring food, seemingly starved for many days. They had effectively joined the tribe, and Xiang Xinghe could now perceive their attributes. Among them, 2 little girls caught his attention. They were huddled closely together. Though dressed in ragged clothing, they appeared markedly cleaner than the others, and their attire was not made of animal hide but rather a somewhat translucent silk-like fabric, wrapped in what resembled tree bark for warmth. The older girl exuded a serene demeanor, adorned with a small flower in her hair. Despite her arms and body bearing numerous scars from beatings, she retained an aura of quiet elegance. The younger girl, fair-skinned and delicate, bore a straight wooden stick at her waist, resembling a startled kitten, eating while warily surveying her surroundings. Upon noticing Xiang Xinghe's gaze, she shot him a fierce glare. Intrigued, Xiang Xinghe opened their panels for inspection. The 2 children appeared to be sisters, lacking names and displaying a state of weakness. One was 10 years old, the other 9. Yet their attributes piqued Xiang Xinghe's interest. Among the slightly older little girls, one possessed an astonishing intellect that reached a remarkable score of 10, surpassing even Xiaoqian. Additionally, she exhibited an innate understanding and an extraordinary talent characterized by a keen intellect, complemented by an array of skills, including basic weaving, elementary agriculture, and fundamental identification. Her hidden attributes were numerous. Aside from her martial prowess, the rest had attained the rank of bronze 3 stars. Xiang Xinghe found it hard to believe that such attributes could belong to a mere child. Surpassing even some of the adult tribespeople in capability. It was akin to discovering a hidden treasure. He then opened the panel of the younger girl, which was considerably simpler. 2 innate talents immediately captivated Xiang Xinghe: innate spirit body and innate divine strength. Innate spirit body. At birth, spiritual awareness reaches 10, with a growth rate enhanced by 100. Progress in cultivating spirit-related techniques is accelerated by 100. Innate divine strength. At birth, strength reaches 10, with a growth rate enhanced by 100. Progress in cultivating techniques related to physical strength is accelerated by 100. Xiang Xinghe quickly examined her basic attributes. Strength, 15. Spirit awareness, 23. Martial prowess, bronze 9 stars. Goodness! Xiang Xinghe could hardly fathom that this little girl was akin to a humanoid behemoth, with a seemingly delicate frame concealing extraordinary strength, reaching the formidable rank of bronze 9 stars in martial ability. The little girl, feeling the intensity of Xiang Xinghe's gaze, tugged at her sister's clothing. The composed girl leaned towards the younger one to hear her whisper, then glanced in Xiang Xinghe's direction, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear, which was quickly replaced by a gentle smile, restoring her serene demeanor upon realizing he posed no threat. Xiang Xinghe reciprocated with a smile, contemplating what gifts he might bestow upon the 2 little girls to enhance their fondness towards him. Presently, their loyalty stood at a mere 50, indicating they could rebel at any moment, a sentiment understandable given their recent arrival in the tribe and evident wariness. It was clear that both girls had endured hardships, fostering their distrust of the surrounding world. Chapter 64. Well-behaved children. Seeing Xiang Xinghe fixated on the 2 little girls, Shurtu assumed that the chieftain wished to engage them in conversation, prompting him to rise and stride confidently toward them. "Hey, little ones, come here." The 2 girls remained motionless. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Our chieftain is a good person." "Shurtu? No." Just as Xiang Xinghe intended to caution Shurtu, he reached out and attempted to lift the 2 girls. In the next moment, a loud thud shattered the tranquility of the camp. Shurtu found himself sprawled on the ground, staring incredulously at the sky. Did a little girl just take me down? It dawned on Shurtu that the instant he had touched the girl, she had seized his hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending him tumbling to the ground. After throwing Shurtu, the little girl did not pursue further aggression. Instead, she drew a wooden stick, positioning herself protectively behind her sister with her arms spread wide, glaring fiercely at the onlookers. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by the commotion, their astonished gazes fixed upon the scene. Ashu and the others grew tense. They swiftly armed themselves and encircled Xiang Xinghe, remaining vigilant towards the 2 little girls. The elder sister had already discerned that Xiang Xinghe was the leader and promptly apologized. "Respected king of the rivers, my sister is still young and naive. She did not intend to offend your warriors. We shall take our leave immediately and offer food as an apology. Xiang Xinghe was taken aback by the little girl's strength, though he knew that Shi Tu was unprepared. The sight of his formidable figure being toppled by the small child was indeed astonishing. With a hearty laugh, Xiang Xinghe replied, "Why apologize? We are already members of the same tribe. This is merely playful banter among kin. Besides, it was he who acted discourteously first, so you are not at fault." Parting the crowd, Xiang Xinghe approached the trio, giving Shi Tu, who lay on the ground in dismay, a gentle kick, saying, "Get up and apologize to the two little girls." Shi Tu covered his face, exclaiming, "Chief, spare me. I'm utterly humiliated. Ashu and the others are surely laughing at me." Xiang Xinghe turned to see that indeed, Ashu and the others were doubled over in laughter. He turned back to Shi Tu, saying, "No, they haven't seen you yet. If you don't get up soon, they truly will." "Really?" Shi Tu scrambled to his feet and glanced around, only to find the surrounding individuals unable to contain their laughter, realizing he had been tricked by Xiang Xinghe. With tears in his eyes, he lamented, "Wah, Chief, you deceived me. I'm going to die. You must personally cook bamboo shoots with meat for me. No one else can do it right." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Haha, very well, but you must apologize first." Shi Tu turned to the two little girls and said, "I'm sorry, little sisters, I meant no harm. I just wanted to bring you to meet the chief. You are incredibly strong." The little girl relaxed, placing her hands on her hips and looking up. "Of course, it's natural." The elder sister then interjected, "It's all right, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved." A pleasing smile spread across her scarred face, evoking a pang of sympathy in Xiang Xinghe. He knelt down and embraced the little girl's sister, who instantly stiffened, seemingly unaccustomed to such affection. As Xiang Xinghe held her, he felt how frail the child was, almost entirely made of bones, undoubtedly having endured considerable hardship. Wrapping his arms around her back and gently stroking her head, he said, "I apologize for scaring you. You needn't pretend to be strong. Such a young child should cry when she wishes to cry and laugh when she wishes to laugh. Don't worry, I will protect you both from now on." Upon hearing these words, he sensed the little girl in his arms relax, though she began to tremble, warm tears dripping from her shoulders. She suddenly burst into tears, casting aside her composure, understanding, and strength, finally experiencing warmth for the first time. The little girl with the wooden stick became flustered, rushing to her sister's side, saying, "Sister, what's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. I will be very good. I won't cause trouble anymore." Alas, the little girl began to weep profusely. Xiang Xinghe gently patted her head with his other hand and reassured her, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. The elder sister is merely feeling overwhelmed and needs to release her emotions." He released the girl and observed her face, which was marred by a look of grievance. Tears flowed along the scars that adorned her cheeks. Her delicate nose and fair complexion, along with her large, watery eyes, were overshadowed by these blemishes, concealing her inherent beauty. Xiang Xinghe wiped away her tears and remarked, "What a lovely little one you are. Fear not, for I possess a remedy for your scars, and you must strive to remain cheerful." The girl instinctively embraced Xiang Xinghe, burying her head in his chest, and after a prolonged bout of crying, she finally raised her head and expressed, "Thank you. I will strive to realize my worth." Xiang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Children should play and learn joyfully. The burdens of life belong to adults." The girl replied, "When I grow up, I will repay your kindness." Xiang Xinghe smiled and said, "At that time, you shall have the freedom to choose. You are free." The loyalty of the girl had reached a level of 100, upon witnessing her spirits lifted by Xiang Xinghe's comforting words. The younger girl's loyalty also increased to 70. Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but reflect inwardly. It turns out that the most effective means of winning over others is not through deception, but through understanding and compassion. He turned to the two little girls and said, "You don't have names yet, do you? Since the elder sister is so graceful and lovely, let us call her Xiang Xiuxiu. And as for the younger sister, since she is so remarkable, we shall name her Xiang Jiaojiao." The others, including Shi Tu, were once again at a loss for words regarding Xiang Xinghe's naming prowess, yet both little girls beamed with joy, feeling cherished. After bestowing names upon them, Xiang Xinghe temporarily parted ways with the two girls, entrusting Shi Tu with their care while he began to observe the other refugees. These were individuals who had joined the tribe that day, encompassing men, women, and children, most of whom appeared frail or afflicted by illness. Xiang Xinghe summoned Xiang Feng and instructed him not to allow them to work just yet, but rather to let them recuperate for a few days. Xiang Feng promptly acknowledged the directive. "The bamboo rafts shall remain with you. If there are others who wish to join our tribe, accept them without hesitation, and have the half-fish people bring them here. Additionally, instruct the construction team to erect more wooden houses to provide them with shelter. Xiang Xinghe had already conveyed to the construction team how to build the wooden houses, and with the abundance of timber available, they should be able to construct them swiftly. Very well, at this moment, the sun had descended to the mountaintop, preparing to set. Xiang Xinghe addressed the hunters, "Let us return to the camp. Nightfall is imminent." Understood. The two little girls gazed at Xiang Xinghe with a hint of reluctance. He approached them with a smile and said, "Come now, you shall accompany us." Their faces lit up with smiles as they took hold of his hands, one on each side. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone returned to the Xinghe campsite. Chapter 65. Born to know in the encampment, apart from the completed cast iron stove and storage facility, 5 wooden cabins had also been erected, a testament to the remarkable efficiency of the construction team that day, leaving Xiang Xinghe quite astonished. The cabins were constructed entirely from logs, featuring doors and windows, with the gaps between the timbers meticulously filled with pine needles. The high priest had also provided some herbs, ground into powder and mixed with mud, applied to the walls as a protective measure against pests. The roofs were framed with logs, lined with animal hides, and covered with thick branches adorned with leaves, ensuring warmth and protection from the rain. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he observed a spacious interior with a level and clean floor. The air imbued with the refreshing scent of wood was far drier and more comfortable than the cramped and chilly tents. And with just a few pieces of furniture, it would make a splendid abode, capable of accommodating 3 or 4 individuals. "Well done, everyone," Xiang Xinghe praised, eliciting great joy among the construction team. He continued, "Next, we should construct more of these houses so that every family can reside in one." Although the tribe was currently living in communal arrangements, a sense of family had begun to emerge. Couples and their children often chose to sleep in the same tent at night. The team leader, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Chief, what is a family?" Xiang Xinghe slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot to mention. A family is a bond formed by affection. 2 people who care for each other can create a family, becoming partners and raising children together." The eyes of the construction team members lit up with excitement. Each of them had someone they cherished, but due to shyness, they had only been able to engage in secret romances. Now, with the concept of family introduced, they could openly be together. Xiang Xinghe continued, "Moreover, forming a family is a sacred endeavor. Once united, one should not part easily. It is best to hold a wedding ceremony to celebrate your union with the tribe." He added, "When winter arrives and we find ourselves with leisure time, I will personally conduct weddings for all who wish to be together in the tribe. Until then, ensure you build enough houses for everyone." "Absolutely," the team members responded joyfully. "Congratulations, you have successfully established a family system. Public approval 10, tribal happiness 10, population growth rate 50, tribal development rate 10, and citizens potential elevated to silver level." Ah? Establishing a family system can actually enhance citizens' potential? What a delightful surprise. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The formation of families could ignite a sense of responsibility among the tribe members, enabling them to better care for their children, fostering stronger and smarter offspring. It could also motivate them personally, for sometimes, it is not merely physical strength that constitutes power. The strength of spirit and conviction can also be a profound catalyst for unlocking potential. Xiang Xinghe allocated the 5 wooden houses he constructed today, one for the high priest, who, due to his advanced age, could not withstand the chill, another for Xiang Xiuxiu and Xiang Jiaojiao, who had relied on each other for so long and, feeling timid upon arriving at the tribe, would naturally be fearful and uncomfortable living among others. The remaining 3 houses were designated for the sick and the young children to squeeze into. Although the tribe's people repeatedly insisted that Xiang Xinghe should also reside within the wooden houses, he humbly declared himself a robust man and the leader of the tribe, asserting that he ought to care for others and would take residence in the wooden house last, which deeply moved the tribe's people. From that moment forth, it became evident that those with capabilities should assist those in need, that the higher echelons must lead by example, and that the ethos of unity and mutual assistance among the tribe's people permeated their civilization, further propelling the evolution of thought. After dinner, Xiang Xinghe took stock of the tribe's provisions, which primarily consisted of pickled fish and cured meats, with pickled fish being the most abundant. Currently, it hung to dry on racks in the open space to the west of the tribe, amounting to an impressive 4,000 to 5,000 pounds, under the watchful guard of dedicated individuals. Alas, subsisting solely on meat was not a sustainable solution. Occasionally, he longed for a bowl of millet porridge or some steamed buns, noodles, or rice. Presently, the fields at Xinghe camp were sown with rice, corn, sweet potatoes, mushrooms, wild chives, fish mint, cilantro, cabbage, and carrots, all harvested from the reeds, greatly diversifying the tribe's food supply. Yet, the tribe's people were utterly inexperienced in cultivating these crops. The vegetable garden was a chaotic mix of crops and wild weeds, presenting a disorderly and congested sight. Xiang Xinghe himself had dabbled in various planting techniques, but was at a loss for how to proceed. Alas, such fine seedlings had been squandered. Just as Xiang Xinghe was mired in concern, Xiang Xiuxiu appeared by his side. He shook off his frown and smiled, saying, "How are you, Xiuxiu? Are you adapting to the camp?" Xiang Xiuxiu replied with a light nod, "Yes, everyone is very warm-hearted. The food is delectable, and the accommodations are comfortable. Observing others processing food, crafting pottery, forging iron, and raising livestock has taught me so much. Haha, that's wonderful. Please, do not hesitate to let me know if you need anything." After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Xiuxiu spoke up, "Brother, are you troubled by these plants?" Xiang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected her to refer to him as brother instead of leader. Yet, he quickly smiled and replied, "Indeed, these are valuable plants that can be consumed, but currently, there is no one suitable to tend to them, and they risk falling into neglect. With winter approaching, I hope to harvest some seeds to plant again next year. However, judging by the current state, I fear there will not be much to gather." Xiang Xiuxiu then offered, "Brother, allow me to manage them. Previously, when my sister and I wandered to an uninhabited place, we settled there for a while, during which I experimented with cultivating edible plants and even harvested seeds. It was then that Xiang Xinghe recalled Xiang Xiuxiu possessed a rudimentary planting skill, something she had taught herself without any guidance. She was truly a prodigy, perhaps owing to her innate talent for such knowledge. Born with innate understanding, possessing the remarkable ability to grasp certain skills from birth, coupled with an exceptional aptitude for learning. This notion resembles a glitch in one's capabilities. For the advancement of civilization, it is not merely the path that matters, but rather the myriad of ideas and directions one can pursue. To be born with such understanding is akin to having an intrinsic awareness of which paths are viable. Xiang Xinghe chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall entrust this to you. Tomorrow, I will send 2 adults to accompany you. Your strength is insufficient, so you may direct them in their tasks." "All right, brother, but I believe we should cultivate more land." "This one patch is insufficient. Go ahead. Everything is in your hands. Just do not overexert yourself. You are still growing. Thank you, brother." Xiang Xiuxiu smiled joyfully, secretly clenching her fists. "At last, I can contribute to my brother. I must do well." Chapter 66. Battling Heaven and Earth. Xiang Xiuxiu's ability to manage the farmland alleviated a significant worry for Xiang Xinghe. After sending Xiang Xiuxiu to rest, he proceeded to inspect the animal enclosures. It became evident that Xiao Tian possessed a certain talent for animal husbandry, as the animals in captivity were thriving. Some poultry had begun to lay eggs regularly, while others were being prepared for hatching, and yet more had become delectable treats favored by the tribe's children. The pottery kiln was now operating daily, producing an array of useful ceramic wares. The number of pandas in the camp had also increased, now numbering over a dozen, frolicking about and eliciting bursts of laughter from the tribespeople. The blacksmith shop had been constructed, with Tai Lingguang and several young men erecting a cast iron furnace and gathering multiple heaps of magnetic powder, eagerly awaiting the drying of the furnace to commence their casting. Everything was falling into place, and it was believed that provisions for the winter would be adequately prepared before the season's onset. A few days after arriving in this world, Xiang Xinghe finally settled down for a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, a muffled rumble echoed from the sky, causing him to perk up his ears. Indeed, he heard a thunderous roar from above, louder than before. The little pandas nestled in corners of the camp, startled, scurried into nearby tents. Xiang Xinghe's heart raced as he shouted, "It is going to rain. Everyone, rise, quickly move the cured meat into the storage, cover the firewood, the pottery kiln, and the iron furnace with animal hides. Tend to the livestock. Do not let them be frightened by the thunder. Bring the fire inside the house. Do not let the flames extinguish. Gather some dry firewood into the storage." All of this needed to be accomplished before the first raindrop fell. Otherwise, everything would be ruined. The food would spoil, the pottery kiln and iron furnace could collapse under the weight of water, and the livestock could flee in panic. Upon hearing Xiang Xinghe's voice, the tribespeople of Xinghe camp sprang into action, each team addressing their respective tasks. Some children, affected by the tense atmosphere, were terrified and quietly wept. Yet they understood the urgency of the situation. A gentle breeze began to stir, bringing with it a chill, while the rumbling of thunder drew ever closer. Xiang Xinghe directed loudly, urging everyone to remain calm. After a brief period of chaos, the people understood their responsibilities and moved with newfound agility. The cast iron furnace and the pottery kiln were soon enveloped tightly in animal hides, while waterproof embankments were constructed around them. The entire tribe commenced the transportation of provisions, swiftly transferring most of the cured meats from the drying racks into the storage facility. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the landscape as if the night had been cleaved by golden threads. Thunder roared. The tremendous sound followed closely, and then Xiang Xinghe felt a slight chill on his face. It was raindrops. Almost immediately, the raindrops multiplied, and a torrential downpour descended from the heavens. Xiang Xinghe exhaled deeply, relieved that the majority of the food had already been secured in the dry storage. Even if the remaining supplies were to be drenched, they could still be consumed within the next few days. Thunder rumbled, accompanying the heavy rain. The thunder grew increasingly louder, with the lightning drawing ever closer to the Xinghe campsite. An immediate sense of anxiety enveloped Xiang Xinghe, fearing that the camp might be struck by lightning. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from deep within the northern mountains. Roar! The heavens seemed to be enraged, and savage lightning struck wildly towards the mountains. Bang! Following a brief silence, an even more formidable roar resonated. Roar! Lightning incessantly battered the mountains. A colossal figure, entirely gilded, surged forth from the mountain range, soaring into the sky and attracting bolts of lightning towards itself. Its form resembled that of a tiger, immense in size. Even from several dozen kilometers away, its silhouette remained discernible. On its back sprouted 2 pairs of luminous wings, and its sharp claws shattered the incoming lightning, which fragmented into sparks that merged into its being. The radiance of its wings intensified, resembling a war deity. The voice of the intelligent core echoed in Xiang Xinghe's ears. Warning, you have encountered a legendary-level magical beast. Please retreat immediately. What is happening? The tribespeople were also captivated by this voice, abandoning their tasks to gaze skyward, witnessing the fierce tiger battling the lightning. The tiger appeared ensnared within a cage of thunderbolts, yet it exhibited no fear, ferociously dispersing each bolt that assailed it, subsequently absorbing the shattered sparks, becoming enveloped in electric light. Although it bore some injuries, its spirit grew increasingly valiant with each clash, the surrounding electric aura expanding, akin to a war god. The thunderous roars from the skies diminished to a whisper, ultimately vanishing completely. The storm clouds dispersed. The flying tiger soared through the rain-soaked sky. Akin to a god of thunder, it roared once more, asserting its dominance. Roar? The world fell silent, too intimidated to respond with further lightning. The very fabric of the universe had been subdued. The resonant roar of the airborne tiger echoed throughout the realms, stirring hearts like those of Shirtu and others, as if a fervent desire to express themselves awakened within. Countless wild beasts in the surrounding forests, mountains, and rivers began to howl, having witnessed this battle, inspired by the indomitable spirit of the flying tiger. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Shirtu and the others joined in the chorus of shouts. Many children of the tribe followed suit, their voices rising in unison. Amidst this somewhat fragile cacophony, an extraordinary yet solemn sensation reverberated within their hearts. The deep-seated fears of the tribespeople were quietly dissipating, while a longing began to blossom within them. The voice of the intelligent brain resonated. Your subjects have witnessed the legendary battle scenes of fearsome beasts during the nascent stages of civilization. Civilization Martial Virtue 100. The martial potential of your people has ascended to the golden level. You have acquired the civilization racial talent, battle against heaven and earth, environmental adaptation speed increased by 10, fear in the face of natural disasters reduced by 50, morale growth rate enhanced, productivity increased by 50, martial prowess elevated by 50, and there is a certain probability of giving birth to hero units. Debuff. The spread rate of religion within the civilization is decreased by 50. Within Xiang Xinghe's heart, a surge of agitation emerged, his palms clammy with sweat. The appearance of this flying tiger profoundly challenged his understanding of this world. He had initially thought that the emergence of mermen and orcs was already fantastical enough. Yet he never anticipated the existence of such formidable creatures, capable of turning his tribe to ashes with a mere wave of their hand. Goodness, are the rewards truly this abundant? Xiang Xinghe felt as though he had been struck by fortune, not only enhancing his martial potential but also acquiring a civilization racial talent. This talent was particularly invaluable, reminiscent of the illustrious Huaxia clan of Blue Star. Just like that, when the sun scorches, I shall shoot you down. When the floods come, I will wield my hoe to alter the river's course. If the prayers to the deities prove futile, I shall dismantle your temples. What a magnificent race! Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily. The flying tiger, after soaring proudly in the sky for a while, returned to the mountains. Xiang Xinghe observed that this location was also in the northern mountain range, aligning with the territory of the blacksmith tribe, albeit considerably farther away, at least several dozen kilometers. This momentarily eased his anxiety. If that fearsome tiger had set its sights on him, it would have been a fruitless endeavor for his tribe. Chapter 67. The leather umbrella amidst the torrential rain. The fervor of the Star River tribe's people took a long time to subside. However, the sight of the flying tiger battling the thunder had been indelibly etched in their minds, subtly transforming these primitive beings. Xiang Xinghe led his tribe to gather the remaining pickled fish into the storage despite the downpour. And exhausted, everyone returned to their respective shelters. Xiang Xinghe also retreated to his tent, using a soft sheepskin to dry off the rainwater from his body before lying down on the animal hides and drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he rode the Thunder Tiger, leading countless tribes in battles across the cosmos. Upon awakening, he found the animal hide covering him drenched with droplets of water, the air around him thick with humidity. Xiang Xinghe felt a slight ache in his body, and his head was foggy, as if he had caught a cold. Outside, the sound of relentless rain persisted. It's still raining. He opened the tent to look outside, only to see the rain pouring down in torrents. The warmth of previous days had vanished, leaving behind a chilling atmosphere. The outside world was shrouded in a gray mist, where the boundaries between heaven and earth dissolved, leaving only the incessant sound of rain and an endless expanse of gray. Suddenly, Xiang Xinghe was enveloped by an indescribable sense of loneliness. He had always felt that Blue Star was overly crowded, bustling with traffic. Now, he longed to catch a glimpse of the steel jungle, and even a glance at dilapidated buildings would bring him some comfort. How he wished to return home. Xiang Xinghe curled up in a corner of the tent, feeling a pang of sadness. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the curtain of rain, imposing in stature, dragging a piece of animal hide to shield its head, and striding purposefully towards Xiang Xinghe. "Tribe leader, why are you still in bed? Have you caught a cold?" The booming voice instantly dispelled the monotony of the rain's patter. His massive form squeezed into the tent, making it feel somewhat cramped. While he held a steaming bowl of hot soup in his hands, Shirtu extended his large hand to feel Xiang Xinghe's forehead, cheerfully declaring, "The high priest's words were indeed accurate. He said you must have caught a chill and sent me to bring you some medicinal soup. I never imagined it would be true." As he spoke, he brought the earthen bowl closer to Xiang Xinghe's lips. At that moment, Xiang Xinghe's mind was lagging behind his actions, and he unconsciously swallowed the hot soup that was offered. A wave of spicy warmth surged into his mouth, instantly invigorating his body, clearing his foggy mind, and alleviating his congested nose. Cough, cough, cough. Xiang Xinghe sputtered from the spiciness, yet he emerged from his previous melancholic state. He pushed the bowl away and inquired, "What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so unpalatable?" Shirtu burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, unpleasant, isn't it? The high priest mentioned that many would catch a chill today, so he brewed a large pot of medicine in the wooden cabin. I hear it contains wild mountain ginger and wild scallions, along with some animal shells and bones. It looks quite terrifying. Nevertheless, its efficacy is commendable. Those who have caught a chill have recovered after drinking it." Xiang Xinghe chuckled softly, finding it reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine from his homeland on Blue Star. He laughed. "Haha, I can personally attest to its effectiveness. It's just a bit pungent. Go tell the high priest to prepare more on rainy days, and let everyone have some, even those who aren't feeling unwell. It would be beneficial to at this point." A light sheen of sweat had formed on Xiang Xinghe's body, and he felt considerably more at ease. He asked Shirtu, "Is there any standing water in the camp?" Shirtu replied, "No, there were some puddles on the outskirts of the camp earlier, but the construction team rose early today. They mentioned something about digging a river, and after that, there were no more puddles." "Did they dig a ditch? Who ordered that?" "It seems it was the new girl from yesterday who spoke to the construction team. Xiang Xiuxiu, haha, she is truly clever." Xiang Xinghe marveled once again at Xiang Xiuxiu's intelligence, downing the remainder of the medicinal soup in one gulp, as his stomach let out a rumble. "What are we having for dinner today?" Shirtu scratched his head and replied, "Today we're simmering meat soup in the wooden cabin. Tribe leader, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring it." Xiang Xinghe reassured him, "No worries, let us go together to eat." Shirtu held up the animal hide to shield Xiang Xinghe from the rain as they hurried towards the wooden cabin. This was the abode of Xiang Xiuxiu and Xiang Jiaojiao. Due to the heavy downpour, living conditions within the tribe were strained, and they graciously offered their wooden cabin as a cooking venue. The tribe's people had constructed a fire pit from earth inside, igniting a fire and placing an earthen pot above it to prepare a hearty stew. Upon the arrival of Xiang Xinghe at the wooden cabin, he was greeted by a delightful aroma that instantly whetted his appetite. Inside, the cabin was bustling with numerous individuals engaged in their meals. Some were carrying their dishes back to their quarters, while others squatted within the cabin, savoring their food. The sight of Xiang Xinghe prompted joyous exclamations of patriarch from those around, as though a source of reassurance had emerged among them. Xiang Xiuxiu, beaming with happiness upon seeing him, promptly scooped a bowl brimming with savory meat soup and eagerly presented it to Xiang Xinghe. He affectionately ruffled her hair, accepted the soup, and settled in a corner to dine alongside his kin. As they ate and conversed, the gnawing loneliness within him began to fade. Though he was far from Blue Star, he had found a community to lean on here. After the meal, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Nestled beside the hearth, Xiang Xinghe felt so warm that he was reluctant to return to his tent, which was uncomfortably cold. However, sitting idle grew tedious, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to craft an umbrella. He instructed Shirtu to fetch a bamboo stalk, splitting the upper half into 8 slender strips while leaving the lower half intact to serve as a handle. The split bamboo strips cascaded down from the handle, resembling a blooming flower. Next, he procured a piece of animal hide, cutting it into a circular shape with a stone knife, and laid it over the bamboo strips to form a canopy, with the bamboo serving as the framework. He secured the hide to the ends of the strips using bone needles and hemp cord. As the hide was evenly affixed to the 8 bamboo strips, the rudimentary shape of an umbrella began to take form. Xiang Xinghe then found a wooden stick to prop between the bamboo joints and the center of the hide, holding it aloft and creating a mushroom-like silhouette. Haha, it's done! Xiang Xinghe exclaimed joyously, raising the makeshift umbrella. Although it was quite rudimentary, it served its purpose of shielding from the rain. Xiang Xiuxiu's bright, sparkling eyes lit up as she inquired, "Brother, is this meant to keep the rain off?" Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Ha ha, clever girl. Who wishes to be the first to wield an umbrella in our tribe?" Without hesitation, Xiang Jiaojiao leaped forward, exclaiming, I do. She snatched the umbrella and, barefoot, cautiously stepped into the rain. Despite the relentless downpour, not a single drop fell upon her, and her eyes gleamed with delight as she laughed heartily amidst the rain. Ha ha ha, Jiao Jiao is amazing. She remains dry even on a rainy day. Chapter 68. Awakening, the surrounding tribespeople were taken aback by the sight of Xiang Jiaojiao dancing joyfully under the umbrella in the rain. They gathered around her, joining in her laughter and exuberance. Those with a penchant for handiwork approached Xiang Xinghe, inquiring about his method, and soon began crafting their own umbrellas. Ha ha, now we can walk in the rain without getting wet. The tribespeople were filled with joy. Xiang Xinghe reminded them, this is called an umbrella. Mine is merely a simple version. You all must harness your ingenuity to enhance it further. Moreover, you can create various other rain-shielding items, such as hats to wear on your heads or garments to keep you dry. Observe nature closely. It is the finest teacher of all. Xiang Xinghe aspires for his people to cultivate a penchant for contemplation and creativity. The clansfolk, appearing contemplative, expressed their intent to observe the world around them with greater diligence. In that moment, Xiang Xinghe was suddenly reminded of the Cyclops still residing in the fairy pool, and he inquired, by the way, has anyone brought food to Minister Kane? A seemingly astute child replied, yes, Grandpa Tai Lingguang took Xiao Qian and Lei Ming to deliver some of yesterday's roasted meat to Minister Kane. Our pot is too small, and the food we prepared is insufficient for him. Haha, that is splendid. Let us ensure that Minister Kane does not go hungry. At that moment, a Shu approached, draped in animal hide, seeking clarification from Xiang Xinghe. Chieftain, shall we deliver roasted meat today? After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe gazed at the torrential rain obscuring the sky and declared, never mind, the downpour is too heavy. Let us allow everyone to rest today. All right, at this juncture, Xiang Xinghe recalled the great wilderness slaughter technique. Such inclement weather rendered outdoor activities futile, presenting a perfect opportunity for a Shu and Shirtu to learn. He addressed a Shu, I wish to impart some knowledge to you and Shirtu. What knowledge? Both Shirtu and a Shu queried with intrigue. After playing in the rain for a while, Xiang Jiao returned to the shelter, coincidentally hearing Xiang Xinghe's words and curiously approaching, asking, may I learn as well? Xiang Xinghe regarded Xiang Jiao's silver-level valor and 23 points of mental prowess, responding, indeed, and you may learn even more. Though uncertain whether Xiang Jiao could master both martial and magical arts, he resolved to give it a try in a spacious corner of the wooden cabin. Xiang Xinghe instructed the three to sit cross-legged before him and produced the great wilderness slaughter technique. The ancient parchment, exuding an air of desolation, instantly captivated their attention, igniting their curiosity about its nature. This is a technique I stumbled upon, capable of granting you powers that transcend the mundane. Allow me to elucidate its principles. Listen closely. Xiang Xinghe began to recite the contents of the Great Wilderness Slaughter technique. Initially, the listeners found themselves adrift in confusion, but gradually, they became engrossed. Upon completing the introduction, Xiang Xinghe commenced the first part of the technique, which detailed the transition to becoming a demon hunter. The trio listened with rapt attention, utterly absorbed in the teachings, especially Xiang Jiao, whose small fists clenched tightly as her face flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe exhibited no outward change. Perhaps it was due to his valor not yet reaching the silver level. This might be the prerequisite for the class change in the game. Without meeting it, one could not comprehend the teachings. Steadying his mind, Xiang Xinghe continued to recite, his words transcending the parchment to resonate in the ears of his eager audience. A potent aura gradually ascended around the three individuals, a force that seemed to challenge the heavens and the earth, embracing life amidst the specter of death, devouring all in its path. It was an overwhelming yet fierce presence, grand and magnificent, yet tinged with a terrifying obsession. According to the ancient scrolls, this technique was conceived at the brink of humanity's annihilation. It is no wonder it exudes such a tenacious essence. I hope it will not adversely affect them too much. The technique was extensive, and it took Xiang Xinghe a considerable time to recite it completely. By this point, the three had closed their eyes, silently comprehending, seemingly entering a state of profound meditation, impervious to the external world. How extraordinary! Xiang Xinghe discerned that they had entered a peculiar state and endeavored to maintain silence, urging Xiang Xiuxiu to close the door to prevent any disturbances. The aura surrounding the trio intensified, gradually enveloped by a faint glow, akin to flickering flames in the darkness, continuously shimmering in the air. Among them, Shirtu radiated a dark hue, Ashu a cerulean glow, while Xiang Jiao displayed the most vibrant crimson light. Concerned, Xiang Jiao inquired, "Brother, are they all right? It seems as if they are on fire." Xiang Xinghe felt a twinge of uncertainty within. "I don't know. They should be fine, right? There are no precautions mentioned." At that moment, the flames around the three grew ever more vigorous, resembling luminescent figures. The most vigorous was Xiang Jiao, her crimson flames swirling around her, transforming her into a human-shaped furnace. The gentlest was Ashu, whose flames flowed like water, closely adhering to his body, exuding a sense of tranquility and strength. The most peculiar was Shirtu, whose dark light was extraordinarily eerie. Ashu and Xiang Jiao's flickering sparks were consumed upon nearing him. This appeared to be some form of extraordinary ability. At this juncture, the flames enveloping Ashu gradually receded into his body as he slowly opened his eyes, his demeanor dramatically transformed, appearing more mature, with depths in his gaze that seemed to harbor an ocean. Xiang Xinghe hastily inquired, "Ashu, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable in any way?" Ashu responded, "Tribe leader, I feel splendid, as if I have grown stronger." Xiang Xinghe opened Ashu's panel to investigate, discovering that in addition to his original attributes, a new occupational panel had emerged. Monster Hunter Warrior, Ashu, Water Element, Innate Ability. Surge, can accumulate attack energy received and generated, unleashing it in a short burst. Occupation level, Apprentice experience required for next level. 1000 abilities acquired through devouring. None skills acquired through devouring. None occupation overview. Stimulate 1's latent potential. Harness the energy concealed within, and cultivate this energy through the consumption of ferocious beasts, with a chance of acquiring their abilities. This is the path of brutal evolution for humanity. Upon reviewing the panel, Xiang Xinghe noted that Ashu's attributes had doubled since becoming a monster hunter warrior, with his valor now reaching silver 6 stars. Goodness, is the enhancement really this significant? In the depths of his heart, Xiang Xinghe was overwhelmed with joy. This technique was simply extraordinarily practical, featuring a low entry threshold, a remarkable enhancement of abilities upon class transition, and an inherent potential for growth. Truly a bloodless windfall. At this moment, Ashu was equally elated. Rising to one side to experiment with his innate abilities, he thrust his fist forward. The initial movement was languid, reminiscent of a tortoise's crawl, yet the flesh and blood on his arm writhed incessantly, seemingly channeling energy into his strike. As he continued, the speed of his punch gradually increased, generating a fierce gust of wind. When his fist reached its furthest extent, an overwhelming force akin to a colossal wave surged forth. Bang! The wooden door of the small cabin was blasted open by the force of his punch. Chapter 69. Occupational Talent. Wow, the punch exudes such power. How impressive! Although it lacked any real lethality, the spectacle was undeniably formidable. A Shu beamed with pride. Tribe leader, this technique is remarkable. Can others learn it? Xiang Xinghe shook his head in response, saying, their strength is insufficient. They must attain the level you and Shurtu reached before they can learn it. A Shu turned his gaze towards Xiang Jiaojiao, who radiated a crimson glow, staring blankly at Xiang Xinghe. Could it be? With a sense of resignation, Xiang Xinghe replied, indeed, Jiaojiao's strength is comparable to yours. One cannot help but marvel at the terrifying nature of talent at times. A Shu's fleeting pride was instantly extinguished. How could an 8-year-old girl possess strength akin to that of a robust adult male? Good heavens, how absurd! Just as a Shu was grappling with this blow to his ego, Shitta's dark flames swiftly receded into his body as he opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with indifference and ferocity. But upon seeing Xiang Xinghe, all negative emotions ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by joy. Tribe leader, this technique is incredible. I feel as if an unfamiliar power has awakened within me. Xiang Xinghe opened Shitta's panel for inspection and discovered that his occupational attributes differed somewhat from a Shu's. Occupational level, apprentice experience to next level. 1000 inherent talents acquired through devouring. None skills acquired through devouring. None occupational description. Unleash one's potential to harness latent energy within the body. Cultivate this energy through the consumption of ferocious beasts, with a chance to acquire their abilities. This is the path of barbaric evolution for humanity. Shitta's valor had transformed into silver 7 stars, surpassing A Shu slightly. Xiang Xinghe surmised that Shurtu possessed a slightly better talent, coupled with his early advancement to the silver tier and a solid foundation, not to mention having consumed the iron skin fruit. Very good, very good. Dio, you feel anything unusual? Nothing particularly special, just a bit hungry. Not in the conventional sense, but ordinary food seems insufficient to satisfy me. At this moment, a Shu chimed in, I feel the same. I crave something of greater quality, not mere sustenance. Losing interest in ordinary food, could it be that they yearned for something rich in energy? Their desires echoed those of extraordinary beings from fantastical tales. Xiang Xinghe pondered how to procure such sustenance. It appeared that only 2 unripe iron-skinned fruits, which contained this energy, remained in his possession. At that moment, a sudden wave of searing wind swept in from behind him. Shurtu swiftly pulled Xiang Xinghe behind him, his body emanating a dark luminescence. Xiang Xiuxiu exclaimed in astonishment, Jiao Jiao? Turning to look, Xiang Xinghe beheld Xiang Jiao Jiao enveloped in a swirling vortex of flames, within which a pair of indifferent eyes emerged. These flames gradually coalesced into the fearsome shape of a creature resembling both a bull and a tiger, causing the temperature inside the small wooden cabin to rise precipitously. Fortunately, with Shurtu braving the heat before them, Xiang Xinghe managed to endure. The ferocious beast leapt suddenly into Jiao Jiao's body, causing the fiery glow surrounding her to slowly dim. She gradually opened her eyes, a look of bewilderment clouding her gaze. Xiang Xiuxiu immediately rushed to Jiao Jiao, inspecting her closely, squeezing her cheeks and tugging at her arms. Sister, what are you doing? Don't you feel unwell? Just now, a gigantic beast entered your body. Ah? How terrifying. Xiang Jiao Jiao also sprang up in excitement, hastily checking her own body. Xiang Xinghe accessed her attribute panel for review. Demon Hunter Warrior. Xiang Jiao Jiao. Element, Fire. Professional Talent. Beast Flame Soul. When releasing fire attribute abilities, consumption-50, effect 100.as the consumption of souls increases. The beast soul will also grow, and upon reaching a certain level, can combat externally. Primary ability. Flame Burst. Releases violent fiery energy, creating a severe explosion in the surrounding area. Professional level. Apprentice experience required for next level. 1000 talents gained from consumption. None skills gained from consumption. None professional introduction. Stimulates 1's potential. Harnessing the latent energy within the body, cultivating this energy through the consumption of ferocious beasts, with a chance to acquire the abilities of those beasts. This represents the barbaric evolutionary path of humanity. Wow, impressive. Xiang Jiao Jiao truly was gifted. She had even awakened a professional talent, promising to become a formidable force for the tribe with the right cultivation. He promptly examined Xiang Jiao Jiao's attributes. Discovering that her valor had reached the level of silver 9 stars, Xiang Xinghe marveled once more at his good fortune in finding such a treasure, the pinnacle of tribal might. Softly, he reassured the flustered Xiang Jiao Jiao. It's all right, don't worry. This is your awakened talent. Try to see if you can control it. With that, she managed to regain some composure, closing her eyes. Before long, a vividly animated little beast materialized in the palm of her hand. The creature was adorned with dragon-like crimson scales, boasting a single horn on its forehead. reminiscent of a traditional Chinese lion dance. It frolicked playfully in Xiang Jiao Jiao's hands, exuding an undeniable charm that made her laugh heartily. However, Xiang Xinghe could never forget the ferocity and arrogance with which it had emerged from Xiang Jiao Jiao. This little beast seemed to possess its own will and the potential for growth. It was uncertain whether it could assist Xiang Jiao Jiao in battle once it matured. After the little fire beast frolicked in Xiang Jiao Jiao's palm for a while, she revealed a weary expression. Reluctantly, the small creature burrowed into her hand and vanished from sight. Xiang Xinghe inquired, "Is it quite exhausting?" Xiang Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, I feel drowsy and quite hungry. I yearn to feast upon that glowing tiger from last night." The group gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. "That is not something we should consume. Should it sneeze, we would surely perish." Xiang Xinghe cleared his throat twice and replied, "Ahem, that is not attainable at present. We shall discuss it later. How about we check the warehouse for something that you all might desire?" "Very well. This place is abundantly rich in resources. The white stone salt mines attract numerous creatures to lick the salt, and the traps set daily ensnare a plethora of wild beasts, including some rather bizarre specimens. Some are kept healthy in captivity, while those that fall victim to accidents are turned into jerky. Thus the warehouse of the Xinghe tribe is filled with a diverse array of provisions. Hopefully, we can find something to alleviate their hunger." Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, in a picturesque valley adorned with purple crystals, a colossal tiger with wings, dozing peacefully, suddenly sneezed. Startled, it opened its eyes and scanned its surroundings curiously. Finding nothing amiss, it shook its head and resumed its slumber. Chapter 70. River Beast Meat within the Xinghe tribe's warehouse. A mountain of various meats loomed, alongside an assortment of miscellaneous items such as herbs, ores, and rice scattered in every corner. Ashu, Shirtu, and Jiao Jiao rummaged about in search of appetizing morsels. After a flurry of searching, Xiang Xinghe found a collection of items before him. The meat of a black-horned donkey, the flesh of a plump bird with snow-white feathers and short wings, the meat of a slender fish with teeth, large corn cobs, and river beast meat. "Is this what you all believe will satiate your hunger?" Yes. What I desire most is the meat of that legged fish." Jiao Jiao drooled as she gazed at the river beast. Ashu and Shirtu nodded in agreement, expressing their shared craving. Xiang Xinghe was taken aback by the sight of the river beast, now salted and dried into jerky. He had initially intended to preserve it as a specimen, never anticipating it would ignite the appetites of the three. "Then let us first sever a leg." "Surely, one leg weighs several dozen pounds," agreed. The blood of the river beast had long since drained away. Shirtu wielded a stone knife, black light emanating from him and enveloping the blade, which soon became intermittently adorned with fragments of black light. Raising the knife, he struck down forcefully, and with two resounding thuds, the desiccated arm of the river beast was severed by more than half. Why does today's blade feel significantly sharper?" Shirtu continued to chop vigorously at the river beast's arm, and after 4 or 5 strikes, a thigh, nearly as thick as Xiang Xinghe's waist, was cleaved off with sheer force. Meanwhile, the stone knife in Shida's hand had become pitted and worn, likely corroded by his black flames. "Why is it so fragile? I haven't even skinned it yet." Ashu took the thigh and said, "Allow me to handle this." He also took out the stone knife he carried, slowly carving several scars on his thigh. Then, he tucked the knife away, and a layer of blue light began to emanate from his body, coalescing towards the blade like flowing water. He moved deliberately and steadily between the wounds, initially at a slow pace, but gradually increasing in speed. It appeared as though a layer of sharp water had adhered to the thick blade of the stone knife. With a gentle stroke, it effortlessly separated the river beast's shriveled skin from its flesh and bones. Before long, the skin from the river beast's thigh was entirely scraped away. The remaining flesh and blood appeared remarkably clean, smooth, and vibrant, looking far less unsightly than it had with the skin intact. "I'll do it. Let me take over next," Jiao Jiao exclaimed eagerly as she jumped over. Taking the well-prepared thigh, a crimson flame began to rise from her body, dancing and flickering toward the piece of meat. The tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh quickly filled the air, as the fiery sparks penetrated the scars, instantly releasing intense heat, causing a series of small explosions on the thigh. Xiang Xinghe, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Jiao Jiao, are you controlling the flames to explode inside the thigh? How do you manage that?" "It's quite simple. I just think about it, and the flames fly over on their own," she replied. Xiang Xinghe couldn't help but marvel at her extraordinary talent, realizing how swiftly she could wield her skills with such finesse. The flames multiplied rapidly, ultimately cooking the thigh to perfection, with a crispy exterior and tender interior, sizzling with juices. Jiao Jiao tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Xiang Xiuxiu. Sister, it should be ready. Give it a try. Xiang Xiuxiu took it carefully and bit into it, her eyes lighting up instantly. It's so tender and smooth. Upon witnessing this, Jiao Jiao quickly tore off another piece and offered it to Xiang Xinghe. Brother, you should try some too. Xiang Xinghe accepted it and savored the morsel. The initial crunchiness of the meat, infused with salt and charred to perfection, yielded an incredibly delightful flavor. The inside was tender, straddling the line between game and fish, with a subtle freshness that danced across his palate, mingling with the crispy charred bits, a truly delectable experience. Next, Jiao Jiao handed large pieces to a Shu and Shi, saying, Uncle A Shu, Uncle Shi, you must be craving some too. Hurry and eat. Shi quickly accepted the offering, munching as he remarked, call me brother. I'm only a few years older than the clan leader. A Shu smiled as he took his share, savoring it with a look of sheer contentment on his face. Shi, with grease covering his mouth, mumbled, I never expected such an unsightly creature would have such delicious meat. I must go back to Shuejiang and see if there are more. I'll catch a few to raise as the clan leader suggested, and then we can feast on them every day. Before long, the thigh was completely devoured. The three of them appeared notably rejuvenated, as if the stamina they had expended earlier had been replenished. While Xiang Xinghe and Jiao Jiao felt quite full, the remaining trio seemed insatiable, having consumed dozens of pounds of roasted meat yet still craving more. Shi weakly asked, Clan leader, can we eat some more? Absolutely. You can finish off this entire one if you wish. Certainly. Here is the refined translation. Indeed. The trio, having developed a harmonious understanding, promptly divided their tasks and proceeded to amputate yet another leg, resuming their earlier actions. Once they had consumed all 4 legs, they finally paused in satisfaction, leaning against the wall and comfortably releasing contented belches. Ah, how full I am. Xiang Xinghe observed that their collective experience had increased by approximately 10 points. Indeed, experience must be acquired through sustenance. It appears that feasting upon such an abundance of river beast meat has only afforded each of them a mere 10 points of experience. This profession seems quite challenging to advance Indiana. Outside, the torrential rain gradually subsided and the sky cleared, revealing a rainbow that stretched from the Baishur salt mine to the mountains beyond. The tribespeople emerged from their tents and set about their tasks, revitalizing the tribe. The high priest, leaning on a staff, ambled towards the warehouse. Xiang Xinghe hurried over to support the high priest. High priest, the rain has just ceased, and the ground is still quite slippery. Why not remain indoors a while longer? The high priest patted Xiang Xinghe's hand and replied, Chieftain, it's of no concern, my old bones are still quite resilient. I have come to deliver some news. Within less than 20 days following this rain, winter will arrive. If we wish to continue welcoming newcomers, our current food supplies may prove insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Xinghe responded, let the construction team erect a few more warehouses. We should increase our hunting efforts and preserve some meat as jerky. During the hard-to-find winter months, we can attract more refugees to join us. With their assistance, our tribe will flourish in its development, and we may even select some exceptional individuals to absorb into our ranks, thereby strengthening our community. Understood. I shall organize this forthwith, Xiang Xinghe added. High priest, let us also gather a greater quantity of medicinal herbs while winter has yet to arrive, particularly those that can staunch bleeding. The winter may not be peaceful, and we still have enemies to confront. Along the banks of the Snow River, numerous large tribes and other players existed. Xiang Xinghe's intuition warned him that unavoidable battles would ensue once winter set in. Chapter 71. A renewed comprehension. Xiang Xinghe was confident that with the presence of the 3 silver-ranked elite warriors, Stone, Ashu, and Xiang Jiaojiao, his tribe's martial prowess would dominate along the Snow River banks. However, taking precautions in advance was prudent. The high priest, stirred by a sense of anticipation, reflected on that fateful night when the cannibalistic tribe had invaded their original settlement. Now, at last, he could seek vengeance. He eagerly began to organize agile and experienced elder women to scour the vicinity of the camp for various medicinal plants. Xiang Xinghe, observing the high priest's retreating figure, could not help but feel a sense of gratitude for having a dependable elder by his side. At that moment, he noticed Tai Lingguang returning from outside the camp, a cheerful demeanor evident as he carried several dark, peculiar objects. Xiang Xinghe called out to Tai Lingguang, inquiring, Uncle Tai Lingguang, how fares Cayenne at present? Tai Lingguang chuckled, haha, the one-eyed lord is in excellent condition now. He has recovered significantly, and with just another day or two, he shall be fully restored. He is somewhat troubled at the moment, as the child named Xiaoqing, whom you called over, incessantly bombards him with a multitude of questions. Haha, being eager to learn is indeed a commendable trait. He continued to inquire. Uncle Tai Lingguang, what is it that you have? Tai Lingguang, presenting it like a treasure, brought it before Xiang Xinghe and proclaimed, Tribal leader, this is a precious item. Xiang Xinghe leaned in for a closer look, and after observing for a while, he discerned that it appeared to be a clump of black mud, interspersed with pebbles, bamboo leaves, roots, and other materials, emanating a fragrance of bamboo along with a peculiar scent. What treasure? I fail to see anything extraordinary, he remarked. Tai Lingguang chuckled and replied, It is the feces of a panda. Xiang Xinghe hastily recoiled, casting a look of reproach at Tai Lingguang. Uncle Tai Lingguang, you have deceived me. What sort of treasure is this? Tai Lingguang laughed and said, Tribal leader, you are unaware. The one-eyed lord informed me that adding this feces to the iron smelting furnace can enhance the toughness and corrosion resistance of the produced iron. Oh? Xiang Xinghe suddenly recalled that some animals consume certain minerals from nature to compensate for the deficiencies in their bodies, with indigestible metals being expelled through their excrement. Could it be that the panda's feces contains other metallic elements that can alloy with iron, thereby improving its quality? Upon this contemplation, it indeed seemed somewhat scientific. Xiang Xinghe addressed Tai Lingguang. Very well, since it was mentioned by Cain, let us give it a try. Excellent. I shall summon the children to ignite the furnace immediately. Good. At that moment, Tai Lingguang appeared to have an epiphany and said to Xiang Xinghe, Tribal leader, the one-eyed lord has indicated that he can commence the totem casting tomorrow, so we must hasten to prepare the materials. Xiang Xinghe responded, All right, we still require a few items. I shall visit the half-fisherman camp today and instruct them to search along the coast. You may attend to your tasks. With that, Tai Lingguang gleefully made his way to the iron-smelting furnace, gathering a group of young blacksmiths to start a fire and prepare for the melting of iron powder. Upon returning to the warehouse, Xiang Xinghe found that the 3 stone men had returned to normal. No longer appearing uncomfortable, he addressed the stone men and Ashu. You two go summon the hunting team to grind some fine salt, and we shall store it in coarse bamboo tubes. We are about to embark on a significant venture. Understood? The stone men and Ashu promptly set off to grind the fine salt. With a moment to spare, Xiang Xinghe turned to Xiang Jiaojiao and said, There is a subsequent volume to this technique, and only you can learn it. Would you like to study it? Ah? There is a subsequent volume? I want to learn. Xiang Jiaojiao exclaimed with delight. Xiang Xinghe instructed her to position herself before him and began the recitation. A series of strange utterances flowed from his lips, leaving Xiang Jiaojiao feeling perplexed and bewildered, as if the experience differed entirely from her previous transformation into a demon hunter. However, it wasn't long before her furrowed brows relaxed, and she became entranced, exuding an unusual allure that irresistibly drew the gaze of those around her. A luminous bridge appeared between the sheepskin scroll and Xiang Jiaojiao, with symbols soaring from the scroll and imprinting themselves onto Xiang Jiaojiao's body as they traversed the bridge. What could this signify? Xiang Xing remained vigilant, continuing to recite the text. Upon completing the reading, the bridge between the sheepskin scroll and Xiang Jiaojiao vanished, and the inscriptions on her body gradually permeated her being. She remained with her eyes closed, as if in slumber. Xiang Xing opened Xiang Jiaojiao's attribute panel for inspection, discovering that her status read, In the midst of enlightenment, awakening time. 8 hours later. It appeared to be a fortuitous circumstance. He addressed Xiang Xiao, saying, She has entered a rather peculiar state. Do not worry, and ensure she is not disturbed. She should awaken by nightfall. Trusting in Xiang Xing, Xiang Xiao felt reassured by his words and replied, All right, clan leader, you may attend to your duties. I will take care of her. Xiang Xing gently patted Xiang Xiao's small head before exiting the room. At that moment, the warriors of the hunting party had already processed over 100 pounds of salt. The bamboo tubes filled with fine salt were neatly arranged in a basket, appearing quite enticing. Let us depart. Very well. The path, rendered treacherous by the recent rain, was fraught with muddy puddles, and it was not until noon that they finally reached the half-merfolk encampment. At this juncture, the water level of the Shui River had risen considerably. Fortunately, the waterway was deep enough that it had not overflowed its banks. The current had become exceedingly swift, with waves crashing one after another. Yet, the half-merfolk joyfully swam and frolicked in the river, riding the waves as if the tumultuous waters provided an exhilarating playground. Among them was Shui Ro, her figure graceful like a snow-white siren. She was instructing some half-merfolk children on how to navigate the surging waves to enhance their agility in the water. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng was leading a construction crew in erecting a fence within the cove. Some newly arrived half-merfolk refugees assisted in securing the barriers, which were beginning to take shape. Upon spotting Xiang Xinghe, Xiang Feng rushed over with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Clan leader, I thought you might not come today due to the rain." Shui Ro mentioned that our half-merfolk tribe adores the post-rain surges of the river, so I allowed them some time to play and alleviate their recent exertions. Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily. "Indeed, well done. It is essential to balance work and leisure. Why are you not taking a break?" The workers were eager to complete their tasks and return to their own camp, feeling a sense of disconnection from their tribe in this place, leading to some murmurs of discontent among the construction team. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe proposed, "I understand. Let us implement a shift system. You shall finish your work today and return. I will summon the construction team from the Xinghua camp to take over for you. You can rest for a while before switching back, and once stability is established here, we shall rotate every 7 days." Xiang Feng responded with a smile, "That sounds splendid, but I shall remain here." Newcomers may not be familiar with the surroundings. Chapter 72. Scrambled eggs. Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Ha, excellent. The tribe needs dedicated individuals like you." Xiang Feng, feeling a touch of shyness, lowered his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting Shui Ro in the snowy river. Xiang Xinghe did not break the silence, instead smiling and suggesting, "Go summon a few clever half-merfolk. Let them take this fine salt to trade along the banks of the snow river. Today, let us strive to gather materials for crafting the totem pillar." "Certainly." Xiang Feng approached the riverbank, placing 2 fingers in his mouth and blowing sharply, producing a resounding whistle that echoed through the air. The half-merfolk in the center of the snow river halted their playful antics and swam towards the shore. Upon seeing Xiang Xinghe waving at her, Shui Ro beamed with joy. Diving into the water and soon surfacing at the riverbank, "King, you've come to see me," she exclaimed with a laugh. "Indeed. Your swimming is truly graceful. I envy how freely you glide through the water," he replied. "King, if you wish, I could take you for a swim." "Only in the water can one truly feel its rhythm," she offered. Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "That sounds delightful, but it's a tad too cold now. Once it warms up, you can teach me to swim. Of course. You are so clever. I am certain you will learn quickly. Do teach Xiang Feng as well. It would be rather remiss for him to assist in managing the half-merfolk camp without knowing how to swim." Xiang Feng, slightly taken aback, raised his head just in time to catch a mischievous wink from Xiang Xinghe, his face flushing a deep shade of crimson. Shui Ro, maintaining her official demeanor, responded, "Very well, King. I shall arrange for the finest swimmer in our clan to instruct Lord Xiang Feng." Xiang Xinghe silently sympathized with Xiang Feng for 3 seconds before steering the conversation back to business. "Can we proceed with the exchanges today? How is the water situation?" Shui Ro replied with a smile, "Chief, although the current is somewhat swift, swimming in the water feels as natural as breathing. We can certainly go forth to trade." Hearing this, Xiang Xinghe retrieved the bamboo basket filled with fine salt and remarked, "Do you recall the items I mentioned to you earlier? Take this salt and gather all those items in exchange. Do not worry about who to trade with or whether it is advantageous. The goal is to collect them all, preferably today." The banks of the Snow River are abundant in resources, with numerous tribes producing a diverse array of goods. Through information gathered by the half-merfolk, it became apparent that most of the materials needed for crafting the totem pillar could be procured from the tribes along the river, which is why Xiang Xinghe issued this directive. Shui Ro, however, was somewhat taken aback, as she understood the significance Xiang Xinghe placed on salt. Previously, he would trade a mere fragment of salt for numerous items, yet now he was offering such a substantial quantity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shui Ro responded with seriousness, "Very well, I shall personally lead the team to trade." With that, she gathered her kin, took out a bamboo raft, placed the salt upon it, and pushed it downstream. Xiang Xinghe nodded approvingly before leading the hunting party into the reeds to harvest the crops left from before. The tribe's crops were thriving, indicating the success of their transplantation efforts. In the comfortable warmth of the reed beds, rice, corn, and sweet potatoes had all ripened, and gathering these would significantly bolster their food reserves. Although the clan members were not particularly fond of eating, Xiang Xinghe believed it was due to their unfamiliarity with the art of culinary exploration. He resolved to broaden their vegetarian cooking techniques that evening. Some birds had already departed from the reeds, heading to warmer locales for the winter, yet a few remained. The hunting party joyfully captured these plump birds and brought them back as a supplementary meal. As the sun began to set, everyone shouldered bamboo baskets brimming with crops, emerging from the reeds to return to the half-fishman camp. Sure too, with a sullen demeanor, remarked, "Chief, what are we digging up these things for? We could be hunting instead." "There's nothing tasty here." Xiang Xinghe playfully tapped Shirtu on the head, saying, "Meat, meat, meat. It's always about the meat for you. Isn't it better to diversify our food options? When we return, I shall prepare dishes from these ingredients, and you shall be forbidden from tasting them, which will surely whet your appetite. Instantly, Shita's expression shifted, his face alight with a grin as he replied, Chief, I was merely jesting. You must let me have a taste first when it's ready. Ha, you wish, Shirtu lamented, his face a mask of despair as he implored Xiang Xinghe. Ignoring him, Xiang Xinghe sought out Xiang Feng within the half-fishman camp, inquiring, has Shui Ruru returned? Xiang Feng responded, not yet. Perhaps they have been delayed due to the abundance of items to exchange today. Chief, why don't you return to the camp first? I will send someone to deliver the items once they arrive. Otherwise, the high priest and others may grow concerned. Noticing the sky darkening, Xiang Xinghe agreed. Very well, let us proceed as such. Thank you for your efforts. The current tasks at the half-fishman camp primarily involved digging for clay, constructing the camp's perimeter, promoting activities, exchanging goods, and fishing. Under Xiang Feng's guidance, all was progressing splendidly. This time, several baskets of clay were already prepared, alongside hundreds of pounds of large fish. Strong individuals like Shirtu and Ashu hoisted these items onto their shoulders, following Xiang Xinghe back to the Xinghe camp. As night fully descended, Xiang Xinghe and the hunting party arrived at the camp, their bodies caked in mud and their animal skin shoes soaked through. The camp's inhabitants, seeing Xiang Xinghe and the hunting party return laden with spoils, joyfully surrounded them. The Xinghe camp had undergone significant changes that day. A new warehouse had been erected, and several wooden huts had also been constructed. This time, no amount of persuasion from Xiang Xinghe could dissuade the villagers, who insisted that he reside in the central hut of the tribe. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality, he ultimately acquiesced in gratitude. He resolved to prepare a sumptuous dinner for his clansfolk. Xiang Xinghe instructed the villagers to shell corn until they had enough for a clay pot, and then, in a display of extravagance, gathered some rice, removing the husks to collect the pristine white grains. These ingredients were placed into a large clay pot, water added, and set over the fire to simmer continuously. Xiang Xinghe then began to stir-fry. The camp had domesticated a plump bird, which he had named the egg-laying chicken, producing a fist-sized egg daily with minimal sustenance. He gathered dozens of these eggs, placing them into a large clay pot, and after adding a pinch of fine salt, he took 2 long bamboo chopsticks to whisk until the egg whites and yolks melded into a smooth emulsion. Afterwards, he plucked some wild scallions, which grew abundantly across the mountains. Xiang Xinghe, undeterred, washed several jars of these scallions, chopping them finely and setting them aside for later use. He then retrieved the largest clay pot from the tribe and carefully placed it atop a stone-built stove. He added a chunk of pristine white-black donkey fat into the pot. Under the intense heat, the fat began to ooze oil, and soon the air was filled with a delectable aroma. Xiang Xinghe scooped out the oil residue and poured in the prepared egg mixture. With a sizzling sound, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air as the egg mixture mingled with the hot oil, transforming into a golden hue. Xiang Xinghe swiftly stirred with a bamboo spatula, and the egg mixture rapidly coagulated, releasing an aroma that made everyone's mouths water. Wow, is it possible to cook it this way? Chapter 73. A late-night visitor. The tribe's people set aside their tasks and gathered around to watch Xiang Xinghe prepare the meal. He transferred the scrambled eggs into a previously used jar and added a larger piece of fat to the pot. Once the fat was fried, he tossed in the chopped wild scallions, and a plume of white smoke billowed upwards. Xiang Xinghe quickly stirred, and the resulting aroma was a tantalizing blend of spiciness with a unique fragrance. After sprinkling in some salt and stirring a bit more, the contents of the pot reduced in size as they cooked. Xiang Xinghe promptly added the scrambled eggs, mixing them together until the wild scallions and eggs were evenly combined, their colors intermingling in an irresistible display. After sautéing for a while longer, he dried out the moisture from the scallions and eggs, giving them a slightly charred surface. Thus, the dish of wild scallion scrambled eggs was complete. The surrounding tribespeople, like ravenous wolves, gazed at the dish with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, the pot simmering rice and corn porridge emitted bubbling sounds, releasing a sweet aroma. Xiang Xinghe instructed the tribe members to form a line, each holding 2 bamboo bowls. To receive their portions, he ladled a scoop of the rice and corn porridge for each person, followed by a scoop of the wild scallion scrambled eggs. Those who received the porridge and eggs squatted to the side to eat, taking a mouthful of the dish followed by a sip of the porridge, their eyes instantly lighting up. This is absolutely delicious. The wild scallion scrambled eggs, rich in oil and salt, were incredibly tasty. Though they left one somewhat thirsty to tea that moment, a sip of the perfectly cooked corn porridge quenched their thirst while providing a sweet taste, perfectly countering the richness of the dish. a soothing sensation that meat simply could not offer. Xiang Xinghe proclaimed, not only is meat delicious, but vegetables can be delightful as well. We must experiment with various combinations. The tribespeople's perceptions were thoroughly transformed, and they eagerly declared, we shall heed the chieftain's words. Chieftain, may I have some more? Certainly, there is plenty to go around. How splendid! All hail the chieftain! The dinner concluded amidst laughter and cheer. The tribespeople suggested to the women who cooked to gather more wild scallions the next day for another round of scrambled eggs. Meanwhile, Xiang Jiaojiao had already awakened, now mingling among the crowd and devouring her meal, having stealthily returned for servings several times, seemingly unfazed by how her small belly could accommodate so much food. Xing Ngh opened her panel to discover that she had acquired an additional occupational panel. At that moment, molten iron had already been poured into the pit, cooling into appropriately shaped iron blocks. TL Nguyen explained, Chief, this is a rough ingot. Once we refine the iron, we will pour it directly into the corresponding shaped pit, and once cooled, it will take on the desired form. Afterward, through hammering and polishing, the weapons will be completed. Xing Ngh chuckled. Haha, this method is excellent. Let us all work diligently for a while, so we can manufacture the weapons as soon as possible. Our strength will significantly increase. Great. The iron has cooled, and we shall commence polishing immediately. The wooden shafts for the spears are also ready. We will have all the weapons completed tonight. Many thanks to Uncle T and the young men. The birth of the first batch of iron ingots filled Xing Ngh with immense joy. His happiness led him to resume his teaching. Scientific and technological advancement is the foremost productive force. Naturally, it is imperative to ensure that the tribe's members grasp this knowledge swiftly. The spirit of education within Xing Ngh reignited fervently. After several days, the people of the Ngh tribe were once again reminded of the dread associated with late-night classes. Although Xiao was absent, Xing Shi 11 and several former members of the blacksmith clan listened attentively, which brought a measure of comfort to Xing Ngh. Particularly, the young blacksmiths, who, while attending the lesson, diligently polished stones and iron ingots in front of them, were quite enthusiastic. Encouraged by their fervor, Xing Ngh continued his lecture until the sound of snoring filled the room, at which point he concluded the day's session and announced that everyone could return to their slumber. The crowd felt as if they had been granted a great reprieve and returned to their abodes. Xing Ngh tidied up his teaching tools and returned to his wooden cabin. Haha, finally no more sleeping in a tent. The small cabin was exceptionally tidy, with both the floor and air dry, providing a far superior environment compared to the tent, albeit it felt somewhat empty now. Ha ha ha, I shall craft a bed soon. How delightful, but for now, I shall indulge in a restful slumber. With a cheerful demeanor, Xing Ngh spread new animal hides on the ground, comfortably lying down and drifting into dreams. Before long, he was suddenly awakened by a commotion outside. Uncle Sh2, let me in. No, the chief is sleeping. He just recovered from a cold today. But this matter is of great importance. Su are you and the others have been captured. Does that half-fish person take precedence over the chief's sleep? Oh, Uncle Sh2, why are you so stubborn? Let the chief decide what is important. No, if I say no, it is no. Xing Ngh groggily rose from the hides, his mind still hazy, and he heard what seemed to be the voices of Sh2 and Xing Fing outside. He inquired, Sh2? Xing Fing? What is happening? As soon as he spoke, the wooden door was pushed open, and Xing Fing hurriedly entered, followed closely by Sh2, whose face was filled with indignation, seemingly quite upset. Many tribe members had gathered outside the cabin, awakened by the noise. Upon seeing Xing Ngh awake, Xing Fing wasted no time and urgently exclaimed, Chief, something is amiss. Shui Ro and the mermen who went to exchange supplies today have been captured. Xiang Xinghe immediately regained his composure, steadied his mind, and spoke in a calm tone. Do not panic. Speak slowly and elucidate the matter clearly. Xiang Feng, influenced by Xiang Xinghe's steady demeanor, felt less frantic. He took a few deep breaths and began to recount the events of the day. Chapter 74. The Rescue of Shui Ro Chief. It is as follows. Yesterday, Miss Shui Ro did not return, and it was not until late at night that a merman swam back. He reported that during the supply exchange at the Little Sun tribe, those individuals suddenly changed their stance and launched an attack against them. Shui Ro and her companions fought valiantly, but due to being outnumbered, they quickly fell back. The enemy possessed a formidable weapon capable of ensnaring individuals, and Shui Ro and the others were captured, while the lone merman managed to evade capture due to a pressing need and hid aside, returning only after the Little Sun tribe had departed. Now, the mermen are exceedingly furious, frantically demanding to rescue Shui Road. I believe that if they proceed, they will not be able to rescue the captured individuals. Instead, they will merely deliver more captives to the Little Sun tribe. I could only suppress their fervor with great effort, eventually invoking your name, alongside the threat of force from 2 hunting teams, which temporarily calmed them down. As soon as Xiang Feng finished speaking, Xiang Xinghe heard the voice of the intelligence system in his ear. Upon arrival, the members of the Little Sun tribe were very welcoming, but later their chief emerged, accompanied by several warriors, allegedly skilled fighters. They seized the opportunity to attack while Miss Shui was unguarded, resulting in the capture of her and the merman. Our salt and the goods we had exchanged were also taken back to their tribe. Stone, upon hearing this, exclaimed in anger, "Despicable! How dare they steal from our tribe? We must teach them a lesson." Xiang Feng promptly added, "Chief, we must rescue them. Now is the opportune moment." They remain unaware of the returning merman who brought the news. I later dispatched individuals to patrol near the camp, and no one appeared to be following us. I believe they are still oblivious to the fact that we have received this information. Xiang Xinghe pondered for a moment before asking, "How many mermen are left in the camp?" Xiang Feng replied, "There are still over 30. How many individuals are required to maneuver a bamboo raft laden with passengers?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Feng responded, "If it is the type of bamboo raft we use for transporting supplies, each can accommodate 2 individuals. Given the swift current, I estimate that 4 mermen would be needed to control one raft." Xiang Xinghe mused, "In that case, we can transport at most a dozen individuals at a time." "Indeed, Chief," Xiang Feng confirmed. "Did the merman who escaped mention how many warriors accompanied their chief?" "Approximately a dozen," he replied, "and without the hunting team, those warriors appeared quite robust." Xiang Xinghe rose to his feet, donned his leather boots, and stepped out of the wooden cabin. Gazing up at the sky, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. "How much longer until dawn?" Xiang Feng replied, "Approximately 6 hours remain." "How far is the half-merman camp from the Little Sun camp?" At the pace of the half-merman, it would take about an hour to reach. Xiang Xinghe turned to Shurtu and commanded, "Shurtu, awaken all the warriors of the hunting team and instruct them to retrieve iron weapons from Tailanguang. If the weapons are not yet polished, they must be sharpened immediately. We shall depart after a brief meal." "Understood," Shurtu responded, promptly exiting the cabin to gather the hunting team's warriors. Xiang Xinghe then addressed Xiang Feng, "Seek out the lumber and construction teams and have them craft 6 bamboo rafts at once. We shall launch a night raid." "Yes," Xiang Feng exclaimed, exhilarated, as he dashed out to organize the crafting of the rafts. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe donned his attire, exited the cabin, and reminded the sentinels to maintain vigilant watch over the tribe that night, while instructing the others to assist in the construction of the rafts and the polishing of weapons. The tribespeople, having gleaned the situation from the earlier exchange between Xiang Feng and Shurtu, were now filled with fervor, eagerly heeding Xiang Xinghe's commands to spring into action. Xiang Xinghe made his way to the washing area, drawing water to splash his face. The refreshing coolness of the well water invigorated his thoughts, allowing him to rapidly strategize their course of action. Half an hour later, the bamboo rafts were completed, and the warriors of the hunting team were equipped with sharpened iron spears and machetes of varying lengths. Though the iron weapons had yet to undergo meticulous refinement and appeared somewhat cumbersome, their sharpness was assured, and the warriors expressed satisfaction after testing them. Each individual bore enhanced bamboo longbows and quivers filled with arrows, presenting a formidable appearance. Many children in the tribe sparkled with enthusiasm, inspired to train diligently and aspired to join the hunting team upon reaching adulthood. Xiang Xinghe carried only a spear, a bamboo bow, and several bamboo arrows. For a novice like him, the adage "an inch of strength is an inch of advantage" rang particularly true. Just as they were poised to depart, Xiang Jiaojiao suddenly emerged from the crowd, addressing Xiang Xinghe, "Elder brother, take me with you? I wish to go too." Chapter 75. The battle plan. Xiang Xinghe crouched down and gently pinched Xiang Jiaojiao's cheek, saying, "Jiaojiao, you are still very young. Our journey will be perilous. Stay behind and care for your sister." However, Xiang Jiaojiao resolutely shook her head, asserting, "Elder brother, my sister is protected by the tribe's people. She instructed me to protect you. Though I may be small, even Uncle Shurtu cannot best me." Shurtu's face flushed crimson, but he could only look up at the moon, pretending not to have heard. Xiang Xinghe turned his gaze towards Xiang Xiuxiu amidst the crowd. Xiang Xiuxiu approached and earnestly stated, "Brother, please allow Jiaojiao to accompany you. She possesses formidable strength now. She need not engage in battle but can focus solely on safeguarding you." Xiang Xinghe contemplated the formidable prowess of Xiang Jiaojiao, now at the level of silver 9 stars, undeniably the strongest in the tribe. coupled with the unwavering determination of both Xiang Jiaojiao and Xiang Xiuxiu. Xiang Xinghe could only nod in resignation. Very well, then you shall stay by my side. Hooray! I want a weapon too. Xiang Xinghe smiled, retrieving a sturdy iron machete, securing it with a rope, and fastening it to Xiang Jiaojiao's back. Instantly, Xiang Jiaojiao's spirit soared. Ha ha ha, thank you, big brother. I look incredibly cool now. Xiang Xinghe affectionately ruffled her hair, agreeing indeed, you resemble a little general. Although Xiang Jiaojiao was unfamiliar with the term little general, she instinctively sensed it was a rather impressive title, and she proudly tilted her head high. All right, warriors of the hunting team, secure the bamboo rafts. We shall set forth. The rest of you, rest well and safeguard the tribe. Understood, Chief. Travel safely. Ensure you return unharmed. Let them witness our might. Rest assured, Chief, we shall protect the tribe until your return. With the blessings of their kin, Xiang Xinghe embarked on the journey alongside Xiang Jiaojiao and the hunting team. The night sky was graced by a solitary full moon, devoid of clouds, as the moonlight cascaded down, mingling with the glow of torches, illuminating the path ahead. Progressing through the night proved arduous. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at the half-fishman encampment. The scene was one of chaos, with half-fishmen brandishing harpoons, vociferously calling out to rescue Shui Ro Ro. Where is Commander Feng? We demand to see Commander Feng. Didn't Commander Feng say he would seek the River King to rescue Water Lady? Why has he not arrived? Is the River King frightened? Open the barricade. We shall rescue Water Lady ourselves. Those remaining at the half-fishman encampment to assist with construction, under Xiang Feng's orders, took on the role of mediators. Calm down. Commander Feng has gone to fetch the chief for reinforcements. Nonsense. Our chief would never cower. Silence. Enough with the noise. Despite the construction workers' fervent pleas, their voices fell on deaf ears, as none of the half-fishmen heeded their words. The encampment was filled with uproar and venting. Only 2 warriors from the hunting team, stationed at either side of the barricade with their spears, remained silent, their expressions stern, exuding an air of lethal authority. The half-fishmen, intimidated by their presence, momentarily dared only to shout, refraining from launching a direct assault on the barricade. This was the chaotic scene that Xiang Xinghe beheld. Xiang Feng, his face flushed with embarrassment, felt he had failed in his duties. He rushed to the barricade and shouted at the clamorous half-fishman, "Quiet down! Do you not wish to rescue the river guardian?" In this moment, Xiang Feng commanded considerable respect. Upon seeing him, the half-fishman fell silent, and the commotion finally subsided. Xiang Feng then declared, "The chief is leading the warriors here. What do you all look like?" The half-fish people turned to look, and indeed saw the fully armed warriors surrounding Xiang Xinghe, which finally put their hearts at ease, prompting them to lament, "Chief, please save Lord Shui. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Please give us some guidance." Xiang Xinghe approached the fence, raised his hand in a downward motion, and spoke, "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." The half-fish people ceased their chatter, their hopeful gazes fixed upon Xiang Xinghe. He continued, "I am fully aware of the situation. Downstream, there exists an evil tribe that has captured our kin and stolen our resources. Can we endure the anguish of losing our loved ones?" The half-fish people erupted in fervor, shouting, "No, we cannot." Xiang Xinghe shouted again, "How can we tolerate such humiliation from a mere small tribe that dares to bully us?" The half-fish people, in a frenzy, cried out, "We cannot." Xiang Xinghe continued to rally, "Let us quench our fury with their blood. Let us slay the enemy. Yes, slay the enemy, slay the enemy, slay the enemy." This time, not only the half-fish people shouted, but all present joined in, their resounding voices startling the birds into flight. Xiang Xinghe clenched his fist and proclaimed, "All right, let us now commence the deployment of our battle plan." The crowd fell silent. Xiang Xinghe began to outline his strategy. First, the warriors of the hunting team would board the bamboo rafts, as the half-fish people pushed the rafts across the river to deliver the warriors to the opposite bank. Subsequently, the hunting team would stealthily approach the Little Sun tribe from land. According to the accounts of the half-fish people who had ventured there, the area was a mountainous forest abundant with trees, ideal for ambush. Meanwhile, after escorting the warriors across the river, the half-fish people would approach the Little Sun tribe via the waterways. A small river flowed near the Little Sun tribe, which the half-fish people could utilize to navigate close to their territory. However, in Xiang Xinghe's plan, the half-fish people were only to stage a feint, meant to draw the attention of the Little Sun tribe. Having just plundered resources, they would undoubtedly be wary of the half-fish people's potential retaliation, especially since they had stolen the highly coveted supplies of the renowned River King. Thus, they would be on high alert, establishing numerous watch posts. Furthermore, according to legends along the banks of Shuajiang, they believed the River King to be a half-fish person, leading them to focus their defenses along the waterways, deploying their forces there. Therefore, when the half-fish people emerged from the water, they would certainly perceive this as the main force of the attackers, prompting all warriors of the Little Sun tribe to rush toward the waterway, while the half-fish people would merely need to retreat and lure them away. In this scenario, the Little Sun tribe would be left vulnerable, allowing the warriors of the hunting team to easily infiltrate and rescue Shui Ro and the others. Once they had escaped, they would ignite a fire at the Little Sun camp, and upon seeing the flames, the half-fish people could simply withdraw. Chapter 76. Crossing the river, the tribespeople were utterly captivated, their perceptions of battle profoundly shaken. They had never envisioned combat unfolding in such a manner. Very well, we shall heed the chieftain's counsel. Xiang Feng was the first to react, applauding in admiration. The others quickly followed suit, their excitement palpable. If we proceed in this fashion, we shall surely rescue our kin. Xiang Xinghe clenched his fists once more. The assembly had come to understand that the chieftain's clenched fists signified a call for silence, and they promptly closed their mouths to listen intently to Xiang Xinghe's words. A crucial aspect of this strategy is that the half-merfolk must not be captured. Should any of you fall into their hands, we will be compelled to engage in direct confrontation. Therefore, refrain from head-on clashes. Your task is merely to harass them continually, diverting their attention. Equip yourselves with an array of throwable projectiles, thus enabling you to strike from a distance. The harpoons wielded by the half-merfolk can be thrown, and they are remarkably lightweight, allowing for easy transport. Xiang Xinghe continued, moreover, they possess a substantial net capable of ensnaring numerous individuals at once. You must exercise utmost caution. Should you see them brandishing the net, flee without hesitation. Do you all comprehend? We understand. The tribespeople responded in unison. Good, then let us embark. The warriors of the hunting party had never set foot on a bamboo raft, and their trepidation was palpable. The swaying motion instilled a constant fear of plunging into the water. Xiang Xinghe led the way onto the raft, which stabilized after a brief period of rocking with the half-merfolk's assistance. Upon witnessing Xiang Xinghe firmly standing atop the raft, Xiang Jiao's worries dissipated, and she joyfully leapt aboard, the raft remaining steadfast upon the water's surface. The other warriors, finally at ease, attempted to step onto the raft as well. Once on board, they promptly seated themselves, marveling at the sensation of swaying on the water. Ultimately, the warriors paired off, each group settling onto the bamboo rafts, which, propelled by the half-merfolk, gradually drifted toward the opposite bank. Xiang Feng squeezed onto a raft with Xiang Xinghe and Xiang Jiao. Their combined weight was light, causing the raft to sit high on the water. 6 rafts floated in succession upon the snowy river. The surface of the river reflected the moon and stars above, shimmering with a brilliance that blurred the line between sky and water. Xiang Xinghe had not anticipated that the tribe's inaugural boat ride would occur under such circumstances. Thanks to the half-merfolk, the bamboo raft floated steadily upon the snowy river. Had they relied on paddles, this group of landlubbers, unfamiliar with rowing, would have surely sunk long ago. Xiang Jiao lay upon the raft, her small hand dipping into the water, stirring it with glee. The snowy river was wide, and after a considerable time, they found themselves in the center of the current. At that moment, the river breeze wafted through, and suddenly, numerous points of light flickered within the water. The lights gathered together, trailing behind the raft like a luminous tail. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these were small fish emitting light, their bodies transparent and the bones aglow, roughly the length of a finger. Xiang Jiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What are these wondrous creatures?" A half-fish man, pushing a bamboo raft, chuckled, "Behold the starlight fish. It is said to bring good fortune. In the past, we could only catch a glimpse of one or two, but to witness such a multitude is a first." Xiang Feng laughed in response, "Haha, this signifies our victory tonight. It is indeed an auspicious omen." The half-fish men, initially anxious, felt reassured by the notion that the swarm of starlight fish heralded good luck, dispelling their earlier trepidation. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of their actions that evening. Based on the information gathered from the half-fish men and the customs associated with the Little Sun tribe, it was evident that this tribe was led by a player, imbued with a distinctly Japanese essence. Xiang Xinghe surmised that this was indeed the tribe commanded by Ichiro Chigu. Consequently, the act of robbery he was about to undertake was not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. It likely stemmed from a premeditated scheme aimed at gauging the River King's response and strength, perhaps with other players involved as well. Xiang Xinghe understood that the trade along the Snow River relied on the mystique and authority of the River King's title. Clearly, upon recognizing the potential profits from trade, other players would also be tempted. Should he fail to manage the situation adeptly and display any signs of weakness, the River King's reputation would swiftly deteriorate, leading to a concerted attack against him. Thus, today's endeavor must not only succeed but be executed with precision and decisiveness, delivering a significant blow to the Little Sun tribe. Only then could he temper the greed of others. I am certain that others wish to test me. But since you dared to provoke me first, let us make an example of you. The bamboo raft glided effortlessly across the Snow River, coming ashore a few kilometers from the Little Sun tribe. This marked the first time the Xinghe tribe set foot on this side of the river. The warriors of the hunting team leapt from the raft onto the shore, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. Many had never been on a bamboo raft before, and some, feeling queasy, lay on the ground retching for some time before recovering. Among them, Shirtu, once fearless, now lay trembling on the ground, entirely discomposed. Fortunately, the riverbank was deserted, illuminated solely by the moonlight reflecting off the sand and stones, resembling daylight. Once everyone regained their composure, Xiang Xinghe instructed the warriors to haul the bamboo raft from the water, placing it on the shore and securing it with stones. He then left 2 half-fishmen to guard the raft while the others proceeded according to plan. Xiang Xinghe led the hunting team towards the nearby mountain forest, while dozens of half-fishmen swam along the tributary leading to the Little Sun tribe's camp. Remember, do not engage in battle, Xiang Xinghe reiterated. Understood. The half-fishmen responded in unison. Though some remained apprehensive, there was little choice. Aside from Shueruru, their tribe lacked any commanding figures, and they could only hope for the half-fishmen to exhibit cleverness. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Xinghe arrived within the darkened forest, contemplating whether to ignite a torch when Xiang Jiao emerged, declaring, "Brother, let me lead the way. I can illuminate the path." As she spoke, a flicker of fire emerged from her palm, illuminating the surroundings considerably, yet remaining within a controllable boundary, fading into obscurity a mere few dozen meters away. Ha! Splendid. Everyone, keep close to Jiao. The nocturnal creatures and pests were deterred by the firelight, unwilling to approach. Despite the rugged terrain of the mountains and forests, it was relatively safe. The ground here was thickly layered with decaying matter, appearing exceedingly fertile. Along the way, Xiang Xinghe encountered a plethora of rare medicinal herbs. Ginseng and Ganoderma were abundant, alongside numerous others whose names eluded him, yet their exceptional nature was unmistakable. This place was overwhelmingly bountiful. Chapter 77. The 3 great tribes. Xiang Xinghe found himself contemplating the idea of claiming this territory for himself. However, reflecting on the fact that he already possessed the Xinghe camp and the half-fishman camp, establishing yet another camp here would leave all 3 vulnerable, tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he resolved to abandon this notion. Alas, I shall harvest as much as possible before departing. If not, perhaps I could transplant some to our tribe's vicinity. Ha! Xiang Xinghe's thoughts underwent a subtle transformation. Initially, his sole intent was to rescue the individuals, but now he also entertained the notion of seizing a few treasures along the way. Yet, he soon grew anxious. Given the abundance of resources in this tribe, the sudden aggression of Chigu Ilong could very well stem from covetous intentions. Recalling the disturbing Japanese dramas featuring individuals living quite comfortably, it seemed highly plausible. Chigu Ilong, you had best refrain from any ill intentions towards Shueruru, or I shall ensure your demise is exceedingly painful. Navigating through the forest proved arduous, with mud and waist-high shrubs obstructing their path, and thorny plants occasionally lacerating their thighs. Nonetheless, Xiang Xinghe pressed forward, resolutely, while the others followed suit without complaint. Hurry, faster still, Shueruru. You must not come to harm at this moment. The Little Sun tribe was dotted with numerous tents, yet all were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Only a straw hut at the heart of the camp emanated light, accompanied by the sounds of laughter and banter. Several figures, smeared in dark paint, lurked in the shadows of the tribe, armed with bamboo swords strapped to their backs, vigilantly monitoring every movement within the camp. Should the occupants of the tent remain awake, they would storm in, dragging the individuals out for a thorough beating, venting their pent-up frustrations. Though the origins of their ire remained a mystery, just days prior, they had shared a close bond with the others of their tribe. However, since their elevation to the status of ninjas by the tribal leader, they had been informed that they were distinct, superior to the ordinary tribesfolk. From that moment onward, they genuinely perceived themselves as elevated beings, viewing the actions of others as crude while regarding themselves as exceedingly noble and graceful. This sense of superiority compelled them to revere the tribal leader wholeheartedly, obeying his every command, even to the point of sacrificing their lives for him. Those of equal standing with them are a group of individuals elevated to the rank of warriors by the chieftain. These warriors, the mightiest fighters of the tribe, perpetually surround the chieftain, flaunting their prowess and indulging in sumptuous fare. Their provisions may be somewhat lesser, yet the chieftain has proclaimed that the warriors serve as the visible guardians, while they, the ninjas, are the unsung heroes shrouded in darkness, the chieftain's most trusted confidants. This acknowledgement bestows upon them a sense of significance, rendering the disparity in treatment inconsequential. Any slight discontent is vented upon the ordinary tribesmen who err, delivering lashes with their bamboo swords and reveling in the painful wails that ensue. A most gratifying pastime. Yet now, all the tents lie in hushed silence. They find no reason to seek out others for entertainment, left with nothing to do but listen enviously to the sounds emanating from the thatched hut, contemplating the delectable delicacies and splendid scenes that might await within. Inside the thatched hut, the air is redolent with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat, where a dozen individuals are engaged in both feasting and conversation. The hut is spacious, adorned with several tree stumps repurposed as tables, upon which lie succulent meats, perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within. Behind each stump, bundles of thatch serve as cushions at this moment. Several individuals of distinctly different races are present, including Ikitani Ikiru and his band of warriors, alongside a humanoid creature whose body is entwined with vines, featuring pointed ears and a fur-covered visage resembling that of a lynx, as well as a half-fish being with webbed limbs and elongated fins. Though situated within the Sunlit tribe, the seat of honor is occupied by a half-fish being. The fare you had on your journey was truly dreadful, far inferior to the fish caught from the depths of the Snow River by our valiant warriors. Now that is a delicacy. The half-fish being greedily gnaws on a roasted leg of lamb, simultaneously uttering disparaging remarks. The warriors cast furious glances at him, itching to retaliate against this insolent creature. However, Ikitani Ikiru silences them with a stern look. Smiling apologetically, Elder Silverlight speaks the truth. How could our provisions possibly compare to those of your formidable tribe? I was initially reluctant to serve you, but thinking it would be a novel experience for you, I mustered the courage to present it. The being referred to as Elder Silverlight appears quite pleased with this flattery, responding with smug satisfaction, "Humph, at least you are perceptive. The great fish of the Snow River are not for your kind to consume. Only we, the favored children of the rivers, are worthy of such fare. Yet, while your terrestrial offerings lack in flavor, they possess a unique charm, especially your seasoning, known as salt. Yes, salt. That delightful salty taste is rather agreeable. Do bring me several bags of it shortly. I wish to take some back for our chieftain to sample." The bags mentioned by Elder Silverlight are fashioned from the stomachs of fish, capable of holding several dozen pounds of salt. What an audacious request! Ikitani Ikiru inwardly curses, having only pilfered 100 pounds of salt the previous day. Nevertheless, suppressing his discomfort, he forces a smile. "Haha, certainly. As long as you enjoy it, I shall procure a few extra bags for you, in addition to what is offered to the chieftain." The elder of the half-fish men was filled with elation, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Haha, you young lad are quite impressive. I believe you are worthy of becoming friends with our Silver Moon tribe. The girl you captured today is known to me. Her father was indeed the king of the Snow River. However, his ideals were excessively antiquated, and despite the decline of his tribe, he dared to criticize us. This incited our ire, leading to his defeat at the hands of our 3 tribes, forcing him into a life of hiding. We have been searching for him, intending to eradicate him entirely. I never anticipated he would dare to emerge again, especially after renaming himself the King of Rivers. Our chieftain would never have conceived of such a title. He is truly audacious. Rest assured, your tribe will henceforth have the protection of our Silver Moon tribe. I shall return and inform the chieftain to dispatch a team of warriors to safeguard your waters. No half-fish man shall dare to infringe upon you." Upon hearing these words, Chigu Ilong finally revealed a genuine smile. After such a long wait, he had yearned for this affirmation. Since the incident with Shui Ro Ro, Chigu Ilong had been unable to find peace, but now he felt a sense of security. Reflecting on all he had done since arriving in this world, he felt an overwhelming sense of righteousness in his actions. Chapter 78. Chigu Ilong's Oda City. His tribe's encampment was situated near the Snow River and the mountain forests, having long established contact with some local indigenous tribes. The 3 most powerful tribes in the vicinity were the Half-Fishman tribe, the Silver Moon tribe, residing in a bay of a tributary upstream of the Snow River, the Tree Spirit tribe, the Vine tribe, dwelling in the mountains, and the Lynx Half-Orc tribe, the Black Moon tribe, inhabiting the deep mountain strongholds. At the onset of his interactions, he employed his talent to attach himself to the strong. The behavior of a sycophant could yield a 200 increase in favor, bestowing lavish tributes upon these three tribes to gain their favor, hoping to secure their protection. Subsequently, a notable indigenous figure emerged, known as the King of Rivers, renowned for his tribe's abundant salt production. He initially planned to utilize his skills to ingratiate himself further, yet the members of this tribe remained shrouded in mystery, sending only lower members to trade salt along the Snow River, never revealing their higher-ups. Their movements were peculiar. They approached the shore with utmost caution, often circling the area multiple times, leaving him perplexed about their intentions. Driven by curiosity, Chigu Ilong, after exchanging some salt with the half-fish men 2 days prior, promptly dispatched his tribesmen to inquire with the Silver Moon tribe. The Silver Moon tribe took this matter exceedingly seriously and sent their elder, Silverlight, to assist. Through Silverlight, Chigu Ilong learned of a once mighty half-fish king who had fallen from grace, his strength diminished. Elder Silverlight encouraged him to seize the opportunity to attack should any half-fish men come to trade again, assuring him that the Silver Moon tribe would provide protection, and he brought several nets woven from fish tendons, claiming they were formidable weapons against the half-fish men. However, Chigu Ilong was hesitant. Even a fallen royal was still a potential threat, and in his fear of the unknown, he dared not take action. Despite Elder Ingwang's earnest attempts at persuasion, he remained non-committal, merely expressing that he would consider the matter. This infuriated Elder Ingwang, who stormed off in frustration, leaving Wang to handle the situation as he saw fit. Deeply concerned about inciting the wrath of the Silver Moon tribe, he resolved to personally probe the depths of this so-called River King's domain. The previous day, he had learned of the arrival of the half-fish people, who came to exchange goods, prompting him to hastily gather his warriors under the guise of cordiality, all the while planning to observe them discreetly. To his astonishment, what he beheld was nothing short of mesmerizing. It was not merely the exotic treasures and barrels of salt arrayed upon the bamboo rafts that captivated him, but rather the radiant beauty of a half-fish woman shimmering under the sun. Unlike the diminutive and unsightly half-fish men, this woman possessed fair skin, a lithe and voluptuous figure, and an exquisite visage complemented by an air of elegance. Even the webbed appendages adorning her limbs seemed as though crafted by the hands of an artist. Her fish skin attire did little to conceal her form. Instead, it accentuated her allure. Oda City, a gift from the heavens, he mused, enraptured, for Oda City is renowned in Japanese history for its stunning beauties. Though he had ascended to the role of chieftain and claimed the women of his tribe as his own, none could rival the enchanting half-fish woman standing before him. Even on Blue Star, such a visage would befit a cinematic star. Unable to suppress his possessive instincts, he noted that there were only 7 or 8 half-fish individuals. Seemingly fatigued from pushing their laden rafts upstream, he signaled to his subordinates, feigning a casual conversation with Shui Ro Ro while stealthily encircling the half-fish people. Upon Shui Ro Ro's realization of the impending threat and her call for retreat, he had already commanded his men to plunge into the water and seize the rafts, intent on appropriating their precious cargo. Chaos ensued, and Shui Ro Ro ordered the looting of supplies. He instructed his men to cast their nets, ensnaring the half-fish folk entirely. I am truly the greatest military strategist, he exclaimed, his heart swelling with a grandiose spirit. This world is becoming ever more intriguing. My Oda City, I shall conquer you. Not your body, but your heart. He began to yearn for more than the forced possession of the village maidens within his tribe. He sought to win Shui Ro Ro's affection through his own charisma, hoping she would willingly embrace him. Thus, he placed her in the finest tent of the camp, eager to engage her in conversation, yet his efforts yielded little fruit as she scarcely acknowledged him. This incited his ire, but his fervor remained unabated, and he resolved to take his time, determined to impress her with sincerity and gallant spirit. Let me vanquish all within your tribe, that you may recognize my unparalleled ambition. Aware that his tribe was ill-equipped for aquatic combat and unfamiliar with the River King, he understood the peril of having pilfered from them, fully cognizant that retaliation was highly probable. Although he was convinced that all the mermen had been captured and that no news had leaked for the time being, it was inevitable that the River King would soon send someone to search for the whereabouts of the missing tribesmen, which would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Consequently, he dispatched his kin to seek aid from 3 formidable nearby tribes, each renowned for their prowess. These tribes promptly sent their high-ranking members to convene under the cover of night. Among them, the Silver Moon tribe was the most powerful. Despite being mermen, they rarely ventured into the Snow River, instead dwelling in the forests. Their gathering point was along the banks of a grand river within the woodland, where they had constructed a cove to domesticate beavers. Numerous rivers intertwined throughout the forest, allowing them to traverse any location within it. Their considerable numbers, fierce demeanor, and exceptional combat prowess instilled a sense of intimidation among all forest races, who regarded them with a semblance of reverence. Next was the Black Moon tribe, comprising lynx half-beasts, known for their agility, sharp claws, and intelligence comparable to that of humans. Ruthless and cunning, they survived not only by hunting but also by raiding other tribes, making them formidable adversaries. Lastly, there was the Vine tribe, formed by a lower echelon of tree spirits, characterized by their sturdy bodies and vine-based attacks. Although their numbers were few, their resilience and peculiar offensive strategies rendered them a dominant force in the area. Thus, the current scene unfolded within the thatched hut, where the mermen of the Silver Moon tribe occupied the central position, while representatives from the other two tribes sat slightly behind. Ikuru Chikuya, accompanied by his warriors, took a seat at the rear. After receiving the Elder Silverlight's assurance, Ikuru's gaze shifted to the high-ranking members of the other two tribes. Elder Greenvine, young Master Sharpfang, can your tribes extend their assistance? You are aware that I have always been generous to my friends. If you aid me and Elder Silverlight, I shall ensure a bountiful reward in return. Chapter 79. Night Raid. Damn it. The powerful bully the weak. Both men silently cursed. As Ikuru spoke, he aligned himself with the Silver Moon tribe, soliciting help from Elder Greenvine and young Master Sharpfang. They were representing their respective tribes here. If the Black Moon and Vine tribes refrained from offering assistance, it would not only be a slight against the Little Sun tribe, but also a slight against the Silver Moon tribe. Though the Little Sun tribe was of little consequence, the Silver Moon tribe was paramount, known for their domineering nature. Provoking them could lead to dire repercussions. Moreover, from Elder Silverlight's remarks, it seemed that the raided tribe, despite its reputation, lacked substantial strength. With this realization, the two resolved to assist the Little Sun tribe, albeit begrudgingly. Young Master Sharpfang declared, of course. Since Elder Silverlight has resolved to aid the Little Sun tribe, we shall follow suit. I will dispatch 10 warriors upon my return to help you defend your tribe. Ikuru Chikuya was overjoyed. The combat capabilities of the lynx half-beasts far surpassed those of humans, with elite warriors capable of slaying tigers single-handedly. At that moment, Elder Greenvine rasped, we can dispatch 2 warriors to assist. Chi Lang felt a surge of joy. Although the overall strength of the Vine tribe did not match that of the other two tribes, primarily due to their difficulties in reproduction and relatively smaller numbers, their individual combat prowess surpassed even that of the lynx half-orc warriors. With their reinforcement, even if they were trapped within the tribe, there would be no fear of the camp being overrun. Chi Lang laughed heartily, ha ha ha, splendid. All of you are my dear friends. When we depart later, I shall prepare gifts for everyone, and of course, for the companions who accompany you as well. Elder Silverlight was naturally pleased, and the expressions of the other two lightened somewhat. Chi Lang was quite perceptive. There were many treasures within the tribe, and the tribute offered was always commendable. The subordinates they brought along were also beaming with joy. Among them were 2 half-mermen led by Elder Silverlight. Though small in stature, their bodies were muscular and robust, exuding an aura of ferocity. There were also 2 lynx half-orcs brought by young Master Sharpfang, slightly taller than humans, armed with sharp claws and teeth, crunching bones with ease as they devoured meat. Additionally, accompanying Elder Greenvine were 2 tree spirits, humanoid yet seemingly composed entirely of vines, with arms capable of extending far to grasp meat, and bearing wooden fangs that appeared quite eerie. While the adults engaged in business discussions, these lesser figures found themselves unable to interject, their thoughts solely on the delectable food at the feast and the promised rewards thereafter. Upon hearing Chi Lang explicitly state that he would prepare gifts for them, their affection for him grew immensely, contemplating how they would extol his virtues upon returning to their tribe. The atmosphere within the thatched hut gradually became lively. Seeing his concerns alleviated, Chi Lang found himself impatient to conclude the banquet, eager to engage in conversation with the iceberg woman he had captured today. If that proved unfeasible, he would settle for her body first and devise a means to win her heart later. Both outcomes would suffice. However, the upper echelons of the other 3 tribes remained in high spirits, feasting and chatting heartily, leaving Chi Lang to play the role of a mere companion. Meanwhile, outside the Little Sun tribe, at the mouth of a tributary, a group of half-mermen cautiously emerged, swimming toward the stream. This tributary was only as deep as a person, and to avoid detection by any potential lookout on the shore, they had to dive to the riverbed to conceal their movements. The bottom was strewn with gravel, and the swift currents made swimming quite arduous. The half-mermen arranged themselves in 2 lines, with the stronger ones leading the way to clear a path and simultaneously reduce water resistance for those behind, who followed closely in a tight formation. Just as they were nearing the Little Sun tribe, the foremost half-merman suddenly halted, signaling for the others to hide among the underwater vegetation on either side of the riverbed. The others, puzzled, glanced forward and beheld two half-mermen sitting on the shore, gnawing on roasted meat, clearly not allies. The only conclusion was that they were foes, and formidable ones at that. Those two appeared to be true warriors. This situation was not anticipated in the plan devised by Xinghe, causing a wave of disarray among the crowd. Some timid half-fishmen began to retreat slowly to that moment. A seemingly daft half-fishman swam out from the midst of the group. He remained silent and stealthily approached the two adversaries. The other half-fishmen were taken aback, recognizing him as the most foolish among their ranks, known as Longyu, who struggled to articulate even simple words. They were astonished at his audacity today. Though they wished to stop him, they feared making a sound, so they could only watch as he swam forward. Inspired by Longyu's audacious act, a stir of courage arose within the others. If even a fool dared to confront the enemy, why should they not? Besides, they were numerous. They exchanged glances and saw an unfamiliar spark of determination in each other's eyes. A surge of bravery erupted within the group, spreading like wildfire among them. They nodded in agreement and surged forward, quickly catching up with Longyu. Moving alongside him, a smile broke across Longyu's grotesque face, and he opened his mouth to emit a muted cry through the water. Kill! A dozen half-fishmen accelerated suddenly, darting beneath their foes in the blink of an eye. The two half-fishmen had been left on guard by Elder Yingguang, who had also sent them roasted meat. They seldom had the opportunity to feast on land creatures, as traversing the surface was cumbersome for them, making these animals difficult to capture. Thus, even an occasional taste was deemed a rare delicacy. Particularly, this roasted meat, charred on the outside yet tender within, with its salty flavor, was an extraordinary treat. However, when the roasted meat came into contact with water, it affected its texture and flavor, rendering it soggy and less appetizing. Consequently, they temporarily ceased their patrol, opting to ascend the shore to dine, with only their feet submerged in the water to sense any disturbances in the current, a skill honed through countless battles. Yet today, the delectable roasted meat overwhelmed their senses, causing them to salivate uncontrollably, distracting them to the extent that they forgot their duties. When they suddenly sensed a change in the water's flow, Longyu had already led his kin to their very feet. The two half-fishmen immediately discarded their meat and seized their nearby harpoons, plunging into the water. Chapter 80. Infiltration. The two half-fishmen sentinels were caught off guard by the ambush. They were accustomed to being the ones launching surprise attacks. Under the leadership of their chieftain, even the royal lineage could be toppled, and they had long since dominated the forest, with no one daring to provoke them. Thus, the sentinels did not immediately choose to flee the shore. Instead, they prepared to eliminate the intruding foeda in their eyes. This ragtag band of feeble half-fishmen posed no threat. They were seasoned warriors forged in the crucible of battle, strong and experienced. As long as they plunged into the water, they could unleash their full potential and annihilate these half-fishmen. However, their calculations were flawed this time. Seizing the opportunity, Longyu lunged fiercely with his harpoon at one of the enemies. One of the half-fishman's sentinels, still partially out of the water and sluggish in his movements, hastily raised his harpoon to block, managing to deflect Longyu's strike. However, the formidable Wolf Fong exerted tremendous strength, forcefully pushing the enemy along with their weapon into the riverbed. The other tribespeople immediately began to assault the enemy with reckless abandon. Within mere seconds, the enemy bore a multitude of wounds, with a particularly lethal strike to the throat claiming his life. Meanwhile, another merman had swum to a distance, vigilantly observing Wolf Fong and his compatriots. After a few tense moments of confrontation, the merman let out a blood-curdling howl, a sound reminiscent of both ape and wolf, reverberating through the nearby tribe. Instantly, the Little Sun tribe erupted into a cacophony, as flames flickered to life, indicating that the tribe's inhabitants had been roused from their slumber. Concurrently, from the dense grass by the riverbank, heads began to surface, converging towards this location. Although they remained hidden in the middle of the river, having failed to detect the infiltrating Wolf Fong and his companions, they unwittingly formed a surrounding encirclement. The merman sentinels of the Silver Moon tribe cast triumphant glances at the leading Wolf Fong, eager to witness the fear of being besieged etched upon his face. Yet, all that adorned Wolf Fong's visage was his customary blankness, with only a glint of ferocity evident in his eyes. Ignoring the encroaching adversaries, Wolf Fong let out a fierce roar and charged towards the merman sentinel. After exchanging glances, his fellow tribespeople followed suit, shouting in defiance. "Damn it! Let us fight. The merman sentinel found himself swiftly cornered, attempting to intimidate the less combat-ready merman with his display of strength. However, under Wolf Fong's leadership, the merman fought with reckless abandon, refusing to retreat even when injured, instilling a profound terror within the sentinel. The dynamics of power between the strong and the weak had irrevocably shifted. In the mountainous forest, Xiang Xinghe paused, breathless, having heard the earlier howl and roar. Had the merman already engaged the enemy? At this moment, Xiang Xinghe had scaled the mountain's peak, arriving at the edge closest to the Little Sun tribe, where he spotted the flickering bonfire of the tribe. We must hurry. The mermen have been discovered. I wonder how long they can hold out. All right, I shall lead the way. Stone hoisted Xiang Jiaojiao onto his shoulder, enabling her to illuminate the path with the flame she held, while he strode forward like a bulldozer, striding towards the Little Sun tribe. His powerful legs effortlessly tore through the underbrush that obstructed their passage, significantly accelerating the hunting party's pace. Minutes later, they reached the vicinity of the Little Sun tribe's encampment, where a dense circle of interwoven bamboo fences surrounded the area. These bamboo poles, bound with bark ropes, had been sharpened to points, making them difficult to scale. The encampment featured only a single grand entrance, flanked by two bonfires that would easily illuminate anyone approaching, rendering stealth nearly impossible. It seemed the only option was to carve a path through the bamboo fence. Wait. Just then, a sudden commotion of footsteps erupted from within the Little Sun tribe. Xiang Xinghe quickly gestured for everyone to conceal themselves within a thicket. They observed as dozens of individuals from the Little Sun tribe rushed out, among whom only a few wielded knife-like weapons, while the rest carried clubs and bamboo spears. The leader of the group appeared to have his hair styled in a bun, reminiscent of traditional Japanese hairstyles. However, the darkness made Xiang Xinghe uncertain. However, it is certain that the Little Sun tribe's encampment is currently lacking in manpower. Once that group of individuals has distanced themselves, Xiang Xinghe turned to Ashu and spoke softly. Ashu, remove a section of the fence. Let us sneak in. All right. Ashu immediately crept up to the fence, drawing out a large knife, effortlessly severing the bark ropes that bound the bamboo together. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully yanked the bamboo stake from the ground. The bamboo was deeply embedded, yet Ashu's strength had significantly increased since becoming a demon hunter, and in no time, he extracted one stake, then proceeded to pull out another. After removing 5 stakes in succession, a gap appeared in the fence wide enough for a person to pass through with ease. Let us go. Xiang Xinghe led the others out from the thicket, entering the Little Sun tribe through the opening. This was a corner of the Little Sun tribe, a fair distance from the cluster of tents, surrounded by tall weeds, giving an impression of desolation. Brother, wait. Just as Xiang Xinghe moved forward, Xiang Jiaojiao suddenly tugged gently at his clothing. He halted, and in an instant, she dashed forward, swinging her knife toward an area not far from the gap. What is happening? The answer came almost immediately. From what appeared to be an uninhabited spot, a figure covered in black paint leaped out, about to scream. However, before he could utter a sound, Xiang Jiaojiao had already hurled a fiery projectile straight into his mouth. Searing his throat and rendering him mute, he writhed in agony on the ground, only able to emit low whimpers. Xiang Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson, seemingly taken aback by her own accuracy. Without hesitation, she thrust her knife into the heart of the black-faced man, swiftly ending his suffering. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, even more decisive than that of Shirtu and the others. Everyone stared at Xiang Jiaojiao in awe, as if witnessing a natural-born hunter and warrior. A thought suddenly crossed Xiang Xinghe's mind. It seems he can no longer take on kindergarten duties in the future. Quickly regaining his composure, Xiang Xinghe asked Xiang Jiaojiao, "How did you know someone was here?" She replied, "I saw it. The grass shifted when we entered." Her keen perception, surpassing even that of Shirtu and Ashu, left Xiang Xinghe marveling at her innate warrior instincts. He addressed the group, saying, "Jiaojiao performed excellently. Everyone must remain vigilant. Ichigaku Aikiru has already trained ninjas to lurk in the shadows. We must observe our surroundings carefully, and until we locate Shui Ruru's hiding place, we should avoid being discovered." Chapter 81. The waterhole gazing at the cluster of tents in the distance, Xiang Xinghe estimated that the tribe likely comprised 200 to 300 individuals. Discounting those who had ventured out, there should still be warriors within the tribe. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Xiang Jiaojiao and said, "Jiaojiao, with your acute senses, please keep watch for any enemies around us, particularly those hidden in the shadows." "All right." Xiang Jiaojiao beamed with delight at being assigned a task, proudly affirming her commitment. The distance is too great to discern the situation clearly. Let us venture inside to investigate. Ashu, you and your companions shall scout ahead. Very well. Ashu bent low and made his way towards the center of the camp, with the others trailing behind him in a single file. Before them lay a collection of tents, huddled closely together in concentric circles. However, the quality of these tents varied greatly. Those on the periphery were dilapidated, riddled with numerous holes allowing the wind to seep through, some even hastily constructed from branches and leaves. As one approached the inner sanctum, the tents became sturdier and more aesthetically pleasing, fashioned from fresh animal hides. At the heart of the tribe's encampment stood a tall thatched hut, encircled by a layer of animal skins for insulation, exuding an air of refinement, with light emanating from within. Xiang Xinghe refrained from recklessly entering the cluster of tents, as it would make them susceptible to detection, and the terrain within was intricate, shrouded in shadows. Who could tell where a hidden ninja might lie in wait? He whispered to Ashu, "Let us first search the perimeter before delving deeper." The Little Sun tribe's camp was extensive, with the central area dominated by the tents, while numerous other structures surrounded it, where it was possible that Shweruru and her companions might be held captive. Ashu nodded and stealthily approached the other buildings on the outskirts. The first structure was a bamboo hut, fully visible under the moonlight, revealing no guards in sight. As they drew near, Shurtu sniffed vigorously and remarked, "Chief, this is not the place. It reeks of herbs." Xiang Xinghe nodded, using his spear to pry open the door, only to discover a mound of medicinal materials stacked within, with countless reishi mushrooms and ginseng. How bountiful! Reluctantly, Xiang Xinghe closed the door and proceeded to the next location. Not far away, there was a pile of objects covered tightly with animal skins, next to which stood two burly primitives wielding weapons, pacing back and forth with long, blade-like instruments in their hands. Resembling samurai, Shurtu murmured, "They are guarding closely. That pile may very well contain what was taken from us today." Xiang Xinghe nodded and instructed, "Shurtu, Ashu, eliminate those two without causing a commotion." Understood. The Little Sun tribe's camp was overgrown with weeds, evidently neglected, providing Shurtu and Ashu the perfect opportunity to approach undetected. They crawled cautiously through the underbrush towards the two warriors, who remained oblivious to the impending danger, listlessly surveying their surroundings while yawning repeatedly. "Why did the chief assign us to guard these things? Those half-fish men can't possibly breach the camp." Indeed, half-fish men are only formidable in the water. Once on land, they are no more threatening than a wolf. Exactly, and Treeroot and his companions are lying in ambush along the riverbanks. So there is no way any half-fish men could sneak in. I believe the chief wishes us to be vigilant against those foreign tribesmen attempting to pilfer our goods. Are you referring to that man with the animal face and the one covered in vines? Indeed, those half-fish men, summoned by the chieftain for assistance, appear rather unkempt in both hands and feet. I suspect the chieftain wishes for us to remain vigilant against them. The battle has already commenced outside. They are unlikely to attempt theft, are they? Who knows? I wonder if those individuals have ventured out. Let us observe for now. At this moment, Ashu and Shurtu had ascended to within 10 meters of their location, eavesdropping on their conversation. Shurtu extended 3 fingers, capturing Ashu's attention. He curled his fingers one by one, mouthing the numbers 3, 2, 1. As he completed the count of 1, both surged forward, swiftly covering the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Alas, one warrior, upon noticing the approaching duo, barely uttered a sound before Shurtu cleaved his neck with a swift stroke, silencing him abruptly. Another warrior, having just turned his head, was met with Ashu's spear piercing his throat in the next instant. Thus, the two warriors were dispatched with remarkable efficiency. Shurtu discarded the lifeless bodies aside, scanning the vicinity for any additional threats. Once assured of their solitude, he gestured for Xiang Xinghe and the others to approach. With a swift motion, Xiang Xinghe removed the animal hide, revealing the very supplies they had been robbed of. In addition to various materials required for crafting the totemic pillars, there were also dozens of bamboo tubes filled with fine salt. Shurtu inquired, "Chieftain, what shall we do? Should we move these items out now?" Xiang Xinghe replied, "Rescuing the captives is paramount. We must first locate Shweruru and the others, and we can address the supplies afterward." Understood. The group continued their search around the perimeter, where the majority of the piles consisted of stones, herbs, and timber. Yet they had yet to find any trace of the abducted tribespeople. Damn it, where could they be hiding? As time passed, Xiang Xinghe grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he spotted what appeared to be a large pit ahead, and Xiang Jiaojiao tugged at his sleeve. "Elder brother, there is a foul odor coming from up ahead." Upon hearing this, Shurtu also sniffed the air and nodded. Indeed, it seems to be emanating from that pit. Sure too, go take a look, but proceed with caution. Understood. Sure too stealthily approached the large pit. Upon reaching its edge, he crouched down, peering into its depths, and then joyfully waved to Xiang Xinghe. Chieftain, it's them. Xiang Xinghe hurried over to the pit, only to discover it measured approximately 5 to 6 meters in width and 3 to 4 meters in depth, its opening covered by a wooden barrier. Peering through the gaps in the wood, he saw murky water rising to waist height, with half-fish men crammed together, huddled in the filthy water, many bearing wounds upon their bodies. One half-fish man, hearing the commotion outside, slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing figures, was engulfed by fear, curling up into the embrace of a companion. However, after a moment of scrutiny, he erupted in joyous exclamation, "Chieftain, Commander Feng!" The other mermen were roused by his voice, and upon gazing outside, they indeed beheld the figures of Xiang Xinghe and Xiang Feng, who were greeted with joyous exclamations. "Chieftain, you have come to rescue us. Woo woo, it is unbearable. Chieftain, please help us escape." The mermen trapped in the water pit felt a surge of hope upon seeing Xiang Xinghe and Xiang Feng, and they clamored excitedly. Xiang Feng, in a hurried tone, admonished, "Hush, keep quiet, lest they overhear us. Do not utter a word." Chapter 82. Midnight Conspiracy. Xiang Feng, responsible for overseeing the mermen of their clan, held considerable esteem among them. The ruckus subsided as the mermen fell silent. Xiang Xinghe softly reassured the mermen, "Do not fret. We shall rescue you at once." He then gestured for the warriors to dismantle the wooden barrier and retrieved the previously used animal hides, slicing them into strips to fashion a makeshift rope, which was lowered for the mermen to grasp and climb up one by one. The pit's walls were slick, yet with the rope's aid, the mermen were swiftly hoisted to safety. However, 2 of the mermen, gravely injured, lacked the strength to grasp the rope. Thus, Xiang Xinghe secured one end of the rope to the waist of a lighter-weight warrior, while others lowered him down to retrieve the 2 mermen. Once they were secured, the group collectively exerted their strength to pull them up. Upon counting, the number of mermen matched that of their departure earlier that day, indicating that all the ordinary mermen were indeed present. Yet, it was at this moment that Xiang Xinghe realized the absence of Shueruru. "Where is Shueruru?" he mused. Xiang Feng, also alarmed, urgently seized one merman and inquired, "Where is Commander Shui?" The merman replied, "Commander Shui was taken by those individuals to another location. She was not confined with UIT. Seems the chieftain of this tribe dispatched men to seize her and take her to his dwelling." Damn it! Xiang Xinghe instantly envisioned a dire outcome. Xiang Feng, equally anxious, suppressed his fury and implored Xiang Xinghe, "Chieftain, we must swiftly rescue Commander Shui. If we delay, she may be in grave peril." Xiang Xinghe nodded. "I share your urgency, yet acting recklessly could lead to our complete annihilation. Clearly, Shueruru has been captured within the thatched hut at the heart of the camp. It is impossible for us to traverse without alerting the tribe, inevitably resulting in a fierce battle. Even if we emerge victorious, how many of these frail clansmen would survive?" Xiang Feng surveyed the mermen. Each appeared utterly fatigued and weakened, their bodies marred with wounds. Should a confrontation arise, the hunting party's warriors would not fear their adversaries, yet they would struggle to safeguard the mermen, who could easily be slaughtered in the chaos. "What shall we do, chieftain?" Xiang Feng queried. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe replied, "Take them to the shore where we landed, allowing them to rest temporarily. We shall continue our search for Shueruru." Xiang Feng, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Chieftain, allow me to stay behind." Xiang Xinghe gazed into Xiang Feng's eyes and spoke, "You must understand that you are in the role of a leader. Only you are suited to guide these feeble companions back to safety. Ashu and Shurtu are not capable of this task. Therefore, temper your personal desires for the greater good. The lives of these tribes people rest upon your shoulders. As for Shueruru, entrust her to me. I shall undoubtedly locate her and bring her back." Xiang Feng clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well, chieftain. I concede that I have been too self-centered. Rest assured, I will ensure their safe return." Excellent. With that, Xiang Xinghe led the hunting team to escort the half-merfolk back along their original path, escaping from the bamboo enclosure of the Little Sun tribe. He watched Xiang Feng and the half-merfolk venture into the forest. He finally felt at ease and turned back with the hunting team to the Little Sun tribe. Addressing the warriors of the hunting team earnestly, he declared, "We can no longer afford to waste time. Our next course of action is to charge in and locate Shueruru, then swiftly bring her away from this place. Understood?" The warriors of the hunting team voiced no objections. Shurtu took the lead, charging straight into the cluster of tents, heading resolutely towards the central thatched cottage. Meanwhile, within a relatively spacious yet dilapidated tent, A group of individuals huddled together, listening intently to the speech of a young man at the center. His voice, rich and resonant, unfolded slowly. Today, as we gather here at the risk of our lives, I trust many of you have made your choice. Ever since the chieftain renamed himself Chigu Yichiru, his temperament has grown increasingly radical and self-serving. He no longer regards us as kin, but treats us like mere animals. The women of our tribe are objectified, allowed to be used at his whim, while we are denied the pursuit of our own love, forced instead to witness him employ coercive tactics against our women. Moreover, he has imposed numerous oppressive rules that stifle our very nature, such as prohibiting noise at night and forbidding us from standing while eating, rules that serve no real purpose. Even more egregiously, he has divided us, creating hierarchies within our ranks. Those elevated to the ranks of samurai and ninja have adopted his cruel disposition. They conspire with outsiders, granting them privileges far beyond those afforded to our own kin. Thus, I assert that he is unworthy of leading us, and those who follow him are equally unworthy of being called our kin. We are free individuals, and we should not be treated as swine or dogs. Indeed, why must we endure such abuse? My mother and sister have suffered at their hands, and now they seek to bully my younger sister. When I intervened, they even knocked out my front teeth. We must resist. We must make them aware of our strength. The crowd erupted in fervor, passionately denouncing the misdeeds of Chigu Yichiru and his minions. We must kill Chigu Yichiru. A voice emerged from the throng, plunging the assembly into sudden silence. After a prolonged pause, someone finally spoke, but he is quite formidable. They have witnessed Ichiro Chikoka's might firsthand. He is capable of cleaving a tree as thick as a thigh with a bamboo sword, and he can single-handedly vanquish over a dozen warriors. With such prowess, it is evident that these individuals are utterly incapable of overcoming Ichiro Chikoku. The mood among the crowd once again plummeted. At that moment, a young man in the center suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The attendees were bewildered by his mirth, uncertain of the cause of his amusement. The young man then remarked, "I find it amusing how fixated everyone is on this notion." Someone inquired, "What do you mean?" The young man responded with a smile, "Who says we must defeat them to escape their oppression? We can simply leave them behind, abandon our affiliation with the Little Sun tribe, and seek a new tribe with our kin." The crowd was struck with enlightenment, yet another voice emerged with a question. "But the surroundings are filled with Ichiro Chikoka's allies. No tribe would be willing to accept us." The young man, evidently confident, spoke slowly. "Have you forgotten? The King of Rivers has been spreading the word along the banks, inviting refugees to join them. We can align ourselves with them. But we have captured their kin and taken their possessions. That was Ichiro Chikoka's doing. What does it have to do with us? Furthermore, we shall present them with a grand gift. When we slip away, we will release the half-fish people and return the plundered goods to them. I'm certain that with these two offerings, they will be more than willing to welcome us." Chapter 83. An encounter, however. Such actions are perilous. What if we are pursued? And who knows if those half-fish people will express gratitude for our salvation? What if they turn their wrath upon us? Some individuals remained hesitant. The young man scoffed. "Ha, at this juncture, do you believe we still have the luxury of choice? Have you forgotten that the remnants of ninjas are scattered throughout our camp? Ichiro Chikoku may already be aware of our discussions here." "Huh, but why haven't they come in to seize us?" "That is because the half-fish peoples can have commenced an assault on the camp. Ichiro Chikoku has gone out to fight. Moreover, we are gathered here, and with so few ninjas, how would they dare provoke us? Yet, once they have vanquished the attacking half-fish or returned to the camp, our fate will not be favorable. Therefore, my friends, time is of the essence. If we hesitate further, we will forfeit even the chance to live as livestock as we once did, and death will be our fate." Despite the smile gracing his lips, the young man's words were chillingly grave. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the crowd lowered their heads, fervently weighing the pros and cons. T last, a youth, marked by numerous lash scars, rose to his feet and declared, "Damn it. Let us do it. Living as livestock is scarcely better than death. Let us fight for a chance at life for our parents, siblings, and ourselves. Indeed, whether we face death or not, what is there to fear? They have two hands, and we have two hands. Who is afraid of whom? For the sake of our loved ones, it is but a mere death. It is worth it." The emotions of the crowd surged, and without a moment's hesitation, they flocked towards the youth. "Yu Shang, we stand with you. What shall we do?" The youth replied with a smile, "Very well, let us not delay. You should immediately contact your closest family and friends, gather them together. First, we must root out those ninjas and eliminate them, then rescue the half-merman and escape into the mountains. Once we traverse the hills and reach the riverbank, we will find some floating logs to cling to, allowing them to ferry us across to the other side. At that point, we will have utterly liberated ourselves from Chi Gu Ilong. All right, let us proceed. Dio, we need to conceal our movements? The youth responded, no need. Chi Gu Ilong and his minions are currently engaged in battle outside. Most of those remaining in the camp are our own. We simply need to keep our voices low. However, we must first eliminate those ninjas, as they may report back, he added. Ladies and gentlemen, our success or failure hinges on this moment. Let us act, understood. The individuals within the tent were now filled with fervor, as they threw aside the animal hides concealing the tent's entrance and surged out in a single file. Outside the tent, the 5 ninjas who had been eavesdropping were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had already realized that many people had stealthily gathered in the youth's tent after Chi Gu Ilong's departure, and thus the scattered ninjas had quietly followed, hoping to discern their plot. However, to their astonishment, they overheard discussions of rebellion, with the conspirators planning to target the ninjas first. The ninjas instantly lost the courage to charge into the tent and apprehend the conspirators. Upon hearing that the individuals were about to emerge, the ninjas promptly scattered, fleeing towards the camp's entrance, for the battlefield outside seemed far safer than the camp. At that moment, a deep roar suddenly erupted from within the youth's tent. Do not let them escape. A throng of individuals surged from the surrounding tents, wielding makeshift weapons such as bone clubs and stones, easily concealable. The youth had anticipated this scenario and had prepared contingencies. As these individuals charged towards the 5 ninjas. Although the ninjas were agile and adept at hiding, once exposed to the collective gaze of the crowd, they were no different from ordinary beings, merely slightly more elusive, but certainly not capable of the miraculous feats depicted on television, such as earth-shifting or teleportation. When those inside the tent emerged, they too were taken aback by the scene, but quickly realized that the youth had not only rallied his own but had also garnered the support of other companions, significantly boosting their confidence as they joined the pursuit of the ninjas. Chaos erupted within the cluster of tents, a veritable tumult. That moment, Xiang Xinghe and his companions had just arrived at the edge of the tent cluster, preparing to charge in when such a turn of events startled him. One ninja, leveraging his nimbleness, broke free from the fray and dashed towards the tent cluster, heading directly towards the location of Xiang Xinghe and the warriors, though he remained oblivious to the hidden figures lurking in the shadows. Stone, somewhat dazed, inquired, Chieftain, what should we do? Xiang Xinghe declared, no matter. Let us first slay the ninja. Agreed. As the ninja was on the verge of bursting forth from the encampment, he could not help but feel a sense of exhilaration, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. With a triumphant twist of his head, he glanced back to see a group of individuals frantically pursuing him, intensifying the thrill within him, prompting him to make a mocking face in their direction. Just then, a sudden rush of wind surged from ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, the ninja executed a swift roll to the side. The spear whizzed past him, grazing his body and splattering blood, yet miraculously, it did not inflict a fatal wound. Surprised by the unexpected miss, the assailant, Shi Tu, found it astonishing that this seemingly unremarkable opponent had deftly evaded his strike, despite not having exerted his full strength. Nicely dodged. But let's see if you can escape again, Shi Tu thought. His competitive spirit ignited as he lunged forward with his spear once more. At that moment, as the ninja landed from his roll, he caught sight of his attacker, a formidable, burly man whose very presence instilled a sense of dread. Moreover, the ninja was still recovering and found it difficult to move swiftly again. The brute's assault was imminent. Gritting his teeth, the ninja lashed out with his arm to collide with the spear. With a sickening squelch, the spear pierced through his arm, yet he harnessed the recoil to evade a potentially lethal blow. Shifting a considerable distance away, the clan leader had instructed them. A ninja must endure what others cannot, achieving feats beyond the reach of the ordinary to survive and vanquish foes. At that moment, he felt he had grasped the essence of being a ninja, believing he would emerge as a stronger individual, realization that filled him with immense joy. However, in the next instant, the spear penetrated his skull. His eyes widened in shock, and he swiftly succumbed to the void, burdened by an overwhelming sense of regret. If only I had realized this sooner. Shi Tu extracted the spear from the ninja's head, shaking off the blood, and curiously remarked to Xiang Xinghe, Leader, why is this dark figure so peculiar? His strength is lacking, yet he proves difficult to eliminate. Xiang Xinghe chuckled. Merely a trick, yet our warriors are truly formidable. The warriors erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, those pursuing the ninja from within the tent cluster halted in their tracks, astonished by the spectacle before them. Chapter 84. Subjugation. The hunter's warriors laughed heartily, while not far off stood a group wielding crude weapons made of beast bones and stones, creating a rather bizarre tableau. This was largely because the apparent strength of these individuals seemed even inferior to that of the ninja. Despite their numbers, they lacked any significant intimidation, allowing the hunter's warriors to feel emboldened. Xiang Xinghe stepped forward, addressing the group. The ninja serves as the minion of Qi Gui Lang. Thus he is our adversary. I see you two have been in pursuit of him, which means the ninja is also your enemy. We share a common foe, therefore we ought to be allies, or at the very least, not enemies. As he delivered this convoluted message, the individuals before him stood in a state of bewilderment, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind Xiang Xinghe's words. Emerging from the surrounding tents were numerous individuals, their faces etched with terror, awakened by the cacophony of battle outside. The once steadfast rules that governed their lives could no longer contain their fear, and they instinctively gravitated towards the rebels of the Little Sun tribe. Xiang Xinghe did not intervene. Without true warriors among them, mere numbers would not translate into formidable strength. After a considerable interval, a young man stepped forth from the throng, parting the crowd as he advanced, a smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. You speak well. We share a common adversary, which means we are not enemies. Thus, we should engage in a meaningful conversation. I have not encountered you before. I presume you are not friends summoned by Chigu Yichiro, are you? Xiang Xinghe, scratching his nose, replied with a chuckle, haha, certainly not. We came on our own accord to rescue our companions. I trust you would not impede our efforts. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Are you from the River King's faction? Xiang Xinghe affirmed, indeed, we have our people outside. An elite squad of half-fish warriors, and it was they who lured Chigu Yichiro away. We infiltrated this place to rescue our kin and reclaim our supplies, and we just happened to cross paths with you. I imagine you are indeed the rebels, and you have chosen your moment wisely. Please, continue your endeavors. We shall not interfere. Xiang Xinghe had already discerned that these individuals were among those from the Little Sun tribe who had fallen on hard times. Their resolute attack on the ninjas further confirmed their identities. To his surprise, the young man walked directly towards him, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Woo-woo, my kin, how fortunate I am to see you." Xiang Xinghe stood there, bewildered, as did the other warriors, their eyes wide with confusion. When did my tribe gain such a multitude? How was I unaware of this? Xiang Xinghe questioned whether he had misheard. Yet, the young man continued earnestly, "Hero, you must rescue us. We have endured enough under Chigu Yichiro. He treats us as less than human, subjecting us to indignities. The renown and benevolence of the River King have long reached our ears. We have resolved to align ourselves with his banner. Our rebellion tonight is to rescue our half-fish brethren and to return the River King's supplies. We never anticipated your arrival. Please, take us with you. We know where Chigu Yichiro's treasures are hidden. We can gather them all as offerings to the River King." In essence, their message was clear. They had suffered under Chigu Yichiro for far too long and had already resolved to pledge allegiance to a worthy leader. At last, they had encountered allies. Xiang Xinghe, both amused and astounded, had not expected that the recent tactical maneuvers involving the half-fish warriors would yield such results. He pondered what Chigu Yichiro would think upon discovering that not a single tribesman remained in the camp. Xiang Xinghe laughed, "Haha, you are quite commendable, recognizing the need to abandon the shadows for the light. We are indeed from the River King tribe, and I have made a decision. If you are willing, you shall be my kin henceforth." The youth promptly took the lead and declared, "I am willing to join your ranks." Behind him, several clever members of his clan also expressed their eagerness to join Xiang Xinghe's tribe. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the number of citizens on Xiang Xinghe's attribute panel increased by over 20, and the count continued to rise. However, the loyalty of these individuals was notably low, hovering around 50, placing them in a state of potential rebellion at any moment. This was to be expected, as they were newly recruited and still unfamiliar with their surroundings. Once they were integrated into the tribe, their loyalty would gradually improve. Among them was a youth named Yueshing, possessing a high level of intelligence but a mere 20 points of loyalty. Indeed, the more intelligent individuals tend to harbor their own thoughts. Xiang Xinghe paid this little mind and smiled, saying, "You shall not regret your choice. I have a question for you. Have you seen a remarkably beautiful half-fish girl? She has been detained by Chigu Yichiro." Yueshing replied, "I am aware. I heard from my companions that she was taken to a thatched hut by the chieftain. She should still be inside." "Excellent. Let us go take a look. Once we rescue her, we shall depart." A flicker of urgency crossed the youth's eyes, but he quickly added, "Very well. I will lead the way. We must hasten, for Chigu Yichiro may return at any moment." The youth hurried towards the center of the camp, parting the crowd as he passed. Shirtu quietly inquired of Xiang Xinghe, "Chieftain, shall we follow?" Xiang Xinghe nodded and instructed, "Let us proceed, and ensure the brethren stay close together. We must not disperse." With that, Xiang Xinghe took the lead, closely followed by Xiang Jiao, with the other warriors swiftly trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the encampment, where a courtyard stood apart from the surrounding tents. The courtyard was adorned with plum blossoms, orchids, and slender bamboo, exuding an air of simplicity and elegance. At the center of the courtyard lay 5 thatched huts, the largest of which had previously emitted light, though it had now dimmed, leaving the interior enveloped in silence. The youth informed Xiang Xinghe, "All these huts belong solely to Chiguyichiro. He uses the largest one as a reception room for visitors from other tribes. The one at the back serves as his bedroom. The one to the right is his armory, housing the bamboo swords he crafts, while the left one serves as a storeroom for his prized possessions. The smallest hut is designated as a prison, where he punishes errant tribesmen, and it is rumored to be quite fearsome." At that moment, Xiang Jiao tugged at Xiang Xinghe's garment, pointing toward the previously illuminated thatched hut, and remarked, "Elder brother, there is a foul odor emanating from within, akin to that of a wild beast." Xiang Xinghe nodded and quietly asked the youth, "Who is inside?" The youth replied, "I do not know." As soon as darkness fell, Chiguyichiro ordered us back to our tents and forbade us from stepping outside. Thus I am unaware of the circumstances within, and no useful information had been gleaned. Xiang Xinghe nodded and subsequently whispered to Shirtu, "Lead the warriors to surround them, secure the windows and doors, and then launch an assault." Understood. Chapter 85. The half-orc. The warriors of the hunting party had collaborated for an extended period, understanding each other's intentions with merely a glance. They immediately dispersed, with 3 guarding the windows and 5 stationed at the door. The thatched hut remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Shirtu plucked a plum tree branch, holding it firmly in his hand, and exchanged a knowing glance with Ashu. Ashu comprehended Shida's intent, knocked an arrow, and then forcefully kicked open the door of the thatched hut. Shirtu swiftly hurled the plum branch inside. Thud! In the next moment, the branch was snapped in two, emitting a dull thud. Without hesitation, Ashu drew his bowstring taut and shot an arrow fiercely into the interior. A pained howl erupted from within the hut, and several agile figures suddenly burst forth from the shadows, lunging towards Ashu, who stood with bow in hand. Ashu instinctively retreated, while Shirtu thrust his spear forward. The foremost assailant reacted swiftly, reaching for the spear with both hands. Clang! Sparks flew as the attacker was illuminated, revealing a humanoid creature with a beastly visage, its body covered in gray fur. A half-orc? The leading half-orc was sent flying by Shidu's spear, yet the subsequent half-orc charged at Shirtu, knocking him to the ground, its gaping maw and sharp claws relentlessly clawing at Shidu's neck. Shirtu fell to the earth, relinquishing his spear, and waved his arms to deflect the half-orc's assault. That moment, a third half-orc barreled out, and Ashu had already discarded his bow, drawing a long knife to confront it head-on. This half-orc was significantly larger than the previous two, nearly matching Ashu's height, its body glistening with sleek black fur, its claws a dark brown, extending over 20 centimeters, swiping at Ashu's blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded once more. This half-orc possessed immense strength, forcing Ashu back several steps. Its audacity swelled, and with a fierce roar, it lunged aggressively at Ashu. The half-orc that had been toppled by Shirtu now regained its footing, intent on joining the fray against Ashu. Xiang Xinghe promptly commanded, "Intercept it." 2 warriors encircling the entrance swiftly charged forward, brandishing their spears in attack. The half-orc was instantly preoccupied, struggling to defend itself. The remaining warriors stood their ground, spears pointed toward the entrance, awaiting Xiang Xinghe's directive. "Are there any more?" Xiang Xinghe pondered, deliberating whether to commit the remaining warriors to battle to swiftly eliminate the 3 half-dash orcs. At that moment, the 2 warriors were pressing down on the first half-orc, which had already suffered several claw breaks from Shitu's spear. Blood flowed profusely from its palms. Under the relentless assault of the 2 warriors, it could only howl in a mix of rage and humiliation. Evading strikes but unable to flee, for several warriors remained steadfastly focused on it, their predatory gazes instilling terror, as if any attempt to escape would result in a swift and brutal demise at their hands. After being ambushed and knocked down, Shirtu has now regained the upper hand. With his long and powerful arms, he grips the half-orc by its neck, preventing it from reaching his vital points. The half-orc's jagged maw, lined with sharp teeth, is unable to gnaw at him, and its flailing claws only manage to leave a few shallow cuts on his arms. Once steady on his feet, Shirtu curls his legs and delivers a swift kick, sending the half-orc flying. "Damn, it reeks." Disgusted, Shirtu shakes off the spittle left by the half-orc, draws his long blade, and charges at the half-orc, rushing towards him once more. This time, the half-orc can only defend itself in haste. Sustaining new wounds with each clash, the Shu has also found his rhythm in the assault, beginning to utilize his innate ability. Surge. Accumulates energy received and generated. Exploding in a short time. The Shu shifts to a defensive stance, passively absorbing the attacks from the black-furred half-orc. Ha! Thought you were formidable. Huh? Just a bit bulkier. That's all. Its flesh must be delectable. Once I take it down, I'll carve it up and roast it. The black-furred half-orc revels in its thoughts, intensifying its attacks, yet it fails to notice that each strike causes waves of energy to seep into a Shu's body, gradually enveloping him in a blue luminescence. Huh? What is this? When the black-furred half-orc finally perceives the increasingly radiant blue glow surrounding a Shu's eyes are filled with fury. Enjoyed yourself? Did you? Now it's my turn. Die. A Shu erupts in a surge of power, the blue light flooding into him, swiftly enhancing all his attributes as he thrusts his spear at the black-furred half-orc. The half-orc's pupils constrict in surprise, not expecting the enemy before it to suddenly accelerate. It hastily reaches for the spear. But this time, it is different. A Shu does not falter. Instead, the spear cleaves through the half-orc's claws, piercing into its arm and emerging from its shoulder. The black-furred half-orc lets out a chilling howl, its other claw lunging towards a Shu's head. A Shu clenches his left hand into a fist and strikes fiercely at the half-orc's paw. Bang! The half-orc's claw is shattered, its body pushed back several steps, and the spear, still embedded, causes it to cry out in agony as it stumbles. A Shu shakes off the bloodied hand and scoffs. Ha! Those teeth are quite sturdy. At that moment, a Shu appears terrifyingly formidable in the eyes of the black-furred half-orc. It hastily shouts, Elder Lu Tong, Elder Inu, what are you waiting for? Did you think you could escape once I'm dead? As the black-furred half-orc speaks, it retreats towards the thatched hut, with the other two half-orcs attempting to disengage from the fray and converge towards it. The half-orc battling Shirtu hurriedly pivots, trying to flee, but Shirtu swiftly kicks the tail end of the spear lodged at his feet, driving it straight into the half-orc elegy. It collapses to the ground, and Shirtu charges forward, delivering a decisive blow to its head before it can rise. Another gray-furred half-orc, witnessing the demise of his companion, was momentarily paralyzed by fear, his movements faltering. He was swiftly pierced in the abdomen by a warrior's spear, his body stiffening in agony. Seizing the opportunity, another warrior drove a spear into his neck, ensuring his demise. Outside the thatched hut, only a black-furred half-orc remained, missing an arm. Upon seeing his kin fall, he let out a mournful wail. Facing the interior and cursing, Elder Silvermoon, Elder Greenvine, you two old fools, why do you not emerge? If you do not show yourselves soon, I shall be lost. At last, a sigh echoed from within. Alas, young Master Sharpfang, you have long been a tyrant atop Black Moon Mountain. Why do you appear so feeble today? Cannot you handle your foes alone? A humanoid creature, entwined with vines, emerged from the thatched dwelling, flanked by two smaller tree spirits. Upon seeing the bloodied black-furred half-orc, Elder Greenvine's pupils constricted, and he became earnest, calling into the hut, Elder Silvermoon, come forth. It seems we must confront our adversaries together. Chapter 86. Deception in Warfare. Cough, young Master Sharpfang. Elder Greenvine, why involve me in the land battle? We excel in the waters. Cannot you handle the foes yourselves? Let us hold our ground until Ikaru Chigu returns, and they shall be trapped on a half-fishman, clutching a harpoon, limped out from the hut, standing behind the tree spirits, accompanied by two capable half-fishmen who bore no resemblance to those from the Xinghe tribe. Even on land, though less agile than in water, they exuded an aura of ferocity, true warriors indeed. Gather around. Xiang Xinghe regarded the peculiar beings emerging and gradually adopted a serious demeanor, comprehending that another fierce battle awaited. He promptly summoned his warriors. They assembled before Xiang Xinghe, with Shirtu and a Shu at the forefront, confronting these strange figures. The elder half-fishman glanced around before hiding behind the tree spirit and addressed Xiang Xinghe. I presume you are subordinates of the River King. I am Elder Silvermoon, a relative of your chieftain. You have come to rescue your kin captured by Ikaru Chigu, I assume. Ha, indeed, a hero, managing to quietly infiltrate the camp. Since you serve the River King and are of the same kin, I am Kiki, the uncle of your chieftain's daughter. I have brought friends from my tribe to apply pressure on Ikaru Chigu to release Kiki. Unexpectedly, I encountered you. Fear not, although you have slain young Master Sharpfang's subordinates, it was done unknowingly. I shall bear this for you. Let us pretend tonight's events never transpired. You must leave swiftly. Ikiru Chigu may return shortly. The black-furred half-orc, gazing at the lifeless forms of his two comrades, gritted his teeth, revealing a deep-seated hatred, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Xiang Xinghe, uncertain of these newcomers' origins, found himself momentarily perplexed. Elder Silvermoon was also taking a gamble. He firmly believed that it was Shui Ruru's father who had sent these warriors to rescue her. He intended to exploit the information disparity to deceive Xiang Xinghe, and subsequently join forces with Chigu Ikiru to devise a strategy for revenge. At that moment, a young man approached Xiang Xinghe and whispered, "He is deceiving you. They are allies of Chigu Ikiru and share a strong bond. Chigu Ikiru has invited them numerous times." Xiang Xinghe maintained a facade of composure, smiling at the merman and saying, "Ah, it turns out you are a senior. How unfortunate that we have inadvertently harmed one of our own. I kindly ask you to assist us in conveying our apologies to the young master of Sharp Fangs." Elder Silvermoon, now eager for Xiang Xinghe and his companions to leave swiftly, readily agreed, "Of course, I have an excellent relationship with the Black Moon tribe. They will certainly heed my words." Xiang Xinghe's expression brightened with gratitude as he replied, "I am immensely grateful to you, Elder Silvermoon, have just joined the tribe of the River King and had not heard of you from the chieftain before, but upon meeting you today, I find you to be exceedingly amiable. I shall ensure the chieftain expresses his gratitude upon my return." Elder Silvermoon responded dismissively, "No need for formalities." Xiang Xinghe continued, "Elder Silvermoon, since we are here, why don't you take your leave first? We need to search for the chieftain's daughter and must rummage through these thatched huts, lest we frighten you." He gestured to clear a path for them. The warriors immediately dispersed to either side, creating an exit from the yard. Elder Silvermoon's countenance brightened. Leaving was the best outcome, and after reuniting with Chigu Ikiru, he could turn the tables on these individuals. He smiled and said, "Very well, we shall take our leave now." With that, he led the two merman warriors behind him towards the exit. Elder Greenvine and young master of Sharp Fangs did not follow but stood at the entrance of the hut, anxiously observing the situation. The mermen moved at only half the speed of ordinary humans, and as they navigated the path cleared by the warriors, they appeared somewhat tense. However, they managed to leave without incident. Turning back, Elder Silvermoon was met with Xiang Xinghe's warm and disarming smile. He could not help but exclaim with satisfaction, "Young people are truly easy to deceive." Upon witnessing Elder Silvermoon's successful departure, Elder Greenvine and young master of Sharp Fangs sighed in relief and proceeded towards the exit. As they stepped between the warriors, Xiang Xinghe abruptly retracted his smile and shouted, "Kill them!" The surrounding warriors sprang into action, swiftly surrounding Elder Greenvine, his two subordinates, and the black-haired half-orc, their spears thrusting towards them in unison. The black-haired half-orc, having faced adversity, was the first to react. He immediately shoved aside the spears aimed at him and charged frantically towards the exit. His strength was formidable, and the warriors struggled to withstand his onslaught. That moment, Shurtu revealed a sinister grin, seizing his tail and yanking him into the fray. Elder Greenvine and his subordinates, having sustained multiple puncture wounds, finally realized they had been deceived. Vines immediately extended from their bodies, transforming into long whips that lashed out at their assailants. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Silvermoon lost his earlier air of triumph and shouted, "We must flee!" Upon uttering those words, he dashed out of the camp alongside two half-fish men, casting not a single glance at the besieged Elder Greenvine and the young Master Silvermoon. At that moment, the youth bellowed, "Stop those half-fish men!" The traders from the Chigui Lang tribe happened to be trailing behind Xiang Xinghe and his companions, promptly raising their various weapons against the half-fish men. Elder Silvermoon, infuriated, exclaimed, "Damn it! How dare you deceive me?" Thus, a fierce battle commenced. Xiang Xinghe had never entertained the notion of allowing any of them to escape. It was absurd to think that anyone invited to the tribe by Chigui Lang could be virtuous. After having slain two of their own, would they not seek vengeance? Xiang Xinghe merely observed that their collective strength was formidable, prompting him to devise a strategy to disperse them and eliminate them one by one. The aged half-fish man indeed fell for the ruse, considerably hastening Xiang Xinghe's efforts to eradicate them. Although the Treants possessed tough, rapidly regenerating skin, with their extending vines as resilient as iron whips, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants. Several warriors seized the vines while others relentlessly thrust their spears and slashed with their blades. Iron weapons proved far sturdier than the trench branches. Before long, these Treants were reduced to mere husks, devoid of any intact vines, oozing green liquid profusely. The black-haired half-orc was also dragged to the ground and mercilessly beaten, his form no longer recognizable. Due to the gruesome scene, Xiang Xinghe instructed Xiang Jiao to cover her eyes, forbidding her from looking. Though she complied outwardly, her fingers left a gap through which she curiously peered. Soon, the 4 foreign creatures were utterly slain. At that moment, the 3 half-fish men, besieged by the rebels, bore numerous wounds, and beside them lay 3 corpses, their recent victims. Upon witnessing the death of his comrades, Xiang Xinghe's gaze turned icy as he commanded the hunters. Eliminate them. Chapter 87. The Gate. Elder Silverlight, previously miswritten as Elder Silver Moon. My apologies for the oversight. It is inconsequential, was engulfed in panic upon seeing the deaths of young Master Sharpfang and Elder Greenvine. He hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, spare me, let us go. I am of the same kin as your chieftain, once even brothers. If you release me, he will not hold it against you." Xiang Xinghe's only response was a terse attack. The warriors surged forward towards the 3 half-fish men. Elder Silverlight, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Damn it! If we are given no chance to live, then we shall fight to the death. Charge, children!" 2 skilled half-fish warriors surged forward, emboldened by his words, roaring as they charged at the hunters. The surrounding primitive tribesmen were momentarily daunted by the dying half-fish warriors' counterattack, instinctively parting to the sides. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Silverlight turned and fled, making his way beyond the crowd. From somewhere, he produced a piece of ancient tree bark inscribed with strange characters. Elder Ingguang exerted a fierce grip, causing the bark to shatter instantaneously. The fragments transformed into a gentle breeze, swirling around Elder Inue, significantly accelerating his speed, akin to a motorcycle dashing forward. As he ran, he silently vowed, "I shall avenge you, my children. Cursed be it." Xiang Xinghe had not anticipated that Elder Ingguang possessed a means of rapid acceleration. Allowing him to flee would pose a grave threat. At that moment, Yusheng suddenly cried out, "Shut the main gate." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the guards stationed at either side of the camp's entrance forcefully closed the gate, reinforcing it with hefty wooden stakes. Just then, Elder Ingguang reached the gate, his hair and beard wildly disheveled, furiously shouting at the guards nearby, "Open the gate!" The guards surrounding the entrance merely brandished their clubs, trembling in fear but resolutely ignoring his commands. Enraged, Elder Ingguang seized a harpoon and charged at them, employing ruthless tactics and remarkable speed to eliminate 4 or 5 guards at the entrance. He then began to push against the wooden stakes with all his might, attempting to pry open the gate, but his strength proved inadequate, leading him to cry out in desperation. Meanwhile, the warriors had already dispatched 2.5 merman soldiers and were hastening toward the gate. At this point, Elder Ingguang was engulfed in utter despair, pacing back and forth at the gate. Yet the towering bamboo fence and the closed gate obstructed his escape as he witnessed the hunter's warriors approaching. He hastily discarded his harpoon, fell to his knees, and wept bitterly, "I surrender. Spare my life. You may take me back to your tribe to meet your chieftain. I am an elder of the Silver Moon tribe, and I can be exchanged for a wealth of resources." The hunter's warriors encircled Elder Ingguang, awaiting Xiang Xinghe's command. Xiang Xinghe soon arrived, bellowing, "After slaying so many of my kin, you seek to surrender. Such a fortune does not exist. This is but a feigned capitulation. Kill him." As his words echoed, a stone spear pierced Elder Ingguang's neck, swiftly withdrawn, blood gushing forth. Elder Ingguang widened his eyes, clutching the wound on his neck, collapsing to the ground, convulsing momentarily before succumbing to death. Xiang Xinghe surveyed his surroundings, noting the grateful gazes directed at him, their loyalty elevated slightly. After all, Elder Ingguang and his subordinates had slain numerous friends and relatives, and Xiang Xinghe's order to execute him provided some solace, enhancing their allegiance to this newly joined tribe. Yusheng's loyalty similarly increased, albeit only to 30 points, remaining in a state of ambivalence. This lad possesses considerable cunning. He shall be gradually won over. After the demise of Elder Ingguang, Xiang Xinghe turned to Xiang Jiao and remarked. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from outside the gate. "Why is the gate closed? The chieftain has returned. Quickly, open the gate. What has transpired within the tribe? Open the gate, do you hear? What was that sound just now?" The rebels of the Little Sun tribe were instantly thrown into a state of panic, for they still harbored a deep-seated fear of Ichikawa Aikiru. What should we do? Could Ichikawa Aikiru take our lives? Having slain his ally, there was surely no good fortune awaiting you at that moment. Yusheng stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, do not be alarmed. We are now part of the River King tribe. He will protect us. The warriors are here, and we shall not be abandoned." What is there to fear? The crowd then settled, gazing expectantly at Xiang Xinghe, attempting to provoke me. How tiresome clever individuals can be. Though Xiang Xinghe had never contemplated abandoning these people, as the Star River tribe needed to expand its population, their inclusion was a boon. However, being coerced into offering protection was somewhat uncomfortable. With a smile, Xiang Xinghe replied, "That is only natural, yet I cannot ascertain your loyalty. The warriors are weary and require your support for a while, allowing them to rest. Afterward, we shall annihilate Ichikawa Aikiru and his minions, and together we will return to the tribe. What say you?" The expressions of those around him shifted to alarm. Confront Ichikawa Aikiru and his subordinates? How could that even be possible? In their minds, they had always been the ones bullied by those individuals. How could they possibly defeat them? Yu Sheng, too, was taken aback, surprised that this seemingly benevolent figure would issue such a demand. Observing Xiang Xinghe's half-smiling visage, he quickly realized that his earlier words had irked him, as he needed to confirm whether these people were genuinely loyal to the River King. Gritting his teeth, Yu Sheng declared, "Since the warrior has spoken, we shall comply. What is there to fear? The warriors have fought valiantly for long. They truly need rest as long as we guard the main gates and prevent Ichikawa Aikiru from entering. Our numbers should suffice to hold out until the warriors are ready." Upon hearing Yu Sheng's words, the crowd steadied their nerves, coming to understand that no one would save them without reason. Their lives were now in the hands of others. Complaining was futile. They could only strive for their own survival. They were suddenly filled with a spirit of defiance, and the loyalty they had recently cultivated began to wane. Xiang Xinghe, observing Yu Sheng and the others, realized that his purpose in testing them had been achieved, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, everyone, relax. I was merely probing your resolve." Pausing for a moment, he continued earnestly, "Since you are willing to fight the enemy for us, we shall gladly risk our lives to protect you." Chapter 88. Archery. The sudden fluctuations in emotions left those around him wondering if they had misheard. Xiang Xinghe went on, "Since you are truly sincere in joining the Star River tribe, you are now one of us in our tribe. It has always been the warriors who fight first. Only when they have perished do the ordinary folk take their turn. Therefore, find safe places to take refuge." Ichiro Chigu was just outside the door. A confrontation was inevitable. "Leave it to us," he urged. "Everyone, wait until the battle concludes before emerging." Originally, Xiang Xinghe had intended to rescue the half-merman and Shuero, acquire supplies, and depart. However, with so many rebels from the Little Sun tribe joining the Xinghe tribe, their progress became hindered, making it increasingly likely that they would be pursued. The plan had changed. They had no choice but to engage in battle now and eliminate potential pursuers. Upon hearing this, those around felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. Their loyalty to the Xinghe tribe surged, surpassing previous levels. Most had their loyalty rise above 60, no longer in a state of imminent rebellion. Yu Sheng's loyalty also increased slightly, now standing at 35. The persuasion proved effective indeed. That moment, those outside the gate heard the commotion within and, peering through the gaps in the bamboo fence, spotted the multitude of figures within the camp. They realized that trouble had arisen and that an assault had already commenced. The sound of the gate being battered echoed ominously, creaking under the strain, clearly on the verge of collapse. Observing that the people around him remained still, Xiang Xinghe turned to Yu Sheng, saying, "What are you waiting for? If Ichiro Chigu and his men breach the door, we won't have time to look out for you. Hurry, take your people to a safe place." Yu Sheng immediately grasped the urgency of the situation and led his kin towards the cluster of tents. They had no choice but to rely on Xiang Xinghe and his companions. Should they falter in battle, the outcome would not bode well for them, and there were no alternative escape routes, only the uncertain fate of waiting for the battle's result. Thus, Yu Sheng resolved to seek refuge among the tents, providing them a hiding place while remaining close enough to assist in the fray at the entrance. Xiang Xinghe had initially contemplated sending Yu Sheng to find Shuero, but decided it was safer for her to remain where she was until he could retrieve her after the fighting concluded. Once Yu Sheng and his group departed, the entrance became more spacious. Aside from Xiang Xinghe, only 10 warriors and Xiang Jiao remained. With a grin, Xiang Xinghe declared, "We are about to face an enemy that outnumbers us several-fold. Are we afraid?" The warriors responded in unison, "Not afraid." Their voices resonated across the land, liberated from the necessity of stealth, allowing them to express their fervor openly. Even the enemies attempting to breach the door momentarily paused. Xiang Xinghe laughed heartily, "Excellent. Let us vanquish our foes and unleash our roar upon this land." He gestured to his bow and arrows, then extended his arms outward. The warriors comprehended his intent immediately. silently dispersing into a fan-shaped formation about 20 meters from the gate. They readied their bamboo bows, knocking arrows aimed at the entrance. With a resounding crash, the single door was forcefully thrown open, and a rotund figure surged through, followed closely by a throng of others. Armed with wooden spears, clubs, and other makeshift weapons, their faces betrayed fear. They were evidently the stronger members of the Little Sun tribe, not true warriors. Yet, the urgency of the moment left no room for hesitation. Should they breach the front lines, their formation would be compromised, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the Little Sun tribe's warriors and fighters. Now is not the time for mercy. Xiang Xinghe stood resolutely behind the warriors, shouting, "Shoot!" The soldiers immediately released their grip on the bowstrings, and the bamboo arrows whistled through the air. What is this? The newcomers were instantly pierced by several bamboo arrows, blood gushing forth rapidly. A few fell dead on the spot, while those who survived were rendered incapable of fighting, rolling aside and emitting agonizing wails. The enemy surged through the gates in dense waves, requiring no aim, simply drawing their bows and shooting. Almost every shot found its mark. Those who had rushed through the entrance were struck down before they could even reach the warriors, with a dozen already felled. Upon witnessing the horrific scene within, those outside hesitated to advance further. Xiang Xinghe called out, "Our only enemy is Chiguyichiro. The rest of you may leave now, we shall not trouble you." The people outside hesitated even more. Suddenly, shouts of abuse rang out from beyond the door. "Baga Yuru! What are you afraid of? Charge in now. Otherwise, we shall kill you." Amidst the curses, a few could no longer withstand the pressure and charged in, only to be met with a barrage of flying bamboo arrows, falling dead on the spot. The courage they had just mustered evaporated once again. Observing the futility of their efforts, the outsiders changed their strategy, shouting, "Do not only attack the main gate, dismantle the bamboo fence." Only then did they regain their courage, scattering to begin hacking away at the bamboo fence. Though they lacked sharp weapons, their sheer numbers allowed them to work swiftly. Xiang Xinghe furrowed his brow and shouted, "Shoot! Anyone who dismantles shall be shot." The soldiers, steeling their resolve, began to shoot arrows outward. Finally, after claiming another 10 lives, the intruders dared not advance any further, retreating to safe spots despite the ongoing shouts and abuse from outside. Chiguyichiro and his henchmen also abandoned their efforts to drive the others forward, cursing, "Baga Yuru! A bunch of worthless fools. We shall go in ourselves." At this moment, numerous gaps had appeared in the bamboo fence, through which over 20 warriors clad in makeshift leather armor, wielding bamboo swords, charged into the camp, shrieking as they approached the soldiers. Their physiques were clearly more robust than the ordinary men before, marking them as elite fighters, seemingly only slightly inferior to the warriors of the Xinghe tribe. Do not panic. Continue shooting. Ashu, Shirtu, switch to weapons. Long-range engagement is the safest strategy, and the other warriors continued to draw their bows, relentlessly targeting the advancing foes. Ashu and Shirtu, meanwhile, switched to long spears, preparing for close combat with these enemies. The charging warriors were more agile and cunning than the previous ordinary men, evading attacks. After 2 rounds of shooting, the soldiers had only managed to down 5 foes, with still a dozen closing within 10 meters. Change weapons, gather. The soldiers promptly discarded their bows in favor of long spears, converging towards Ashu and Shirtu. Within this brief span, Ashu and Shirtu had already begun to engage the foremost enemy. They swept their spears, forcing the warriors to dodge, buying time for their comrades to switch weapons. However, the warriors, having evaded the attack, immediately closed in on Ashu and Shirtu, bending low to deliver a vicious strike, their bamboo swords slashing towards their abdomens. As Shirtu and Ashu withdrew, the samurai continued to press forward relentlessly, striking one blow after another, affording no respite. Chapter 89. The tangle of combat. Damn it, the attacks from this group are exceedingly peculiar. 6 samurai coordinated their relentless assaults on Shirtu and Ashu, their strikes interweaving so seamlessly that the two had no opportunity to counter, compelled instead to retreat incessantly. The bamboo swords they wielded were crafted from several sturdy bamboo strips bound together, with the blades made of 2 thin bamboo pieces. Though lacking in hardness, their sharpness surpassed even that of iron blades. A mere graze could carve deep, bloody furrows into flesh. Clearly, these weapons were not designed for hunting, as their short length made it difficult to strike at swift, powerful animals, and the delicate blades were unlikely to pierce the tough hides of beasts, often becoming entangled in their fur. Thus, these bamboo swords were solely effective against the vulnerable skin of humans, indicating that their design was unambiguously intended for inflicting harm. Indeed, The Japanese are ruthless, fixated solely on dealing with their own kin. Through extraordinary reflexes and speed, Shirtu and Ashu evaded several attacks and returned to their ranks. The warriors behind them immediately thrust their spears towards the pursuing samurai. Faced with the sharp points of 7 or 8 spears, the samurai finally retreated, regrouping with their comrades to confront the hunter's warriors. Xiang Xinghe was somewhat astonished. Although the individual combat prowess of these samurai may not match that of the previous half-beasts, their coordination was impressive, and their aggressive tactics made them formidable opponents. It was evident that such a large tribe was not composed of ordinary individuals. The samurai were well-trained and disciplined. Thankfully, my warriors have also been engaged in continuous battles recently, developing a strong rapport. Otherwise, today, it would be uncertain whether we could prevail against them. Xiang Xinghe quickly counted and noted that there were still 16 samurai remaining, while Qi Gui Lang had yet to reveal himself, presumably lurking in the shadows outside the courtyard. Suddenly, Xiang Xinghe burst into laughter, activating his inspiring skill. "Ha, their chieftain dares not show his face. What a coward! A bear is only as fierce as its kin. Look at how they hesitate to advance despite their numbers. Defeating them is surely within our grasp." Upon hearing Xiang Xinghe's words, the warriors felt a significant reduction in tension and began to chuckle. The chieftain speaks the truth. They truly are cowards. The samurai, incensed by this proclamation, nonetheless found themselves grappling with a troubling thought. If the enemy commander appeared so feeble yet continued to direct the battle, why then did our own chieftain, so powerful, remain hidden outside the encampment? Hesitation took hold among the samurai as they exchanged glances, each fearing they might be sacrificed by their comrades should they advance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Xinghe called out, "Charge!" The warriors roared in response. "Follow me into battle!" Shirtu led the charge towards the samurai, with the warriors swiftly trailing behind. Although they were outnumbered, their audacity instilled a sense of trepidation among their foes. The warriors' legs trembled, not merely from fear but also from the oppressive might of Ichiro Chikyu, rendering them unable to retreat. The strongest among the warriors, seemingly their leader, swallowed hard and bellowed, "We are numerous and unafraid. Charge forth!" At last, the warriors regained a semblance of courage, howling as they surged towards the advancing fighters. Yet, the figure resembling their leader remained rooted to the spot, only following the throng once his companions had surged past him. In the very first moment of combat, Shirtu seized the advantage with his spear, thrusting towards the most robust warrior. However, this warrior was no novice. He sidestepped the attack and swiftly closed the distance, his bamboo sword concealed at his waist, poised for a sudden strike. This technique, imparted by the clan chief, was known as Iato. Concealed at the waist, the weapon could be drawn with ferocity upon nearing the foe, wielding immense power. In the hands of a master, it could even cleave a cow in two. He intended to close in on the tall adversary before unleashing his Iato to sever the enemy's neck. But his thoughts were swiftly shattered as Shitu's initial thrust missed. He transformed the attack into a sweeping motion, his spear striking the warrior's arm and causing him to stumble in that instant. A comrade of Shitu's thrust forward with a spear, aiming directly for the warrior's neck. The warrior had no choice but to execute his Iato, delivering a powerful slash that cleaved the approaching spear. Shirtu slightly retracted his spear and aimed another thrust at the warrior's abdomen. The warrior saw the strike coming. However, due to the momentum from his previous attack, evasion was now nearly impossible. Moreover, he thought that a wooden spear could scarcely gain speed at this range, incapable of inflicting fatal harm, especially since he was clad in leather armor, expecting only a momentary sting. Thus, the warrior resigned himself to endure the blow, planning to roll away and create space for his comrades to attack. In the next heartbeat, the warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at his abdomen, where he beheld the leather armor pierced through by the spear, blood slowly oozing forth. His body suddenly succumbed to weakness, impaled through and through. Behind him, a few black sparks at the spear's tip swiftly vanished as if they had never existed. Shirtu kicked the impaled warrior aside and advanced towards another foe. Meanwhile, the pierced warrior remained incredulous until his last breath. How could a spear penetrate leather armor at such a distance? Such occurrences were frequent amidst the fray, as the warriors underestimated the iron blades and the spears tipped with iron heads. These weapons had become akin to the teeth of carnivorous beasts, effortlessly breaching their thin leather armor. Consequently, during this initial clash, the warriors suffered devastating losses. 3 perished and 2 were gravely injured, while merely 2 hunters bore minor wounds, scratches on their arms, yet still capable of continuing the fight. At this juncture, the formations of both sides had become intermingled, grappling with one another. Following their earlier losses, the warriors grew increasingly cautious, no longer daring to absorb attacks but instead evading constantly. The oppressive aura they once exuded stemmed largely from their willingness to exchange wounds in close-quarters combat. With the ferocity of their ranks diminished, the warriors no longer seemed as fearsome, and the pressure on the hunters significantly lessened. Annihilating them was merely a matter of time. Thus, Xiang Xinghe refrained from hastily ordering his fighters to eliminate them within the immediate future. The enemy has no reinforcements left. It is best to proceed with caution, thereby minimizing the casualties among our warriors. It is essential to remember that each soldier is a precious asset to the tribe. If they can avoid injury, they should. Thus, beneath the moonlight at the Little Sun camp, the samurai and warriors became embroiled in a fierce struggle, with the samurai predominantly delivering blows. Xiang Xinghe and Xiang Jiaojiao crouched nearby, watching the battle with keen interest. A dark cloud slowly drifted from the distance, gradually enveloping the full moon, causing the moonlight to dim and surrounding them in darkness. Xiang Xinghe furrowed his brow, suddenly gripped by an uncomfortable sensation, as if something sinister was fixating upon him. "Be careful, big brother." Xiang Jiaojiao's youthful voice suddenly rang out beside him. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Clang! Xiang Xinghe felt a forceful shove from behind, followed by a rush of wind sweeping past his previous position, leaving him with a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. In the shadows lurked an aura of death. Xiang Xinghe was repeatedly shoved aside by feet or small hands, with gusts of air surging from the spots he had just vacated. Clearly, someone in the darkness was charging towards him with murderous intent, and Xiang Jiaojiao was shielding him. Xiang Xinghe began to contemplate what actions he could take, but ultimately decided that doing nothing might be the wisest course. Damn it! A low curse resonated through the darkness, and no longer was he tossed about like a sandbag. However, the sound of clashing metal grew increasingly rapid. Clang, clang, clang. It seemed as though someone was engaged in a swift duel. At last, the dark clouds drifted away, illuminating the camp. Xiang Xinghe finally discerned the scene unfolding before him. Before him stood a brooding man, wielding a long, narrow bamboo sword, relentlessly attacking Xiang Jiaojiao. The man's strikes were clean, swift, and precise, akin to lightning and shadowy waters, with an incessant barrage of blows targeting Xiang Jiaojiao from all angles, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that left Xiang Xinghe astonished. Meanwhile, Xiang Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson, her expression grave as she deftly wielded her iron sword to counter the man's relentless onslaught. Though petite, she fought with remarkable prowess, successfully parrying the tempest of strikes directed at her. Xiang Xinghe was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure. This must be Ichino's Aikiru. I never anticipated he would be this formidable. Compared to him, my own combat abilities seem utterly inadequate. Fortunately, Jiaojiao accompanied me today. Otherwise, I would have surely met my demise. Curse it! I have indeed underestimated the situation. Xiang Xinghe had not expected that a player could possess such combat prowess, capable of so thoroughly suppressing Jiaojiao. It was crucial to note that Xiang Jiaojiao had already attained the rank of Silver 9 stars in martial prowess, implying that Ichino's Aikiru must be at least of Silver 9 stars, or even Golden level strength. The player community is teeming with hidden talents. I must exercise greater caution in the future. Since Ichino's Aikiru seeks to take my life, there is no need to uphold any camaraderie as fellow players. I shall eliminate him without hesitation. Ichino's Aikiru had been lurking in the shadows. Observing the battle, upon recognizing Xiang Xinghe as the leader of the group, he deduced that eliminating him would render these warriors, despite their strength, leaderless and scattered, making them much easier to defeat. Thus, he awaited the opportune moment, poised to eliminate Xiang Xinghe as the clouds enveloped the moon and darkness descended. Shigu Yichiro recognized that the time had come. He surged forth from the entrance, deftly maneuvering around the fray of warriors and samurai, launching a thunderous strike aimed at Xiang Xinghe. What should have been a decisive blow was unexpectedly thwarted by a young girl. This girl possessed an extraordinary sense, enabling her to perceive his actions in the dark, pushing the target aside and preventing his assault. Shigu Yichiro's numerous attempts to strike the target were thwarted by the girl, inciting within him both immense fury and astonishment. It is worth noting that he was a scion of a ninja clan on Blue Star, having endured years of brutal training, which endowed him with the ability to navigate the shadows and formidable combat skills. The fact that this native girl, at such a tender age, possessed such innate talent filled him with envy. He resolved to eliminate the girl first, before turning his attention to the target. However, as the battle progressed, Shigu Yichiro grew increasingly alarmed. He discerned that this girl wielded strength far beyond that of an ordinary child and exhibited remarkable combat aptitude. Initially, her defenses against his attacks were clumsy, but as time passed, her movements became increasingly proficient, even mirroring some of his techniques, which deeply unsettled Shigu Yuichiro, fueling his murderous intent and intensifying his assaults. Such a prodigy should not be allowed to exist. She must perish. The samurai and warriors, seasoned hunters, had instinctively retreated to the flanks when the moon was obscured by clouds, avoiding harm to their comrades. Only Shirtu and Ashu seized the opportunity, leveraging their acute senses to eliminate 3 samurai in the darkness. The balance of power had now tipped in favor of the hunting party. Both sides were acutely aware of the unfolding scene surrounding Xiang Xinghe. The samurai, witnessing their leader joining the fray, were invigorated, their attacks becoming even more ferocious. Conversely, the hunters grew anxious. Only the young girl, Xiang Jiao, was protecting the leader, and if she were to be defeated, the leader would be in grave peril. At that moment, Ashu bellowed, "Do not lose focus. Quickly eradicate these foes, and then we shall assist the leader. If we falter and fall, those samurai will encircle the leader, sealing his fate." Yes, the warriors, with a renewed sense of purpose, intensified their assaults, engaging the samurai in a fierce exchange of injuries. Shirtu remained silent, his gaze fiercely determined, at the cost of a wound to his arm. He dispatched the samurai entangled with him using his spear, extricating himself from the melee, and called out to Ashu, "You lead the brothers in battle. I shall protect the leader." "Understood." Shirtu discarded his spear, brandishing an iron dagger as he charged at Shigu Yuichiro. While a spear was advantageous against numerous foes, a more agile blade was preferable for dealing with a formidable opponent. At that moment, Xiang Jiao was drenched in sweat. Despite her prodigious talent, her physique was still undeveloped, leaving her arms fatigued and her breath labored. Alas! In her moment of gasping for air, her strength waned, and she was staggered by a powerful blow from Shigu Yuichiro's sword. Ichiro Chigu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he brandished his bamboo sword, aiming a thrust at Jiang Jiao's neck. At that moment, Jiang Jiao had yet to stabilize her stance, rendering her immobile and filled with panic. Just then, a figure suddenly lunged in from the side, and Jiang Jiao felt a warm embrace envelop her, pulling her aside. Before she could even feel joy, she saw a spray of blood dance in the air. And the face of her rescuer turned ashen brother was none other than Xiang Xinghe, who, in a moment of peril, had shielded Jiang Jiao, evading Ichiro Chigu's lethal strike. However, his back was pierced by Ichiro Chigu's thrust, and under the force of inertia, half of his shoulder was laid bare, blood gushing forth, revealing his white bone in a harrowing sight. Jiang Xinghe, unaccustomed to such agony, was immediately drenched in sweat, his consciousness fading into oblivion. "Ha! Is he willing to sacrifice his life to save a native?" Ichiro Chigu scoffed, not pausing for a moment as he continued his assault on Jiang Xinghe. Chapter 91. Blood-soaked stone. Jiang Jiao, witnessing the incoming attack, hastily pushed Jiang Xinghe, attempting to propel him to safety. Yet, to her astonishment, Jiang Xinghe held on tightly, using his body as a shield for her. "Brother, you must flee. You will perish." Although Jiang Xinghe recognized that Jiang Jiao was merely a native, he still refused to abandon his protective instinct for her, perhaps out of kindness and a sense of duty, perhaps gratitude for her life-saving intervention, or perhaps due to the education he received on Blue Star that forbade such abandonment. Ultimately, many reasons converged into his resolute act of shielding the adorable young girl. Ichiro Chigu's gaze turned frigid. Foolish maternal compassion. Just as his blade was about to strike Jiang Xinghe, a thunderous roar erupted. "Get back!" A massive figure suddenly surged in from the side. Ichiro Chigu's eyes narrowed, his movements swift, as he aimed a blade at Jiang Xinghe's back. Just as he intended to delve deeper, the colossal figure had already reached him. Swinging a blade towards his arm, I said, "Get back!" Ichiro Chigu snorted coldly, abandoning his attack, drawing his long knife, and pushing it up to block the assailant's strike. Clang! Ichiro Chigu was forced back several paces, turning to see the newcomer, a fierce, muscular man with dark skin. The newcomer was none other than Shirtu, who, upon seeing Jiang Xinghe's severed shoulder and the near-fatal wound close to his heart, felt an overwhelming dread. Had he arrived any later, the chieftain would have been lost. Damn it! Shida's fury surged from deep within, and his body gradually emanated flickering black sparks that spread to the iron knife in his hand. Ichiro Chigu, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, a native with extraordinary abilities? I wonder what skill that is." How intriguing! At that moment, Shirtu had lunged forward, aiming a downward strike at Ichiro Chigu, who simultaneously swung his blade towards Shitu's neck, his longer weapon allowing him to strike first. However, to his astonishment, Shirtu did not evade. He raised one arm to shield his neck while the other continued to wield his blade, aiming it at Chi Gui Lang. Damn it, are the people of this tribe utterly reckless? Chi Gui Lang abandoned his assault, withdrawing his sword just in time to evade Shirtu's strike. Shirtu pressed on with relentless aggression, and a cruel glint flickered in Chi Gui Lang's eyes. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Chi Gui Lang steadied his breath, murmuring softly, flying sword style. In an instant, his ferocity dissipated, replaced by a calm yet piercing intensity. Shirtu's strike missed, and he swung his sword violently once more, the iron blade glimmering with dark sparks. Sensing the imminent danger from the iron sword through instinct, Chi Gui Lang chose not to confront it head-on but deftly sidestepped to evade the slash, swiftly launching a thunderous counterattack that struck Shirtu's chest. The bamboo sword moved with remarkable speed. Enhanced by its velocity, it transformed into a lethal weapon that effortlessly tore through the beast hide covering Shirtu's torso, cleaving into his flesh. With a sharp sound, the blade sliced through, pushing Shirtu back several paces, leaving two bloodied gashes the width of fingers across his chest, from which crimson liquid began to seep. Yet, Chi Gui Lang furrowed his brow in discontent. How could this be the extent of the damage? Previously, Chi Gui Lang had wielded Japanese swords, but upon arriving in this world, he lacked the skills to forge iron weapons and was left to seek alternatives. Fortunately, the vicinity of the tribe was adorned with a grove of bamboo, each stalk of which surpassed that of Blue Star in quality. Thus, Chi Gui Lang resolved to craft a sword from bamboo. His bamboo sword was a personal creation, fashioned from the sturdiest old bamboo in the grove, split into strips and soaked in oil for 3 days. Afterward, he meticulously polished each piece to ensure its resilience and sharpness could rival that of iron, finally binding them together with robust hemp rope. Ultimately, the quality of this weapon was on par with an ordinary Japanese sword from Blue Star. He had even used it to slice open the belly of a COW, by all accounts. His earlier strike should have penetrated Shirtu's skin, eviscerating him. Instead, it had merely grazed the surface, leaving him utterly astonished. Shirtu laughed heartily. "Ha, my skin is tougher than a cow's, come and try to cut me." This was the result of the iron-skinned fruit he had consumed, granting him the ability to withstand such an impact with minimal injury. Chi Gui Lang's expression darkened. Since one blow won't suffice, then let me deliver several. Without hesitation, he surged forward, unleashing a torrential onslaught upon Shirtu. Though Shirtu swung his sword in defense, his massive frame, while strong, lacked agility. His attempts to strike Chi Gui Lang, who danced around him with dexterity, only resulted in numerous cuts across his own body. Frustration overwhelmed Shirtu, as he could only endure the blows without retaliating, leaving him in a state of utter discomfort. Chi Gui Lang's attacks were relentless and unyielding. Even bolstered by the iron-skinned fruit, Shirtu could not withstand such an onslaught. It was not long before his body was marred with a multitude of wounds, nearly devoid of intact skin, and Chi Gui Lang's strikes repeatedly targeted the same spots, deepening the gashes to the point where white bone was nearly visible. The stone man had transformed into a bloodied figure, crimson fluid trickling down his forehead, obscuring his vision and rendering his sight blurred. Yet, he remained undaunted, instinctively wielding his blade, though he had lost all semblance of technique. Taking advantage of the opening, Ichiguchi Ikiru bent low to evade a strike, immediately executing a swift draw-and-cut technique. Bam! The stone man was sent hurtling back, his neck nearly severed, tilting to one side as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again, utterly devoid of combat capability, his fate uncertain. Ichiguchi Ikiru too took a few deep breaths, his arm trembling slightly. Although the stone man's attacks were slow, each strike bore immense weight, and the black flames licking the blade instilled a sense of peril. A single hit would result in grievous injury. Thus, he nimbly evaded the stone man's onslaught, though the rapid dodging had drained much of his stamina, and the blade of his bamboo sword had become dulled, stained crimson with blood. Sigh, what a hassle! It is a pity my clan lacks such formidable warriors. It seems we must intensify our training henceforth. And those traitors, how dare they conspire with outsiders in my absence? The audacity! All of this turmoil is the doing of that outsider. I suspect he must be a player, connected to the River King. I surmise it is that fellow named Xiang Xinghe. Since he dares to provoke me, he shall meet his end. Ichiguchi Ikiru advanced towards Xiang Xinghe, who was still sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless, while Xiang Jiao lay beneath him, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. As Ichiguchi Ikiru approached Xiang Xinghe, his gaze cold and unyielding, He raised his bamboo sword, at that moment. A surge of flames erupted from beneath Xiang Xinghe. Ichiguchi Ikira's eyes widened in alarm, and he hastily retreated. Boom. Chapter 92. Persuasion. Ichiguchi Ikiru was thrown backward by the sudden explosion. His innards vibrating violently, the searing air he had inhaled moments ago now wreaking havoc within him, causing immense discomfort. Gunpowder? Struggling against the pain, he managed to rise, eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld the source of the explosion. The previously unconscious little girl had somehow regained her footing, enveloped in a fiery aura. What audacity! She feigned unconsciousness. Devious. Ichiguchi Ikiru immediately realized that the explosion was somehow connected to this little girl. Xiang Jiao aided the charred Xiang Xinghe to his feet, rising from the flames, wielding a blade as she advanced step by step towards Ichiguchi Ikiru, her form surrounded by a radiant glow. The air thick with either the remnants of the explosion or the roar of some beast. Ichiguchi Ikiru's heart quaked. While he possessed confidence in facing ordinary foes, confronting those with supernatural abilities, especially those wielding area of effect powers, filled him with trepidation. Xiang Jiao stood protectively before Xiang Xinghe, arms outstretched, one hand gripping a sword, the other cradling flames, her fierce gaze fixated on Ichiguchi Ikiru, sending shivers down his spine. Ichiguchi Ikiru slowly retreated, calling out to the onlookers among his kin surrounding the camp. The invaders are on the brink of collapse, currently ensnared in our siege. Now, surge forth and assist us in vanquishing them, and I shall overlook tonight's events. Moreover, I shall grant you priority to become warriors. The ordinary tribesmen, previously intimidated by the bow and arrow, now realized that their enemies were gravely wounded, with only a frail-looking young girl and those engaged in combat with the warriors remaining. The battle had reached a stalemate, and the addition of new forces could easily determine the outcome of the conflict. They were all robust adult men, and if they united their strength, they could swiftly vanquish the intruders. Moreover, upon becoming warriors, they would enjoy better sustenance, more beautiful women, and would be spared from arduous labor. An allure that was simply irresistible to them. Some well-meaning individuals had already begun to stir, slowly making their way towards the camp. Yet the fiery young girl and the formidable warriors instilled a sense of trepidation, leaving them uncertain about whom to attack at that moment. Yushang emerged from the cluster of tents, calling out, "Dear uncles and brothers, cease your assistance to Ichiro Chigu. Have you forgotten how blissful we were before he divided us into different factions?" The approaching men halted, reflecting on the past. Indeed, while the chieftain had been rather mediocre, he had always treated them with kindness, leading the hunts and sharing food generously. He had mediated disputes among tribesmen, and life had been joyous. However, just days prior, the chieftain had abruptly changed, becoming cruel and stratifying the tribespeople into distinct classes. Since then, tensions within the tribe had escalated, with the chieftain not only failing to quell them but sometimes exacerbating the conflicts, leading to increasingly pronounced and sharp divisions. The hierarchy placed the chieftain at the apex, followed by the warriors, then the ninjas, and lastly, the common folk. Ultimately, only discord remained in the tribe, erasing the previous unity and camaraderie. As they recalled those times, these men longed for the simplicity of their former lives. Ichiro Chigu, enraged, shouted, "Don't heed his words. Our tribe has undeniably flourished under my leadership, and we have grown stronger. We are well fed, and no one dares to bully us. Our lives are far better than before. Are they not?" The tribesmen remained silent, offering no agreement. Yusheng scoffed, "Only you and your sycophants have benefited. We have nothing. The delectable food is not for us, and we bear the brunt of the tribe's labor. While we may not be oppressed by outsiders, we are subjected to your tyranny. You have long since become our adversaries." Awakening from their stupor, the tribesmen began to resonate with Yusheng's words, their ire now directed towards Ichiro Chigu. Just as Ichiro sought to retort, Yusheng continued, "Have you forgotten the canes that were lashed upon you, the refuse you were forced to consume, and the sisters who were bullied?" Instantly, the tribesmen were stirred from their slumber, the long-buried anger surging back into their hearts. They had harbored resentment towards Ichiro Chigu for quite some time, and now, sparked by Yusheng's words, they erupted in fury. Ichiro Chikudo was consumed by an overwhelming fury, incessantly making promises that he would never act in such a manner again, insisting that they all become warriors. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, inciting even greater rage within him. He unleashed a torrent of fierce rebukes upon the onlookers, which only served to deepen the cold disdain reflected in their eyes. At that moment, Xiang Jiao suddenly charged towards Ichiro, her gaze fixated on his head. The iron blade in her hand had been heated to a fiery red. sending waves of heat rippling through the air as it sliced through. Ichiro hastily raised his bamboo sword in defense. Bang! In the heat of the moment, he was forced several steps back by the sheer force of her strike, his bamboo sword severed at the tip. Without pausing, Xiang Jiaojiao continued her assault, her movements mirroring Ichiro's earlier technique used against the stone. This was a skill she had acquired while observing the earlier confrontation. Ichiro finally tasted the ferocity of his own swordsmanship, finding himself with little ability to retaliate, being pushed back repeatedly as the onlookers witnessed his vulnerability. They began to stir with eagerness. Yushang seized the opportunity, shouting, "Now is the time to bring down Ichiro Chikudo. Eliminate his minions first. This is our oath of allegiance to the new tribe. Those who take action shall be absolved of their past transgressions." Leading the charge with his followers, he initiated the attack. Ordinary tribespeople, previously coerced by Ichiro, also turned against the half-fishmen. Though they had harbored some hesitation, fearing that aiding Xiang Xinghe might leave them unprotected after Ichiro's defeat, Yushang's words dispelled their final reservations. Realizing they would not face retribution and could join the new tribe, they surged forward in a rage against the warriors. The once docile ordinary tribespeople now rushed at the warriors like ravenous wolves, instilling profound terror within their hearts. In a state of panic, the warriors faltered, and several were swiftly slain by the hunting party. The remaining warriors began to flee in disarray. Ashu bellowed, "Do not pursue. Leave them be. Our priority is to protect the chief." Witnessing Xiang Xinghe and the stone brought to the ground filled Ashu with urgency. Previously entangled and unable to break free, he now hurried towards the two to tea that moment. He saw Xiang Xinghe struggling to lift his hand, clutching something tightly, weakly uttering, "Take it, give it to the stone." Quickly, Chapter 93. Life sustenance. Ashu's heart ached as he beheld Xiang Xinghe, whose body bore ghastly wounds and singed marks. Initially, he intended to attend to Xiang Xinghe first, but the resolute determination in Xiang Xinghe's eyes dispelled his hesitation. Without further ado, he accepted the item from Xiang Xinghe's hand, a lustrous lotus seed. Ashu recalled that this seed had been retrieved from the very center of the reed thicket, a treasure the chief had safeguarded with great reverence. Its emergence now must surely hold significance. Indeed, Xiang Xinghe weakly instructed, "Crush it and feed it to the stone." Having regained consciousness from the explosion, Xiang Xinghe recognized the state of the stone, understanding that he was teetering on the brink of death. Fortunately, prior to his actions, he had thoughtfully brought along 2 lotus seeds from the ice crystal lotus. He recalled that Xia Weikong had previously informed him that these lotus seeds possessed the ability to prolong life and detoxify. He could only attempt to see if they could sustain Shida's life. Swallowing the seeds whole might delay digestion, so he instructed Ashu to chew them thoroughly before administering them to Shirtu, thereby expediting their medicinal effects. "All right, Chief, please wait a moment. I will attend to you shortly." Ashu addressed the warriors nearby. "Take good care of the chief. Quickly, provide him with some water from the fairy pool." Without hesitation, he sprinted towards Shirtu, who was surrounded by 2 anxious warriors, weeping as they spoke to Ashu. "Captain, Shirtu is fading." Ashu quickly knelt to assess the situation, only to find that Shida's body was marred, with no intact skin remaining. His neck, severed halfway, oozed blood incessantly, and his once dark complexion was obscured by a pallor akin to a veil, losing its normal hue. His entire form convulsed from the loss of blood. Ashu promptly adjusted Shida's neck, applying pressure to temporarily stem the bleeding. He then produced the lotus seed, placing it in his mouth to chew. A fragrant aroma immediately enveloped him, invigorating his senses, even alleviating the pain from his prior injuries, which now felt somewhat numbed. Suppressing the urge to swallow, Ashu extracted the chewed lotus seed from his mouth and pried open Shida's lips, administering the mixture. Shirtu retained some primal instinct, his throat twitching slightly as he swallowed the fragments of the lotus seed. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no change. Shida's breathing remained faint, and blood continued to seep from his wounds, staining Ashu's garments crimson. Observing Shida's dire condition, Ashu was overwhelmed with guilt. "If only I had sent one more person to accompany Shirtu and find a safe place. It is all my fault. If I could become stronger, I could have dealt with more enemies, thus enabling us to allocate more warriors to protect Shirtu and the chief. I have always been the most unreliable individual in the tribe. It is all my blame." As these thoughts consumed him, tears cascaded down Ashu's cheeks, falling onto Shida's face. When the floodgates of his sorrow opened, he could no longer contain himself and began to weep uncontrollably. Those around him, witnessing the sorrow of this robust man, were also moved to tears, and soon the air was thick with collective lamentation. Unbeknownst to them, the flow of blood from Shirtu had begun to diminish, his complexion regaining some color, and the wounds on his body started to form scabs, with the fatal injury on his neck sprouting granulation tissue that began to connect. Shirtu regained a flicker of consciousness, though he was immensely weak, struggling to open his eyes. The moisture on his face was uncomfortable, but he persevered to gaze upward, catching sight of Ashu, who was weeping profusely. A smile broke across his face. "Ha ha ha! You cry like a woman." His laughter, however, caused his skin to stretch painfully over the wounds, and the sensation of pain surged through him, plunging his mind back into unconsciousness. Ashu was startled awake by that laughter. Doubting his own hearing, he hurriedly checked on Shirtu and discovered that he had indeed improved somewhat. His complexion had notably brightened. Although his breathing remained faint, his heartbeat gradually grew stronger, and a mischievous smile graced his face. Ashu, tears giving way to laughter, shook Shirtu, yet he remained in a deep slumber, accompanied by faint snores. "Damn it, it seems the rascal truly awakened just now. The lotus seeds given by the chieftain are remarkably effective. Ha ha ha, Shirtu won't die. How splendid!" Alas, he witnessed me in tears. What a disgrace! Relieved, Ashu felt an overwhelming joy, allowing him to finally observe his surroundings. He saw that the warriors had become ensnared in the fray against the ordinary tribespeople, their ferocity no longer intimidating the enraged crowd. Xiang Xinghe was being tended to by his kin, while Xiang Jiao Jiao and 3 warriors were besieging Qi Gui Lang. Exhausted and in a furious state, Qi Gui Lang was being relentlessly pressured by Xiang Jiao Jiao, compounded by the assault from 3 formidable warriors. Wielding a broken blade, he desperately defended himself, in a most disheveled state, his hairpins severed. Hair cascading down, Ashu entrusted Shirtu to a nearby warrior for care and rushed towards Xiang Xinghe, who was gravely injured, though not mortally so. "Chieftain, are there any more of those lotus seeds? Perhaps you should consume one yourself." Xiang Xinghe shook his head. "Those lotus seeds are merely for prolonging life, suited for use when one is gravely wounded and on the brink of death. It would be a waste for me to use one now." After drinking the fairy spring water carried by the warriors, Xiang Xinghe received some healing. His spirits lifted slightly. However, the sharp pains from his wounds continued to assault his consciousness, making him feel faint. Yet, victory had not yet been secured, and matters were far from resolved. Forcing himself to remain conscious, he urged Ashu, "Go assist Jiao Jiao and the others. Swiftly subdue Qi Gui Lang, alive or dead. It matters not. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. In her current state, Jiao Jiao cannot endure much longer." "Yes, chieftain." Ashu noticed the flames surrounding Xiang Jiao Jiao had diminished somewhat, and he promptly raised his spear, dashing towards the fray to tea that moment. Qi Gui Lang was under immense pressure. Even a mere girl was giving him a monumental headache, and now 3 fierce warriors had joined the fray, constricting his movement and forcing him to rely solely on his broken blade for defense, sustaining several new wounds in the process. The betrayal of the tribespeople around him weighed heavily on his heart. He understood he had irrevocably lost his tribe. Damned. It's all because of that outsider player. I shall have my revenge. Qi Gui Lang began to entertain thoughts of retreat, scanning for an opportunity to escape, his eyes darting about to tea that moment. A sharp whistle sliced through the air from the side. A chill ran down his spine as the breath of death approached. Disregarding his dignity, he rolled away on the ground, only to feel a searing pain in his rear. His backside had been pierced by a sharp object. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he propelled himself forward, breaking free from the encirclement of the 4 assailants, and fled towards the camp without looking back. Chase him. Chapter 94. Confrontation leading the pursuit. Ashu was the one who had earlier frightened Qi Gui Lang with a sudden strike. Unlike the stones, Ashu executed his attacks with utmost stealth, skillfully concealing his movements. Had it not been for Qi Gui Lang's keen senses, he would have been struck in a vital area just moments ago. Although the latter had been hit in the rear, his speed remained impressive as he rolled and scrambled away, making significant progress toward the camp's entrance. The ordinary tribespeople of the Little Sun tribe, despite their hatred for him, dared not impede his escape, allowing him to flee the camp unchallenged. Ashu and 3 warriors pursued relentlessly, while Xiang Jiao Jiao trailed behind for a short distance. However, her stamina quickly waned, causing her to collapse on the ground, struggling to rise as stars danced before her eyes, unable to continue the chase. She activated her innate skills, relying on their power to bolster her combat capabilities and bridge the gap with Qi Gui Lang, albeit at the cost of her own vitality. The endurance of her petite frame to last this long was nothing short of miraculous. Ashu and the 3 warriors continued their pursuit, hurling spears at Qi Gui Lang as they ran, but he deftly evaded each attack. Their chase led them deep into the forest, where the five engaged in a race up the mountainside, each panting heavily. Qi Guilong, now using all fours to climb, felt the limitations imposed by his injury. The distance between him and Ashu was steadily diminishing. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he discovered it was a sheer cliff with no path forward. Instinctively, he sought to flee in another direction, but Ashu and the three warriors had already ascended, blocking all other escape routes and encircling him. Ashu, breathless, focused on regulating his breathing, sparing no words for Qi Guilong. His hatred for Qi Guilong burned intensely, and he had abandoned any thoughts of capturing him alive. After several seconds, as their breathing steadied, Ashu commanded, "Onward, eliminate him." Simultaneously, Ashu and the warriors charged at Qi Guilong. Aware that although his individual combat prowess far surpassed any of the warriors, their coordinated teamwork posed a formidable challenge. Exhausted from prolonged combat and the arduous climb, coupled with numerous injuries, he found himself at the end of his strength, devoid of any hope for victory. "You vile savages, how could I possibly perish at your hands? You are unworthy," Qi Guilong declared with a radiant smile before leaping off the cliff. Ashu and the others halted abruptly, narrowly averting a fall. They clung to the edge of the precipice and peered down. The night obscured their vision, revealing only the faint outline of a deep chasm below, with trees growing at an angle along the cliffside, obstructing their view. The cliff face was steep, with scarcely any footholds, making it difficult to descend for verification. Yet, one could surmise that a jump from such a height would likely be fatal. Ashu gathered a few stones and hurled them down. The sound of the stones crashing against the trees resonating through the air, followed by a series of dull thuds. Thud, thud, thud. After tossing down a dozen or so stones, a distinctly different sound emerged. Thud splash. It was a softer, muffled thud accompanied by the sound of flesh splattering. Ashu recognized that it was the sound of flesh being struck, and a wave of relief washed over him. Ha! This time, he must be dead for sure. He hurled several stones once more, striking every conceivable spot where Qi Guilong might land, before finally departing. "Let us go. He is utterly defeated. We must hasten back. For the chieftain's warriors are few at present. In our absence from the stronghold, we must remain wary of any ill intentions from those individuals." Indeed, within the Xiaotayang camp, the warriors had been reduced to mere pulp by the enraged crowd. After venting their fury, these ordinary tribespeople fell into a state of bewilderment, uncertain of their next course of action. Unconsciously, they gathered around Yushang, a young man they had watched grow up, always sensible, astute, and possessing an indefinable quality that set him apart from the average tribesman, perhaps an essence of conviction and wisdom. This moment, a crowd of over 100 had encircled Yushang, his eyes shimmering with resolve. With Qi Guilong driven away, the tribespeople were now inclined to heed my commands. These intruders, gravely injured and exhausted, would succumb easily to my beckoning. A mere signal from me would unleash a torrent of tribespeople upon them, leading to their swift defeat. In that moment, I would be credited with both the overthrow of Qi Guilong and the expulsion of the invaders, earning the adoration of my kin, and thus effortlessly ascend to the position of chieftain. Every individual harbors, to varying degrees, aspirations of wielding power, and Yushang was no exception. Initially, his intentions were simple: to escape oppression and lead a portion of his people to join the River King's tribe, striving for a better existence. Yet, circumstances had shifted. With Qi Guilong vanquished and the tribespeople remaining, he contemplated the possibility of establishing a new tribe here, confident in his potential to become an admirable chieftain. The tribespeople around him were obedient to his commands. With but a single directive, they would undertake any endeavor. The prospect of the chieftaincy, now within his grasp, stirred tumultuous thoughts within Yushang. His gaze drifted towards the location of Xiang Xinghe, only to unexpectedly meet the latter's penetrating eyes. Those eyes, profound, serene, and wise, seemed capable of discerning all his innermost thoughts. Despite being surrounded by a handful of injured warriors, despite his own grievous wounds, despite the precariousness of their situation in a foreign tribe, he maintained an extraordinary calmness, his visage as tranquil as a placid lake, a subtle smile gracing his lips, neither mocking nor obsequious, merely an expression of serene composure as if he were entirely in control. Yushang recognized Xiang Xinghe's intelligence and understood that after the battle's conclusion, his lingering in the crowd had not gone unnoticed by him. Yet, in this tense moment, Xiang Xinghe exhibited neither panic nor vitriol. This composure astonished Yushang profoundly. The warriors beside Xiang Xinghe anxiously scrutinized the dark mass of people, who themselves were equally tense, observing Xiang Xinghe and his men. following the defeat of their common adversary, the dynamics between them began to shift subtly. Although they had intended to join Xiang Xingha's tribe, the familiarity of their own homes proved more appealing. No one wished to leave their sanctuary. The atmosphere thickened, the moon dimming under the weight of the oppressive tension. At that moment, Xiang Xingha spoke. Yushang, procure some water for my warriors. They have fought tirelessly and are parched. Yes, Yushang instinctively responded. Yet the moment the sound escaped his lips, he realized he had made a grave mistake. As he spoke, the faint hostility that surrounded the clansmen towards Xiang Xingha dissipated entirely, replaced by respect and submission. After all, the leader's acquiescence to the command of another signified his subservience, and naturally, his followers would mirror that submission, especially since they held a favorable impression of Xiang Xingha. The shift in atmosphere was instantaneous, and restoring it would prove to be exceedingly challenging. Yushang sighed softly, contemplating. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to align with them for now. The leaders of the Silver Moon Tribe, Black Moon Tribe, and Vine Tribe had perished here, and they would not be overlooked. Securing an ally would be wise. Moreover, that individual appeared to possess admirable qualities. There were lessons to be gleaned from him. Unbeknownst to him, Yushang's loyalty towards Xiang Xingha subtly intensified once more. Chapter 95. House arrest. At this moment, Xiang Xingha was equally flustered. Shirtu lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Jiao Jiao was utterly exhausted. Shirtu had led the warriors in pursuit of Qi Gui Lang, and the other warriors had sustained significant injuries during the battle. Only 2 capable fighters remained by his side. Meanwhile, Yushang, that traitorous sycophant, had been lurking within the crowd, no longer approaching him with the same deference as before. One could easily deduce that the boy harbored ulterior motives. Should he command an attack against Xiang Xingha, the remaining 2 warriors would struggle to withstand it. Thus, Xiang Xingha summoned forth his finest acting skills, emulating the demeanor of those formidable leaders often depicted on television, maintaining his composure even in the face of calamity. And surprisingly, he managed to impress Yushang. Then, inspired by a sudden insight, he issued a command to Yushang. After all, Yushang had never assumed a position of authority before. Accustomed to obedience, he instinctively complied. Much like taming a wild creature, once the leader was subdued, the rest of the group would inevitably follow. The individuals aligned with Yushang immediately felt as though he had been reclaimed by them, and the previously tense atmosphere vanished. Manipulating such sentiments would prove difficult for Yushang henceforth, and he likely recognized that the Little Sun tribe had now drawn the ire of the other 3 major tribes. Without support, they risked annihilation. Under the influence of multiple factors, Xiang Xingha successfully quashed a potential rebellion in its infancy. Yushang personally approached Xiang Xingha, a bowl of spring water in hand, crouching down respectfully as he offered it to him, saying, "I just twisted my ankle a moment ago and have only just recovered. Please do not hold it against me." Xiang Xingha raised his arm and patted Yushang on the shoulder, saying, "Ha ha, not at all. From now on, you are one of my tribe. We are kin. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. However, do take care when walking. Twisting your ankle near the cliff could lead to a fall." Sweat beaded on Yushang's forehead as he replied respectfully, "Yes." Xiang Xingha nodded, intending to continue admonishing Yushang, when suddenly, 4 individuals burst into the camp with great urgency. Xiang Xingha's heart raced, only to discover that it was Shirtu and the others returning from their pursuit, allowing him to relax once more. At this moment, his will could no longer suppress the overwhelming fatigue and dizziness. When Ashu arrived before him, he addressed Ashu, saying, "Ashu, locate Shuero Ro. She should be in the thatched cottage. Check if she has sustained any injuries, and also tend to the wounded. If there are any clan members with severe injuries, give them this lotus seed." Xiang Xingha handed over the last lotus seed he carried to Ashu and continued, "Hasten to bring the injured back to the camp for the high priest to treat. We must prevent any lingering aftereffects. Moreover, transport all supplies from the Little Sun camp back here. Such a large tribe, situated near this auspicious land, can significantly bolster our clan's development. Additionally, these individuals have all joined our tribe, so reassure them and then gradually escort everyone back to the half-merman camp for rest, treating them to good food and drink. Assign Xiang Feng to manage this. He can handle it well. Also, take Yushang back to the Xingho camp separately, care for him, and let him experience our tribe's customs and culture." As Xiang Xingha spoke, he grew increasingly weak, his thoughts becoming more sluggish. "We shall address the rest when I awaken. I leave it to you, I just need to rest for a moment." After delegating everything, Xiang Xingha could no longer hold on and fell into a complete unconsciousness. Having already lost too much blood, coupled with his frail body suffering such grave injuries, he was at his limit. His concern over Yu Shang's potential rebellion had kept him conscious, but upon seeing Ashu return, he could no longer sustain himself. Yu Shang discerned that Xiang Xinghe was apprehensive about him, wishing to manage him and his kin separately, which left him feeling despondent. He weakly inquired of Ashu, "Do you have two camps? Is it permissible for me and my people to remain together? Please do not separate us." At that moment, Ashu was in a rather poor mood and retorted curtly, "Ask our clan leader if that's acceptable." Yu Shang gazed at the unconscious Xiang Xinghe, overwhelmed with despair. How could one respond when he was already in such a state? He had no choice but to accept the reality of his impending temporary confinement. Currently, aside from Ashu, only 5 warriors remained capable of action. The clan leader had just instructed him to relocate the Little Sun tribe's people and belongings, yet with no management experience, he felt utterly lost amidst the throng before him. After much contemplation, he could devise no suitable plan. Thus, he dispatched a warrior to the riverbank to inform Xiang Feng to come and manage the multitude of individuals. With the task handed off to another, Ashu immediately felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He then sent 2 more warriors to search for Xiang Jiao, while those 2 maintained order. He remained in place to protect Xiang Xinghe and the other injured, exchanging glances with Yu Shang, who stared back wide-eyed. Was this all there was to it? Yu Shang had just heard Xiang Xinghe meticulously assign tasks, leaving no detail overlooked. Yet in execution, Ashu seemed to take a hands-off approach. What happened to soothing their emotions? What was the next step for this group? If he said nothing and did nothing, what would happen when the clan members grew restless? Could he truly contain them? Were the supplies not to be handled with care? Shouldn't someone inquire about any valuable items? It was utterly unexpected for Yu Shang to see a Shu sit down directly beside Xiang Xinghe. How could their tribe leader be so astutely terrifying while they appeared endearingly foolish? Yu Shang shook his head and approached the increasingly agitated members of his tribe, inwardly addressing Xiang Xinghe. "You should be grateful to me. With your bumbling subordinates, waking up must surely infuriate you." Strangely enough, despite Xiang Xinghe's current unconsciousness, Yu Shang found no inclination to lead his tribe in a rebellion or flight. His intuition suggested that joining this outsider's tribe would prove to be quite an intriguing endeavor. Moreover, through the few snippets of dialogue he had just overheard, he vaguely suspected that the King of Rivers was not some half-fish creature, but rather the very man lying unconscious before him. Such clandestine machinations to deceive the masses and seize advantage resonated deeply with him, filling him with exhilaration. Perhaps aligning himself with this individual would be exceedingly entertaining. Once I have mastered all your tactics, I shall take my leave. Humph, I would never willingly remain at your side. A genius like me cannot always play second fiddle. With this realization, Yu Shang felt a surge of clarity and joy, and began to set things in motion. He calmed the restless tribe members, informing them that soon someone would arrive to escort them to a new tribe. For now, they should assess their supplies, gathering valuable items for easier transport, and clear the battlefield of the corpses of the foreign invaders. Tasks were methodically assigned, and the tribe members swiftly found their sense of purpose, becoming industrious and ceasing their chaos. Chapter 96. Capturing oneself. When Xiang Feng anxiously arrived at the Little Sun tribe, he was met with a peculiar sight. Several warriors, a Shu, and the rescued Shui Ro were surrounding Xiang Xinghe, weeping inconsolably, oblivious to everything else. Meanwhile, the members of the Little Sun tribe were busily transporting supplies, cleaning the battlefield, and packing their belongings, waiting for someone to lead them to a new tribe. Am I capturing myself? Xiang Feng shook his head, dispelling the strange thought. Shui Ro appeared just as she had when they set out earlier that day, unharmed, which brought him immense relief. However, upon reaching Xiang Xinghe and witnessing the severely injured leader, he was struck with shock and distress. He had prepared himself mentally based on the reports of the warriors who had returned with news of the battle, yet the scene before him exceeded his expectations. Angrily, Xiang Feng turned to a Shu and asked, "Uncle A Shu, how could you let our leader sustain such injuries?" A Shu remained silent, merely shaking his head in self-reproach. Sighing, Xiang Feng turned to Shui Ro and inquired, "Are you all right?" Shui Ro shook her head, weeping, "Wur, I'm fine, but the leader is gravely injured. It's all my fault. Why did he come to rescue me? This is more painful than if I had been hurt myself." Woo. The once composed and serene demeanor of Shui Ro had vanished, leaving her in tears, which tugged at Xiang Feng's heartstrings. Yet, pressing matters demanded attention. He wiped away his tears, stood up, and approached the bustling rebel members of the Little Sun tribe. "Who is in charge here?" A young man squeezed through the crowd, laughing as he remarked, "Finally, a reliable person has arrived. I have taken charge and made considerable progress. Let us depart swiftly. We must be cautious of other races sending scouts." His demeanor was somewhat teasing and casual. Xiang Feng did not react with anger. Instead, he scrutinized the man for a moment, nodded, and replied, "You have thought this through quite thoroughly. Let us proceed in groups. I have already instructed the half-merfolk to bring the bamboo rafts along the river. The injured shall go first, followed by the frail elderly, children, and women, and finally, we strong men will follow with the supplies." "How does that sound?" Yusheng set aside his jesting demeanor and responded earnestly, "That is very reasonable. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will organize our people to transport the injured to the riverbank." "Very well." Yusheng turned to begin gathering his kin and orchestrating the tasks at hand. It seemed that, aside from the chieftain, there were indeed otherwise individuals within the tribe. He first sought out the injured, assembling them beside Xiang Xinghe, before selecting a dozen robust men to collectively transfer the wounded to the riverbank. The half-merfolk, who had been waiting there, immediately assisted in lifting the injured onto the bamboo rafts. Upon seeing the grievously wounded Xiang Xinghe, the half-merfolk were profoundly moved. The chieftain had sustained such severe injuries to save their kin, and the sight of his wounds was painful to behold. Reflecting on their earlier thoughts of rebellion when they first joined the tribe, some half-merfolk who had previously harbored doubts about Xiang Xinghe as a human chieftain now felt overwhelming shame. Did it truly matter that he was not one of their kind? A leader willing to risk his life for their protection was undoubtedly a commendable chieftain. Their loyalty to Xiang Xinghe surged dramatically. At that moment, the voice of the intellect resonated in Xiang Xinghe's ears, but alas, he could not hear it. It was only as dawn began to break that the majority of the Sun Tribe's people and supplies were transported back to the half-merfolk encampment, leaving only the final group behind, now assembled and ready to depart. Xiang Feng held a torch in his hand and asked Yusheng, "Are you certain you wish to burn this place to the ground?" Yusheng nodded in affirmation, "Indeed. The traces of battle here are far too numerous. The only way to conceal them is to set this place ablaze, ensuring that the three tribes discover what transpired here only later. Furthermore, I do not wish for our dwelling to be occupied by other refugees or foreign races. It is best to cleanse it entirely with fire." Xiang Feng chuckled, "I am uncertain whether to commend you for your sentimentality or to chastise you for your indifference, but burning it down is indeed advantageous for us. Please, go ahead." He handed the torch to Yusheng, who said nothing in return. He walked toward the cluster of tents and tossed the torch onto one of them. Flames erupted, quickly spreading to the surrounding structures. The tents here were tightly packed, primarily constructed of dry grass, wood, and animal hides, making them highly flammable. Even the tents positioned at a distance were filled with kindling, including the thatched houses and the spaces between the tents, all generously stocked with combustible materials, striving to ensure that every corner would be consumed by the flames. The remaining tribesmen gazed upon the tribal camp, engulfed in flames that reached for the heavens, their hearts tinged with a sense of sorrow. Yet, as the familiar surroundings were consumed by the inferno, the last remnants of their attachment dissipated, allowing them to embrace their new identity as members of another tribe with a sense of calm acceptance. Yusheng observed for a considerable time before turning to the others and saying, "Let us depart." "Very well," the group responded, making their way towards the riverbank, cautiously stepping onto the bamboo raft. Under the guidance of the half-fishmen, they set sail towards the direction of the half-fishmen's encampment. At that moment, atop the highest peak of the surrounding mountains, there lay a flat platform of blue stone, adorned with numerous grass huts resembling tents. Within these shelters, several lynx half-beasts lay peacefully asleep. The moonlight always had a soothing effect on them, and tonight it shone splendidly, ensuring their slumber was particularly deep and restful. One lynx half-beast stood guard outside the camp. Stifling yawns from boredom, no ferocious beasts or intelligent races dared approach the lynx half-beast's territory, thus danger was a rare occurrence. However, the watch was a cherished tradition of the tribe, with the chieftain placing great emphasis on the necessity of vigilance, often reminding them that one could never predict when peril might strike, urging them to remain cautious. Hence, he could not afford the luxury of sleep and was compelled to stay alert, seeking solace in the moon's glow to alleviate his tedium. The full moon brought to mind thoughts of succulent lamb, its tender flesh tantalizing his taste buds, causing his mouth to water involuntarily. Just then, a flicker of red light at the base of the mountain interrupted his delectable reverie. With a frown, he peered down the slope, only to behold a conflagration blazing below. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he confirmed the sight. Indeed, the valley was ablaze, seemingly at a human settlement, where the young master had gone today. The young master had yet to return. The lynx half-beast suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and hastened towards the chieftain's hut. "Chieftain, a calamity has befallen us. The valley is on fire." As he reached the chieftain's dwelling, a robust figure burst forth from the grass hut, closing the distance between them in an instant, exuding an air of alertness that belied the fact that he had just awakened. With piercing eyes, he demanded, "Where is the fire?" Startled, the sentinel half-beast took a step back and hastily responded, "It is at the human settlement. The young master went there today, did he not?" Chapter 97. The cliff the half-beast emerging from the hut was towering, a head taller than the sentinel, his body cloaked in glossy black fur, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding a striking presence reminiscent of the young master with his sharp fangs. Upon hearing the sentinel's words, the black-furred half-beast approached the edge of the encampment and peered down. The flames formed a continuous blaze, visible even from several mountains away. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Summon the warriors of our tribe. We must descend and assess the situation." "Understood, chieftain." The sentinel promptly set off to awaken the slumbering tribesmen in their respective huts. In a short while, half of the lynx half-beasts had gathered around the black-furred half-beast, rushing down the mountainside, while the forest creatures retreated in silence, not daring to make a sound. In a mere span of less than 30 minutes, this band of lynx half-orcs had traversed 3 mountain peaks, arriving at the encampment of the Little Sun tribe. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by an inferno, rendering any exploration impossible. The black-furred half-orc took a deep, forceful sniff, yet found nothing but the acrid scent of smoke. Instead, he detected a peculiar aroma by the riverside. Humans? Half-fishmen? Where was Ikiru Chiku? And my son? Where could they have gone? The black-furred half-orc's gaze grew increasingly anxious as he pondered the grim possibilities, but he quickly suppressed his unease and addressed those behind him. "You, go seek out the Vine tribe and the Silver Moon tribe. Inquire if they have any knowledge of my son's or Ikiru Chiku's whereabouts." Yes. Several lynx half-orcs immediately split into 2 groups, racing toward their respective destinations. The black-furred half-orc then commanded the remaining half-orcs, "Spread out and investigate the surroundings. See if you can uncover any traces." "Understood." The half-orcs dispersed, beginning their search. Meanwhile, the black-furred half-orc approached the blaze, enduring the searing heat as he scoured the perimeter of the camp for clues. Before long, he discovered a dense array of footprints encircling the burning walls. Crouching down for a closer inspection, his expression grew increasingly grave. So many chaotic footprints. A battle must have taken place here. Were we invaded by outsiders? That worthless Ikiru Chiku, to be so thoroughly defeated within our own tribe. Perhaps the assailants were simply too numerous, forcing him to flee with his entire kin, leaving the camp in ruins. It seems the River King possesses considerable strength. MY's son must have fled alongside him. Perhaps they sought refuge in the Silver Moon tribe, renowned for its might. He recalled that his son had received an invitation to this gathering. Ikiru Chiku had claimed to have acquired some spoils and invited him and the leaders of several other tribes to a feast. However, those chieftains would hardly attend in person. It would be ill-mannered not to participate, especially given Ikiru Chiku's reputation for filial piety. Thus, he had sent individuals of similar standing from his tribe to attend the banquet. He had hoped to broaden his son's horizons and teach him some cunning, sending him to the event, never anticipating such calamity. Yet, the worst outcome he envisioned was merely that his son had fled alongside Ikiru Chiku. He could never have fathomed that a tribe of merely 200 could be annihilated in a single night, and thus had not considered that his son might already be dead. At that moment, a half-orc approached to report. "Chieftain, many footprints have been discovered in the mountains, heading toward that direction." The black-furred half-orc followed the direction indicated by his kin, which seemed to lead toward the Silver Moon tribe, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, a fierce glint soon flickered in his eyes. Not even a single messenger dispatched back. Does the Silver Moon tribe harbor ulterior motives? Do they intend to extort us under the guise of aid? "Humph, Chia, do not presume that I fear you," he bellowed, rallying his kin. "Come, let us march to the Silver Moon tribe and bring my son home." "Yes." The half-orcs assembled, setting forth together toward the realm of the Silver Moon tribe. At that moment, beneath a precipice, a figure in disarray was abruptly awakened by the sudden movement on a pine tree that slanted precariously from the cliff's face. Alas, as he shifted, the ground beneath him unexpectedly gave way, and he plummeted downwards in a desperate attempt. He grasped a branch tightly, pulling with all his might while his legs clung tenaciously to a nearby trunk, stabilizing his form, though he dared not move further. Cautiously, he turned his head to survey the surroundings, only to realize he was perched atop a tree at a dizzying height, directly above the abyss. A fall from such a height would surely spell his demise. How wretched! How did I end up in this cursed place? I suffer from acrophobia. A wave of vertigo washed over him, compelling him to grip the nearby supports with greater fervor. After mustering the courage for what felt like an eternity, he resolutely turned over and shifted to a sturdier branch, finally allowing himself the moment to reflect on the events that had transpired. This man was none other than Shigu Yichiro, who, to his astonishment, had survived the fall off the cliff, caught by the branches, with none of the boulders that Ashu had hurled down upon him finding their mark. Shigu Yichiro opened the civilization panel to check, discovering that the number of his subjects had dwindled to 0, and his tribe was now marked as destroyed. Even the points of national fortune had vanished due to punitive measures, leaving him with a mere 50 points. How infuriating, River King. I shall exact vengeance upon you. And you, Xiang Xinghe, as a player, you aided the natives in annihilating my kin. Truly, the people of Huaxia are savages. I will ensure you pay dearly for this, and those traitorous clansmen of mine. I will hunt you all down. Shigu Yichiro ground his teeth in fury, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. He opened the chat interface and sent out a message in the regional channel. Shigu Yichiro, I implore you all, come to my aid. Xiang Xinghe has become the lackey of the River King, attacking my tribe tonight, slaughtering all my kin, and seizing every possession of ours. I barely escaped with my life. Do you understand why the River King seeks trade? It is merely to ascertain our tribe's location, to strike when the opportunity presents itself. Xiang Xinghe, as a player, shows no regard for our shared humanity, willingly serving as the River King's pawn against his own kind. I may be the first victim, but I shall not be the last. His forces are formidable. Only by uniting can we hope to confront him. This message quickly captured the attention of the regional populace, prompting numerous individuals to respond in the chat channel, including many who had previously remained silent. Meng Yan, is it true? I suspected he was up to no good, but I never imagined he could stoop so low as to turn against his own people. What a disgrace. Tuan Barlow, I have engaged in trade with them. Though those half-fish people seem rather simple, they appear quite amiable. Is there perhaps more to this tale that you have not disclosed? Zhongji Hudalang, what the heck? What do you mean by questioning my companion? How could our great Japanese empire possibly lie? Shigu Yichiro, Huda Langhuan, my dear friend, you are here as well? Why have you not sought me out? I have nowhere else to go. May I take refuge in your tribe? Li Huame, haha, well done. Those little Japanese deserve to be punished. Well done, brother Xiang Xinghe. Chapter 98. Coma. At this moment, each clan member's eyes were bloodshot, filled with sorrow for the chieftain's injuries. Under the tender care of his kin, Xiang Xinghe's breathing gradually became steady and robust. Meanwhile, the black-haired half-orc had arrived at the Silver Moon tribe. After a tense exchange, the two tribes realized that aside from certain issues, when the Tree Vine tribe also sent representatives to inquire about the situation, the three tribes finally recognized the gravity of the situation. The Chiku Yichiro tribe had been devastated, and none of the high-ranking officials from the three tribes who had attended the banquet there had been heard from. Their fates and whereabouts remained unknown. The three tribes again journeyed to the Little Sun tribe's camp to investigate. By this time, the flames had diminished. After a round of firefighting efforts, the blaze finally subsided enough for them to enter and explore. In the center of the camp, they discovered several peculiar charred bodies, reduced to mere bones. 3 half-orc corpses, 3 half-fishmen remains, and a charred old vine. That moment, Chiku Yichiro was trembling as he crawled down the cliff. He clung to the jagged stones of the cliff face, carefully inching downward, shaking and weeping, so frightened that he had wet himself. Just as he was nearing the bottom, a group of despondent half-orc patrolmen happened to pass by. Upon spotting Chiku Yichiro, their expressions turned to rage, and they charged at him. Chiku Yichiro was yanked from the cliff, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he was subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks until he was left unconscious and battered, resembling a pig's head. Only then did the half-orcs cease their assault, hoisting him back to their tribe. Before long, the group of half-orcs encountered 2 tree spirits. Upon seeing Chiku Yichiro, the spirits approached to demand him, but the half-orcs refused to comply, leading to an immediate skirmish. A few refined half-fishmen emerged from the mountain stream, and upon spotting Chiku Yichiro, they too swam along the river to join the fray for his capture. The tranquility of the forest erupted once more after a prolonged silence. Hiss, it hurts so much. Xiang Xinghe awoke from his slumber, feeling a heavy fog enveloping his mind, his entire body racked with pain, especially in his shoulder, where the agony was nearly unbearable. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly rang in his ear. Does it hurt, chieftain? Do not move. I shall change your bandages. Xiang Xinghe recognized the voice of the high priest. He felt something being gently removed from his back, followed by a wash with clean water, and then a cool ointment applied, which significantly alleviated his pain. Drowsy, Xiang Xinghe succumbed to sleep once more. Xiang Jiaojiao, Xiang Xiuxiu, and the high priest were gathered around him. The high priest sighed upon seeing Xiang Xinghe once again unconscious. This marked the 5th time. Xiang Xiuxiu, her eyes reddened, inquired, "Grandfather High Priest, my brother has fainted several times like this after waking up. Is this all right?" The high priest remarked, "There should be no cause for concern. The chieftain always awakens due to discomfort. Applying the salve made from the spring waters of the fairy pool will provide some relief, enabling him to rest more soundly. The chieftain is exceedingly weak, and sleep is beneficial for him." Xiang Jiaojiao clenched her small fists and fiercely declared, "Uncle Ashu said that vile scoundrel fell off a cliff. He truly got off lightly. If I ever catch him, I will ensure he experiences the agony of having his bones shattered piece by piece." The high priest smiled kindly at Xiang Jiaojiao and said, "What a fierce little tiger you are. Uncle Ashu has mentioned how grateful we are for your bravery. Without you, the chieftain might not have returned." He continued, "If you wish for anything to eat, just let me know, and I shall have it prepared for you at noon." However, Xiang Jiaojiao did not share in the joy. She lowered her head and replied, "I have no appetite, and my brother is injured because he was saving me." The high priest comforted her, saying, "Do not worry. The chieftain will recover. The waters of the fairy pool are miraculous and aid in healing. Along with the rare herbs brought back from the hostile tribe, the medicines concocted will have a remarkable effect. The chieftain's condition has improved significantly since his return." He concluded, "Now, take good care of the chieftain while I go check on Shirtu and the other injured. They are in dire straits as well." "All right, goodbye, Grandfather High Priest," they replied. Xiang Xiuxiu and Xiang Jiaojiao accompanied the high priest out of the small wooden house before returning to their room. Observing Xiang Xinghe, whose forehead was slightly glistening with sweat, Xiang Xiuxiu gently patted Xiang Jiaojiao on the head and instructed, "Go fetch a basin of water to wipe your brother's sweat." "Okay," Xiang Jiaojiao responded as she exited the house to draw water from the well. Upon reaching the well, she spotted Yusheng peering curiously into it. Annoyed, Xiang Jiaojiao kicked Yusheng's backside and exclaimed, "Why are you sticking your head into the well water? It's meant for daily use." Yusheng stumbled, barely managing to catch himself on the edge of the well to avoid falling in. Though he initially intended to express his anger, upon recognizing Xiang Jiaojiao, his expression shifted from stormy to sunny. "I was wondering who possessed such strength. It turns out to be you, dear Jiaojiao. So this is what a well is. It's truly astonishing that there is water underground. I have discovered so many intriguing things in your tribe. But alas, no one is willing to explain them to me. Everyone seems to harbor hostility towards me, leaving me to explore on my own." Xiang Jiaojiao retorted, "Of course. Your tribe is responsible for the chieftain's current state. Who would treat you kindly? It's a miracle we haven't laid a hand on you." Yusheng lamented with a sorrowful expression, "That was all the fault of Chigu Aikir, not mine. I have always supported the chieftain. Before the chieftain's arrival, I intended to abandon the dark and seek the light, and when the chieftain came to rescue us from the Little Sun tribe, I was overjoyed. I immediately decided to follow him and even helped the chieftain bring along my fellow tribesmen who admired him. Surely, I deserve some credit for that." As he spoke, Yusheng's eyes began to glisten with tears, overwhelmed by his feelings of isolation. Xiang Jiaojiao's heart softened instantly as she spoke with the poise of a little adult. All right, you are a boy, so do not weep and wail. In truth, I have only just arrived and am not well acquainted with the tribe myself, and I am quite busy at the moment, with little time to introduce you around. I recommend that you seek out Xiang Xingchen, whom the tribe's people often refer to as Shaochen. He possesses considerable knowledge and is a decent fellow. Moreover, he is, a bit simple-minded and very obedient to the chief. If you merely mention that the chief has asked him to help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings, he will surely believe you. He should currently be working with Uncle Cain at the altar site." Yuesheng's spirits soared with joy as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Jiaojiao. You are truly both adorable and kind. I shall go with that." He dashed toward the altar that was under construction. Xiang Jiaojiao called after him with a teasing tone. "Pa, such flattery." Yuesheng's happiness was genuine. He had just learned that the so-called King of Rivers was none other than the chief of the Xinghe tribe, and he could not help but marvel at Xiang Xinghe's intelligence and capability in devising such a method to maintain an air of mystery. Furthermore, the Xinghe tribe was utterly fascinating, brimming with novelties. Wells that flowed with water, furnaces for smelting iron, expansive fields of crops, and domesticated animals. Beyond that, everyone was assigned to roles they enjoyed, and each individual knew precisely what was expected of them, regardless of the nature of the work. Once tasks were completed, There was a palpable sense of joy and pride, with frequent proclamations extolling the honor of labor. No task was deemed too menial. Even those who cleaned animal dung engaged in lively conversations with the warriors. Yuesheng mused to himself, perhaps this is the reason why the tribe felt such sorrow for Xiang Xinghe upon his injury. If Chigu Aikiru were to sustain an injury, the majority of the tribespeople would merely applaud in approval. Lost in thought as he walked, Yuesheng soon arrived at the construction site of the altar, not far from the Baishur salt mine. There, he observed a towering giant directing several humans in their tasks, instructing them on where to place various types of timber. Among them, a particularly lively youth assisted the giant, darting about the site and informing the tribespeople where the correct placements were and how to properly embed the wood into the ground. Another boy, appearing somewhat shy, was crouched on the ground with a piece of animal hide, beside which lay a ceramic bowl containing a pool of bright red liquid. He dipped the base of a bird's feather into the liquid, using it to draw and inscribe upon the hide. Yuesheng cleared his throat twice, adjusted his clothing, and offered a warm smile as he approached the work site. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe had been lost in a deep slumber for quite some time. In his dreams, the scenes of his life oscillated between the blue star and the primitive continent. At one moment, he finds himself at home, basking in the cool embrace of air conditioning while savoring a slice of watermelon. In the next, he is being relentlessly pursued by a saber-toothed tiger under the scorching sun. Then, he is joyfully frolicking in a water park, only to transform into a figure gathering around a bonfire with his kin. Soon after, he is engrossed in a computer game about farming, and then again, he becomes one with his tribe, sweating profusely as they sow seeds for their crops. Countless ethereal scenes whirl within his mind, causing his emotions to ebb and flow. The once fuzzy memories of life on Blue Star now crystallize with clarity. Each time he dreams of scenes from Blue Star, Xiang Xinghe cannot help but smile. What he once deemed mundane now appears extraordinarily beautiful, however. Those dreams connected to the primitive continent incessantly remind him that such a life is irretrievable, leaving only the brutal survival of the fittest and a tribe awaiting his care. This realization fills Xiang Xinghe with profound despondency. Amidst the joy and sorrow, he gradually finds tranquility and begins to reflect on his life. Though devoid of parents, Xiang Xinghe has always felt an inexplicable force guiding him since childhood. This guidance has driven him, much like a bee, to actively gather the good things in life to construct his identity while shunning the undesirable. As a result, he has grown into a healthy, handsome, and principled young man without anyone to care for him. Through sheer determination, he has thrived, becoming the favorite of the caregivers at the orphanage and gaining admission to a respectable university after leaving. It can be said that he has played his hand of misfortune quite well. However, just as life becomes increasingly fascinating, all are chosen as players, and every effort he made on Blue Star seems to dissolve into nothingness. If everything can be lost, then what value remains in my endeavors? Xiang Xinghe finds himself engulfed in self-doubt. The dreams persist, playing out like a film, as he silently observes in many of these dreams. He confronts formidable foes and perilous situations, yet at no point does he surrender. He continually strives to do his utmost. I am fighting for my survival. After all, I am one who values life. Then, the dreamscapes begin to shift. The recurring visions are no longer fraught with danger, revealing instead a series of ordinary scenes. Like the time he stealthily slipped out of the orphanage at the age of 10 to collect bottles, selling them for enough money to purchase a cherished wind chime, which he hung from the ceiling of his room. As the breeze wafted through the window, he would watch it sway, producing a clear, melodious sound. Or the moments in the primitive continent, where he could have merely issued commands and accepted the service of his tribe, yet he chooses to labor alongside them each day, engaging in battles, advancing agriculture, nurturing livestock, and forging new weapons. Xiang Xinghe falls into contemplation. These endeavors are not essential. Why must I toil so hard for them? Is it in pursuit of artistic expression? Is it due to past education? Or is it inherent in my very nature? After much contemplation, Xiang Xinghe arrives at a simple conclusion. Perhaps the answer lies in a single desire. Regardless of whether it stems from art, education, or nature, it ultimately converges into one reason. Because I wish to. The heavens move steadily. A gentleman strives for self-improvement without ceasing. Just as trees must grow and flowers must bloom, I strive to live my life to the fullest. There is no particular reason for this. It is simply my destiny. Whether on the blue planet or the primitive continent, I am who I am, and only I remain constant through time. What I seek is to experience, to witness, and to immerse myself in life, regardless of whether the outcome fades away like smoke. The journey itself is bound to be intriguing. the epiphany from the sudden incident has been completed. Chapter 100. Awakening. Xiang Xinghe awoke from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open to behold the lush, interwoven bamboo branches above. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was lying in a pool of water, a setting oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that this was the fairy pool. Also present in the fairy pool was a battered stone, covered in scars, alongside other injured warriors, all currently in a state of unconsciousness. At this moment, Xiang Xiuxiu was resting nearby, her head resting on the edge of the pool, fast asleep. Beside her lay a bowl of rice soup, half filled and glistening with grease, accompanied by a small wooden stick. Observing Xiang Xiuxiu's weary visage warmed Xiang Xinghe's heart, as it was evident she had been feeding him with that very stick, drop by drop. At that point, the clansmen stationed around them noticed Xiang Xinghe had regained consciousness and were overwhelmed with joy, on the verge of erupting into cheers. Xiang Xinghe quickly gestured for silence, shaping his lips to convey his request, and then pointed towards the unconscious stone and others. The clansmen immediately understood his intent. Hastily covering their mouths, one clan member, brimming with happiness, dashed towards the camp to relay the good news. Xiang Xinghe let out a sigh of relief and draped a piece of animal hide over Xiang Jiaojiao. However, this simple act sent waves of pain coursing through him, causing him to break into a sweat. He settled back into the spring water, taking a moment to recover before beginning to assess his injuries. His body appeared slightly pale, a clear indication that he had been soaking in the spring for quite some time. His shoulders and back throbbed with pain. Even the slightest movement brought forth unbearable agony, suggesting that while the bleeding had stopped, the wounds had yet to heal completely. Due to the depth of the injuries, the waters of the fairy pool could not hasten the healing process, allowing only for gradual recovery. Alas, he felt utterly incapacitated, with no knowledge of how the newcomers fared at that moment. A vague recollection washed over him. It seemed he had heard the voice of the intelligent brain in his dreams. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the voice again. You have 2 messages from the intelligent brain that went unreceived while you were unconscious. Please check them. Oh, how considerate. What could these messages be? The rescue of Xue Ruru has been completed. The public opinion of the citizens in the half-fishman camp has risen above 95. Xue Ruru's affection 1. The prestige bonus of the title King of Rivers has increased by 100, current prestige, 200, renowned, haha. It's done, but what on earth is Xue Ruru's affection? It has become rather complicated. Before Xiang Xinghe could contemplate a course of action, the voice of the intellect resonated once more. Due to the failure to eliminate or subdue all hostile elements of the Little Sun tribe, the information has leaked, triggering the event, Fury of the 3 Clans, event, Fury of the 3 Clans, because you have not entirely eradicated the hostile elements aware of your actions. The massacre of the senior members of the Silver Moon Tribe, Black Moon Tribe, and Vines Tribe has been disclosed to the 3 clans, who will seek retribution against your tribe. Please devise a strategy to protect your people and halt the vengeance of the 3 clans. Possible forms of retribution: ambushing solitary members of your tribe and those wishing to join it, exerting pressure on other tribes to hinder your tribe's trade. Should the location of your camp be revealed, it will come under attack, and other means to inflict harm upon your tribe. Ways to terminate the retribution: 1. Offer compensation and an apology sufficient to placate the fury of the 3 clans. Accept their punishment and seek their forgiveness. 2. Seek external mediation to find a powerful ally to assist in resolving the conflict between your tribe and the other 3 clans. 3. Exhibit a display of formidable strength to deter the 3 clans from enacting revenge. 4. Annihilate the 3 clans, eradicating the source of their vengeance. Difficulty: legendary. Rewards for completing the event: confidence of the populace 10. Enhancement of martial potential. Civilization unlocks the martial virtue skill tree. Prestige of the title River King 1000. 1 golden treasure chest. National fortune points 5000. A chance to acquire a vassal tribe. Increase the absorption rate of wandering populations by 50 day, current rate 5 day. Penalties for failing the event. Prestige of the title River King reset to 0. Civilization faces the threat of extinction. Note: during the event, the happiness of the populace decreases by 20, the speed of civilization development decreases by 20, and the daily acquisition rate of national fortune points decreases by 20. What the heck? What is going on? The fallen foreign tribes had quite a significant background, and we are to suffer retribution. How did they find out? Did we leave any survivors? Xiang Xinghe did not anticipate such consequences, yet he swiftly regained his composure and began to devise a response. It seems that trade must be temporarily suspended, but the resources of the Little Sun tribe should have been transported back by now. Combined with our own supplies, we should be able to erect the totem pillar. Furthermore, having accepted so many from the Little Sun tribe, if we can fully assimilate them, our tribe should experience a substantial enhancement. Therefore, let us focus on development for the time being. Xiang Xinghe opened the tribe panel to take a look and was astonished to find that the number of his subjects had significantly increased. Xinghe tribe, chief. Xiang Xinghe, number of subjects, 346, loyal subjects, 126, faithful subjects, 43, fence-sitting subjects, 168, reactionary subjects, 9. Note: loyalty above 95, faithful, 80-95, fence-sitting, 60-80, reactionary, below 60, possessions, no cities, wonders, white stone salt mine, achievements, none, heritage, none, military strength, 100, for reference only, technological level, Stone Age civilization, growth rate, 10, cultural level, growth rate, 50, average public opinion, 65, somewhat discontented, maximum value 100, below 60 may trigger rebellion, national fortune, 230, daily national fortune point growth, unremarkable, national fortune points, 4346. The loyal subjects must consist of the original inhabitants of the Xinghe tribe along with the half-merfolk, whose courageous act of rescuing Shuiruru had deeply moved them. Coupled with the rewards from the intelligent core, the loyalty of those half-merfolk had all soared above 95. The faithful subjects were likely the recently assimilated blacksmith tribe members, who were faring well within the tribe but still required time to solidify their loyalty. The subjects with only fence-sitting loyalty were probably the newly integrated members of the Little Sun tribe, who had just joined and needed measures to be taken to govern them. As for the reactionary subjects, Xiang Xinghe could easily guess their identity with a mere thought. Alas, the rapid assimilation of outsiders indeed had its repercussions. The presence of numerous fence-sitters, and even some reactionaries within the tribe was concerning. It seemed likely that Yu Shang and his close associates were behind this. That fellow was certainly no benign character, and it appeared more stringent measures were necessary. Regardless, Xiang Xinghe felt a surge of joy at the sudden increase in his subjects. Closing the tribe interface, he proceeded to accept the next piece of information. Enlightenment in Dreams completed. Event reward. Personal charisma 20, leadership charisma 20, rationality 10, intelligence 5, awakening personal talent, unyielding, in the face of confusion and adversity, all attributes 50. Well, this is splendid. Chapter 101. Chat channel. The ability to complete events even in dreams, coupled with such commendable rewards, filled Xiang Xinghe with elation. Ha ha ha, I am indeed the child of destiny. I in high spirits. He opened the chat interface, eager to see if the demise of the Little Sun tribe had impacted the players along the banks of Shuijiang. However, upon doing so, his smile instantly faded. Goodness, I have been cyberbullied. The chat channel, which had previously been dormant, was now inundated with messages exceeding 999. Individuals who had never before shown their faces in the region were frantically expressing themselves. Xiang Xinghe scrolled to the top of the messages and discovered that the uproar was sparked by a post from Qi Gu Yichang proclaiming the annihilation of his tribe. What the heck? This fellow is still alive. Did Ashu not pursue him? Was he not killed? Alas, this implies that the incident of the three clans' wrath was indeed instigated by Ichiro Chigu, who undoubtedly informed them of such matters. Xiang Xinghe let out a sigh, continuing to scroll through the messages, his brow furrowing increasingly. The majority of the comments were vehemently condemning him, demanding explanations for the annihilation of another tribe, asserting that aggression constitutes a crime, particularly in aiding the indigenous in exterminating players, and calling for a united front to sanction him. Conversely, a segment of individuals, predominantly from Huaxia, expressed their elation at Xiang Xinghe's obliteration of a Japanese tribe, rallying in support and voicing their endorsement. Additionally, there were those who relished in the chaos, proclaiming that the primordial continent necessitated bloodshed, with numerous voices advocating imitation and instigating attacks on other tribes. Furthermore, a significant contingent of rationalists refrained from blindly accepting Ichiro Chigu's narrative, insisting that one should not heed solely his account, and urged Xiang Xinghe to articulate his actions. However, due to Xiang Xinghe's persistent silence, the discourse increasingly devolved into vitriol aimed at him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe disseminated a message within the chat channel, a blend of truth and fabrication. Xiang Xinghe, greetings, everyone. I am Xiang Xinghe. Indeed, it was I who attacked the Little Sun tribe yesterday, yet the reality diverges from Ichiro Chigu's portrayal. The origins of this situation are as follows. The River King has become my close ally, and our two tribes have embarked on a joint venture, my suggestion. He initiated trade along the banks of the Snow River, supplying the tribes along the coast with his clan's abundant salt to foster mutual growth. However, during our half-merfolk trade convoy's journey along the river, Ichiro Chigu, coveting the beauty of a half-merfolk maiden among our ranks and our goods, raided our convoy, seizing both personnel and supplies. This half-merfolk maiden holds significant importance to our kind. Failing to rescue her would impede our tribe's advancement, and the River King would undoubtedly retaliate against the human tribes along the Snow River. To safeguard the players, I implored the River King for some time. That very night, I stealthily led my warriors to the Little Sun tribe's encampment, intending to rescue the half-merfolk and depart. Unexpectedly, I inadvertently overheard Ichiro Chigu hosting a gathering of the half-orcs, tree spirits, and half-merfolk from the mountains, where they were conspiring. It appeared that Ichiro Chigu had divulged information about the players to the alien tribes, even claiming to be the godson of the three clans, offering to lead them in the destruction of the players' tribes and to capture players for their servitude. I wished to eavesdrop further, but he discovered my presence, prompting Ichiro Chigu and his alien cohorts to launch an assault against me. My warriors and I could only defend ourselves with great difficulty, nearly facing total annihilation. Fortunately, Ichiro Chigu has always treated his kin poorly. His tribe's people revolted, aiding us in vanquishing those aliens and Ichiro Chigu's minions. I initially intended to capture Ichiro Chigu and detain him for collective condemnation by the players. Regrettably, he managed to escape. Ichiro Chigu's ruthlessness towards his own is remarkable. As a fellow player, he sought to eliminate me. Nearly succeeding in my demise, I owe my survival to the valiant protection of my warriors, after which I remained unconscious until now, finally regaining consciousness. Upon perusing the messages, I felt a surge of indignation. He audaciously tarnished my reputation. If an individual possesses true virtue, how could he incite rebellion among his own kin? His people have now joined my tribe, expressing their relief at finally leading a life worthy of humanity, having previously endured treatment akin to that of slaves. Chick is not only a traitor to humanity but also to the players. Should you doubt my words, you may investigate. 3 foreign tribes near Chick's encampment are actively seeking information about me, plotting vengeance if my intuition serves me right. Chick is now ensconced within one of those foreign tribes. When one is besmirched by an adversary, the optimal response is not to cleanse oneself, but rather to hurl back an even more sordid accusation. Indeed, it was not long before the chat channel erupted with numerous messages. Li Huame. So that's how it is. Pillaging is a hallmark of the Japanese. It appears they cannot shed this trait even in another world. Well done. I stand with you, brother. Augustine Lev. Ha ha ha, a battle ignited by foreign beauties. How utterly fascinating. It stirs my blood. Does anyone know where I might find foreign maidens in need of rescue? Share your insights, and I may grant you a chance to serve me. The rest shall meet their doom at my hands. Hanson Candace. Good heavens. How terrifying. I never imagined Chick could be such a person. I was deceived by him and even extended substantial aid. I deeply regret my actions. Chick. Xiang Xinghe, you are slandering me. It is not as you claim. And you, Hanson Candace, do you truly consider 10 national fortune points to be a substantial contribution? Hanson Candace. Chick, instead of expressing gratitude for the assistance, you dare to complain about your benefactor. You are truly despicable. I am now firmly inclined to believe Mr. Xiang Xinghe's words. Pray tell, where are you currently? Even your Japanese compatriots wish to prevent you from joining their tribe. Where do you find yourself? Are you among the foreigners? Speak. Chick ceased to respond, for he found himself indeed within the Silver Moon tribe, albeit confined in a water prison. That very day, having descended from a precipice, he was met with violent assaults and contention from 3 tribes. Exhausted and weary, he possessed no strength to resist, relegating himself to a corner, awaiting the outcome of the tribe's conflict, the victor entitled to seize him. He felt akin to the wild boar, crushed by a boulder, with no means of resistance, merely waiting for fate's decree. Ultimately, the half-fish warriors, through their rapid support, triumphed in this minor skirmish, reclaiming Chick for their tribe. After venting their frustrations upon him, they afforded him the opportunity to recount the events of the previous night. Chick embellished the tale, portraying Xiang Xinghe as one who scorns the 3 tribes, deliberately ambushing their high-ranking members, while casting himself as the victim. The outcome is rather satisfactory. The leaders of the 3 clans perished within his tribe, yet he was not subjected to immediate execution, merely confined in a water dungeon, still harboring a glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 102. The gathering. A shift in the atmosphere of the chat channel became apparent. The one-sided vitriol directed at Xiang Xinghe transformed into a cacophony of discord, with an increasing number of voices debating the veracity of each party's claims. Xiang Xinghe remained unfazed by this turmoil. Public opinion, as long as it does not overwhelmingly skew against someone, holds little sway. The true linchpin of relations among factions lies in mutual benefit. Once he is able to provide advantages to others, many will rally to his side. Amidst the clamor, a distinct message emerged within the chat channel. Just as Xiang Xinghe was lost in thought, a raucous commotion arose from the bamboo grove. "Chieftain, are you awake? I have missed you dearly. By the grace of the heavens, our chieftain has finally awakened. Quickly now, bring the meat porridge and goat's milk for the chieftain to drink. First, let him have the medicine." "Yes, yes, we heed the great priest." A throng of tribespeople emerged from the bamboo thicket, carrying an array of items. Xiang Xinghe could only smile helplessly. It appeared that tranquility was no longer an option. A multitude of familiar faces, A Shu, the great priest, Tai Lingguang, Xiao Yi, Xiao Chun, jostled toward him. The slumbering Xiang Xiuxiu was startled awake, and upon meeting Xiang Xinghe's gaze, her face brightened with joy. "Brother, you are awake. Indeed, thank you for taking care of me during my fainting spell." Before Xiang Xiuxiu could articulate further, the great priest and others had already surged past her, crowding around Xiang Xinghe, their voices overlapping in expressions of concern. Feeling somewhat bashful under such scrutiny, Xiang Xinghe draped a piece of animal hide over himself and began to reassure the tribe members, assuring them of his recovery and that all was well. At that moment, the remaining injured warriors were roused by the tumultuous noise. Even the gravely wounded Shirtu regained consciousness, eliciting another wave of joy among the tribespeople, with the injured Xiang Xinghe and the warriors awake. A buoyant atmosphere enveloped the vicinity of the fairy pond. After sharing heartfelt conversations with the tribespeople, Xiang Xinghe turned to Ashu to inquire about the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Through Ashu's recounting, Xiang Xinghe learned that he had been unconscious for 2 days. Following his fainting, Xiang Feng and Yushang orchestrated the evacuation of the populace to the half-merman encampment, with Shui Ruru and Xiang Feng currently managing the situation, which was deemed stable. From Ashu's narrative, Xiang Xinghe also became aware of the incident where Ashu had forced Chigu Yilong off a cliff, and he couldn't help but marvel at Chigu Yilong's remarkable fortune in surviving such an ordeal. Subsequently, the great priest briefed Xiang Xinghe on the happenings within the tribe over the past 2 days. The most significant news was that Cain had fully recovered and had commenced leading the tribe in constructing totem poles. Xiang Xinghe was elated and instructed the great priest to extend full support, whispering to ensure that a few astute tribespeople were sent to learn the intricacies of totem pole construction, meticulously documenting each step. The high priest indicated that he had long arranged for individuals to learn, and the Cyclops was equally forthcoming. In addition to Xiao Chen, who visibly recorded on animal hides, several diligent tribesmen were also documenting the proceedings. Every evening, they would gather in the high priest's wooden dwelling to recount the day's construction steps and experiences, with Xiao Chen tasked with the recording, having filled numerous hides already. Only then did Xiang Xinghe feel reassured enough to inquire about other matters. The high priest continued, stating that due to Xiang Xinghe's injury in the recent battle, the tribesmen expressed a desire to learn combat skills to better protect their leader. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe addressed the high priest. "It is time to augment our ranks of warriors. High priest, please select 20 robust warriors from the Xinghe camp, and additionally, choose another 20 from the newly arrived individuals at the half-merman camp. We shall form 2 training camps under the tutelage of Ashu." The high priest hesitated. "Is it not somewhat perilous to enlist those newcomers as warriors?" Xiang Xinghe replied, "Fear not. It is only through your trust that they will place their faith in you. When selecting warriors, be discerning. They must appear earnest, with slightly darker skin and calloused hands and feet. Such individuals are undoubtedly hard workers, less likely to harbor ulterior motives. Treat them well, and they shall serve you loyally. Bring them to the Xinghe camp for training, and inform them that once they have honed their skills and become true warriors, they may bring their families here." The high priest, wearing a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, remarked, "Haha, I knew you must have considered this beforehand. With distance, they will gradually grow less intimate with the original tribesmen." Xiang Xinghe chuckled, "Haha, I learned this from you," he added. "There is one more matter. Please retrieve some animal hides and pigments shortly, as I wish to design certain weapons for the equipment research and manufacturing department to construct." The high priest nodded, "Very well. They have been smelting a considerable amount of iron ingots recently and were pondering what to fabricate. Also, send someone to the half-merman camp to summon Xiang Feng. I wish to inquire about the situation there." "Understood. Leader, please take this medicine. It is beneficial for your recovery." Upon finishing his statement, the high priest brought forth a bowl of murky medicinal concoction, adorned with small red fruits resembling goji berries. Xiang Xinghe regarded the high priest with a dubious expression, asking, "Why is the color like this?" Is it safe to drink? The high priest replied nonchalantly. This concoction is brewed from the ginseng and reishi you mentioned, along with some other rare herbs I have preserved, simmered in the waters of the fairy spring for a day and night. It is highly restorative. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Xinghe seized the earthen bowl and began to drink. A subtle sweetness, mingled with a hint of bitterness, graced his palate, and as the liquid settled in his stomach, he soon felt a warm current radiating throughout his body, even causing his face to flush. Chapter 103. Shui Rurua, how hot it is! Xiang Xinghe found himself enveloped in a wave of heat. Setting aside the empty ceramic bowl he had drained, immersing his entire head in the spring water, he began to feel a semblance of relief. After a brief interval of several seconds, he emerged from the water, his body temperature gradually diminishing. Though he still felt a lingering warmth in this fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a restoration of his physical strength. The debilitating weakness had lessened considerably, and even the wound on his back was not as painful as before, showing signs of new flesh emerging. Xiang Xinghe speculated that with a few more bowls, he would be able to rise and walk again. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "High Priest, this medicine is truly remarkable. Its healing effects are extraordinary. If I drink a few more bowls, will I be restored completely?" The high priest chuckled, replying, "Chieftain, do not be so hasty. This medicine is concocted from several precious herbs known for their life-sustaining properties, combined with the spring water from the fairy spring, which inherently aids in recovery. Its miraculous effects are indeed undeniable, yet one must not consume it in excess all at once, as the body may not withstand it. A bowl a day will suffice to expedite recovery." Recalling the old adage from Blue Star that warned against overindulgence in nourishment, Xiang Xinghe nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall take my time. Stone and the others have awakened. Please prepare some for them as well, for this medicine is truly exceptional." The high priest nodded happily. "Certainly, I have brewed a large pot." After ensuring that the high priest was informed of his responsibilities, Xiang Xinghe exchanged a few words with the family members who had come to visit him. Reluctantly, they departed, each with their own tasks to attend to, as the development of the tribe could not be halted. The fairy spring fell into a tranquil silence once more, leaving only those immersed in the water for healing and Xiang Xiuxiu, who tended to him. Xiang Xinghe urged her to return to the camp for some rest, insisting she need not stay by his side. However, she replied that she felt no fatigue and that being there was the best form of rest. With a sense of helplessness, he acquiesced, allowing her to remain by his side, though he instructed Stone and the others to don their garments, eliciting a round of grumbling from Stone. The bottom of the fairy spring was remarkably even, with a gentle sandy texture that posed no risk of sharp stones cutting the skin, making it quite comfortable to lie upon. Xiang Xinghe reclined in the fairy spring, sketching weapon designs on animal hide while engaging in casual conversation with Stone. "Chieftain, do you think I will have a scar on my neck? With enough time spent in the fairy spring, it should be fine." That's good to hear. "Chieftain, are you drawing the moon?" "No, I am drawing a shield." "What is a shield?" "It is an object used to protect the body. If you learn to wield one, you will be able to block the enemy's attacks. Then I must acquire one. That way, I won't suffer such grievous wounds next time." "Will you dare to fight him again?" "With a shield, I will. By then, if I cannot strike him, he won't be able to harm me either. Once he tires, I will seize the opportunity to deliver a blow, and he shall fall." "Very clever indeed. However, you must also practice your speed. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness is paramount, for if one is too slow, they can only endure blows." "Swiftness is paramount in martial arts? That sounds impressive. But chieftain, what is martial arts?" "Martial arts is the manifestation of combat prowess. The higher your skill, the more capable you are of defeating your adversaries. I shall diligently hone my martial skills to become the mightiest warrior." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I place my trust in you." Xiang Xinghe cast aside the meticulously crafted design of the shield and began sketching another weapon. He could merely outline a shape and offer some conceptual insights. The actual transformation into a tangible object would ultimately rely on the painstaking efforts of Tai Lingguang and the others. He completed the illustrations of the 18 traditional weapons of Huaxia. A sudden commotion erupted in the bamboo forest. "Chieftain, are you awake?" A voice rang out. "Wonderful." Xiang Feng rushed over, guided by a fellow clansman, his face radiating a joyful smile. Beside him stood a beautiful maiden. The girl, with her snow-white skin clad in fish leather attire, possessed a graceful figure, her striking features imbued with a sense of valor. None other than Shui Ruru. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly having wept for an extended period, and she gazed at Xiang Xinghe with profound guilt and sorrow. Xiang Xinghe smiled gently, saying, "Why are you crying?" Seeing you safe brings me great joy. I was quite worried since I didn't have the chance to see you awake that day. Xiang Xiuxiu hurriedly approached Xiang Xinghe, her eyes welling with tears as she beheld the terrifying scars adorning his body. Chieftain, you have suffered such grave injuries for my sake. From now on, my heart and being belong entirely to you. There was no mention of guilt or gratitude. She simply articulated her intentions, truly a remarkable woman of indomitable spirit. Xiang Xinghe set the animal hide aside, gently wiped her tears with his hand, and reassured her with a tender smile. Your journey to see me through such arduous paths has already moved me deeply. It is all worth it. I shall recover swiftly, so do not be disheartened. Xiang Xiuxiu nuzzled her head against Xiang Xinghe's hand and stealthily kissed his palm. The delicate, soft touch sent a jolt through Xiang Xinghe, causing him to retract his hand instinctively. He observed that Xiang Jiaojiao's face had turned a deep shade of red as she lifted her head, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. The action had been so subtle that only Xiang Xiuxiu, besides Xiang Xinghe, had noticed. She was taken aback but soon smiled, finding her elder sister quite daring. Xiang Xinghe cleared his throat and inquired, "What is the situation at the half-merman camp? Have there been any unusual movements among the newly joined clansmen?" Xiang Feng responded, "The half-merman camp is currently quite stable. The original clansmen are deeply moved and are now brimming with enthusiasm, working diligently every day. However, during the last operation, 3 half-mermen were killed, which has incited considerable anger among them, prompting a desire to train their combat skills. Additionally, during the recent battle, 1 half-merman displayed remarkable courage. His name is Wolf Tooth and Chieftain. You might want to pay special attention to him. As for the new clansmen, they have not shown any unusual behavior. They claim that life is much better now. They are no longer subjected to beatings and have better food and shelter than before. Yet, they persistently request to meet Yusheng, and there are even rumors circulating that we have killed him. Such tales seem to arise periodically. Xiang Xinghe pondered. It appears that Yusheng holds considerable importance in their hearts. He is their pillar of support. You have interacted with Xiang Feng. What are your thoughts on him? Xiang Feng responded, Yuesheng is remarkably astute and possesses great cunning, adept at managing affairs with finesse. However, he is not particularly forthright. I often sense that he harbors inscrutable intentions. Xiang Xinghe nodded in agreement, saying, You have made an astute observation. He is indeed a capable child. I must assign him a suitable position, lest he spend his days idly in the tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe continued, I have conceived a new role, the inspector. This individual will be responsible for relaying messages between the half-fishman encampment and the Starfire camp, thereby fostering a closer connection between the two. This way, we can avoid a recurrence of the dire situation we faced previously, where Xiang Feng had to hasten to deliver messages, leaving the half-fishman camp unguarded. Chapter 104. A new plan. Xiang Feng inquired. Do you mean to appoint me to this position? Xiang Xinghe affirmed, Indeed. Additionally, select 4 astute individuals from the tribe to serve alongside you as inspectors. This time, there will be no departmental assignments. They will report directly to me. Xiang Feng nodded. Very well, this will allow them to monitor Yuesheng as well. Xiang Xinghe chuckled. Sometimes, it is wise to know but unnecessary to voice. Xiang Feng pondered briefly, then realized, Thank you for your guidance, Chief. Xiang Xinghe waved his hand dismissively and continued, The half-fishmen have begun to develop a desire for combat, which is a positive sign. During my nocturnal raid on the Little Sun camp, I encountered true half-fishmen warriors, fiercely formidable, their combat prowess on land rivaling that of ordinary warriors. If we can train such half-fishmen fighters, our fighting strength will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Let us also establish a combat team there, composed entirely of half-fishmen, with Wolf Fong as the captain at AS for training. We lack knowledge of their methods, so let Shui Ro oversee the training. Shui Ro beamed with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped, and replied, Very well. I have learned some methods for training our kin from my father. I shall take charge. I am truly delighted to contribute to the chief. Xiang Xinghe nodded and continued. Qi Gui Lang is still alive. He has informed the 3 tribes to which those slain foreign entities belonged about our actions. Now, these 3 powerful tribes are seeking opportunities to exact their revenge upon us. For the time being, we must suspend trade and closely monitor the newly joined tribesmen, ensuring they do not leave stealthily. Otherwise, the revelation of our whereabouts could spell disaster. Shui Ro clenched her fists tightly. He is not dead? Chief, where is he? I will go and kill him. Xiang Xinghe waved his hand, saying, A calamity can last for a millennium. It is not prudent to eliminate him now. We shall wait for a more opportune moment. Our focus must now be on our own development. Shui Ro, though momentarily conceding, did not abandon her resolve, declaring, Very well, but I shall ensure that I personally slay him when the opportunity arises. At this moment, the stone chuckled, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, we shall seize the opportunity when the time comes. I, too, wish to vanquish him." Meanwhile, several dozen miles away in the water prison, Chi Gui Lang suddenly sneezed a few times. Sensing a malevolent aura enveloping him, he shook his head and glanced around the empty cell, pondering whether it might merely be a figment of his imagination. Xiang Xinghe, having conferred with Xiang Feng and Shui Rou, entrusted them with the forthcoming tasks: to construct a half-merman encampment, erect high walls, build a dock, and erect dwellings, as well as to capture fish for sustenance during the winter months. The fish in the Shui River had dwindled significantly, with many seasonal species migrating downstream to warmer waters. Subsequently, Xiang Xinghe summoned Yusheng, preparing for a session of reinforcement. Before long, Yusheng arrived, caked in mud, and upon seeing Xiang Xinghe, he beamed with joy. "You are awake, Chief." Xiang Xinghe observed Yusheng's genuine smile and, upon inspecting his loyalty panel, discovered that his loyalty had inexplicably risen to 65, indicating a budding allegiance. Curiously, Xiang Xinghe inquired, "What brings you such elation? Are you not fearful of me?" Yusheng chuckled and replied, "Oh, not at all. I admire you immensely. You are truly a genius, conjuring so many fascinating ideas and governing our tribe so effectively. Even in your fainting spell." The tribesfolk remained composed, fully aware of their duties. It dawned on Xiang Xinghe that Yusheng's loyalty had been bolstered by the sight of the newly constructed structures and the amiable atmosphere of the Xinghe tribe. The feeling of winning over an astute mind was rather gratifying, and Xiang Xinghe felt a twinge of pride. He decided to forego the planned reinforcement session for the time being. Upon examining Yusheng's panel closely, he noted that his intelligence had reached 9 points, placing him on par with Xiang Xiuxiu and Xiang Xingchen, while his cunning had attained a silver 5-star rating, accompanied by a talent called divine calculation and a strategic skill known as flawless planning. Flawless planning, strategic skill, a well-crafted scheme, underpinned by exceptional strategic talent and subconscious scrutiny, ensuring that proposed strategies are devoid of flaws under normal circumstances. This was a natural strategist. If he could fully win over Yusheng, it would alleviate some of his burdens in the future. Xiang Xinghe's demeanor toward Yusheng shifted dramatically as he gently remarked, "So, you truly hold me in such high regard. I had thought you wished to sneak away from me." Yusheng's expression stiffened momentarily before he managed a strained smile, saying, "How could that be? You rescued me from Chi Gui Lang, and the tribe is so delightful. Why would I ever leave? I owe you my gratitude." Xiang Xinghe remained noncommittal, inquiring, "Why are you so covered in mud? Has someone wronged you?" Xiang Feng interjected with interest, shaking his head and clarifying, "No, I was assisting in the construction of the altar. Hence my muddy appearance." "An altar?" Xiang Xinghe queried. "Indeed, Uncle Cain mentioned that we must first build an altar before erecting the totem poles. The foundation for the altar has already been laid and is quite expansive." Xiang Xinghe nodded and remarked, "So it is, very well. Once I have recovered, I shall pay a visit. By the way, Yusheng, I have a task for you." Yusheng inquired, "What task?" "You are aware that our tribe has 2 camps. Henceforth, you shall serve as an inspector, traversing between the half-merman camp and the Starfire camp to gather vital information, which you will then relay to me." A look of joy illuminated Yusheng's eyes, for he had not seen his kin for 2 days and was filled with concern and longing. He promptly replied, "Certainly. Since it is you, the chieftain, who has requested it, I shall not decline. However, I am not very familiar with the routes between the 2 camps, and I must pass through the forest, which makes me apprehensive about the presence of wild beasts." Xiang Xinghe smiled and assured him, "I have anticipated this. I shall send 4 individuals who are well acquainted with the terrain to accompany you. Together, the 5 of you shall journey forth, equipped with iron weapons, so that ordinary beasts will dare not provoke you." Yusheng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept." Xiang Xinghe then called over Xiang Feng and Shui Ruru, saying to Yusheng, "These 2 are the leaders of the half-merman camp. Henceforth, you will be responsible for communication with me and them." Yusheng had no objections and willingly agreed. "Good." Xiang Xinghe waved his hand. "Now you may proceed. After selecting the remaining members, take Yusheng with you to the half-merman camp, for the newly joined tribespeople have missed him." "Understood." Shui Ruru lingered with Xiang Xinghe for a while longer before reluctantly departing. The 3 returned to the camp to attend to their respective duties. Subsequently, Tailingguang arrived to discuss weaponry with Xiang Xinghe. Holding a hide adorned with cartoonish weapon designs, Xiang Xinghe meticulously explained the uses and styles of the weapons, placing particular emphasis on shields. "Behold, I have sketched 2 types of shields. One is a full-body square shield, and the other a half-body round shield. The full-body shield is intended to deflect thrown weapons, while the half-body shield is suitable for everyday combat. Both are of utmost importance and should be attempted for manufacture. When crafting, ensure that the surface is not flat. Otherwise, it will be easily destroyed. It is essential to maintain a degree of curvature, allowing weapons that strike the shield to slide off, while also dissipating force to lessen the impact on the user. As Tai Lingguang listened. He nodded along, though he did not entirely grasp the reasons, he still found it quite logical. Subsequently, Xiang Xinghe elaborated on swords, knives, hammers, and other weaponry, emphasizing their greater utility in battle. Regarding the illustrious weapons of Chinese history, such as the Mo Dao, Ma Sha, and Tang Dao, Xiang Xinghe possessed little knowledge and could only relay what he knew to Tai Lingguang, encouraging him to explore further with the weapon manufacturing team. Xiang Xinghe then inquired, "How much iron can we produce daily?" Tai Lingguang gestured with his hand, indicating a sphere about the size of a fist, and said, "Approximately this much." Xiang Xinghe estimated it to be around 2 to 3 pounds. It seems rather insufficient. It would take approximately 2 days to amass enough material to forge a single blade. Tai Lingguang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the iron we previously stored has all been fashioned into weapons. Now we must dispatch individuals daily to extract magnetic iron from the soil and rivers using magnets, which will then be refined into iron." Xiang Xinghe responded, "Very well, I understand that it appears we must locate an iron mine. Please proceed and forge some spearheads, around 20 or so, and then we shall focus on crafting blades afterward." "Understood, chieftain, I shall take my leave now." Tai Lingguang nodded and departed, returning to the tribe. Having addressed the matters at hand, the sky had darkened considerably. Xiang Xinghe's wounds had scabbed over, the pain significantly lessened, and one could observe a visible recovery, as was the case with Shi and the others. Without the fairy pond, Xiang Xinghe surmised that he and the others might have been bedridden for months, possibly suffering from lingering injuries. Sustaining an injury in the primitive era was indeed perilous, and he truly comprehended the significance of such miraculous phenomena. From time to time, injured animals approached from a distance, seeking solace in the tranquil waters of the pond, devoid of combat and strife. Here, only peace reigned. Xiang Xinghe began to ponder how best to manage the fairy pond. Ultimately, he resolved to reserve 2 pools for the animals, while the remaining 5 springs would be brought into the tribe. One would be designated for medicinal preparations, while the others would serve as healing sanctuaries. "It is late. Let us retire, dear brother. Tomorrow, you may find yourself able to move about," Xiang Xiuxiu suggested, kindling a fire by the pond's edge, laying down animal hides, intending to sleep there while guarding Xiang Xinghe. Aware that persuasion would be futile, and with fellow tribesmen on watch, the absence of wild beasts rendered the area relatively safe, he replied, "Very well, let us sleep." Thank you. In the serene bamboo grove, a flickering campfire danced with the breeze as the tribe members gradually succumbed to slumber, protected by their kin. Upon awakening the next morning, the campfire had dwindled to mere ashes, and Xiang Xiuxiu was no longer by the bank, presumably having gone to freshen up. Xiang Xinghe sensed a remarkable transformation in his body compared to the previous day. The wound on his shoulder had healed, leaving only a faint red mark, and the pain had considerably subsided. He experienced only slight stiffness in his movements, overall feeling capable of free activity. Though he had soaked in the pond for an extended period, discomfort lingered. After drying himself, he exited the fairy pond, donned his animal hide attire, and ambled about, his bones cracking pleasantly, rather than uncomfortably. Xiang Xinghe felt he had grown a few centimeters taller, perhaps 2 or 3. Even at his age, such growth in a short span was remarkable. Whether due to the blessings of the fairy pond or the nourishing concoctions prepared by the high priest, he deemed it a fortuitous development. At that moment, Xiang Xiuxiu and other tribe members emerged from the bamboo grove, bearing food to provide breakfast for the injured. Upon seeing Xiang Xinghe fully dressed, albeit somewhat pale, he appeared remarkably healthy. This brought joy to the tribe members, who expressed their delight. "Wonderful, chieftain, you have finally recovered. Chieftain, do you not require further rest? Brother, perhaps you should take another day to recuperate." Xiang Xinghe smiled and said, "I owe you my gratitude for your care during these days. I have recovered significantly. I wish to take a stroll and visit the camp, and afterwards, I shall return for further recuperation. Please feed Shi and the others. I will dine at the camp." "All right," one of them replied. "Shi and the others are more severely injured and have yet to fully recover. The clanspeople need to sit by the fairy pool and feed them." Xiang Xiuxiu turned to a woman beside her and said, "Sister Ming, why don't you and the others go feed Brother Shi? I would like to accompany my brother, if that's all right." The woman responded with a hearty laugh, "Haha, of course, go ahead." "Thank you, Sister Ming," Xiang Xiuxiu exclaimed as she rose, joyfully catching up with Xiang Xinghe, taking his hand as they walked towards the camp. Having only recently regained his strength, Xiang Xinghe felt slightly breathless upon returning to the camp, yet the sight before him was astonishing. In just 3 days, the camp had undergone a remarkable transformation. The tents in the center had all been replaced by wooden houses, neatly arranged, prompting Xiang Xinghe to marvel at the remarkable efficiency of his people. At that moment, the camp was deserted, with a large pot suspended over the crackling fire, emitting white smoke, and some small earthen jars placed nearby. Xiang Xiuxiu explained to Xiang Xinghe, they are constructing an altar at the Baisher salt mine. Minister Kane mentioned that the ground there is quite firm and close to a place rich in fortune, making it more suitable for building an altar and totem pole. The Xinghe camp was expansive, primarily located near the ridge, while the Baisher salt mine was obscured by the ridge, which is why Xiang Xinghe had not seen anyone. I see, Xiang Xinghe said, coming to a realization. He first went to the well to brush his teeth with salt and wood ash, and then Xiang Xiuxiu brought over a small earthen jar from beside the fire, revealing a creamy broth of stewed ribs. She ladled a bowl and handed it to Xiang Xinghe. Upon tasting it, he found it exquisitely delicious, fragrant yet not greasy, with a hint of saltiness that instantly ignited his appetite. The ribs were perfectly stewed. A gentle tug with his teeth separated the meat from the bone. With each bite, the rich flavor of the ribs and the savory broth burst forth in his mouth. To his delight, the broth contained some potatoes, which, having soaked up the flavors, were wonderfully tender and delectable, each bite even surpassing the ribs in taste. To start the day with such a dish of rib soup was nothing short of heavenly. Xiang Xinghe savored several mouthfuls, feeling the lingering chill from the fairy pool dissipate entirely, replaced by a warm, invigorating sensation coursing through his body. Chapter 106. The hammer having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Xiang Xinghe made his way towards the Baisher salt mine. As he turned a corner, the sounds of labor echoed in his ears. Ahead, almost a meter away from the Baisher salt mine, a small mound of earth had unexpectedly appeared, standing 2 to 3 meters high at that moment. The clanspeople were bustling about on the mound like ants, energetically jumping around. Some sharp-eyed clanspeople spotted Xiang Xinghe and immediately shouted in delight, prompting others on the mound to look around. Upon recognizing his arrival, they all rushed down the mound, hurrying towards Xiang Xinghe. Kane had been observing the others at work when he found it peculiar that they suddenly departed. However, upon seeing Xiang Xinghe, he comprehended the reason behind their actions and silently acquiesced to them. The tribe's people appeared disheveled yet radiated joy, bouncing around Xiang Xinghe. He responded to their exuberance with a smile and inquired, "What were you all doing just now?" The tribe's people chimed in unison, "We were laying the foundation, compressing the soil layer by layer to create a solid ground, as Minister Kane mentioned that this is essential for erecting the totem pole." Xiang Xinghe tapped his forehead in exasperation, saying, "You intend to use your feet to compact such a large area of earth?" The tribe's people asked, "Indeed, what other method is there?" The heaviest and most reliable objects they could procure were themselves. This approach is impractical. Not only is it inefficient, but it also poses significant risks to you. Xiang Xinghe advised, "Please find a flat stone weighing at least half your weight, and bring back several sturdy ropes." Upon hearing this, the tribe's people immediately set off towards the nearby mountains, where they hoped to find the type of stone Xiang Xinghe described. Although uncertain of the rationale, they trusted that his instructions would simplify their task. The one-eyed giant Kane, curious about Xiang Xinghe's intentions, approached him without asking questions. Xiang Xinghe noticed that Kane had fully recovered. The moss that once clung to him had vanished entirely. He now donned a tiger-striped hide, with a large sword strapped to his back, its rust polished away, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The hide was secured with a leather strap, projecting an imposing presence. While still somewhat lean, he exuded a fierce aura, a stark contrast to his earlier despondent demeanor. The one-eyed giant crouched beside Xiang Xinghe, still towering over him. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "I have completely healed. You have fulfilled your promise. Had you perished that night, I would have cared for your tribe through 3,000 sunrises and sunsets, and upon departing, I would have eradicated every member of that little sun tribe." Xiang Xinghe was taken aback by the giant's reliability and chuckled, "Thank you for considering revenge on my behalf. However, the current outcome is far more favorable. I returned alive, and have incorporated most of the little sun tribe into our fold. After 3,000 sunrises and sunsets, you will be able to find your kin easily, which is a far better result." The one-eyed giant nodded and remarked, "The peculiar creatures of this continent have awakened. Perhaps this is not a good omen." "Are you referring to that flying tiger in the sky that night?" Xiang Xinghe asked. "Indeed, I have long wished to discuss this with you. Yet since you sent me to the fairy pool, you have not sought me out again." Xiang Xinghe discerned a hint of melancholy in the words of the one-eyed giant. Rubbing the nape of his neck, he spoke somewhat sheepishly, as you can see. A great many events have transpired recently, and I have not had the opportunity to seek you out. However, I entrusted my kin to take good care of you. The one-eyed giant, Cain, responded with a low grunt. I am aware. What I wish to convey is that it would be prudent to arm your people as swiftly as possible. That flying tiger is capable of single-handedly bearing the weight of my entire clan. Given the sparse energy of our continent, beings of such caliber typically remain in slumber. Yet, their awakening indicates a shift in the continent's energy. Such transformations have occurred numerous times in the past, invariably leading to protracted conflicts, and this time is unlikely to be any different. Xiang Xinghe's demeanor turned grave, as he had not anticipated deriving such intelligence from that fateful night. He replied, Understood. Thank you. Cain nodded and continued, The materials are now prepared. At the current pace, the totem pole should be constructed within approximately 10 days. Xiang Xinghe inquired, What if I were to bring in another 100 individuals? Cain pondered for a moment before responding, In that case, I could enhance the quality of the totem pole, and we would only require 5 days for completion. Xiang Xinghe nodded, stating, Very well, I shall bring the people this afternoon. Cain acknowledged him with a nod, gazing into the distance in silence, perhaps reminiscing about his own kind. That moment, the tribe members who had been searching for flat stones returned, their arms laden with the stones. The frontmost member hoisted a cylindrical stone, thick as a waist, upon his back, dashing forward with urgency, clearly anxious not to be late, which left Xiang Xinghe momentarily astonished. Such strength. Even an ordinary tribesman possesses such prowess. The future holds great promise. Others among the tribe carried animal hides intertwined with hemp ropes, the most robust ropes available in the tribe. Chief, we have found the stones, and the ropes are here as well. What shall we do next? Xiang Xinghe instructed the tribesmen to place the ropes beneath the stone and securely wrap them around its perimeter to ensure it would not fall, maintaining a flat surface facing the ground, while leaving sufficiently long and evenly cut lengths of rope on either side. Thus, a foundation for the stone was prepared. Now, you two, grasp both ends of the rope. Two tribesmen complied with Xiang Xinghe's directive, taking hold of the rope ends and pulling it taut, maintaining a distance between them, on my count. Exert force simultaneously, pulling the rope upward to lift the stone, then let it descend. I will count to 3, and then you shall commence. The two tribesmen nodded, signaling their readiness. Xiang Xinghe instructed the surrounding tribesmen to step back, then called out, 1, 2, 3, pull. With a synchronized effort, the two tribesmen strained, their muscles taut, as they yanked the rope skyward. The stone, tethered at the other end, was propelled upward with great force. As the stone reached its apex, Xiang Xinghe shouted, Pull down! Smash! Upon hearing the shout of Xiang Xinghe, two tribesmen exerted their strength simultaneously. Pulling down with great force, thud! A dull sound reverberated as a 3 to 4 centimeter deep pit manifested on the hardened ground. Wow! How impressive! The two tribesmen, who had been pounding the earth, were astonished by the effect they had inadvertently created. It is important to note that this salt-saturated, compacted soil was exceedingly tough. No amount of jumping or repeated attempts could have achieved such a result. Yet now, with a single strike, they had managed to create a pit, truly surprising the pair. Chapter 107. The surrounding tribesmen were equally astonished by the outcome. Despite the stone's apparent lack of weight, the impact of their efforts was remarkable. Xiang Xinghe chuckled, Haha, this is the power of knowledge. We must study diligently from now on. Now, let us return to work and put in extra effort. With the totem pole, our tribe will flourish indeed. The method of creating the pounding tool was quite simple, and soon the tribesmen eagerly set to work, climbing the earthen mound and laboring diligently. Cain, filled with curiosity, inquired, How did you come up with such an excellent idea? Xiang Xinghe replied with a smile, Haha, this is the wisdom of the laboring people, distilled through long periods of toil. Cain pondered thoughtfully, extracted from labor. That notion is rather intriguing. Xiang Xinghe waved his hand, saying, You've worked hard. I shall go find more people to join us. Please lead the others in their tasks. Understood. Except for those on guard duty, forging weapons, and firing pottery, nearly everyone in the camp was working on the earthen mound, eager to construct their totem pole. They had a vague sense that this would be their first mark upon the world. Xiang Xinghe murmured to himself, There are still too few of us. I must visit the half-fishman camp. Xiang Xiuxiu hastily advised, Brother, your health has not yet fully recovered. How can you undertake such a long journey? Xiang Xinghe waved dismissively, We face too many enemies now. We must expedite the construction of the totem pole. as it will greatly enhance our combat prowess. The newly joined tribesmen are excellent candidates, but we cannot allow disloyal individuals into our camp. This is our stronghold, and we must not disclose its location to the untrustworthy. Xiang Xinghe intended to utilize his innate talent for discerning loyalty to assess each individual's faithfulness, bringing only those with sufficient loyalty back with him. This ability could only be employed when the person was present. He continued, moreover, while Yueshing has gone to the half-fishman camp to temporarily stabilize the morale, I too must make an appearance to suppress any ill thoughts among the Shao. Xiang Xinghe crouched down to speak to Xiang Xiuxiu, and do not worry. We have traversed the path connecting the two tribes many times before. All obstacles have been cleared, and what remains are merely some ditches and ravines. I shall navigate cautiously. Xiang Xiuxiu shook her head resolutely and declared, No, I shall seek out the Grand Priest. With that, she dashed towards the earthen mound in pursuit of the Grand Priest, who was busy brewing a restorative broth for the clan in a large cauldron. Xiang Xinghe could only shake his head in resignation, as his mobility was currently compromised. He stood rooted to the spot, helplessly watching Xiang Xiuxiu rush off to report to the Grand Priest. Indeed, upon hearing her account, the Grand Priest nearly leapt to his feet, swiftly making his way towards Xiang Xinghe with the aid of a cane. Chief, this is utterly inadvisable. The ground is far too slippery. You have only just begun to walk again. What if you were to fall? Xiang Xinghe replied with a wry smile. I am not so fragile. Even if I were to stumble, a bowl of your concoction and a soak in the fairy pool would suffice for my recovery. He attempted to flatter the Grand Priest, but to his surprise, the elder was not swayed, though not attempt to deceive me. Your injury has reached the bone, and recovery will not be so simple. We have lost many clan members to similar accidents while hunting, outwardly appearing unscathed, yet succumbing to internal injuries that ultimately rendered them immobile. Internal injuries are notoriously difficult to heal, and I absolutely cannot allow you to venture over there. Xiang Xinghe pondered for a moment before responding helplessly, If you will not permit me to walk, then surely it is acceptable for someone to carry me? Ah, carry you? You mean to say someone should bear you on their back? That is out of the question. It would be far too jarring, and considering your shoulder injury, what if it gets aggravated in the process? Xiang Xinghe clarified, No, I mean to be lifted, much like one would when lying in bed. It would be quite effortless for me, though my kin would bear the brunt of the labor. The Grand Priest appeared momentarily befuddled. Ah? Are you truly not deceiving me? Xiang Xinghe assured him, I am not. I merely require the construction of a makeshift stretcher. He then called out, Xiuxiu, go fetch Ashu and have him bring along 2 warriors. Understood. Having previously defied Xiang Xinghe by reporting to the Grand Priest, Xiang Xiuxiu now felt a pang of guilt and dared not meet his gaze. However, upon being tasked with assistance, she realized that Xiang Xinghe bore no ill will towards her, which filled her with joy as she leapt up and hurried off to find Ashu. Before long, Ashu arrived with 2 sturdy warriors in tow. Chief, are you intending to go to the half-merman encampment? That simply cannot be. The path is far too treacherous for your condition. Xiang Xinghe replied, I must go to the half-merman encampment, but I require the Grand Priest's consent, which necessitates your assistance. Ashu quickly countered, That will not do. I cannot agree to your journey, thus I shall not aid you in persuading the Grand Priest. Xiang Xinghe chuckled, No, what I need is for you to help me construct something. Please find 2 sturdy wooden poles, each approximately the height of a man and of uniform length, as well as 2 shorter poles under 1 meter in length, ensuring they are relatively straight. Additionally, gather several larger pieces of animal hide, vines, ropes, bone needles, and some thread. Very well. Although Ashu found it rather peculiar why Xiang Xinghe required these items, he promptly led 2 warriors to the warehouse to search. Before long, they had gathered everything and presented it before Xiang Xinghe. Sitting on the ground, Xiang arranged 2 long wooden sticks side by side and then placed a shorter stick across their ends, leaving a gap of nearly 1 meter in between, securing the shorter stick in place. Good, he said. Ashu and the others used ropes to firmly fasten the shorter stick to the longer ones, and soon a rectangular wooden frame emerged before them. Xiang then laid sturdy, resilient vines horizontally across the long wooden sticks, spaced closely together, totaling 10 afterward. He selected 5 longer vines to lay horizontally across the shorter sticks, intersecting with the shorter vines to form small square sections. He continued, Secure these vines in their current positions on the wooden sticks, and bind the spaces in between with string, ensuring that a few of the sticks remain level. Understanding Xiang's instructions, Ashu and the others immediately set to work. They tightly wound the vines around the wooden sticks and used thinner ropes to secure the connections between the sticks and vines. Finally, they trimmed any excess vine and then bound the intersections of the longer and shorter vines with fine string, Ensuring no large gaps remained, in just a matter of minutes, Ashu and his companions completed the task. Xiang instructed Ashu and the others to lift it up for inspection, and they discovered that the flexible vines hung at a perfect angle, resembling a hammock. Chapter 108. The field bed. Xiang nodded in satisfaction and continued. Next, lay these 2 animal hides over the vines and secure them to the wooden sticks and vines with string. Understood, came the reply. Soon, several strong men engaged in the task of stitching, using blunt bone needles to thread woolen yarn, meticulously fastening the broad animal hides to the wooden sticks and vines. After approximately half an hour of effort, Ashu and the others finally completed the task. Xiang clapped his hands on the soft animal hide-covered vine bed and exclaimed, "Ha, this is it, a field bed. A field bed." The onlookers gazed at the mat-like structure, which was only large enough for one person to lie down on, puzzled about its use. Xiang comfortably reclined upon it, finding it softer than the blanket in his wooden hut. He then picked up an extra animal hide from the ground and warmly draped it over himself, leaving only his feet exposed. Chuckling as he said, "Ha, yes, this is indeed called a field bed. I would appreciate it if you could lift it from both sides." The high priest, noticing the underlying principle, expressed keen interest, urging, "Quick, give it a try." Ashu and a warrior positioned themselves at either end of the field bed, grasping a wooden stick in each hand while remaining crouched. "Chief, what should we do now?" Ashu inquired. Xiang smiled and reassured. "Do not be afraid. Keep both hands at the same level and slowly lift it upwards." The 2 individuals, trembling slightly, began to lift, and Xiang Xinghe was gradually raised from the ground. The center of the stretcher sank under his weight, yet the entangling vines prevented it from sinking too deeply, resulting in a gentle depression that afforded a comfortable curvature. Even as they stood, Xiang Xinghe remained cozily nestled within the stretcher, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. "Ashu, why don't you take a couple of steps forward?" "All right, Ahu, stay close to me." Okay. Ashu and another warrior named Ahu cautiously moved ahead, causing the stretcher to sway slightly, yet the meager jolts were absorbed by its yielding softness. After a few laps, Ashu and Ahu grew bolder, commencing a light jog. Despite the brisk movement, Xiang Xinghe continued to feel quite at ease and addressed the high priest. "High priest, what do you think now? Is it feasible for Ashu and the warriors to carry me over?" The high priest, still harboring some skepticism, replied, "Chieftain, please descend so that I may lie down and test it myself." "Very well." Xiang Xinghe instructed Ashu and Ahu to lower the stretcher, then climbed down. The high priest reclined upon it, prompting Ashu and Ahu to lift him. Now well practiced, Ashu and Ahu swiftly raised the stretcher and began to walk briskly. After several laps, the high priest felt no discomfort. Rather, he found it somewhat pleasant, reminiscent of lying upon the belly of a woman he had once cherished in his youth, swaying gently until drowsiness overcame him. After a considerable time, the high priest, still wanting more, finally requested Ashu and the others to halt, climbing down from the stretcher. Xiang Xinghe inquired, "What do you think? Is this stretcher not magnificent?" The high priest nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is remarkable. I believe it should be promoted within the tribe, encouraging our people to construct more in our past migrations. Many elders, children, and injured warriors fell behind due to exhaustion, becoming prey to beasts or enemies. Furthermore, numerous pregnant women suffered miscarriages during long treks. Take, for instance, the recent events. Your severe injuries that night were not solely due to the battle with the enemy tribe, but also partly due to being jostled while carried by our kin on the return journey, exacerbating your wounds. Had we possessed stretchers back then, many tragedies could have been averted." Xiang Xinghe had not contemplated such matters until now, enlightened by the high priest's words, realizing the pivotal role stretchers played in ancient warfare for transporting the injured and during marches. He nodded in agreement. "Very well, high priest. The production of the stretchers shall fall under the purview of your medical department. Please encourage our people to produce more and to refine the design. This is merely a prototype with ample room for improvement. Although our migrations may be infrequent in the future, the transport of injured kin during battles will greatly rely on this contraption." "All right, chieftain, you may attend to your matters. I understand you are in haste to reach the half-fishman encampment. Now that we have the stretchers, I trust your injuries will not worsen, and I grant my consent. You may go." "Ha, very well, thank you, high priest." At long last, the high priest was persuaded, and with a sense of elation, Xiang Xinghe reclined upon the military cot. A touch of embarrassment overcame him as he addressed Ashu and the others. "I must trouble you to carry me to the half-merman encampment." Ashu chuckled. "What is the trouble? Chief, you are so light. Lifting you is akin to play. Let us be off." "Very well." Thus, Ashu and Ahu hoisted Xiang Xinghe and set forth towards the half-merman settlement, while another warrior armed himself and walked alongside them, ever vigilant. Xiang Xiuxiu summoned Xiang Jiaojiao to accompany Xiang Xinghe, vowing not to part ways. With no choice but to acquiesce, Xiang Xinghe and his companions ventured into the depths of the forest. The strength of Ashu and the other warriors was formidable. Even along the muddy, uneven path, they effortlessly maintained the stability of the stretcher. As the sun approached its zenith, the group finally arrived at the half-merman encampment. At that moment, the camp was bustling with activity. Numerous individuals were engaged in logging, excavating clay, and constructing defensive fortifications. The area was densely populated, predominantly filled with newcomers to the Xinghe tribe, lacking any semblance of discipline. Upon seeing Ashu and his companions approach, they curiously gathered around. Meanwhile, Xiang Xinghe had succumbed to slumber beneath a hide. Ashu gently patted him awake, as Xiang Xinghe lifted the hide from his face. He was greeted by a throng of inquisitive gazes. Goodness, what an embarrassing situation. Xiang Xinghe hadn't anticipated awakening to such a spectacle, and he couldn't help but fret over whether he had drooled in his sleep or if there were any remnants at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the onlookers appeared more flustered than he, collectively exclaiming, "Greetings, Chief! Hail, King of Rivers!" They now recognized Xiang Xinghe as the King of Rivers, the very one who had led the warriors in their nighttime raid upon their encampment. The valorous deeds of that night were etched deeply into the hearts of the denizens of the original Little Sun tribe, and the sight of Xiang Xinghe stirred a palpable nervousness among them. Xiang Xinghe nodded, discreetly checking the corners of his mouth, relieved to find no dampness, allowing his anxiety to dissipate. Supported by Xiang Xiuxiu and Xiang Jiaojiao, he rose from the stretcher and surveyed the crowd. Inquiring, "It appears you all are faring well. How has life in the Xinghe tribe treated you?" Some bold souls responded, "It has been splendid. We eat well, dress well, are free from beatings, and reside in wooden houses, far better than before." Xiang Xinghe smiled and nodded, saying, "Haha, as you all know, I sustained grievous injuries that night and have been in a state of unconsciousness until recently. I have just regained some strength and wish to see how you are faring here. We are all one family now. As your chief, I bear the responsibility of caring for you. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall endeavor to address it." Chapter 109. Rumors. After delivering this lengthy discourse, Xiang Xinghe found himself breathless. He paused to regain his composure before continuing. "This is one of our tribe's encampments. Before I lost consciousness, I instructed them to bring everyone here, but I remained in a state of slumber thereafter. Xiang Feng and the others have conveyed to me that keeping everyone here is essential, as the tribe has recently relocated and consists of numerous women, children, and the elderly. To move them again would be detrimental to their health. Furthermore, the abundance of resources in this area ensures that everyone can be well fed without the arduous task of transporting food. The strategic importance of this location cannot be overstated. Only by fortifying it can we guarantee the safety of the entire tribe. Thus, I must ask for everyone's patience and diligence. Now that I have awakened, I will gradually relocate everyone to the main camp, which will facilitate the arrangement of accommodations." Xiang Xinghe appears pale, his movements hindered, and he is exceedingly weak. It is evident to all that his injuries are severe. Yet he continues to prioritize the well-being of others. The newcomers to the tribe feel a profound warmth in their hearts, deeply moved and their loyalty elevated. Initially, they harbored grievances regarding Xiang Xinghe's absence, compounded by various rumors circulating within the camp, which left these sensitive newcomers feeling disheartened. However, witnessing the seriously injured Xiang Xinghe personally addressing them and sincerely explaining the rationale behind their remaining here dispels any lingering doubts. Their grievances against the Xinghe tribe evaporate, replaced solely by feelings of gratitude. Amidst this, a few individuals observe the scene with indifference, unaffected by Xiang Xinghe's words. They exchange glances, and one among them quietly leaves the crowd, heading towards a small wooden cabin at the edge of the camp. Xiang Xinghe, with a warm smile, gestures to the crowd, saying, "Please, continue with your tasks. We have numerous enemies outside. Only by fortifying the walls and preparing ourselves can we ensure that we are not subjected to bullying." "Understood. We shall heed the chieftain's words." The group's morale surges, and their efficiency skyrockets. Once the crowd disperses, Yusheng suddenly rushes over from the camp. "Chieftain, what brings you here personally? I arrived late yesterday, and after soothing the tribe's people, I worked late into the night, so I did not return. I've been gathering information today, and have yet to return." Xiang Xinghe nods, smiling. "It's all right. I indeed needed to come and see. Please, continue with your duties. I traveled here lying on a military cot, so I am not fatigued at that moment." Xiang Feng also hears the news and hurries over, exclaiming in shock upon seeing Xiang Xinghe, "Chieftain, your injuries have not yet healed. How can you wander about? Does your body ache from the long journey?" Xiang Xinghe points to the military cot on the ground and explains further. Only then does Xiang Feng relax, inviting Xiang Xinghe to the largest wooden cabin in the half-merfolk camp. "Chieftain, Commander Shui has gone to train the half-merfolk warriors and is currently not in the camp. Should I summon her back?" Xiang Xinghe waves his hand, saying, "No need, by the way. How many warriors have been selected from the half-merfolk?" Xiang Feng replies, "A total of 10 have been chosen. The number of half-merfolk is quite limited. These are all the males of suitable age and robust health. Some female half-merfolk also wish to join the training, but I have yet to respond as I intended to consult you first." Xiang Xinghe pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe it is indeed feasible. Women can hold up half the sky. Although their physical strength may not rival that of men, their meticulousness and diligence are advantages that men often lack. However, when it comes to the battlefield, let us men take the lead. You may inform them that they are welcome to participate in training. But for now, they shall assume roles in tribal defense, such as standing guard or logistical support, and shall not engage in combat." Xiang Feng replied, "But that rationale may not convince them. We have yet to develop feudalism. In this primitive era, the status of men and women is equal, and women possess their own strong opinions. Unreasonable arguments will not sway them." After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Xinghe responded, "This is not a matter of underestimating them, but rather placing the right individuals in appropriate positions. Women's physical limitations make them ill-suited for the brutalities of the battlefield. Their involvement would merely result in needless sacrifice and could even jeopardize the outcome of the battle. Nevertheless, you make a valid point. Perhaps we should establish a selection criterion, assessing strength, endurance, and combat capability. Only those who meet the standards shall be deemed warriors." Xiang Feng nodded in agreement. "That is an excellent approach." Xiang Xinghe continued, "Moreover, there exists a crucial profession well suited for them, known as battlefield medics, who are responsible for treating the wounded during combat. Their role is of utmost importance. I shall instruct the high priest to send a medical team to train them. You must promote this occupation vigorously, encouraging women who aspire to assist in the fight to pursue it." "Understood." Xiang Xinghe added, "There is another matter for which I have come. To select 100 newcomers to accompany us to the Xinghe camp." Xiang Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "But chief, they have only just joined our tribe. What if there are disloyal individuals with ill intentions among them?" Xiang Xinghe chuckled, blinking his eyes, "Fear not. I possess the ability to read people's faces and discern their loyalty. Gather all the members of the tribe, and I shall select from them." Xiang Feng hesitated again, saying, "Chief, while I trust your judgment, there have been some unfavorable rumors circulating within the camp recently, suggesting that we are not sincere towards them. Many of the newly joined tribespeople harbor grievances against both the tribe and you. Previously, there were whispers that Yushang was secretly murdered by us, causing alarm among the newcomers. It was only your invitation for him to come over last night that proved he is still alive, alleviating the tension and preventing a riot." Xiang Xinghe patted Xiang Feng's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. Rumors are but falsehoods. As long as we demonstrate our sincerity through actions, the rumors will dissipate like ice beneath the sun. Therefore, you must continually motivate yourself and devise ways to ensure our people live well. Our selection of new tribespeople to travel to the Xinghe camp is a means to dispel these rumors. Go forth and gather the crowd. Perhaps I will uncover the source of these malign tales. These rumors are not spontaneously generated. Rather, they are deliberately spread by individuals with ulterior motives. Regardless, the loyalty of such people must be exceedingly low. By identifying those with a loyalty rating below 60, one can uncover the instigator among them." Xiang Feng stepped out of the wooden cabin to summon the workers. At this moment, Yushang unexpectedly entered, restraining two individuals, one notably rotund with a fair complexion, and the other slight of build, marked by a face full of acne. Upon entering, Yushang commanded both to kneel before Xiang Xinghe. "Kneel and quickly confess your wrongdoings to the clan leader." Chapter 110. The painful ruse. Xiang Xinghe regarded Yushang with a look of perplexity. Yushang addressed him, saying, "Clan leader, these two are the ones who have recently propagated rumors within the camp. I have brought them before you to atone for their misdeeds." With that, he raised the bramble switch in his hand and struck it forcefully against the backs of the two men. They immediately erupted into anguished cries, akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs, their sounds reverberating throughout the encampment. Xiang Xinghe furrowed his brow, a sense of suspicion dawning upon him. Although the blow from the bramble was painful, it should not have elicited such a cacophony. It is well known that primitive people grow up in perilous environments, inevitably sustaining injuries, and thus possess a certain threshold for pain. How could they react so dramatically to a mere strike? Furthermore, their cries were excessively loud, almost as if they were deliberate, a feigned act of suffering. As Xiang Xinghe continued to observe, he noted another anomaly. The bramble switch in Yushang's grasp bore signs of having its sharp points dulled, lacking the anticipated sharpness. Upon inspecting the loyalty ratings of the two men, he discovered they hovered around 30 points, even lower than Yushang's, truly the backbone of the reactionaries. Observing their submissive demeanor as they were brought forth by Yushang, Xiang Xinghe surmised that these two individuals must be loyal to him. Thus, it became apparent that during Yushang's house arrest, he had deliberately spread rumors, seeking to exert pressure on Xiang Xinghe to release him. Aware of Xiang Xinghe's keen intellect, Yushang anticipated that he would eventually uncover the true culprit behind the rumors, which is why he had preemptively brought these two accomplices forward, intending to stage a performance of contrition to elicit Xiang Xinghe's forgiveness. So, they are here to put on a show for me. Yushang continued to lash out, while the two men knelt on the ground, their cries of despair punctuated by tears. Xiang Jiao and Xiang Xiao stood behind Xiang Xinghe, their hearts heavy with compassion. Several times, Xiang Jiao attempted to intervene, urging Xiang Xinghe to command Yushang to cease, only to be restrained by Xiang Xiao. Xiang Xinghe chuckled softly and addressed them. I am both thirsty and hungry. Go prepare some water for me, and also fetch some meat, preferably tender with fewer bones, along with some wild onions and garlic, to be crushed and placed in a ceramic bowl for dipping sauce. Off you go, and return later. Understood. Xiang Xiao promptly took hold of Xiang Jiao and exited the wooden cabin. Xiang Xinghe fell silent once more, merely smiling as he observed the scene before him. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Yushang's forehead, growing increasingly alarmed. These two individuals had been his followers since their time in the Little Sun tribe. Their current actions were a calculated move. Spreading the falsehood of his assassination by the Star River tribe to apply pressure for his release, was only upon arriving at the half-merman encampment that Yushang became aware of this matter. He recalled Xiang Xinghe's eyes, deep and profound as the ocean, and immediately sensed that the situation had escalated. There was no doubt that these events would come to Xiang Xinghe's attention, and thus they had to be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, if Xiang Xinghe were to discover them independently, the outcome could be dire. However, he was reluctant to see his subordinates suffer, and after a night of contemplation, he devised a strategy to discipline his clansmen himself, believing it preferable to having others do so. Moreover, he employed a bit of cunning by smoothing the thorns of the bramble, making them appear menacing while ensuring they would not inflict excessive pain upon contact. He also preemptively conferred with his subordinates, instructing them to raise their voices at the appropriate moment, hoping to evoke a sense of compassion in Xiang Xinghe. Unexpectedly, Xiang Xinghe arrived that very day, instructing Xiang Feng to gather everyone. Yushang immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly brought along his two subordinates. Initially, he intended to administer only a few strikes, but to his astonishment, Xiang Xinghe remained silent, seemingly unsatisfied. Reluctantly, Yushang gritted his teeth and continued, while his two subordinates began to sense that something was amiss, as genuine pain coursed through their bodies. Despite the thorns being dulled, the frequency of the strikes soon became unbearable. Lines of blood began to surface on their backs, gradually seeping forth, staining the bramble crimson. Eventually, amidst their cries, a note of genuine distress emerged. They could no longer endure the ordeal, their voices hoarse from the exertion. Xiang Xinghe reclined upon a hide, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the scene, his eyes barely blinking. After having faced life and death, his heart had hardened somewhat as beads of sweat multiplied on Yushang's forehead. He finally succumbed to the pressure, discarding the bramble and kneeling. Tribal leader, they have acknowledged their mistakes. Please forgive them to last. Xiang Xinghe stirred, sitting upright and fixing his gaze upon Yushang. His expression inscrutable. It was only when Yushang began to tremble that Xiang Xinghe spoke. Do you know what is most essential for a tribe to survive in this world? Yushang replied, it is to have an astute leader, ample provisions, and formidable strength. Xiang Xinghe chuckled lightly and said, no, while these are vital, they are not the essentials. What we truly require is unity to exist in this world. We must contend with nature, rival tribes, and even our own kin. Humanity has never been the strongest race, nor the most intelligent. Relying solely on individual strength makes one susceptible to defeat. Our endurance through the ages has been founded upon unity. It is the mutual trust and support among all members of the tribe that has enabled us to survive against formidable adversities. Thus, one could argue that unity is the cornerstone of a tribe's survival and strength. The rumors you have spread are undermining this foundation, and therefore, The transgressions you have committed are far graver than they appear on the surface. The three men tensed, hearing this theory for the first time, yet instinctively recognizing the wisdom in Xiang Xinghe's words. Qi Guilong was indeed a powerful and intelligent fighter, but it was precisely because he had fractured the unity among his people that the Little Sun tribe met its demise. The portly figure trembled as he spoke. I apologize. It was our mistake. We acknowledge our wrongdoing and are willing to accept the consequences, whether it be punishment or even death. We accept it all. However, I implore you to show mercy towards Yusheng. This matter was entirely orchestrated by us, and he bears no responsibility. A slender man added, indeed, it was solely the two of us who acted, and it has nothing to do with Yusheng. Please, do not punish him. At that moment, Yusheng hastily interjected, Chief, I assure you that I will manage them diligently in the future, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the tribe, and I will not allow them to err again. Xiang Xinghe turned his gaze toward Yusheng and chuckled softly. I am quite displeased today, not only because of them but also due to you. Yusheng's body stiffened at once. Xiang Xinghe continued, I have warned you before, do not attempt to deceive me. Do you remember? Yusheng's complexion turned ashen as he replied, I remember. Chapter 111. Selection. Yusheng, resolute in his acknowledgement, understood that Xiang Xinghe had seen through him and stated, I was in the wrong. Please punish me, but I hope you can forgive them, as they have already suffered. Xiang Xinghe chuckled lightly. Ah, such fraternal affection. Was that mere theatrics for my benefit? Does that truly count as punishment? I suspect they still harbor resentment and do not recognize my authority as chief, but rather only yours. Yusheng's face went pale, and he hastily retorted, It is not like that. Xiang Xinghe waved his hand, interrupting him, and said, No matter. Loyalty cannot be coerced. Even if they only acknowledge you, what difference does it make? As long as you remain devoted to the tribe, your subordinates will naturally act in its best interest. Thus, my concern lies solely with your actions. You have shown some loyalty to the tribe, but once again, you have attempted to employ cunning against me. I suspect that your punishment of them was also a performance for my benefit, and there are likely others who have spread rumors whom you have not brought before me. Ah, but it is only natural for youth to err. This time, I shall overlook it. However, once is one thing, twice is another. This is your second warning. Should there be a third, I will take measures that will ensure you dare not err again. Yusheng discerned Xiang Xinghe's intent and was filled with elation, responding, Yes, Chief, I will certainly restrain them. I will ensure they contribute meaningfully to the tribe. Yusheng's loyalty increased significantly due to Xiang Xinghe's concessions, rising to 80 points. Xiang Xinghe mused inwardly, it seems he is indeed a person of profound affection and loyalty. He outwardly remained noncommittal, stating, Words alone hold no weight. We shall see your actions. You may go. Yes. Yusheng supported the two individuals as they exited the wooden hut, and upon stepping outside, they encountered Xiang Feng, who stood with a steel blade at his waist. He regarded them for a few moments before